global catastrophe, alien invasion. When humans reach a certain age, they can awaken. If one can awaken his talent and the space to tame beasts, he can join the ranks of beast tamers and become a powerful person admired by everyone. In my previous life, I worked part-time to earn money for 3 years of high school in order to awaken and become a beastmaster. I saved up 50,000 yuan and waited for the day of awakening with hope, hoping to change my fate. However, this hard-earned money was taken away by her stepmother Ji Shijuan to support her beloved daughter Bai Ying, asking her to please the so-called male god on the grounds that you can't guarantee that you'll be 100% awake. This made me miss the best time to wake up, and 3 years of hard work went to waste in an instant. Anger and unwillingness made me argue with my family, but what I got in return was the wrath of my father Bai Yu. He hung me up and beat me without any explanation and told me harshly that there was no place for me in this family. Even so, I didn't want to give up. In the next 2 years, I survived many life-threatening situations and finally used all my resources to gain Awakening Crystal, thinking that this time I would finally be able to awaken and embark on my own journey of taming beasts. But reality made me fall into the abyss again. My precious Awakening Crystal was quietly stolen by my younger brother Bai Yu and given to his goddess. I was so angry that I went to the woman, hoping to get back everything that belonged to me. However, the crystal had already been used, and I could only watch my hopes vanish. When I was extremely angry, I was beaten by my father again. This time, he locked me in a dark basement and did not give me water or food for 2 whole days, leaving me to suffer in despair, hunger, and cold. I thought I would die in that dim cage until my elder sister Bai Ying showed up. But there was no mercy in her eyes, only cold reprimands. He is your brother, as an older brother. What's wrong with you giving in to him? At that moment, I completely gave up. But fate always plays tricks on us. In an unexpected encounter, I was rescued by Luo Shui, the eldest daughter of the Luo family. With her help, I successfully awakened and became a beastmaster. In just 4 years, I grew into a 7th-level beastmaster and finally escaped from the home that left me so scarred. I thought that everything had finally taken a bright turn and I could live a happy life of my own. But I was wrong. His father, Bai Yu, had long been secretly eyeing the Luo family's fortune and teamed up with outsiders to attack the Luo family. Luo Shui, when she was on the verge of death in the flames of war, looked at me with confusion and despair. I completely collapsed, clenched a knife in my hand, slowly raised it, and pointed it at my throat. But when I opened my eyes again, I was back to 5 years ago, the moment when Ji Shijuan stretched out her hand and snatched my 50,000 yuan. Loadu, Bai's family. I sat on the edge of the bed, my mind churning, thinking about the next countermeasures. 50,000 yuan, the awakening registration fee that originally belonged to me, has been taken away by Ji Shijuan. Want to get it back? Impossible. Not to mention not coming back. Acting rashly would only result in a severe beating and miss the best opportunity to awaken. Beastmaster Awakening Path wasn't working for me, so I had to take another route to the northern forest. 5 years in advance, I will seize the undiscovered Awakening Crystal. Only in this way can I awaken as a beastmaster. Thinking of this, I started to act immediately without any hesitation. Just as he was about to go out, a slightly guilty voice came from behind him. "Brother, are you going out?" Bai Ying sat on the sofa, his eyes a little vague. Of course, she knew that the 50,000 yuan was the fee for my registration for awakening. But Brother Xiaohan also wants to awaken. For her own happiness, she could only let me down. Anyway, we are all family, and the brother should give in to his sister. Thinking of this, Bai Ying instantly became righteous. Yes, I found a new summer job and won't be back for a while. Bai Ying's eyes flashed with relief, and then he said nonchalantly, "Okay, I'll help you tell your parents." He really didn't mention the money, and even when at work, Bai Ying felt contempt in her heart. This loser only knows how to work. How shameful. If he could be like Brother Xiaohan, with a little ambition, she would still look up to him. However, what she didn't know was that at this moment, I had already embarked on a journey to change my destiny. 2 days later, I stepped into this mysterious and dangerous primeval forest with my hiking backpack. For ordinary people, this is a place of life and death. But for me, only by seizing the awakening crystal in advance can I completely rewrite my fate. Walking through the dense forest, I drank mineral water when I was thirsty and ate compressed biscuits when I was hungry, almost without stopping. My body was covered with wounds from thorns, and the air was filled with the smell of wild beasts. The low roars of strange beasts around me made me dare not relax at all. There is no time, no direction, only will to support me to move forward. Food is almost exhausted, and the long-term mental tension makes me extremely tired. But my goal is within reach. Looking at the deep cave entrance in front of me, my heart trembled slightly. The awakening crystal is inside. But this is not an easy exploration. In my previous life, as soon as I stepped into it, I was besieged by a female shadow wolf and a pack of wolves. They tore my abdomen, blood flowed, and I almost died here. And now, facing the shadow wolves that have just given birth and have not yet fully recovered, I will not make the same mistake again. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet animal eyes suddenly opened. A woo. Sensing the intruder, the shadow wolf suddenly leaped up, turned into a black shadow, and pounced straight forward. But I was prepared. With a flash of knife light, the machete in my hand tore through the air and pointed directly at its abdomen. This is its most vulnerable part. The blood and pain of my previous life have made me see through everything. A sliding tackle. The blade cut through the flesh, blood splattered, and the shadow wolf crashed into the tree trunk, falling to the ground and twitching. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and at this moment, ding, you have awakened the God-level talent. Infinite plunder. God-level talent? Unlimited plunder? When that crisp reminder sound came from my mind, I couldn't suppress the excitement in my heart. Talent is the embodiment of a beastmaster's potential. Having different talents means different growth space. Talents are divided into 4 levels from low to high: ordinary, special, epic, and legendary. Legendary talents are almost 1 in a billion. What made me even more delighted was that what I awakened was actually a God-level talent, far surpassing the legendary talent. In my previous life, I had awakened an epic talent, but I never thought that this time I would obtain a God-level talent. With the ability of infinite plunder, I already have enough confidence. In this life, I will definitely reach the heights that I could not reach in the last life. As the information about the talent entered my mind, I quickly understood how it worked. Infinite plunder, as the name suggests, means that by killing alien beasts or beasts, I can plunder the opponent's talents and integrate them into my beast. Through continuous fusion and advancement, my beast will have endless room for growth. I looked at the female shadow wolf that was bleeding profusely and dying, and walked forward without hesitation. The knife rose and fell, quickly ending its life. As I looked at its corpse, I silently said in my heart, "Plunder." Instantly, the talent is activated. Ding! You have plundered the shadow wolf talent. Shadow stealth. After completing all this, I continued to go deeper into the cave, and finally found a mysterious crystal embedded in the stone wall at the deepest part, emitting a strange blue light. That is the awakening crystal. Using it will awaken you to a beastmaster 100%. In my previous life, I was seriously injured in a fierce battle with the shadow wolf and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, missing the chance to awaken. Therefore, Bai Ying took the opportunity to steal the crystal and gave it to his beloved goddess. But in this life, my bootlicker brother will never have a chance again. Before I go back, I must contract a beast as soon as possible to improve my strength. Only in this way can I protect myself when facing those beasts. There are 3 ways to obtain imperial beasts. Purchase, obtain rewards for meritorious service to the government, and capture them directly in the wild. Obviously, the latter is the most direct and effective option. The shadow wolf cave in front of me is the ideal place. After entering the mother wolf's den, 7 or 8 wolf cubs appeared in front of me. As a first-level beastmaster, I can only contract 1 beast, but through identification, I quickly locked onto a special wolf cub. "It's you." I bit my finger and smeared a drop of blood on the wolf cub's forehead. As my spiritual power was mobilized, countless runes appeared in the air and the magic circle began to work. After a moment, the magic circle dissipated and I felt that the contract was completed. Although the shadow wolf cub in front of me is a low-level beast, if I sacrifice other wolf cubs and improve its talents, I can help it advance. You have sacrificed the shadow wolf cub and obtained the talent. Rapid growth. You have sacrificed the shadow wolf cub and gained the talent. Shadow power. You have sacrificed the shadow wolf cub and obtained the talent. Shadow stealth. With the plunder and fusion of a series of talents, my shadow wolf cub began to transform rapidly. A horn grew on its forehead, and its body size suddenly increased to 50 centimeters. Its hair was a mixture of black and purple, and its sharp fangs were completely different from those of ordinary shadow wolf cubs. Its swaying tail and cruel red wolf eyes made it look extremely powerful. Although it still looks similar to the shadow wolf, in fact, it has completed the racial advancement. I couldn't wait to use the eye of identification to check its information. Name, Shadow Wolf King level. First order, bloodline, elite talent, Shadow Walker. When the shadow, all abilities are increased by an additional 100%. When leaving the shadow, the speed is increased by 50% for 3 seconds. Wolf King bloodline. Physique is permanently increased by 200%. Attributes, Shadow skills, Shadow Fong, with dark attributes, bites to cause damage and adds a curse. Shadow Claw, causes scratches and adds a curse. Shadow Ball, spits out a shadow orb that causes damage. The orb ignores armor. Evaluation, a new beast evolved from the Shadow Wolf, with power far exceeding that of the Shadow Wolf. The bloodlines of beastmasters are ranked from low to high as inferior, ordinary, elite, epic, legendary, and mythical. With this gift, I believe that sooner or later, I will train the Shadow Wolf King into a mythical creature. In the next few days, I wandered in the northern forest, and only after I upgraded the Shadow Wolf King to the 2nd level did I prepare to return to Ledoux. Only when I had the power to protect myself could I end my relationship with the Bai family. Time passed like water. 5 days later, I finally returned to Ledoux. The existence of Shadow Wolf King attracted the attention of the people around. What kind of beast is that? I've never seen one before. Looks like Shadow Wolf, but obviously different. This beast is too strong. I am so lucky to be able to contract such a powerful beast. With the addition of talents and enhancements, the Shadow Wolf King has reached a height of 1.5 meters, almost the same as an adult shadow wolf. His majestic black and purple hair swayed in the wind, full of power. Ying, isn't that your brother? Xiao Han, who also signed up for the Beast Tamer assessment, couldn't help but reveal a hint of desire in his eyes when he saw the Shadow Wolf King. Huh, that bastard. How dare he lie to me? When Bai Ying saw that I had successfully awakened as a beastmaster, he suddenly became furious. Alas, Ying, I still don't have a decent beastmaster. If I could contract a beastmaster like that, I might have a chance of applying to Sea Wing Academy. She looked at Xiao Han with a look of regret. It's easy. Can't I just let my brother break the contract and give the beast to brother Xiao Han? Xiao Han pretended to hesitate. Isn't this a bit bad? What's wrong with that? After we get married, won't we be a family? Isn't it natural for family members to help each other? Besides, I'm his sister, and as his brother, he should give in to me. While complaining to me, Bai Ying and Xiao Han walked towards me. Brother, didn't you go to work? How did you suddenly become a beastmaster? Hearing the familiar voice, I turned around and saw the little fairy sister and her male god. I couldn't help but frown. You're Ying's brother, Bai Yi, right? I often hear her mention you. Xiao Han gave me a friendly smile and stretched out his hand to greet me. However, when he found that I completely ignored him, the smile on his face froze slightly and a hint of displeasure appeared in his expression. Bai Ying, who was hugging Xiao Han's arm, became instantly furious when she saw that her useless brother actually ignored her idol. Brother, what are you doing? You have no manners at all. Didn't you see brother Xiao Han was greeting you? I glanced at Bai Ying coldly and said calmly, I don't greet beasts. I still have a lot of things to deal with and don't have time to get entangled with these weirdos from the Bai family. You? Bai Ying's face changed in anger. He stomped his feet, pointed at me, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. This useless brother actually dared to ignore brother Xiao Han? Her voice became sharper. Brother Xiao Han is in need of a beast right now. Why don't you want to help? Why don't you break the contract and give him your beast? She didn't notice my cold gaze at all and continued. You're so lucky anyway. Maybe you can find a more suitable beastmaster next time. The beastmaster exam will be in a month, and with this beastmaster, brother Xiao Han will definitely be able to enter the Sea Wing Academy smoothly. Give it to him. I almost laughed. The contract between the beastmaster and the beastmaster is mutual. Breaking the contract means destroying one's own foundation. Only Bai Ying's weird thinking would make him say such a thing. He's going to take the Beast Tamer exam. What does that have to do with me? Get lost. Bai Yi, how can you talk like that? I am your sister. We are a family, and brother Xiao Han is your future brother-in-law. As a brother, what's wrong with you helping your brother-in-law? I answered bluntly, get lost. Do you still want to blackmail me morally? Sorry, you don't have a chance in this life. Bah! A crisp slapping sound was heard. Bai Ying was almost falling down, and a clear slap mark quickly appeared on his face. She stood there in a daze, her face turned pale, and she stared at me with resentment. How dare you hit me? I'm your sister. She gnashed her teeth and shouted at the top of her lungs, You're done, Bai Yi. I'll tell my parents, and you'll be punished. When I heard Bai Yu's name, I sneered and raised my eyebrows. If Bai Yu dared to come, Bai Yu wouldn't mind telling him what it means to be a loving father and a filial son. At this moment, the Shadow Wolf King also sensed my emotional fluctuations, roared suddenly, and stood in front of me. Faced with the threat, Xiao Han and Bai Ying subconsciously took a few steps back and hurriedly pulled Bai Ying away. Okay, Shadow, let's go. I waved to Shadow Wolf King to follow, and walked towards the Beast Tamer Guild. Although I now have the ability to directly eliminate Bai Ying and Xiao Han, that kind of simple death cannot relieve the hatred in my heart. I want them to slowly taste the regret of living in this world. Half an hour later, I arrived at the Beastmaster Guild. At this time, the guild was already bustling with people coming and going. The assessment was approaching, and many new Beastmasters were busy preparing. Hey, isn't this Bai Yi? Long time no see. Why do you look so depressed? I turned around and saw a man wearing gold and silver, looking arrogant and disdainful. This was my classmate, Zhao Wensheng, the son of the Zhao family. I didn't expect you to be so lucky, Bai Yi, to awaken and become a Beastmaster, and even contract a good Beastmaster. Zhao Wensheng sneered, but I tell you, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because Miss Luo likes you. Wait for young Master Wang to make a move, and then you can wait and see her become young Master Wang's woman. The Master Wang he mentioned was Wang Fangxiu, Luo Xue's pursuer. In my previous life, he and Bai Yu teamed up to kill me, which also led to the destruction of the Luo family. Luo Xue also died because of me. In this life, I will definitely settle accounts with them slowly. I filled out the declaration form and handed it to the union staff. Sir, your ID card will be reviewed and distributed tomorrow morning. Please remember to collect it. Okay, thank you. I chose Shunfu Academy, which is not only the largest Beastmaster Academy in Luodu, but Luo Xue is also there. Bai's family. Ji Shijuan saw Bai Ying's swollen face and was furious. This beast, he actually dared to hit his own sister. He is not a human being. She slammed the table angrily. Xiao Ying, don't worry. Mom will never let you suffer any injustice. As a brother, how can I not give in to my sister? When he comes back, I will make him kneel down and apologize to you. Bai Ying looked at her mother's expression and felt happy. Mom, you don't know. My brother lied to me and said he was going to work during the summer vacation. But he changed his job and became a Beastmaster. Ji Shijuan was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Rebellious son. He even lied to his family. What a beast. Before I finished speaking, the door was pushed open and I walked in. Bai Yi, you beast. How dare you hit my daughter? Before Ji Shijuan finished speaking, she slapped him. In the past, no matter what I did, the Bai family always took it for granted. Whenever Bai Ying or Bai Yu got into trouble, they always made me take the blame. They never listened to my explanations and just beat and scolded me. However, all this is no longer something I can tolerate. Pa! With a slap, Ji Shijuan was dizzy and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Bai Ying was stunned and speechless. You are crazy. Bai Yi, you are crazy. You dare to hit Mom. You beast. I don't want you as my brother. I looked at her coldly, with a surge of cold anger in my heart. Beast? From childhood to adulthood, Bai Yu and Ji Shijuan have never really cared about me. They never asked me if I was living a good life. Every time, Bai Ying and Bai Yu caused trouble, and I was the one who took the blame. The so-called parents are a complete joke. If I hadn't worked part-time and studied in high school, I would have starved to death. I don't owe the Bai family any money. Bai Yi, wait for me. When your father comes back, I will let him deal with you, the rebellious son. I ignored her roar and went upstairs to pack my things. Ji Shijuan's roar echoed in the air like a madman. After leaving the Bai family, although he was penniless, he changed his job to a Beastmaster, and combined with his memories of his previous life, it was not difficult for him to make money. After packing all my luggage, I left the Bai family and went straight to the 33rd district of Luodu. This is Luodu's famous black market, full of shady transactions and illegal activities. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, This place is synonymous with danger and chaos. But for me, if I want to quickly accumulate initial wealth and provide sufficient resources for the Shadow Wolf King, this is undoubtedly the most ideal place. Sir, are you sure you want to participate in the life-and-death fight? The receptionist at the beast taming arena asked me with a serious expression. Here, the rules of battle are completely different from those outside. Two beastmasters duel until the beast of one of them dies, and the whole battle is full of blood and violence. I'm sure. Please sign me up. I answered without hesitation. Not only can I get a generous reward, but I can also effectively train the Shadow Wolf King. With the Shadow Wolf King's natural talent for plunder, after defeating the opponent's beast, I can also improve my own strength. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Of course, I won't miss this opportunity. Okay, please fill in your card number and personal information. The receptionist said patiently. Obviously, there are many new beast masters like me who want to get rich quickly through such gray means. She has given enough reminders and thinks that even if my beast dies in battle, it is what I deserve. Seeing me walk into the arena, the receptionist's eyes were full of pity, as if they had foreseen that the beast tamer and I would be defeated miserably here. The moment I entered the underground arena, I was surrounded by a strong smell of blood. Roaring sounds, shouts from the audience, and roars from gamblers came one after another. This atmosphere made me feel a little uncomfortable. Although I had been to such places in my previous life, I still felt a little repulsed physically and mentally at this moment. Is that a new guy? It looks like he's going to be in trouble. He's definitely going to be tortured to death. How long do you think he can last? They should be defeated within a minute. Haha, I guess you can't even last a minute. 3 moves are enough. Yes, he is a newcomer, but he is facing a veteran beastmaster with rich combat experience. While everyone was talking, I prepared my strategy. To make the game more interesting, I faced opponents of the same level as me. Even so, even though they were at the same level, the difference in strength between beastmasters was obvious. Before the battle even started, everyone seemed to have already determined that I would lose. Go ahead, Shadow. Pretend you can't win first, then slowly win. In this first battle, I don't intend to reveal my true strength. Let Shadow Wolf King show weakness temporarily, so as to accumulate higher odds for the next battle. After the second round starts, I can use the prize money I get from participating in the competition to place bets for myself and maximize my profits. As a beastmaster, Shadow Wolf King only needs to focus on fighting. But as a master, my thoughts are far more complicated than just fighting. Although the Shadow Wolf King was a little confused, it still stepped onto the arena. On the opposite side, a young man also summoned his own beast, a huge Qinglong mantis as tall as a person, with 4 limbs as sharp as sickles, which was chilling. Qinglong mantis is a natural combat beast, and after training, its strength becomes even stronger. The Shadow Wolf King and I were obviously at a disadvantage at the beginning, but I had already planned this battle, and I deliberately made the Shadow Wolf King look embarrassed. But in fact, I was accumulating strength. Okay, let's do it. After a while, I gave an order and ordered the Shadow Wolf King to start counterattacking. It announced its aggressive attack with a roar. A phone, kill it. The young man smiled, as if he had seen victory waving to him. The racial advantage of the Qinglong mantis made him full of confidence, and he believed that this battle was already a foregone conclusion. The audience's eyes were all focused on the duel between me and Qinglong mantis, thinking that Shadow Wolf King would definitely be torn apart. However, to everyone's surprise, the turn of the battle came so swiftly. Boom! The Qinglong mantis was pressed to the ground by the Shadow Wolf King's claw and instantly lost the power to resist. The Shadow Claw was activated, tearing the powerful 4 limbs of the Qinglong mantis. With the head of the Qinglong mantis bitten off, the battle ended in an instant kill. A foam. The young man was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. He was clearly in the upper hand in the battle, so how come he lost in the end? With the death of Qinglong mantis, the backlash of the contract caused the young man to spit out blood and faint on the ground. And I also successfully triggered the talent Plunder. You have plundered Qinglong mantis's talent. Super speed. Super speed. Movement speed increased by an additional 50%. My eyes lit up. The Shadow Wolf King's speed will be greatly improved. This plunder has taken the Shadow Wolf King's strength to a new level. Before anyone could react, the atmosphere on the scene became even more tense. Some people complained, while experienced gamblers analyzed the mystery of this battle and gradually understood what I had secretly done. Next, a new battle is about to begin. Although the Shadow Wolf King is a little tired, it is still the focus of everyone's attention. At this time, Yuan Shangan, the boss of the underground arena, looked at me with admiration in his eyes. A new beastmaster was able to control such a powerful Shadow Wolf King. Judging from the cooperation in the battle, my tacit understanding and potential with the beastmaster seemed to be far beyond that of ordinary people. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly became tense. The second life-and-death duel was about to begin. A girl with a ponytail who looked only 17 or 18 years old summoned her beast. Roar! A deafening roar sounded, and then a shadow lion the size of a cow appeared. Its dark purple hair shone in the sun, majestic and domineering. I couldn't help but focus my gaze. As both were at the same level, under normal circumstances, the Shadow Wolf King was no match for the Shadow Lion. Without the blessing of super speed, this battle would have been extremely difficult, and it might even have been a setback. However, since Qinglan Mantis gave me super speed, the strength of Shadow Wolf King has made a qualitative leap. Even when facing Shadow Lion, it is no longer a situation of inevitable defeat. Shadow, go put an end to it, I ordered softly. The Shadow Wolf King did not hesitate at all and slowly stepped onto the arena, his eyes revealing a fearless aggression, as if he was the king dominating this battlefield. That look was like a carnivore staring at its prey. He knew very well that by devouring this Shadow Lion, his strength would be further enhanced. At this moment, the audience was filled with excited noises. It's the Shadow Lion, the nemesis of the Shadow Wolf. Haha, you're not that lucky, are you? I'm sure you won't be as lucky as last time. Hey, there's no way a wolf can beat a lion. I bet $300,000 and took a chance. The bicycle turned into a motorcycle. Everyone thought I was doomed to fail, but at this moment, the Shadow Wolf King took the lead in launching an attack. It was like a black lightning and appeared behind the Shadow Lion in the blink of an eye. Then, the Shadow Claw swung out violently, and several blood marks instantly cut through the Shadow Lion's fur. Roar! The Shadow Lion roared in pain and was extremely angry. In its eyes, this wolf was just prey. How dare it hurt it? With its arrogant character, how could it tolerate such an insult? Die! The girl shouted anxiously. Obviously, her beast did not follow her instructions and was easily toyed with by the other party. However, the Shadow Lion didn't care about her call. In its world, the girl was just a resource provider and was not considered worthy of obedience. Its talent and pride as a Lion King made it unable to take the girl's orders seriously. This also gave me an opportunity. Keep your distance, use Shadow Ball, and then activate Shadow Fong to put an end to it. I gave the order without hesitation. The Shadow Wolf King quickly retreated, creating some distance. A dark purple magic ball flew rapidly in the air towards the Shadow Lion. This is Shadow Ball? How is this possible? Even if it's Shadow Wolf, how can he master this skill? Could this be a Shadow Wolf King? This newcomer is so lucky to have such a powerful Shadow Wolf King. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience, and everyone looked at each other, their expressions filled with shock and envy. They knew that having a beast like the Shadow Wolf King that stood out from thousands of Shadow Wolves meant infinite potential. I stood at the starting line of success from the very beginning. Boom! With a huge explosion, dust flew up, and the girl's face turned pale in an instant. Her eyes revealed despair, and it was obvious that she realized something. The broken contract meant that she had lost her beast. You have plundered the Shadow Lion's talent. King's Aura. It will suppress the alien beasts or beasts that are smaller than itself. Although the talent of this Shadow Lion was not particularly strong, it was still a valuable improvement for the Shadow Wolf King. After devouring it, the Shadow Wolf King's strength took a small leap forward. Thanks to the contract with the Beastmaster, I am satisfied with this improvement. The first victory gave me a bonus of 100,000. Then, I used the money to place bets, and with the 20-fold odds, within a few hours, I had accumulated more than $1 million in my account. This money will provide strong support for my next plan and help Shadow Wolf King grow faster. Young man, please stay. Just as I was about to leave, a middle-aged man stopped me. He claimed to be the boss here, Yuan Shangan. Looking at him, I felt a little wary. The betrayal in my previous life taught me that I would no longer trust anyone unless it was Luo Shuei. I'm Yuan Shangan, little brother. It looks like you haven't taken the Beastmaster exam yet, right? I have a top-grade Shadow Stone here. which is very suitable for your Shadow Wolf King. You helped me make a lot of money today, and this is what you deserve." As he spoke, he handed me a shadow stone. "Thank you." I accepted the gift without thinking much. As a beastmaster who has just awakened, I'm short of resources and I urgently need this kind of help. The shadow stone will enhance the Shadow Wolf King's ability to another level. "Boss, is this really worth it?" A shadow stone is worth tens of millions. His subordinates couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Yuan Shangan smiled, with a gleam in his eyes. "Ha, whether it's worth it or not, we will know in the future." He looked at me and seemed to see the murderous intent hidden in my eyes. That was the look of an avenger. An avenger with determination and great potential would be an extremely valuable investment. At this moment, after leaving the underground arena, I came to the black market. A 7th-level beastmaster in just a few years was not only because I had a good talent and Luo Xue's help, but also because I had a special recipe. With the help of elixirs and devilish training, I am confident that I can fully tap into the potential of the Shadow Wolf King. For other beast masters, this kind of extreme method is undoubtedly self-destructive. But for me, I only need to use my talent to advance the Shadow Wolf King when his strength reaches its limit. Then the negative effects of the elixir and high-intensity training will no longer exist. In the bustling corners of the black market, the sounds of hawking could be heard one after another from all kinds of stalls. There was a wide variety of magical herbs and medicines. The crowds were bustling about, and the air was filled with a strong commercial atmosphere. I moved through the crowd, glancing at the stalls. At this moment, my sight suddenly fixed on an inconspicuous stall with a sign that said shadow grass for sale. Although it looked ordinary, it inexplicably attracted my attention. When I got closer, I was shocked. My eyes became sharper, and I was excited. I recognized that it was not an ordinary shadow grass, but a rarer nether flower. The difference between the two is as subtle as that between a rose and a Chinese rose. Unlike the common shadow grass, the nether flower is extremely rare. If it weren't for my rich adventure experience and extensive knowledge in my previous life, I'm afraid I would have difficulty identifying it. The nether flower is a precious material that can enhance the power of shadow beasts. If it can be integrated into the potential pill, the power of the Shadow Wolf King will probably have a qualitative leap, right? So I decided to keep quiet, walked up to the stall owner, and asked, "How much is this shadow grass?" The stall owner glanced at me lazily and responded casually, 5,000 a plant. Seeing that I was dressed simply, he obviously thought that I was a poor student who couldn't afford much money. But what he said next shocked him. "Well, I'll give you 3,000. I'll take whatever you have." The stall owner was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on his face. "Oh," he asked. Obviously, he knew the market price of shadow grass, and even if he bargained, he could still sell it for 3,000 per plant. He couldn't help but secretly feel that I was being taken advantage of. So the stall owner quickly changed his expression and said with a smile, "Brother, I have 50 plants here. Do you want them? Pack them all." I sneered in my heart, knowing that the stall owner thought he had taken advantage, but he didn't know that I was the one who got a bargain. After all, the price of the nether flower in the previous life was as high as 1 million. When I learned this, I just felt lucky. Today, on this black market, I not only got a bargain, but also made a huge profit. After walking around for a while, my hands were already full of various spiritual herbs and medicines. I couldn't help but start to look forward to how the Shadow Wolf King would improve after taking the potential pill. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard a familiar voice behind me. "Bai Yi, why are you here?" I turned around subconsciously, and a familiar figure appeared in front of me. That was Luo Xue. Her ponytail was standing up high, and she was wearing a white t-shirt with a unique pattern. Her jeans tightly wrapped around her slender legs. Her facial features were still delicate, but she was less intellectual than before and more youthful. Her clear eyes revealed a pure aura. "Bai Yi, is there something on my face?" Seeing that I was staring at her, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous and subconsciously touched her face. I smiled and replied, "Beautiful eyes, delicate nose, and small mouth." Huh? Luo Xue was stunned. She obviously didn't expect me to be so straightforward. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and then she changed the subject in a panic. "Bai Yi, you haven't answered my previous question yet." Her eyes glanced at me casually, and there seemed to be some subtle changes in her heart. After not seeing each other for a few days, she actually felt that I seemed to have matured a lot and become more handsome. For a moment, her heartbeat accelerated. "Oh no, She was not the kind of girl who was easily moved. I didn't know the complicated thoughts in her mind. I smiled and said, "By the way, I'm going to apply for Shinfu College. Luo Shui, after the Beastmaster assessment is over, maybe we will be alumni." Ah, Luo Shui was stunned for a moment, showing a hint of surprise, then nodded. Her expression became serious. "Well, I believe that classmate Bai Ying can do it. See you at Shinfu Academy then." Thinking that she might be in the same college as him, Luo Shui couldn't help but feel a little happy in her heart. As we were chatting, a bodyguard next to us reminded us, "Miss, have you forgotten that the master is still waiting for you?" Luo Shui slapped her head and suddenly remembered that she had other things to deal with and said goodbye in a hurry. "Then classmate Bai Yi, see you at the Beast Tamer assessment." I nodded. "Well, see you at the test." After a brief conversation with Luo Shui, I continued to walk to the city and rented an apartment. I will spend the next few days here. I took out the spiritual herbs and the alchemy furnace from my bag and started to make the elixir. The profession of an alchemist not only consumes a lot of resources, but also requires a lot of time and energy. In my previous life, I was unable to awaken and become a beastmaster. Fortunately, with Luo Shui's recommendation, I was able to enter the alchemy pavilion to learn alchemy. Years of accumulation have made me a master of alchemy skills. I concentrated on controlling the temperature of the fire and continued to add spiritual herbs to the furnace. Time passed quietly during this process. I don't know how long it took, but the elixir was finally made. I breathed a sigh of relief, and when I saw the furnace of potential elixirs, I couldn't help but feel happy. Tip: the effects of the elixir can be extracted. I was surprised to find that the god-level talent could not only plunder the talents of the Beastmaster, but it could even plunder the effects of the elixir. This is simply a talent among talents. Without hesitation, I activated the plunder function. As the quality of the pills gradually improved, a 10th grade potential pill appeared in my hand. This pill was difficult for even the alchemy masters to refine, but I actually got it easily. At this time, Shadow Wolf King had already felt the powerful force in the elixir, and his tail was wagging rapidly, as excited as a husky. I smiled and said, "Eat it quickly." The Shadow Wolf King lived up to everyone's expectations and swallowed the potential pill in one gulp. The rich spiritual power quickly spread. Its momentum soared at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if some kind of qualitative leap was taking place. Coupled with the Shadow Stone, as it was absorbed, the power in his body expanded rapidly. The Shadow Wolf King howled to the sky, swallowing up the mountains and rivers, and his body had grown into a 5-meter giant beast. The sharp fangs, aggressive gaze, and the sharp horns on its head proved that it had reached the peak of the level and was only one step away from breaking through to the second level. With the blessing of talent, I believe that the Shadow Wolf King only needs to plunder and integrate the talents of a few more exotic beasts to successfully break through to the second level. The moment I stroked the wolf's head, my thoughts also flew, and I quickly tailored an upgrade plan for the Shadow Wolf King. With my experience as a beastmaster in my previous life, I know that with the help of elixirs and shadow stones, the Shadow Wolf King has reached its limit at this stage. It is obviously impossible to succeed by relying purely on conventional methods to break through. This path is not feasible, but what if I use my talent to plunder the abilities of other beasts? After careful consideration, my eyes lit up. If I specifically improve the king bloodline in the Shadow Wolf King, I might be able to break the existing shackles and open up a new breakthrough point. Oh well, the Shadow Wolf King seemed to feel my gaze and looked at me in confusion. Time flies, and the next morning, I went to the Beastmaster Guild with Shadow Wolf King. I successfully received the identity card I had applied for the day before and officially became a Beastmaster. According to the official classification, Beastmasters are divided into 5 levels: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Platinum, and each level enjoys different benefits. In particular, Platinum Beastmasters even have a general-like status. I plan to use my official status to gain more authority to facilitate the subsequent investigation, especially about the masterminds who secretly planned the demise of me and the Luo family. Sir, this is your ID card. You can use it to accept commission tasks and accumulate contribution points. Contribution points can not only be exchanged for cash, but also for spiritual herbs, elixirs, skill books, etc. for beast taming. More than 10 minutes later, all the formalities were completed. I looked up and saw the news screen in the hall, and my heart moved. A large number of shadow-type monsters are suspected to have appeared in the northern forest. It is very likely that a Lord-level beast will appear in Tianxian Mountain. The Shadow Swamp Beast Tide is coming. The trial is dangerous. Be careful when leveling up. This news triggered my memories. In my previous life, I clearly remembered that this year a shadow-type Abyss Demon Bear would appear in the northern forest, and a shadow, Silver Lotus next to it would soon mature. That is a valuable resource for improving the potential of Shadow Beast taming. If this Silver Lotus can be obtained, the Shadow Wolf King's strength will surely usher in a leap forward, advancing from elite to epic level. However, it will take some time for the Shadow Silver Lotus to mature. Before that, I must upgrade the Shadow Wolf King to the second level to be ready for the subsequent challenges. As for a place to train, Shadow Swamp is definitely the best choice. A few hours later, I led the Shadow Wolf King into the Shadow Swamp. It is said that many years ago, a mythical beast fell here, and this area became a gathering place for shadow beasts. When the beast tide came, the beasts were everywhere. I killed shadow wolves and other strange beasts along the way and went deeper and deeper until I came to a strange beast cave. There was a strange rustling sound in the cave, and then a pair of large scarlet eyes slowly opened. Immediately afterwards, a dark purple python slowly crawled out of the cave, its huge body coiled and its tongue spitting out, looking particularly intimidating. Shadow Wolf King, test it with the Shadow Ball. Oh, the Shadow Wolf King responded and spit out a purple magic ball from his mouth, which hit the giant python accurately. As the magic ball exploded, the scales on the giant python were shattered and its flesh and blood were blurred. After analysis, I confirmed the difference in strength between the two and quickly issued a new order. Use Shadow Fang to attack its vital point, and then use Shadow Claw to finish it off. The Shadow Wolf King started up quickly, and with the bonus of super speed, its attack was extremely swift. Its shadow fangs tore open the python's scales, and its purple claws tore its skin. Finally, the python fell to the ground, without any breath. What follows is the awakening of talent. You successfully plundered Shadow Python's talent. Stealth, overlapping talents detected. Do you want to merge? Fusion. I gave the order without hesitation, fusing the 3 talents of Shadow Walker, Super Speed, and Stealth, and finally obtained a new talent, Shadow Apostle. Shadow Apostle. Movement speed increased by 200%. When the Shadow, all abilities increased by an additional 400%. When out of the shadow, the effect of the first skill increased by 200%. I was delighted to see this powerful talent after fusion. Compared with the previous talent, the effect after fusion is obviously much stronger. The Shadow Wolf King devoured the flesh and blood of the Shadow Python. Its body instantly reached 6 meters in length. The long horns on its forehead also faintly showed some dark purple patterns, which symbolized that its strength had made a qualitative leap. It has already broken through to the second level and can easily defeat 4 or 5 shadow lines of the same level. Just when I was secretly happy about this, I suddenly noticed something strange about the Shadow Wolf King. Following its gaze, I looked into the distance and saw Zhao Wansheng, dressed like a nouveau riche, walking towards us with a group of people. Bai Yi, you bastard. Didn't I tell you that Miss Luo is Mr. Wang's woman? How dare you contact her? Zhao Wensheng stared at me with cold eyes. He is Wang Fangxiu's #1 thug. After recently learning that I was close to Luo Shui, he couldn't wait to come and cause trouble. Mr. Zhao, let's handle this kid. One of the yellow-haired men immediately echoed. Okay, don't kill him. Keep him and torture him. Let him know the consequences of offending young Master Wang. Huang Mao came over with a group of younger brothers. They summoned their own beasts one after another, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. At this moment, the Shadow Wolf King roared suddenly and immediately stood in front of me. The king's aura instantly oppressed the enemy beasts so much that they trembled in fear, and some even wet their pants out of fear. In front of the Shadow Wolf King, Bai Ye's beast was trembling and unable to move. Huang Mao's smile gradually froze, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He originally thought that the one in front of him was just a soft persimmon that he could easily control, but he didn't expect to encounter a tough one. Zhao Wensheng, who was standing behind, saw that Huang Mao had not made any move, and his impatience became more and more obvious. Huang Mao, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill his beast and break the limbs of this poor boy. Okay, Mr. Zhao. Huang Mao gritted his teeth and agreed. After all, they had the advantage in numbers, and they could beat me to death with their numbers. With a little bit of luck, Huang Mao gave the order. As soon as the command came out, the beasts roared and pounced on me. However, the next second, the Shadow Wolf King flashed past like lightning, blood splattered, limbs were broken, and the whole place instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. In an instant, almost all the beasts were slaughtered. Huang Mao and the others felt the backlash of the contract. Their faces turned pale, their bodies seemed to be hollowed out, and they collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wenxing's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Isn't Bai Yi a poor boy? How did he train such a strong beast? After being shocked, Zhao Wenxing showed a ferocious expression. Even if Bai Yi could defeat those useless beastmasters, so what? He is just a slightly stronger useless one. Before he finished speaking, he summoned his own beast, a slender second-level mutant shadow leopard with purple and gold colors. Mr. Zhao, this bastard destroyed our beast. You must avenge us. The yellow-haired man cried and grabbed Zhao Wenxing's leg. Zhao Wenxing kicked the yellow-haired man away, his face full of disdain. You can't even handle such a small matter, and you still want me to do it myself? How shameful! Ignoring the yellow-haired wolf's hatred, Zhao Wenxing immediately instructed Shadow Leopard, "Abayo, go and kill that wolf." As the order was given, the Shadow Leopard rushed towards the Shadow Wolf King like a flash of lightning. With its super high speed and flexibility, Zhao Wenxing was confident that the Shadow Wolf King could not match it at all. Coupled with the mutant attributes of a Shadow Leopard, he believed that victory in this battle was within his grasp. However, just as the distance between the two was rapidly narrowing, the smile on Zhao Wenxing's face began to disappear gradually, replaced by astonishment. The Shadow Leopard was extremely fast. The Shadow Wolf King was even faster. The Shadow Wolf King quickly pounced on the Shadow Leopard, and its sharp teeth instantly pierced its throat. The once arrogant Shadow Leopard has now become a dead dog, unable to move under the feet of the Shadow Wolf King. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a poor boy like you train your beast to be so strong? Zhao Wenxing's beast was killed instantly, and he also suffered the backlash of the contract. He seemed to be hollowed out, and his face was pale. Seeing all this, he exclaimed in disbelief. To be able to kill those useless beast masters at the same time, I know you are strong, but you are so strong. The Shadow Wolf King approached step by step. Zhao Wenxing couldn't help swallowing, his heart filled with fear. Huang Mao and his companions had hidden behind him at some point, their eyes filled with panic. Bai Yi, let me tell you, I am from the Zhao family. If you dare to attack me, the Zhao family and Master Wang will never let you go. Zhao Wenxing said this, but found that I was still smiling with a cold look in my eyes. Didn't you say you were going to kill my beast and break my limbs? I said in a flat tone. Zhao Wenxing's eyes were filled with panic. This is a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. He subconsciously took a step back, sweat pouring down his face. Well, I'm not an unreasonable person. If you break Zhao Wenxing's limbs, I will let you go. I sneered. Huang Mao hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, but Mr. Zhao is from the Zhao family after all. We are afraid. I sneered. I'll give you two choices. Either you break his limbs and I'll let you go, or you die here. A chill in his heart when he heard this. We will do it. We will do it. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry. It's your fault for offending someone you shouldn't have offended. Huang Mao and others showed a relaxed expression with indifference in their eyes. Zhao Wenxing's face was filled with fear, but he could not struggle and could only let several younger brothers hold him down. How dare you attack me? The Zhao family will not let you go. At this time, the yellow-haired man slowly raised the huge rock in his hand with a determined look in his eyes. The huge rock smashed Zhao Wenxing's limbs. Blood and flesh were blurred. Bones were broken. Zhao Wenxing was in extreme pain and finally fainted. Huang Mao and the others then looked at me, their eyes full of flattery. Brother Bai, we did as you said. Can you let us go now? I smiled coldly. Go away. Huang Mao and his companions dragged the unconscious Zhao Wenxing away in a hurry. I was the only one left at the scene, and I began to activate my talent, absorbing the abilities of the killed beasts. You have plundered the mutant Shadow Leopard talent. Hunting time. Hunting time. When continuously attacking a target, the damage is increased by an additional 50%. You have plundered the swift dog's talent. Keen perception. Keen perception. Perception ability is increased by an additional 50%. Along with a series of prompt sounds, the Shadow Wolf King's strength underwent a qualitative change and became even more powerful. Chapter 9. Set off to the Northern Forest. Fight against the Abyss Demon Bear. Name Shadow Wolf King. Level 2. Bloodline Elite. Talent Shadow Apostle Wolf King Bloodline. Hunting time Keen Perception. Attribute Shadow. Skills Shadow Fong, Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball, Shadow Wave. Evaluation. The Shadow Wolf King has undergone some kind of mutation and possesses a powerful strength beyond his current class. After the advancement, apart from the changes in strength, the Shadow Wolf King also gained a new skill, Shadow Wave. Releases shock waves by roaring, except for causing certain damage. It can also curse enemies within range, reducing their resistance to shadow attributes, etc. I don't know, I have this skill. What kind of changes can be brought to the Shadow Wolf King in future battles? Thinking of this, Bai Yi was leading the Shadow Wolf King to kill monsters in the Shadow Swamp, devouring and plundering to upgrade. Luodu, Central Hospital. Looking at Zhao Wensheng, whose whole body was wrapped in bandages and whose limbs were disabled. Wang Fangxiu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, although Zhao Wensheng was just an insignificant lackey of his. But beating a dog also depends on its owner. Bai Yi is a poor loser, a waste abandoned by the Bai family. How dare he beat his dog like this? I ask, how could Wang Fangxiu possibly tolerate this? Master Wang, I just want to remind that kid Bai Yi not to have any ideas about Miss Luo. But who would have thought that he would be so ruthless? Not only did it kill my beast, it also made me a cripple and tortured me into this state. What's even more outrageous is that he actually said, Miss Luo is his. As Zhao Wensheng spoke more, Wang Fangxiu's expression became even colder. Just beat up his lackeys. Now he even dares to peek at his woman. How could he endure such humiliation? White Knight, right? Good, very good. You have found a way to die. For a moment, Wang Fangxiu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He immediately called the bodyguard and made arrangements. Go to the Star Guild and help me hire a few people to kill Bai Yi. Remember, money is not a problem, but success is the only thing that matters. Failure is not allowed. Okay, Mr. Wang. The bodyguard answered respectfully and turned to leave. The Star Guild is one of the largest beast taming guilds in the world, mainly responsible for handling those matters that are inconvenient for big families to handle, playing the role of black gloves. In Wang Fangxiu's opinion, with the people from the Star Guild taking action, Bai Yi is dead. He was not aware of Wang Fangxiu's plan. With the rising and setting of the sun and moon, time flies. When Bai Yi brought the Shadow Wolf King out of the Shadow Swamp, it's already 3 days later. Now, as the realm gradually stabilizes, the Shadow Wolf King also transitioned from the early to the middle stage of the second stage. Use your memory to calculate the time. It will take about 10 days for the Shadow Silver Lotus to mature, and the time is just before the Beast Tamer examination begins. It's almost time to get ready to go. Think of this. Plan your next steps. To avoid any accidents, let someone get there first. So after a short rest, Bai Yi boarded the bus to the Northern Forest. Cars are speeding on the highway. Looking out the car window, I saw a rolling yellow sand. My thoughts are wandering during the day, based on past life memories. White Knight remembers. The Abyss Demon Bear hidden in the Northern Forest seems to possess the royal bloodline. If you can plunder the other party's bloodline, plus the racial advancement brought by Shadow Silver Lotus, to what extent would the Shadow Wolf King's strength be enhanced? Estimated time. When facing ordinary strange beasts, it shouldn't be a problem to kill them by surpassing your level, right? Ouch! And sleep on the floor on one side. When he noticed his master looking at him, the Shadow Wolf King looked confused. But soon, Bai Yi touched the dog's head. It lay down again. The Shadow Wolf King doesn't have to think too much. It only knows that if it follows Bai Yi, sooner or later, it will become terrifyingly powerful. 1 hour later. Wait until you get off the bus. It was different from the desolate place when I came last time. I saw people coming and going here. Various vendors were shouting and beastmasters were coming and going. It is no secret that the Abyss Bear appears in the Northern Forests. Therefore, many beastmasters came for the Abyss Demon Bear. If we can subdue that strange beast, then they will have another general in their beast taming team, except for Shadow Silver Lotus. That Abyss Demon Bear is also Bai Yi's target. But he is different from other beastmasters. What Bai Ying needs is not to conquer, but to kill and then devour. Taking the Shadow Wolf King, he walked towards the forest. Bai Ying attracted a lot of people's attention. Isn't that Shadow Wolf King trained too well? Yes, judging from the aura, it has already reached the 2nd level. It seems like this is a newcomer, right? When did such a genius appear in our Loadu? While everyone was discussing, in the crowd, everyone in the Star Guild also noticed Bai Ying's presence. Boss, that's our goal, right? Isn't this just a newcomer with some potential? There's no need to go to so much trouble, right? Seeing that his 4 men looked disdainful. As the team leader, Yuan couldn't help but frown. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's catch up. Although he is only at the 2nd level, he could be considered a veteran beastmaster. Therefore, Yuan was still very vigilant. After all, being killed due to carelessness is a very common thing. As we stepped into the forest, with the keen perception acquired previously, under the leadership of Shadow Wolf King, Bai Ying headed in the direction of Shadow Silver Lotus. Compared to other beastmasters, he is like a headless fly, relying entirely on luck. Bai Ying has a clear goal. In the previous life, in order to obtain the awakening crystal, he became a beastmaster. Bai Ying stayed in the northern forest for at least 2 or 3 years. It can be said that he has suffered a lot. Therefore, he is very familiar with this place. Soon, a few hours later, Bai Ying also found the immature Shadow Silver Lotus. It emits a faint, enchanting purple glow, and its silvery white buds are about to bloom. It seems that the Shadow Silver Lotus will be fully mature by tomorrow at the latest. And just as Bai Ying was thinking this, when you feel the surging spiritual power contained in the Shadow Silver Lotus. Beside Bai Ying, the Shadow Wolf King was drooling with greed. No wonder the owner brought it to such a place. It turns out there is good stuff there. Also understanding the beast's thoughts, Bai Ying touched its dog head. Don't be anxious. Wait a little longer. When it matures, it will be ours sooner or later. Ouch! Hearing this, my eyes lit up. The Shadow Wolf King's tail is about to turn into a propeller. Just as the man and the beast were waiting patiently. Suddenly, a black shadow enveloped the Shadow Silver Lotus. At the same time, a roar echoed through the forest. Roar! Patting his chest, a bear-shaped monster about 8 meters tall, like a moving hill, slowly walked out of the dense forest. With every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. Looking at this giant beast, while using identification to view its information, Bai Ying's expression was solemn. He knew very well that there would be a fierce battle next. Abyss Demon Bear. Level 3, initial stage. Bloodline elite. Talent, Earth Protection. When on the ground, resistance increases by 100. Power of the Abyss. When facing near death, enter frenzy state. All attributes increased by 500. Evaluation. The Abyss Demon Bear, which comes from the Abyss and possesses the qualifications of Lord, is likely to advance to become an Abyss Tyrant in the future. Utilize the Shadow Wolf King's special skill mechanism. If we can continue to add debuffs to the Abyss Demon Bear, it's not unbeatable. Just then Bai Ying thought of this. Roar! He growled, not waiting for a reaction. The Abyss Demon Bear charged forward, raising its paw and slapping the Shadow Wolf King. As I got closer, a strong stench of blood suddenly hit me in the face. Chapter 10, Plundering Talent. Protection of the Earth. Use Shadow Ball to consume it first. Make use of your high mobility and don't let it hit you. Located in the rear, watching the battle calmly, Bai Ying gave the order. Replace it with another new beastmaster. In front of the Abyss Demon Bear with a hideous face like a devil. I guess he was so scared that he couldn't speak and was trembling with fear. But having lived 2 lives, Bai Ying knew very well that the more panicked one was, the more likely one would become flustered. Just make good use of the Shadow Wolf King's skill mechanisms and characteristics. Want to defeat the Abyss Demon Bear. It just takes a little more time. At this moment, the center of the battlefield. Following Bai Ying's instructions, the Shadow Wolf King obeyed unconditionally. Dodge away. Just as the Abyss Demon Bear slapped down with its giant paw, dust flew all around. Ouch! With its mouth wide open, a shadow ball flew towards the Abyss Demon Bear. For a moment, I was caught off guard. The magic ball blasted a hole in the back of the Abyss Demon Bear, leaving a bloody mess. Roar! Feeling the burning pain behind him, the Demon Bear's eyes widened and his pupils turned red. It took big strides and rushed towards the Shadow Wolf King. The price of its huge size and great strength is a decrease in speed. It is impossible to touch a single hair of the Shadow Wolf King. Instead, it is consumed again and again for no reason. The Abyss Demon Bear felt extremely frustrated. It has been a while since I came to the world from the Abyss. When has it ever been as aggrieved as it is now? His whole body was covered in blood, with bones exposed in some places. Before I knew it, a faint smell of blood filled the air. And looking at the Shadow Wolf King not far away, with his tail erect and full of fighting spirit, the Abyss Demon Bear became more and more angry. Triggered by talent, a faint scarlet arc of light began to emerge around it. The momentum is also rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the rear, I realized something was wrong. Know that the Abyss Demon Bear's talent is activated. Bai Ying also gave orders to the Shadow Wolf King. Don't use your skills anymore. Retreat first. Let's avoid the fight. Upon hearing this, he immediately gave up the idea of continuing the attack. The Shadow Wolf King slinks into the shadows. It is a natural hunter. Especially in this environment, it can be said to be a home game. All they could do was watch the Shadow Wolf King disappear into the darkness. Not to mention the loss of vision. The environment gradually returned to silence. The Abyss Demon Bear was restless. It cannot maintain its frenzy state forever. Sooner or later, there will be a time of weakness. If the Shadow Wolf King cannot be killed before then, the one that was killed was it. The fear of death can only be masked by rage, continuously causing damage to the surrounding area. Trees fell and sand and rocks flew everywhere. The Abyss Demon Bear finally collapsed to the ground after tiring himself out. It is not a beast tamer. It fights entirely based on instinct. Therefore, it is not surprising that Bai Ying can command the Shadow Wolf King to kill enemies of higher levels. Seeing the Demon Bear fall down, Bai Ying is still very cautious about this. At his signal, the Shadow Wolf King opened his mouth wide. Start bombarding it with shadow balls. Boom! Covered by the magic ball, dust flew everywhere for a moment. All that could be heard was the screams of the Abyss Demon Bear in the dust. Bai Ying showed a look of surprise. He knew that an avant-garde monster like this would not die so easily. Another half an hour passed until it was completely confirmed that the Abyss Demon Bear was dead. Bai Ying then approached. At the same time, talent is activated. You have plundered the Abyss Demon Bear's talent. Earth Blessing. You have plundered the bloodline of the king. As expected, even bloodlines can be plundered, accompanied by a prompt sound coming to my mind. Bai Ying also showed a look of joy. Immediately, he merged the two into the Shadow Wolf King who was devouring the flesh and blood of the Abyss Demon Bear. Reminder, King's aura has transformed. Reminder, you have obtained a new talent. King's Domain. King's Domain causes a certain degree of suppression to the beast within a 500 square meter area and has a chance to cause fear. Before, the Shadow Wolf King could only suppress alien beasts that were lower in rank and size than himself. But now, this limitation no longer exists. It can be considered a small enhancement, as the Shadow Wolf King's strength changes. When facing an opponent who is of a higher class than himself, Bai Ying feels more confident. Now, it has been promoted to the peak of the second level. Wait until the Shadow Silver Lotus matures tomorrow. By devouring it, the Shadow Wolf King will surely be able to successfully break through to the third level, right? Looking at the dark Shadow Silver Lotus swaying in the wind not far away, Bai Ying couldn't help but be moved. While waiting, time passes quietly. At night, I also sensed that the Shadow Silver Lotus was approaching maturity. In the forest, countless strange beasts were restless. They began to surround Bai Ying's position. In the darkness, countless pairs of pupils are densely packed. Faced with this scene, if someone had trypophobia, they would probably faint from fear. Ouch! At this moment, he slowly stood up. The Shadow Wolf King roared in protest. Under the suppression of the king's domain, countless strange beasts couldn't help but tremble. Some of the weaker beasts were even frightened and turned around and ran away subconsciously. The originally quiet night was suddenly filled with birds and beasts scattering. And since the movement in the night, for some reason, you had a vague sense of foreboding. It's just to deal with Bai Ying alone. And all 5 of them are second-level beastmasters. Regardless of strength or numbers, they have already crushed the opponent. I hope there won't be any accidents, right? At the same time, the other side of the forest, also training beastmen in the northern forest. Hear the wolf howling. Luo, Shui, subconsciously looked in the direction where the sound came from. I heard that there's been a lot of strange beast unrest in the northern forest recently. Could it be that some rare, secret treasure or magical herb appeared? Bai, let's go. So I thought like this. Carrying her own beast, the ice mystical snake, Luo Shui rushed towards the direction where the wolf howls came from. The sun rises and the moon sets. The next day is approaching. After waiting all night, faced with the shadow silver lotus, the shadow wolf king could no longer wait. Eat it. Seeing that his own beast looked like a husky, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. Soon, the shadow silver lotus was swallowed. The shadow wolf king's momentum was seen rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. The long horn on the forehead and the strange purple pattern are more obvious. Strong limbs and well-defined muscles. Although the appearance has not changed much, but the shadow wolf king's strength is several times stronger than before. If I face the abyss demon bear again, even if I can't kill him instantly, I can at least fight him head on, right? Ouch! And just as Bai Yi was thinking this, on one side, the shadow wolf king seemed to have insight into something. He lowered his body, showing his fangs, and his hair stood up. The enemy is coming, and he is still a strong enemy. Look in the direction the shadow wolf king is looking. I saw the trees collapsing with a loud bang. Countless strange beasts fled in all directions. A figure like a small hill can be vaguely seen. That is a subdragon with dragon bloodline and strength reaching the peak of level 5. The Lord-level monster that originally stayed in Tianxin Mountain actually appeared here. While his eyes were slightly focused, there was already a storm in Bai Yi's heart. Chapter 11. The Star Guild? Instant kill and crush. Shadow, let's go. Although I don't know why this Asian dragon came, but it was obvious that the other party was heading towards them. If we don't leave now, we will be overwhelmed by the tide of beasts. Turning over and riding on the shadow wolf king, Bai Yi galloped towards the outskirts of the forest. Wandering through the dense forests, with a dual blessing of spiritual power and talent. The shadow wolf king's speed became faster and faster, and he soon left the other strange beasts behind. I could only feel the strong wind whistling in my ears and the scenery on both sides rapidly receding. Half an hour later, just as we were about to leave the northern forest, seems to have sensed something. The shadow wolf king suddenly stopped. That is, and follow the gaze and look. When I saw the beautiful figure who was struggling to resist the beast tide with a group of beastmasters. Understanding what the shadow wolf king meant, Bai Yi patted its head. Come on, Shadow, let's go save her. In the previous life, Bai Yi had not yet awakened to become a beastmaster. It was Luo Shui who ran around for him, giving him support and encouragement. There were countless times when he encountered danger and almost lost his life. It was Luo Shui who risked her life to save him and helped him escape danger. In the end, she died because of him. Bai Yi is not someone who doesn't know how to be grateful. In his previous life, it was Luo Shui who saved him. And in this life, it is his turn to save her. At this moment, the place is bustling with people, facing the surging tide of beasts. Out of fear, the scene fell into chaos. Everyone knows that there is a monster riot in the Shadow Swamp. For this reason, the path of leveling up and killing monsters was changed, and many new beastmasters chose to go to the northern forest. Different from those experienced beastmasters, these new beastmasters have absolutely no experience in dealing with beast tides. Xiao Bai, use ice breath. And I saw that the team and formation had begun to become chaotic. Luo Shui immediately gave orders to the ice mystic snake, attempting to use her skills to slow down the alien beast's offensive pace. However, despite the continuous pouring of cold air, the effect was minimal. On the contrary, due to the rapid consumption of spiritual power, Luo Shui's face couldn't help but appear pale. Seeing the strange beast getting closer, Luo Shui couldn't help but give up resisting. I originally wanted to come to the northern forest to practice, so that Bai Yi would look at me with admiration during the beast tamer examination. But Luo Shui never thought that her plan could not keep up with the changes. Where could she escape to the beast tide caused by the Lord-level monsters? She hasn't even started a relationship with the boy she likes. Am I going to die here? I couldn't help but feel a sense of despair in my heart, just when Luo Shui thought that she would not live long. Right now, in the next second. Roar! With a roar, shadow waves are released. Except the baptism of the purple shock. The weak monsters fled in all directions from both sides. As for those who are slightly stronger, they're deterred by the penalties that come with the impact. I I saw that the pressure I faced was greatly reduced. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Yi, riding on the Shadow Wolf King, also came to Luo Shui. Bai Yi-san, why are you here? Am I dreaming? Looking at the White Knight, he blinked. Luo Shui looked incredulous. Whether it's a dream or not, we'll know soon. Let's leave here first. After saying that, Bai Yi naturally put his arms around her slender waist and picked her up. Suddenly, a faint fragrance from the girl entered my nose. Well, the cosmetics are pickled. Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, the princess hug posture made Luo Shui suddenly at a loss. Hey. No, when did Bai Yi become so bold? My heartbeat quickened. She pressed closely against Bai Yi. His chest is so warm. His voice is so gentle. I feel so safe relying on him. While she was daydreaming, Luo Shui quickly shook her head, trying to put the distracting thoughts behind her. She's really not a love-brain person. He coughed lightly a few times, trying to ease the embarrassment in this way. Soon, they broke away from the beast tide. Luo Shui pretended to be calm. Bai Yi-san, there's no danger now, can you put me down? Having said that, her slightly flushed cheeks and her wandering eyes showed that she was not really speaking from the heart, and saw Luo Shui looking shy. Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a little amused. The cold goddess in the eyes of outsiders is actually a tsundere girl. Who wouldn't be confused by this contrast? Just when Bai Yi was about to say something, suddenly, there was some unusual movement in the jungle not far away. Soon, 5 beastmasters in white uniforms walked out. Star Guild? Recognizing the other person's identity, Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. In the previous life, to deal with him, Bai Yi has really put a lot of effort into this. He even went so far as to spend a huge amount of money to hire people from the Star Guild to assassinate him. It was also at that time that Bai Yi learned that there was such a guild that acted as the black glove of the major families. And when he saw that the other party was from the Star Guild, Luo Shui's expression changed slightly. Immediately, she prepared to stand in front of Bai Yi. Bai Yi, hurry up and leave. They're from the Star Guild, and you're no match for them. And I'm here to stop them. I am from the Luo family. They don't dare to do anything to me. No, leave it to me. While launching the appraisal, roughly judging the strength of you and others, Bai Yi protected Luo Shui, who looked anxious behind him, just sending out 5 second-level beastmasters. Who are you looking down on? As Bai Yi thought about it, understanding what was happening, the Shadow Wolf King walked up to Bai Yi with his strong limbs. It swallowed the Abyss Demon Bear and Shadow Silver Lotus, and also fought several battles along the way. Today's Shadow Wolf King has reached the peak of the 3rd level, possesses top talent bonuses formed by fusion. It can even compete with some 4th-level exotic beasts, right? And facing the kingly aura that the Shadow Wolf King exudes all the time, Yuan and others felt a lot of pressure. It would take at least 10 days to half a month for an ordinary beast tamer to break through from the 1st level to the 2nd level. The further you go, the slower your cultivation level will improve. But Bai Yi has only been a beastmaster for more than half a month. He actually cultivated a Shadow Wolf King with the strength of the 3rd level. Could this be cheating? Despite the complaints, Yuan and the others still summoned their own beasts. A 2nd-level beastmaster has the qualifications to contract 2 beasts. 10 beasts appeared at the same time, and their levels were between level 2 and level 3. Even if they are ordinary beasts like the Wind Wolf, Electric Sheep, and Stone Monster. But Luo Shui still felt uneasy. 10-1. Is Bai Yi really the opponent's opponent? Use Shadow Wave, then Shadow Claw, to get rid of those Electric Sheep first. The paralysis effect that comes with the lightning attribute. It will cause considerable trouble to the Shadow Wolf King and affect its mobility. Therefore, the Electric Sheep that served as an auxiliary became Bai Yi's first target. Roar! Along with the surge of spiritual power, there was a deafening roar. Dark purple light waves enveloped all the beastmasters, just when he was frightened and unable to move. The Shadow Wolf King shot out like an arrow from a bow. The magic is attached to the claws. There was only a ripping sound. Flesh torn apart. An electrocuted sheep died instantly. And this is just the beginning. As the Shadow Wolf King moved again, another sheep was killed by electric shock. Terrified, Yuan and others gave orders to their own beasts. Stone Monster, protect the electric sheep. Wind Wolf, be alert. Shock Sheep uses shock. In the midst of panic, one after another, the beasts fell. The Shadow Wolf King is like the god of death who reaps lives. Chapter 12. Using family affection to kidnap me? Backhand is a big cunt. In the back, we saw the Shadow Wolf King killing people. Luo Shui, who was about to send the ice mystical snake to reinforce Bai Yi, was speechless. She was still thinking about how to let Bai Yi feel the little shock she brought in the beast tamer examination. But I never thought that we were both new beast tamers. Isn't the gap between her and Bai Yi too big? For a moment, Luo Shui felt frustrated. But soon, she adjusted her state. He is indeed the boy she likes. Isn't this too strong? I have no idea what Luo Shui is thinking. At this moment, Bai Yi continued to give orders to the Shadow Wolf King. Use Shadow Ball to attack the stone monsters. Get rid of them first. Shadow Ball ignores defense. This is exactly the nemesis of heavily armored beasts like the stone monster. And without the protection of the stone monster, it's only a matter of time to deal with the Wind Wolves and the people from the Star Guild. The battle was over quickly, under the frightened gazes of Yuan and others. The Shadow Wolf King bit off everyone's throat. You have plundered the stone monster's talent, the power of tenacity. You have plundered the electric sheep talent, paralysis resistance. With the continuous plunder of talent, there are constant reminder sounds in Bai Ye's mind. Reminder, similar talent detected. The protection of the earth has undergone a transformation. Blessing of the earth. When on the ground, all attribute resistance increases by 200 and recovery ability increases by 100. Just when I saw the new information about protection of the earth after it was advanced, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. The Shadow Wolf King does not lack speed and damage, but the high mobility comes at the cost of its own fragility. The protection of the earth makes up for the shortcomings in defense and endurance. This is a complete qualitative change. Student Bai Yi, please be careful during this period. The commission from the Star Guild cannot be canceled unless the employer cancels it himself. Otherwise, it will go on and on without stopping. As we walked out of the northern forest, we said goodbye. Luo Shui reminded Bai Yi seriously. Well, I will be careful. Then classmate Luo Shui, see you after we pass the beast tamer examination. Seeing that Bai Yi was about to leave, Luo Shui couldn't help but speak up and call Bai Yi to stop. What's wrong? Bai Yi gave him a questioning look and said, how about we call each other by name from now on, instead of using honorifics all the time? Okay, then Shui, see you in the beast tamer exam. Well, see you in the beast tamer exam. Watch Bai Yi leave. At this moment, Luo Shui could no longer suppress the smile on her lips. Mayor, you don't know that my brother is a beastmaster, and he awakened on his own. At this moment, a man and a woman were walking on Ludu Street. Bai Yu stood beside Li Meier with a flattering look on his face. Oh, hearing this, Li Meier paused and couldn't help but become interested. Not everyone can awaken and become a beastmaster. Without the help of official forces, there are very few beast tamers who can awaken themselves, able to awaken into a beastmaster without relying on external forces. Bai Yu's brother should be very strong, right? And the other party is the eldest son of the Bai family. If I could get any benefit from Bai Yi, then wouldn't she be able to awaken and become a beastmaster? Thinking of this, Li Meier's eyes lit up. Then Bai Yu, since your brother is so amazing, can you tell me more about him? When I saw my goddess dating me, she mentioned other men. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied, especially when you know that the person you're talking about is Bai Yi. Bai Yu was filled with disdain. In his opinion, that loser Bai Yi was only lucky enough to awaken into a beastmaster. Just as the two were chatting, they passed by the Beastmaster Guild. Bai Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Mayor, look, that's my brother. Really, look in the direction Bai Yu pointed. When I saw the White Knight, Li Meier's eyes lit up. I thought Bai Yu was a die-hard bootlicker, and his brother wasn't much better. But now I see he's a handsome guy. He is handsome and has good temperament, and most importantly, Bai Yi is a potential stock. If I could catch the White Knight, isn't this 100 times or 1,000 times better than being with Bai Yu? I'm still very confident about my body. In Li Meier's opinion, isn't it a piece of cake to make Bai Yi bewildered? Thinking of this, Li Meier took the initiative to walk towards him with her long legs. I am selecting materials for refining spiritual power pills. A charming female voice suddenly came to Bai Ye's ears. You are Bai Yi, right? I'm Bai Yu's girlfriend. Are you interested in getting to know me? As he spoke, he moved closer. A strong smell of perfume made Bai Yi frown, but he didn't pay attention to Bai Ye's expression. When I heard that Li Meier took the initiative to introduce their relationship, Bai Yi was overjoyed. He said quickly, Brother, this is Meier, my girlfriend. By the way, Brother, didn't you become a beastmaster? It should be very profitable, right? You see, it's not convenient for me to bring Mayor home. How about you give me some money to buy me a suite? Buy a house. Hearing this, Li Meier's eyes lit up. However, she still looked embarrassed. Isn't this a bad idea? Housing prices in Luodu aren't cheap. What's the big deal? Bai Yu waved his hand and said generously, my brother is so capable, it's easy for him to make money. I think buying a villa would be a good idea. Mayor, don't you like it very much? When you buy it, let my brother remember your name. Just as Bai Yu finished speaking, Li Meier pretended to hesitate and said, but I have a house. But where will my parents live? Don't worry about that. At worst, I can ask my brother to buy 2 more houses for my uncle and aunt. He is my brother. It is only right for him to help me, his brother. Listen to this green tea bitch and this dead liquor talking to each other. Bai Yi couldn't help but sneer. Use my money to help you buy a house? What else? Bai Yu said as if it was a matter of course. Brother, you went to so much trouble to become a beastmaster. Isn't it just for this family? Your brother, I don't have money to date right now. So what's wrong with you giving me some money to help me? Just as Bai Yu finished speaking. At this moment, Bai Yu was completely disgusted. Bang! Do you want to use family affection to morally blackmail him? Bai Ye's backhand is a big pocket. Suddenly, an obvious palm print was left on his face. Covering his face and feeling the burning pain, Bai Yu looked incredulous. He never thought that Bai Yi, a useless person who used to be timid, would dare to attack him. You dare to hit me. Pointing at Bai Yu cursed. Bai Yi, you bastard. I call you brother to give you face. Who do you think you are? You feel proud of yourself after becoming a beastmaster, right? Believe it or not, I will ask my dad to beat you to death. Being slapped in the face by my own goddess. At this moment, how could Bai Yu endure such humiliation? And seeing Bai Yu still dares to complain. Bai Yi greeted another big bastard. Ask him to help buy a house, right? Ask Bai Yu to teach him a lesson, right? You want to lie on him and suck his blood, right? The sound of snapping continued. After a while, Bai Yu was beaten into a pig's head. See this scene. On one side, Li Meier was stunned. After all, Bai Yu is his own dog. Seeing his dog being humiliated like this, Li Meier couldn't help but speak. Bai Yu is your brother after all. You beat him like this. Isn't it a bit too much? Excessive. After glancing at Li Meier, Bai Yi simply uttered a word. Roll. Chapter 13. Beat up the lickspittle brother. Bai Yu is furious. When I heard Bai Yi telling me to get out, before Li Meier could get angry, Bai Yu couldn't bear it anymore. Bai Yi, you are a beast. You are a heartless dog. He actually dared to tell Meier to get out. You are such a low-quality piece of trash. You are not qualified to be my brother. When he opens his mouth, he is called a piece of shit. When he closes his mouth, he is called trash. No, what are you barking like a dog? In response, Bai Yi counterattacked with another big pocket. Accompanied by a scream. This time, Bai Yi was slapped unconscious. Take him and get out of here. I don't want to have to say it for the 3rd time. Bai Yi said coldly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. And seeing that, Bai Yi was actually serious about it. Li Meier couldn't help but feel a little scared. He quickly took Bai Yu away. A hint of resentment flashed across her eyes. He even beat his own brother. He even wanted to attack her. Bah, what a jerk. For Bai Yi, this was just a small episode on the way to buy spiritual herbs. Although already have the strength. But he would not kill Bai Yu immediately. He wants to keep it and torture it repeatedly. In his previous life, Bai Yu had morally blackmailed Bai Yi like he was doing now more than once. And every time, he wanted to squeeze something out of Bai Yi. The awakening crystal was stolen, and Bai Ye's hope of awakening to become a beastmaster was once again destroyed. Betraying his whereabouts almost cost him his life. But he only wanted to get money from Wang Fangxiu to please Li Meier. He attempted to cut off one of his kidneys so that he could buy Li Meier the spiritual herbs needed to taming beasts. Wait. Bai Yu has done countless disgusting things. When I think back to what happened in my past life, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. He wanted to let Bai Yu know that living was sometimes more painful than death. Killing Bai Yu like this would be too easy for him. What? That little bastard actually dared to hit you. Only then did we complete the official commission. When you get home, seeing his son so miserable, Bai Yu was furious. He hasn't been back for a few days. I never thought that Bai Yi would actually rebel. When they saw Bai Yu coming back, Ji Shijuan and Bai Ying also complained. Hubby, you don't know. Our family is really unlucky. Crying and sobbing, Ji Shijuan said again. That little bastard Bai Ying not only beat Xiaoyu today. A few days ago, he beat Xiao Ying and me. Hey, Xiaoyu and Xiao Ying are both pretty good kids. But how did Bai Yi become like this? Yes, Dad, my brother is so cruel. I just took some money from him, but he actually beat his sister. Listening to several people talking, when he learned that his wife and children had been given several big pussies by Bai Yi. At this moment, Bai Yi was completely furious. Do you really think you're amazing by becoming a beastmaster? As an older brother, doesn't he know to give in to his younger siblings? I shouldn't have asked that bitch to give birth to him. While cursing, Bai Yi also comforted. Honey, wait at home while I bring that little bastard back and make him kneel down and reflect on his actions. He was unaware of what happened in the Bai family, already returned to the rental house, with continuous refining and extraction. A 10th grade spiritual power pill appeared in Bai Ye's hand, although not involved in the battle. But the beast tamer plays a supporting role. Use spiritual power to bless the beast. It can even allow the beast to burst out with power far beyond its current strength. Therefore, the beastmaster's own practice is still very important. And take the pills along with it. Bai Yi also began to practice. He felt a warm current flowing through his body, and Bai Ye's spiritual power was significantly enhanced. According to the current progress, I believe it won't be long before he can break through to become a second-level beastmaster and contract a new beast, right? Just as Bai Yi was looking forward to it. Suddenly, Bai Yu's voice came from outside the door. Bai Yi, get out here, you little bastard. Although it has fallen, but the Bai family still has some connections in Ludu. Therefore, it is not difficult to find out where Bai Yi lives. And as Bai Yi went downstairs, I saw a middle-aged man with his eyes wide open, and it felt as if he was going to be cut into pieces. When he saw Bai Yi frowned, although he is the nominal father. But Bai Yi did not fulfill his responsibilities and obligations as a father. Whenever something goes wrong outside, when he gets home, Bai Yi will definitely beat him up. It is no exaggeration to say that he is Bai Yi's punching bag. The main thing is that he is submissive outside, but you will hit him hard at home. Just a second-level beastmaster. Bai Yi had seen Bai Yi fawning in front of other beastmasters more than once. He had seen Bai Yi transform into a man-eating evil ghost in front of him more than once. That's all. But if it weren't for Bai Yu's acquiescence and instructions, how could Bai Yi become Bai Ying and Bai Yu's ATM? How could it possibly become a stepping stone for Bai Yi to climb up? Should older brothers give in to their younger siblings? Should I bring a group of blood-sucking worms with me? Ridiculous. His previous life destroyed everything for him, including his happiness. Do you want him to make the same mistake again in this life? I saw Bai Yi looking at me as if I were garbage. Bai Yi couldn't sit still anymore. You evil son. I don't have a son like you. Today I will clean up the mess for our Bai family. As he spoke, Bai Yi summoned his own beast. That was an armored rhinoceros at the early stage of the 4th stage. Ouch! Seeing that someone wanted to harm Bai Yi, the Shadow Wolf King immediately stood between the two. As soon as he saw the Shadow Wolf King, Bai Yi couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. It turned out to be a peak level 3 Shadow Wolf King. No wonder Bai Yi dared to be so disrespectful to him. However, Bai Yi didn't care about this. Just a peak level 3 Shadow Wolf King. Don't underestimate his armored rhinoceros, which is only 1 level higher than it. But the combat experience accumulated over decades cannot be underestimated. In Bai Yu's opinion, he can't beat those beastmasters out there. Can't I even defeat this evil guy Bai Yi? Thinking of this, he immediately gave orders to the armored rhinoceros. Suddenly, after a brief accumulation of energy, the armored rhinoceros charges and the ground shakes. Seeing the distance between the two sides is shrinking. Bai Yi also gave the same command to Shadow Wolf King. Use Shadow Ball to break through the defense, then use Shadow Fawn. And while they were talking, as Bai Yi input spiritual power into the Shadow Wolf King's body, with blessings, the momentum increases dramatically. It opened its mouth wide, and several purple magic balls poured out. As the defense was broken, as the armored rhinoceros howled in pain, using his fangs, the Shadow Wolf King bit off a piece of meat from the armored rhinoceros, attacked back and forth with a nimble body. In a short while, the armored rhinoceros became a bloody mess. Seeing that his strongest beastmaster was defeated, Bai Yu's face couldn't help but look ugly. What a waste. Helplessly, Bai Yu could only summon his second beast. It was a second-level green spirit snake. Hiss! With its tongue spitting out, the green snake bit towards the Shadow Wolf King. He just looked at the green spirit snake with contempt. As the Shadow Wolf King also changed his target, he pounced towards it as well. It could even beat an early-stage 4th-order armored rhinoceros in such a state of disgrace. What's more, this is only a middle-stage, 2nd-order green spirit snake. With one bite, it was bitten into 2 pieces. Swallow it whole and chew it. The Shadow Wolf King only felt a crisp sound. Puff! Seeing his own beast being killed instantly. Suffering the backlash of the contract. Bai Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. You bastard! How dare you! Looking at Bai Yi, who had a calm face, Bai Yu's eyes suddenly turned red. Iron-armored rhino, forget about the green spirit snake. Attack this evil boy and kill him for me, no matter how powerful the beastman is. But the beastmaster himself is very fragile. Watching the armored rhinoceros getting closer and closer to the white knight, the smile on Bai Yu's face became wider. Evil son, come and die. Just when Bai Yu thought that, Bai Yu would be trampled into meat paste by the armored rhinoceros. I saw a black shadow flash by. The Shadow Wolf King moved. Chapter 14. Morally blackmailing me? I am a loving father and a filial son. Roar! As the Shadow Wolf King released shadow waves. Under the influence of the skill, the armored rhinoceros suddenly froze. As it gets closer, spiritual power emerges. I saw the Shadow Wolf King's front paws emitting a faint, strange purple light. In the next second, the claws fell. It hit the neck of the armored rhinoceros where the armor was broken. With a thump sound, the armored rhinoceros' head fell to the ground. What? It was like seeing the armored rhinoceros that he had carefully trained being killed like this. Eyes widened. Bai Yu looked incredulous. The son he had always despised, a waste in his eyes. I'm actually more powerful than him without realizing it? If it were someone else, perhaps he was already pleasantly surprised that his son was a genius in taming beasts. However, Bai Yu was feeling jealous and angry at the moment. In his opinion, Bai Yu would be a waste all his life. You should be his punching bag for the rest of your life. The entire Bai family. There shouldn't be anyone stronger than him. It would be the same even if that person was his own son. Bai Yi is stronger than him. How could Bai Yu feel? Especially when seeing Bai Ye's completely indifferent look. Bai Yu was even more furious. Evil son, I am your father. How dare you kill my beast? If I don't kill it, am I waiting for you to kill me? After rolling his eyes, Bai Yi responded without any hesitation. For a moment, Bai Yu was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Good, very good, but we know that force is not enough. Bai Yu also changed his mind. You evil son of a bitch. I gave you your life. Even if I want to kill you, what can you do? Don't forget who raised you. From his point of view, you owe me an endless favor. I told you to be more considerate of Xiao Yu and Xiao Ying. You actually dared to attack them. It's simply treasonous. Hearing this, Bai Yi laughed immediately. I just feel it's against the will of heaven. Does that mean he should work like a slave for the Bai family all his life? Looking at Bai Yu, who had lost his beast and was seriously injured, he looked like a madman. A hint of murderous intent also appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Because you're my dad, I didn't kill you right away. Instead, I just let you talk nonsense here. Have you forgotten who gave me the scars that remain on my body? Have you forgotten? I was locked in the basement again and again. When I was about to freeze to death, who locked the door? Over the years, I have never owed the Bai family anything. If you keep talking nonsense, I will just be a loving father and a filial son. Ouch! Sensing his master's emotions, the Shadow Wolf King gradually approached Bai Yu. It's a rebellion. It's really a rebellion. Seeing that Bai Yu was not just talking, but was actually a loving father and a filial son, Bai Yu was shocked. You little bastard, just wait for me. Wait until your sister comes back. I'll ask her to deal with you. It is a misfortune for our Bai family to have a beast like you. What a misfortune for the family. Bai Yu used all his limbs to escape in a panic. Bai Yi also returned to the house. The beast tamer competition is only a few days away. He must improve his strength as much as possible and make adequate preparations. Bai Yi knew it very well. It would be difficult to investigate all the murderers who killed himself and Luo Shuei in the previous life by himself. Therefore, he needs official power. And he showed his prowess in the beast tamer competition and won the first place. Not only can he study in the same college with Luo Shuei, but he can also make up for the regrets of his previous life. You can also obtain certain resources to further enhance your strength. Of course, apart from these 2 points, the most important thing is to attract enough attention from the authorities. Lay the foundation for subsequent investigations. But it can be said that 3 birds with 1 stone are achieved. Let me ask you, how could Bai Yi not take this seriously? Bai family. With Bai Yu's embarrassed return. When he learned that all of Bai Yu's beasts were killed, he almost became a disabled person. Ji Shijuan looked incredulous. How is this possible? It has only been more than half a month since Bai Yi became a beastmaster. He actually cultivated a peak level 3 Shadow Wolf King. Could it be that Bai Yi is a genius in taming beasts? I just thought of this when I saw my husband being so cowardly. Ji Shijuan started swearing. You useless bastard. You have been living like a dog for all these years. You are such a grown-up, but you are still no match for that little bastard. When Bai Yu heard his wife's words, he also became angry. When he had a beast to tame, how could Ji Shijuan dare to speak louder to him? Now he is just temporarily frustrated. This crazy woman dares to bully me like this. Everyone has rebelled. Ji Shijuan, let me tell you, don't think that I won't touch you just because you are from the Ji family. Grabbing his wife's hair, Bai Yu lifted her up. It seemed that the two were about to fight. Bai Ying, who was standing by, was horrified. Old man, don't hit my mother. As he spoke, he picked up a vase on the side. Bai Ying smashed hard towards Bai Yu's head. It was this hit that sent Bai Yu directly into the ICU. Time flies. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In morning, Bai Yi also came to the scene of the Luodu beastmaster examination. As soon as he arrived, he saw many new beastmasters had been waiting for a long time. The assessment is about to begin. I hope I can get into a prestigious school. Jesus Allah and Sakyamuni, Jade Emperor Guanyin Tathagata Buddha, please bless me to advance all the way in the battle. The opponents I meet are all weak chickens, so just kill them. Before the assessment begins, many people had nervousness written all over their faces, but in the crowd. But there are a few people who are not worried at all and look confident. And Xiao Han is one of them. Brother Xiao Han, I believe you can definitely get into Shanghai E-College. Looking at Xiao Han, Bai Ying, who was accompanying him, was full of admiration. Well, Ying, just watch. Just when the two of them were getting bored. When you see the white knight coming. There was a flash of coldness in Xiao Han's eyes. The last time he was slapped in the face by Bai Yi was just because he suffered from not having a beast tame. This time, he must get back the face he lost last time. He heard Bai Ying say that. Bai Yi cannot enjoy any resources for cultivation in the Bai family. This piece of trash, what does it matter even if he signs a beast taming contract? Without resources to assist in your practice, it is impossible to make further progress. Why think about how Bai Ye's spiritual power test score was rubbish, no college would accept him. Xiao Han just felt a burst of happiness in his heart. Soon waiting, accompanied by the instructor. The radio also started. National Beast Tamer Exam, Luodu Test Area, the assessment begins. The assessment for Beastmasters mainly tests the Beastmaster's spiritual power. It is said that there are no rubbish beast tamers, only rubbish beast tamers. The higher the spiritual power of the Beastmaster, then the increase in power that can be given to the beast in battle will be greater. Naturally, the importance of spiritual power to a Beastmaster is self-evident. In the center of the square, there were several huge precision instruments standing. There's a mentor standing on each side of the instrument. As the name was called, with nervousness, the new Beastmaster stepped forward one by one. Generally speaking, a normal first-level Beastmaster. The spiritual power value fluctuates around the upper limit of 100, and it reached more than 150. They will be regarded as talents with certain potential. These people will receive more or less official care. Going further up, if the spiritual power value exceeds 200 or 300, then that is a genius-level existence. For this group of people, after entering the college, a lot of resources will be tilted towards it. While waiting, when it is your turn, walking forward, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel curious. Never tested. What level will his spiritual power reach? Chapter 15, Beast Taming Assessment. The white moonlight of the previous life. As you place your hand on the instrument, Bai Yi took a deep breath and activated the spiritual power in his body, and accompanied by the surge of spiritual power. I saw the numbers on the display start to jump continuously. Fuck, it's reached 150 points. Below in the crowd, watch the numbers on the display continue to grow. Someone exclaimed. However, Xiao Han looked disdainful of this. It's just a little potential. What's the big deal? Hearing this, Bai Ying on the side also nodded in approval. That's right. How could this rubbish be better than you, Brother Xiao Han? That's right. Faced with Bai Ying's admiring flattery, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a little proud. I feel like 200 is his limit. If he can break 300, I'll wash my hair upside down and eat shit live. Just as Xiao Han finished speaking, suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard from the crowd. Oh my god, Bai Ye's spiritual power has exceeded 500. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the number on the display finally stopped at 648. For a moment, the smile on Xiao Han's face began to freeze. And next to the instrument, there is the invigilator. Looking at Bai Yi, Nie Xiaoyao's beautiful eyes were shining. Unexpectedly, this assessment would produce Bai Yi a seed player. Compared to 2 years ago, the genius Ji Wuxuang of the Ji family had a spiritual power value of 666. Bai Yi is only a few points less than it. Student, this is the case. I am the admissions tutor of High College. Although our college is not as good as Shinfu College, but I can guarantee that you will definitely enjoy more resources than at Shinfu College. I wonder if you're interested in our college? Do you have any idea of joining in? Before Bai Yi stepped down from the stage, Nie Xiaoyao couldn't wait to extend an olive branch to Bai Yi. Sorry, I've already applied to Shinfu College. Without hesitation, Bai Yi declined. Oh well. Hearing this, he forced a smile. Nie Xiaoyao couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. I thought I could recruit a seed player for my own academy, but in the end it was a wrong payment. And below, Bai Yi and the instructor of High Academy were seen talking and laughing. The other party even gave Bai Yi the cold shoulder. Xiao Han's expression seemed distorted. Jealousy had almost completely changed his appearance. Soon, the assessment was over. Many beastmasters were eliminated. In the entire venue, only 1/3 of the beastmasters were left. The tutors also announced the admission results. Lu Chunmei, spiritual power value 120, passed the assessment and received the admission letter from Shrek Academy. Yin Daoyan, spiritual power value 110, passed the assessment and received the admission letter from Kanglin College. Xiao Han, spiritual power value 250, passed the assessment and received the admission letter from High College. As the names were mentioned one by one, down below, Xiao Han was not happy at all about being accepted by the college he applied for. On the contrary, he just felt worse than eating shit, especially when he saw Bai Yi surrounded by a group of teachers from Shinfu Academy. He felt extremely uncomfortable and followed beside Xiao Han. Bai Ying also looked incredulous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that idiot's spiritual power be so high? Cheating. Yes, Bai Yi must have cheated. She screamed hysterically, her defenses completely broken, seeing the White Knights getting better and better. The entire Bai family was in chaos. This was even more painful than killing Bai Ying. Cheating. Hearing this inadvertently, Nie Xiaoyao frowned slightly. Classmate, you said that Bai Yi cheated. Do you have any evidence? If not, can I sue you for defamation and hold you accountable for your words and actions? Hi. He was left speechless by Nie Xiaoyao's retort. Bai Ying's face suddenly turned blue and purple. Don't look at her arrogance in front of Bai Yi. But Bai Ying didn't dare to do anything in front of outsiders. Dare not talk back. In the end, she could only cast a resentful look at Bai Yi. It's all Bai Ye's fault. It would be great if Bai Yi could just be a waste. You have to become a beastmaster. It is simply the disaster of their Bai family. When he accepted the admission letter from Shinfu College, he noticed Bai Ying's gaze. Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. He liked to see those beasts from the Bai family looking down on him, but unable to do anything about it. Bai Yi, congratulations. With a smile on her face, Luo Shui congratulated him. Congratulations to you, Shui. From today on, we are alumni. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. When I thought about going to the wild with Bai Yi to kill monsters and level up together, invisible brain supplements are the most deadly. At this moment, Luo Shui only felt dizzy. I didn't even know what the instructor next to me said. She always listens in one ear and out the other. Then, my 2 classmates, I will be waiting for you at Shinfu College on the first day of school. Just after the instructor of Shinfu College finished explaining the precautions, there was an ambiguous atmosphere between the two. He couldn't help but smile knowingly at the instructors from several other colleges, revealing an ant-like smile. Student Bai Yi, you must remind your girlfriend not to forget to report. Well, don't worry, mentor. I will remind her. Bai Yi took the initiative to hold Luo Shui's hand and said with a smile, as the crowd gradually dispersed, the beast taming assessment is coming to an end. Out of the school gate, just as Bai Yi was about to leave, suddenly, A voice was heard at this moment. Bai Yi, you bastard. You are dead today. Jesus can't save you, I said. Zhao Wensheng walked towards this side, leaning on a crutch, swaying from side to side, and leading a few younger brothers. Looking at Bai Yi, Zhao Wensheng's expression revealed a strong murderous intent. Their broken limbs and their beast controllers killed made him almost a cripple. Ruining someone's future is no less than killing their parents. What's more, Bai Yi also humiliated him. I asked, how could Zhao Wensheng possibly tolerate this? So, after spending a huge amount of money and using a lot of connections to heal his injuries, he immediately brought people and rushed to find Bai Yi to avenge his past. Bai Yi, you are a piece of trash. Do you dare to fight me to the death? Looking at Bai Yi, Zhao Wensheng had a look of arrogance on his face. If it were before, he would indeed be no match for Bai Yi. But this time, he asked for a 4th-stage, mid-stage demon-scale lizard from home. In Zhao Wensheng's opinion, Bai Yi is bound to lose. Bai Yi, don't agree to him. There must be something fishy going on here. Seeing Zhao Wensheng's provocation, Luo Shui immediately tried to persuade him. She stood in front of Bai Yi. But at this moment, what Luo Shui didn't expect was that Bai Yi took the initiative to walk forward. A fight to the death? Sure, as Bai Yi agreed. Luo Shui couldn't help but get anxious. Bai Yi, you just applied to Shinfu College. If something unexpected happens, don't worry, I'm sure. After that, quickly, half an hour later, Luodu Underground Arena. This is a gray area specially arranged by the authorities for beastmasters to resolve personal grudges. Around the arena, looking at Bai Yi on the field, Luo Shui's eyes showed deep worry. Once lost, the beastmaster will die in battle, and the master himself will be seriously injured. It must have taken a lot of effort to train the Shadow Wolf King to his current level. If the Shadow Wolf King died in battle, then Bai Yi will become a useless person. There are already crowds of people around. Bai Yi is a new potential recruit of Shinfu College. Zhao Wensheng is the eldest son of the Zhao family. Although I don't know what the conflict between the two is. But this does not stop everyone from enjoying the show. Who do you think will win? It should be Zhao Wensheng. With the Zhao family as his backer, he has enough resources to train beasts. Even a pig can take off. I feel that Bai Yi's Shadow Wolf King is well trained, and the chances of winning are still very high. It's still unclear who will win. You'll find out if you keep watching, just as everyone is looking forward to. In the arena, the two of them also summoned their own beasts. Chapter 16. Want to take advantage of someone's misfortune? Kill him instantly. Accompany Zhao Wensheng to summon the beast. What appeared in front of Bai Yi was a 6-meter-long magic scale lizard covered with inky scales. Looking at the devil lizard, Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The slightly raised horns on both sides of the head, which are different from those of normal magic scale lizards, are enough to prove that this is a mutant. I don't know where he got a 4th-stage, mid-stage mutant magic scale lizard from to deal with him. Zhao Wensheng is really generous. But soon, the talent of this magic scale lizard became his. If he can devour this magic scale lizard, presumably, the strength of the Shadow Wolf King will undergo a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Bai Yi was not intimidated by the difference in the beast control skills between the two sides. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Use Shadow Wave and Shadow Ball to test it and consume it first, accompanied by Bai Yi's order. In the arena, there is no rush to advance. The Shadow Wolf King controlled the distance between himself and his opponent while continuously releasing his skills. The talent of the Demon Scale Lizard is Shadow Shelter. As the name suggests, all damage received from Shadow Attribute skills will be partially immune. It can be seen that Zhao Wensheng came prepared, and seeing that the damage caused by the Shadow Wolf King to the Demon Scale Lizard was minimal, Zhao Wensheng couldn't help feeling proud. Use Shadow Blast to put an end to it. Haha, Bai Yi, I'm going to kill your beast and turn you into a cripple. Shadow Impact is one of the ultimate skills of the Shadow Beast Tamer. After a long period of accumulation of energy, can emit a Shadow Aurora, causing 3 to 5 times the damage of normal skills. Seeing the magic lizard begin to cast spells and accumulate power, the smile on Zhao Wensheng's face became more and more intense. He couldn't wait to see Bai Yi's beast being killed instantly. Bai Yi had become a useless person, begging for mercy on his knees in front of him. In the audience, when you feel the powerful aura emanating from the Demon Scale Lizard, Luo Shui's heart was already in her throat. With the Shadow Wolf King's physique, once hit, he will be killed instantly. And Bai Yi was right behind you, Shou. It aimed at the beastmaster and the beastmaster at the same time. Zhao Wensheng is so despicable. He stood up subconsciously, just when Luo Shui was about to call halt. I never thought it was too late. Bai Yi has already given the order to attack the Shadow Wolf King. Charge forward and use Shadow Fang. If any other beastmaster were faced with this situation, he would definitely choose to avoid fighting. However, Bai Yi had his own plans. Although the Shadow Wolf King's strength has only reached the peak of the 3rd level. But with the bonus of talent, it can kill even a 4th-order early-stage beastman. Moreover, this was when Bai Yi did not use any spiritual power to assist him. Accompanied by spiritual power surging out of Bai Yi's body, some strange lavender arcs of light gradually appeared around the Shadow Wolf King. The momentum keeps climbing. With an attitude of no one else can do it but me, he rushed out like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Wolf King was approaching. Seeing the enemy approaching, the target is directly approaching the vital point. The Devil Scale Lizard was subconsciously panicked. Helplessly, it could only pour out the shadow shock that it had not yet finished chanting. I saw the purple aurora draw a gully on the ground. Deviations may occur due to the alignment of the target. The aurora only caused serious injuries to the Shadow Wolf King, but it was not fatal. Looking at the Shadow Wolf King in the arena, he turned around and prepared to launch another attack on a magic lizard. At this moment, Zhao Wensheng hurriedly issued orders. Use Shadow Ball. No, protect with shadows. Zhao Wensheng's idea is very simple. Since the enemy chooses to get close, can't he just use defensive skills? His idea was not wrong, but Zhao Wensheng forgot. The magic scale lizard doesn't know how to use shadow protection. He could only watch helplessly as the other person bit his spine and controlled him tightly. The devil-scaled lizard couldn't help but let out a wail. In the audience, seeing that Zhao Wensheng had turned a good hand into a bad one, he gave orders at random and had no tacit understanding with the beastmaster. Many beastmasters who bet on Zhao Wensheng to win were disappointed. They were eager to take the stage in command instead of Zhao Wensheng. No. Who taught you to use the ultimate move without even knowing the opponent's background? Just use your ultimate move. Who taught you to use this ultimate move that requires 1 to 2 minutes to charge? Isn't this making you a sitting duck for the other party? I'm drunk too. In the arena, ride on the back of the magic scale lizard and bite it continuously. With the blessing of Bai Yi's spiritual power, the Shadow Wolf King's attack power is not to be underestimated. So what if I'm immune to shadow elements? Its clumsy body made it impossible to throw the Shadow Wolf King off its back. The opponent seizes your weaknesses and blind spots for attack. The Devil Scale Lizard was helpless. He saw the blood and flesh on the back of his beast, and the scales he was so proud of falling to the ground. Zhao Wensheng roared loudly, using all his strength. Enlarge. Enlarge it quickly. No, why don't you enlarge it? But Zhao Wensheng knew that the Demon Scale Lizard had mastered several powerful shadow-related skills. If you happen to attack the Shadow Wolf King, maybe you can shake it off. However, at this moment, in the arena, the entire Demon Scale Lizard was numb. No, you just said magnification. Then which method are you using? Can't you give a clear instruction? I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Met Zhao Wensheng, who became his beastmaster. The Devil Scale Lizard can only blame itself for its bad luck. Use Shadow Fang to put an end to it, and the outcome seems to have been decided. Without giving any chance, Bai Yi gave the final order to the Shadow Wolf King. Ouch! Suddenly, the Shadow Wolf King let out a roar, and a dark purple arc of light flashed through the air. The next second, there was a click sound. The spine was bitten off. The curse penetrated into the body, and the Demon Scale Lizard gradually lost its breath. You have plundered the Magic Scale Lizard's talent. Shadow Shelter. Shadow Shelter reduces damage from shadow skills by 60 and reduces negative effects by 90. Accompanied by Yi to plunder his talents. The Shadow Wolf King devoured the flesh and blood in big mouthfuls and suffered backlash from the contract. Zhao Wensheng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Although I don't know how Zhao Wensheng recovered from the cost of the last contract, but Bai Yi knew clearly. This time, Zhao Wensheng became a complete cripple. The beast control space has been damaged. It will be impossible for Zhao Wensheng to be a beastmaster again in this life. In the audience, looking at the seriously injured Shadow Wolf King, Xiao Han's eyes flickered. He knew very well that Bai Ye's beast taming was very powerful. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't be a match for the other side. But what if the Shadow Wolf King is seriously injured, relying on the Bai family's resources? Just after being slapped in the face by Bai Yi last time, Xiao Han not only contracted a two-headed snake, moreover, he cultivated it to the peak of the second level. Therefore, the trade-offs are being considered. Xiao Han finally made a decision. This is a good opportunity to step on Bai Yi and feel proud of himself. How could he let it go? So, we walked towards the arena. Xiao Han challenged Bai Yi. Bai Yi, I want to challenge you to a life-and-death battle. As Xiao Han's voice fell, for a moment, the entire venue fell into silence. But soon, there was an uproar in the audience. No, do you have any shame? Damn it, you took advantage of someone else's beast being seriously injured to attack. That's unethical. Good fella, young man. I advise you to take care of yourself. And listen to everyone cursing Xiao Han. Bai Ying was so angry that she immediately stood up to defend Xiao Han. No, do you understand what it means to use deception in war? In the wild, will the strange beast give you time to react and recover? Bah, what a bunch of idiots. At this moment, he didn't care about the anger of the crowd. In Xiao Han's opinion, as long as he could defeat Bai Yi, what does it matter if he gets criticized a few times? And looking at the silent white knight, Xiao Han has summoned the two-headed snake. Bai Yi has to fight this battle even if he doesn't want to. Xiao Han has already decided that if Bai Yi dares to refuse, then he immediately commanded the two-headed snake to kill Bai Yi. He gave a playful smile. In Xiao Han's opinion, he has already got Bai Yi firmly under his control. Okay, as Bai Yi spoke, Xiao Han was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. Two-headed snake used poisonous fangs. Hiss. On the field, listen to the master's instructions. With its body in an S shape, the two-headed snake immediately pounced towards the Shadow Wolf King. Chapter 17. Beat up the little fairy sister. Everyone is shocked. Seeing the distance between the two sides is shrinking. In the audience, Bai Ying also cheered for him. Come on, brother Xiao Han. I believe you are the best. It seemed that he had foreseen the scene of Bai Yi beast being killed and himself being disabled. Bai Ying suddenly felt a sense of pleasure in her heart. As expected, trash is trash and can never be compared with her brother Xiao Han. Just as Bai Ying was thinking this, in the arena, already turned and left, Bai Yi also spoke. Use Shadow Claw to put an end to it. Just a second-level beast. From a moment the two-headed snake came on the field, the outcome was decided. Rip, as skills are released. With just one swing of his sharp claws, both heads of the two-headed snake were cut off. Cut into 3 parts. On the verge of death, it continued to struggle. How was it possible? Seeing this scene, Xiao Han looked incredulous. Obviously, he had been severely injured by the demon scale lizard. But why is the Shadow Wolf King so powerful? He actually killed the two-headed snake instantly with just one move. Impossible. Bai Yi's strength can't possibly be that strong. His expression gradually became hideous and distorted. Looking at Bai Yi's back, Xiao Han immediately chased after him. This matter can't just be left like this. Bai Yi killed his beast. He must make Bai Yi compensate for his losses. Bai Yi, you're too awesome. The battle is over. The two walked side by side towards the exit of the underground arena. Luo Shui's eyes seem to be shining. He is worthy of being the boy she likes, so handsome. Haha, just basic exercises. While chatting, I suddenly remembered something. Luo Shui handed a card to Bai Yi. Here, Bai Yi, this is what I just won in the arena. The password is your birthday. She stuck out her tongue and smiled mischievously. Bet on me to win? But don't you think I will lose? Oh, you are my friend. I trust you. Luo Shui stamped her feet and pretended to be angry. Well, since this is the money given to me by the campus beauty of Luo University, then I have no choice but to accept it reluctantly, right? Okay, Bai Yi, you dare to tease me, right? Luo Shui reached out and gently pinched Bai Yi's waist. She didn't use any force. After all, he's the boy she likes. She would feel distressed if he hurt her. Just as Bai Yi and Luo Shui walked out of the arena, suddenly, a sharp female voice sounded. Bai Yi, stop right there. Bai Ying, who was with Xiao Han and had an angry look on his face, stopped him. Facing Bai Yi, Bai Ying came on aggressively. Bai Yi, you killed brother Xiao Han's beast and prevented him from applying for the Sea Wing Academy. You must compensate him for his losses. As Bai Ying finished speaking, Bai Yi laughed immediately. Compensate him for his losses? That's right, Bai Ying said as if it was a matter of course. You don't know, that two-headed snake was carefully cultivated by Brother Xiaohan. You killed his beast and ruined his future. Shouldn't you be held responsible for this? Then how do you think I should compensate him? Bai Yi asked with interest. Well, your Shadow Wolf King is quite strong. Otherwise, just give your beast to Brother Xiaohan. Then he will have to compensate Xiaohan's brother several million for mental damages. Finally, apologize to Brother Xiaohan and me, and let this matter go. After thinking for a moment, Bai Ying said this. From what they said, it seemed as if the above demands were huge concessions they had made. Agreeing to Bai Ye's apology would be their loss. And as Bai Ying's voice fell, Xiaohan on the side also stood up and echoed, Yes, you killed my beast for no reason. Shouldn't you be held responsible for this? I saw more and more people gathering around. Xiaohan couldn't help but feel proud, even in the underground arena, now in public. He just didn't believe that Bai Yi would really dare to attack them. I have never seen such a shameless person. On Bai Ye's side, Luo Shui was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Nonsense. It's obvious that you are taking advantage of others' misfortune, and now you are turning the tables on them. Miss Luo, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Just tell me whether Bai Yi killed my beast, and that's it. You guys, as the daughter of the Luo family, how could she have ever encountered such unreasonable things? Luo Shui's face turned pale. Xiaohan just looked at Luo Shui with disdain. Then he shifted his attention to Bai Yi. What do you think, Bai Yi? Have you thought it through? It's okay if you haven't thought it through. I remember Miss Luo is quite rich. How about letting her take care of it for you? Aren't you a gigolo? You should be quite good at it, right? Seeing the white knight gradually approaching, she didn't notice at all that his eyes were getting colder. Xiaohan's smile grew even wider. He seemed to have foreseen the scene of Bai Yi being humiliated in front of him. However, Xiaohan had no idea that what happened was happening in the next second. Bai Yi immediately threw a few big slams with his backhand. You wanted to tame the beast, right? Bang. Let me compensate you, right? Pa, pa. You want me to apologize too, right? Pa, pa, pa. I'm already a beast tamer, and you still dare to use moral blackmail on me. And in an instant, he was slapped into a pig's head. Xiaohan was stunned by Bai Yi. There was a burning pain on my face. But compared to being slapped in the face, the humiliation brought by Bai Yi was even more unbearable for Xiaohan. Puff, pain, and humiliation added together. At this moment, Xiaohan spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from anger. Murder. Bai Yi, you bastard. Do you still have any conscience? And saw Xiaohan was knocked unconscious. With a scream, Bai Ying pointed at Bai Yi and started cursing. It's fine if you kill Brother Xiaohan's beast. How dare you beat people in the street? Do you have any shame? How could our Bai family produce a dog like you, who is worse than an animal? Woo, woo, woo. Beast. You are such a beast. It just felt harsh, and Bai Ying looked like a shrew and had gone mad. Bai Yi was not polite either. He walked up briskly and snapped a few times. He also rewarded her with a few big slaps. You! How dare you hit me? How dare you hit a woman? Covering her red and swollen face with one hand, Bai Ying immediately took out her mobile phone with the other hand and started recording a video. Family members, who would understand? My brother turned out to be a lowly man. Not only did it kill my boyfriend's beast, we tried to reason with him, but he still wanted to kill me and my boyfriend. How could this fairy have such a beastly brother? Seeing Bai Ying's exaggerated performance, several passers-by couldn't stand it anymore and stood up immediately. Brother, are you going too far? Yeah, killing the other person's beast and ruining his future is fine, but how can you beat someone up in the street? That's right, you don't know how to be gentle with women at all. You really bring shame to us boys. I never thought that such a beast would appear in our Ledoux. It would not be excessive even if he was shot 100 times. Facing the scolding from several people. At this moment, the Shadow Wolf King slowly stood in front of Bai Yi. Why? Do you want to be like them? Bai Yi said coldly. Faced with the man and the beast, several people subconsciously took a few steps back. They do have spiritual support for Bai Ying and Xiaohan. But if they were asked to take action against Bai Yi, they really don't have the courage. After all, this is offline, not online. It seems like Bai Yi is not someone you want to mess with. At this time, Luo Shui couldn't help but speak. It was clearly them who started it first. Please don't be unreasonable and slander good people here, okay? Bai Yi doesn't care about others' moral blackmail. But that doesn't mean Luo Shui doesn't care. Seeing Bai Yi being insulted, slandered and spit on by others. Luo Shui felt even worse than herself when she was treated like this. Luo Shui explained the whole story. And I know it's a big misunderstanding. The faces of those who stood up to speak for Bai Ying turned purple and red. The thought that they were being used by Bai Ying. They immediately turned their guns around and scolded Bai Ying and the other man. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. It's really disgusting. How dare you even attack your own relatives? What a bitch. Bah, I'm so ashamed of you for having a sister like you. I don't know who spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. My face just felt sticky. Oh, I couldn't help but scream. Bai Ying's eyes suddenly went dark. Chapter 18. Return to the Northern Forest. Hunting Asian dragons. There are actually 20 million. Just after separating from Luo Shui. When checking the balance on the card, Bai Yi couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Even if Luo Shui is the eldest daughter of the Luo family. But this is also a huge sum of money. However, she was able to give him the money without any hesitation or reason. Bai Yi couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Who doesn't like to have a rich girlfriend who loves him and is clingy? Its own strength is about to reach the upper limit of the current stage. Plus the financial assistance provided by Luo Shui. Bai Yi believes it. In just a few days, he will be able to break through to the second-level beastmaster. By then, it will be just around the corner to contract the second beast. Just as Bai Yi was buying spiritual herbs and medicines, preparing to practice and strive to become a second-level beastmaster. At this moment, in the Zhao family mansion, as Zhao Wensheng complained, the entire Zhao family was in chaos. Dad, I'm really a useless person now. You have to make the decision for me. Looking at Zhao Wensheng, who was leaning on a crutch and crying bitterly. Zhao Pingzhong looked very disappointed. He was so ashamed of himself for having such a son. Didn't I tell you to have a good rest and not to worry about anything else? You bastard. How could our Zhao family produce a loser like you? Listen to Zhao Pingzhong scolding himself. Zhao Wensheng also looked aggrieved. Of course I know you were right, Dad, but I just can't swallow this anger. Zhao Wensheng told all the humiliation he had suffered. Zhao Pingzhong's face also darkened. No matter how useless Zhao Wensheng is, he is still his son. But now, his son's beast-controlling space was abolished by others, and he became a useless person. I ask, how could Zhao Pingzhong tolerate this? So, after thinking for a moment, Zhao Pingzhong also spoke impatiently. Okay, don't worry about it. I will arrange someone to deal with Bai Yi. Really, upon hearing this, Zhao Wensheng was overjoyed. Stinky boy, can I still lie to you? You are my son. My son will not be bullied by others. After saying this, Zhao Pingzhong's eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wensheng showed a hint of pleasure on his face. He seemed to have foreseen that Bai Yi would be abandoned and would beg for mercy in front of him like a dead dog. The sun rises and the moon sets. Time flies. In the next 5 days, most of the day-nights are spent in alchemy and cultivation. Spiritual energy flows within the body. Faintly, as the shackles were broken through, along with the expansion of the beast-controlling space in the body. Bai Yi also successfully advanced to become a second-level beastmaster. In the room, open your eyes. Feel the changes in the power in the body. Bai Yi couldn't help but feel happy. Finally, a breakthrough. Ouch! I'm also happy for Bai Yi's breakthrough. The tail is about to shake like an electric fan. The Shadow Wolf King howled to the sky. Come on, Shadow. Let's go to the North Forest. Bai Yi smiled and stroked the wolf's head. This life is different from the previous one. Bai Yi knew it very well. He made enemies with the Zhao and Wang families in advance, which is likely to cause a series of butterfly effects. Although the strength has improved, you can deal with the Zhao family and the Wang family. Bai Yi's current strength is far from enough. He still needs to get stronger. Only in this way can he avoid repeating the mistakes of his previous life. Soon, one day later, the White Knights also penetrated deeper into the northern forests. According to news reports, the Asian dragon that caused the beast tide had been seriously injured in the official encirclement and suppression. The other party is currently lurking in the northern forest. And this time, Bai Yi came here just for that Asian dragon. Of course, what he wanted was not to conquer. Instead, it kills and then devours. Every contract position of a beastmaster is extremely valuable. It's just a sub-dragon, not a real dragon. Moreover, it has long ended its growth stage, and its potential is very limited. There was no need for him to subdue it. rather than taming a dragon that is almost impossible to grow. Then why doesn't he tame a beast that has infinite potential and may even transform into a real dragon in the future? I remember that in my previous life, there was an abandoned salamander. Relying on his own qualifications, he advanced to become a Charizard. If Bai can find it and subdue it, then his overall combat power will undergo a qualitative change. And just when Bai Yi was leading the Shadow Wolf King to search for the whereabouts of the Asian dragon, Bai family, looking at Xiao Han, who had become a waste, and Bai Ying with messy hair on one side, he looked like someone who had just walked out of a garbage dump. Bai Yu's face turned pale. He invested too much effort in Xiao Han. He originally wanted to rely on Xiao Han to help the Bai family make further progress in Luodu. But I never thought that when he was rescued from the ICU, the sky is about to fall on the Bai family. Xiao Han was deposed. All the resources invested by the Bai family were burned to ashes. How could he be at peace? Dad, that bastard Bai Yi is too much. Not only did he kill Xiao Han's brother's beast, he also beat brother Xiao Han in my face so hard that it was swollen. You must make the decision for us. Bai Ying added some exaggeration to what he said. Bai Yu's face became colder. That little bastard is really outrageous. While cursing, Bai Yu also said, "Don't worry, Xiaoying. I have already contacted the people from the Star Guild. They sent 1 3rd-level and 2 2nd-level beastmasters. This time, I must clean up the mess for the Bai family. I won't let that little bastard come back alive. 3 beastmasters and 7 beasts. There's also a 5th-level beast in the entire team." In Bai Yu's opinion, such a lineup is more than enough to defeat Bai Yi, a rookie beastmaster, Northern Forest, not aware of the outside world, just after killing another shadow wolf. Finally, with the blessing of talent, the shadow power devoured by the Shadow Wolf King caused a qualitative change due to quantitative change. The fur that is a mixture of dark purple and black looks very domineering. The scarlet eyes faintly revealed a faint arc of lavender spiritual energy. The runes on the horns on the head became deeper and deeper. After breaking through the 4th level, the Shadow Wolf King's size doubled compared to before. It's called a wolf, but its size is comparable to some large bison, right? Ouch! And feel the explosive growth of strength in the body. The Shadow Wolf King couldn't help but let out a long howl to the sky. Suddenly, the howling of the Wolf King echoed in the forest. Advanced improvement brings more than just changes in strength, including things like insight and perception. All relevant auxiliary capabilities of the Shadow Wolf King have also been improved. The breath of the dragon, which was originally only vaguely perceived, became clear at this moment. Under the induction of the contract, knowing that the Shadow Wolf King has discovered Yalong's hiding place. So Bai Yi also issued an order. Go, Shadow, find it, and put an end to it. He was timid when he was defeated last time. With his strength increased this time, Bai Yi directly attacked with a powerful punch, riding the Shadow Wolf King through the jungle. Soon, Bai Yi arrived at a canyon. Standing on the cliff looking down, I saw a 20-meter-long dragon lying in the canyon. If it didn't have 2 horns on its head and its body covered with scales similar to snake scales, I guess everyone would mistakenly think that this is just a mutated large devil scale lizard, right? When thinking like this, as identification is thrown out, the information about this Asian dragon also appeared in front of Bai Yi. Name Asian dragon. Level 5. Bloodline epic. Attribute fire. Talent dragon bloodline. Dragon skill effects increased by 500. Destruction power. Fire skill effects increased by 500. Skills dragon breath, flame jet, telepathy. Evaluation. The severely injured Asian dragon has only half of its strength left. When you see the attributes of Asian dragon, I was greatly disappointed. The attribute of Shadow Wolf King is shadow. The exclusive talents of the fire and dragon elements are completely useless to him, but it's better than nothing. The plundering talent, Bai Yi, can be saved first. I will wait until I have a fire-type beast to use in the future, but I am in a hurry. Thinking of this, Bai Yi also gave orders to the Shadow Wolf King. Use Shadow Wave, then Shadow Claw. Just as he finished speaking, as the order was given, the Shadow Wolf King also moved. Chapter 19. Talent Plunder. Dragon Bloodline. As skills are released, I saw the cliffs on both sides of the canyon shaking. Immediately afterwards, under the influence of shadow fluctuations, countless pieces of debris kept falling and hitting Yalong. Caught off guard, in pain and furious, Yalong suddenly let out a roar. Roar! Next second, A beam of aurora shot straight into the sky. Under the dragon's breath, the gravel turned into powder. An inducing Asian dragon to actively release skills and put in a skill vacuum period is exactly what Bai Ying wants. Seize this window. The Shadow Wolf King shot out like a sharp arrow. Shadow Claw activated. In an instant, Yalong's original wound was torn even bigger, and it was a bloody mess. You can vaguely see the snow-white ribs and beating organs. The enemy has not yet been seen. He felt his life was threatened. Then, Yalong swept out another aurora. In an instant, the rocks collapsed and the sound was deafening. However, relying on the high mobility of the Shadow Wolf King, this was bound to leave Yalong empty-handed. A few minutes later, seeing that Yalong had had enough of the trouble, Bai Yi then ordered the Shadow Wolf King to launch a surprise attack, with the strategy of when the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I advance. Repeat the cycle. 1 hour later, Yalong was already exhausted, and I saw that it had completely lost the power to resist. Only then did Bai Yi walk out from the darkness. Shadow, end it with Shadow Fong. As Bai Yi's voice fell, Yalong's huge vertical pupils couldn't help but shrink. No, this is different from what it was imagined. The other beastmasters were all thinking about how to tame it. Why does it mean we have to kill it when we get to Bai Yi? Wait, human wait, I am willing to submit to you. Through telepathy, Yalong established a connection with Bai Yi. Give me a reason. I am willing to submit to you and become your beast. Isn't that enough? Shadow. Ouch. Baring his fangs, the Shadow Wolf King aimed at Asian Dragon's neck. Wait, you can't kill me. There is an abyss demon tree hidden in the northern forest. I can help you kill it and give you its crystal core. Devil's Wood of the Abyss. Hearing this, Bai Yi immediately became interested. He signaled the Shadow Wolf King to stop attacking and let Yalong continue speaking. Yes, that guy's at the peak of the 4th level. With your human strength, you can't be its opponent. But I am different. I am at level 5, and with the attribute restraint, it is easy for me to deal with it. If you let me go, I will give you the crystal core inside its body. With the crystal core of the Abyss Demon Tree, it will be no problem for your beast to break through to the middle stage of the 4th stage. Even though he appeared to be compromising with Bai Yi. But in fact, Yalong had already cursed Bai Yi to death in his heart. If the other party hadn't been unethical, if it weren't in bad shape now, how could Bai Yi be its opponent? Yalong has decided that once his injuries have healed a little, he will kill this human. While thinking this, a hint of murderous intent flashed across Yalong's pupils. Well, where's the Abyss Demonic Tree? Just go east, and you'll find out when you reach its territory. It's quite obvious. And hearing what Yalong said, after getting the information you want, Bai Yi also gave orders to the Shadow Wolf King. Well, Shadow, take action. Wait, human, you don't keep your word. You said you wouldn't kill me. I said that. When? Bai Yi said with a smile. If I kill you, not only will the crystal of the Abyss Demon Tree be mine, but even the beast core in your body will be mine, right? Hearing this, Yalong looked angry. The Shadow Wolf King bit its throat. Under the effect of skills, all vital nerves were destroyed, and the dragon was dead beyond death. Then, the White Knight's talent was activated. A familiar prompt tone followed. You have plundered the Asian Dragon's talent. Dragon Bloodline. You have plundered Asian Dragon's talent. The power of destruction. He gained 2 talents and a 5th level Fire Beast core. This wave of profit is huge. Looking at the Shadow Wolf King devouring the dragon's flesh and blood, Bai Yi could clearly feel that the Shadow Wolf King's strength was gradually increasing. As a special species, the energy conversion obtained by the Shadow Wolf King from devouring flesh and blood is much higher than that of other beasts. In addition to his natural talent, the Shadow Wolf King's strength could improve so quickly. This is also one of the reasons. According to what Yalong said, if we could find that Abyss Demon Tree and devour it, presumably, the Shadow Wolf King can not only break through to the peak of the 4th level. Is it even possible to break through a class? Thinking of this, Bai Yi couldn't help but look forward to it. After a short rest, wait until the Shadow Wolf King has recovered his condition. Just as Bai Yi was rushing towards the Abyss Demon Tree, arranged troops under the command of Zhao Pingzhou. The Zhao family has set up a tight net on the road that must be passed between the northern forest and Ledoux. 10 2nd level and 2 3rd level beastmasters. Among the 26 beasts, 3 have already reached the 5th level. As for the 4th level beasts, there are as many as 8 of them. and following the team, looking towards a northern forest. Zhao Wensheng gradually revealed a ferocious smile. Not only does it have the advantage in numbers, it also has the advantage in strength. The advantage is on me. He really doesn't know how he can lose. This time, he will definitely grind Bai Yi to ashes. Time flies, wandering through the forest. Before I knew it, 2 days had passed. Bai Yi, following the direction pointed by Yalong, brought the Shadow Wolf King to the territory of the Abyss Demon Tree. It is completely different from the outskirts of the forest. The trees are withered and bones are scattered all over the ground. As soon as I stepped in, a gloomy atmosphere hit me in the face. The atmosphere, which is like that of a horror movie, strongly evokes psychological discomfort in people. Soon, more than 10 minutes later, gradually going deeper, a tall, ancient tree, about 30 or 40 meters high, standing majestically comes into view. It looks lush and green, in stark contrast to the dead trees around it, and feel the rich magic power emanating from the Abyss demonic tree. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. The monsters of the demonwood type are much more difficult to deal with than the regular monsters. If it were any other beast, it would probably be helpless against the Abyss demonic tree. But he killed the demon scale lizard and looted the shadow shelter. Most of the shadow skills that the Abyss demon tree can use are insignificant to the Shadow Wolf King. Skills don't work. As for the rot tan used for whipping, the damage is limited, restrained to a certain extent. In addition, there's only a small step between the Abyss demon tree and the Shadow Wolf King. It starts from the beginning of this battle. The outcome is no longer in suspense. Use Shadow Claws to put an end to it quickly. As Bai Ye's voice fell, in an instant, seize the initiative. The Shadow Wolf King shot out like a sharp arrow. Sensing the enemy approaching, several magic balls were fired at the Shadow Wolf King, accompanied by the roar of an explosion. The effect is not good. The Abyss Demon Tree immediately adjusted its strategy and chose to use vines to attack. The whole process went smoothly. It happened in just a few minutes. However, the Abyss Demon Tree is fast. Shadow Wolf King is faster. All I saw was a dark purple arc of light flashing by. In an instant, countless branches fell off and seized the gap in the attack of the Abyss Demon Tree. The Shadow Wolf King went straight to the vital point and killed it instantly with one move. The rhizomes are cut off. The huge tree collapsed with a loud bang. Seeing that the winner has been decided, Bai Ye's talent was also activated. Chapter 20, Beast Tamer Advancement. Shadow Monarch. You have plundered the talent of the Abyss Demon Tree. Power of Shadow. Ding! The power of Shadow has merged with the Shadow Apostle. Reminder, the talent Shadow Apostle has been enhanced. Shadow Apostle. Movement speed increased by 300. When in Shadow, all abilities increased by an additional 500. When out of Shadow, the first skill effect increased by 500, except that the talent has been strengthened, accompanied by swallowing the crystal core of the Abyss Demon Tree. The strength of the Shadow Wolf King has also undergone a qualitative change. It looks more robust, and its dark purple fur looks majestic. The spiritual power that seeped out intentionally or unintentionally entangled its limbs. In terms of appearance, only some of the original prototypes remain. It is like a combination of a wolf and a lion, gaining the advantages of both while discarding all the previous defects. It combines speed and power. Bai Yi was surprised by the changes in the beastmaster. I thought it would be good enough to reach the peak of the 4th level, but I never thought that I would break through to the early stage of the 5th level. I thought that being able to break through to the 5th level would be a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that the Shadow Wolf King could actually advance his bloodline and break through to the epic level? Looking at the beast in front of him, he could only vaguely make out some of its original appearance. Bai Yi also had an idea and checked the information. Name, Shadow Monarch. Attribute, Shadow. Bloodline, Epic. Level 5. Talent, Shadow Apostle. King's Domain, Shadow, Shelter. Skills, Shadow Fong, Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball, Shadow Wave, Shadow Stealth. Evaluation, a Shadow Monarch with the blood of a king. A Shadow Beastmaster worthy of the title of Lord. Just after seeing the message from the Shadow Lord, Bai Yi was still very satisfied. Not only did his strength change qualitatively, but he also gained a brand new skill. Displacement skills can make the Shadow Lord temporarily hide in the shadows, making its attacks unexpected. The change in size did not reduce the Shadow Lord's mobility. On the contrary, It makes it more maneuverable. He held a 5th-level beast in his hand. Can it be considered that I can gain a foothold in Luodu? And just as Bai Yu was thinking this, go deep into the northern forest, renegotiate the contract, and obtain a 2nd-level green-shelled turtle. Bai Ying was leading a group of people from the Star Guild towards Bai Ye's location. Please rest assured, everyone, that little beast is only a peak level 3 Shadow Wolf King. In the past few days, the best he could do was to break through to the early 4th level. It's easy to deal with. As Bai Yu finished speaking, the group of people from the Star Guild that followed couldn't help but hold back their laughter, not to mention the father and son killing each other. He even wished that these outsiders would kill his son. What a story of a loving father and a filial son. Everyone, what are you laughing at? Seeing that the people of the Star Guild, represented by Zhou Chun, couldn't help laughing out loud, Bai Yu felt puzzled. No, Mr. Bai, you are wrong, right? We are professional killers, and we usually don't smile. Zhou Chun answered with a serious face. However, just turn around, listening to the laughter behind me. This made Bai Yu's face suddenly darken, and riding on the Shadow Lord, leaving the northern forest. Bai Yi also began to consider the preliminary selection of his 2nd beast. Currently, he has 2 options. Otherwise, you can make a contract with a fire-type beast that has potential in dragon blood, possessing the talent of plundering from Asian dragons. Bai Yi is confident that his beastly beast will undergo a transformation as a result. Otherwise, I go look for my old partner from my previous life. Looking back on the past, Bai Yi had too many regrets in his previous life. And in this life, he must make up for all these regrets. That's what I thought. Just as Bai Yi was about to walk out of the northern forest, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Finally, I found you, you little bastard. It took me so long to find you. Wait to signal the Shadow Lord to stop. When Bai Yi looked in the direction where the angry voice came from, Bai Yi was seen slowly walking out of the jungle with Zhou Chun and 2 other people. Star Guild? When he saw the uniforms worn by Zhou Chun and the other 2, Bai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. 1 3rd-level and 2 2nd-level beastmasters. Looking at Bai Yu's appearance, I feel that I can control him. And seeing Bai Yi seemed to be smiling. For some reason, Bai Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. But soon, he noticed the Shadow Lord slowly walking out from the side. When sensing the familiar aura emanating from the Shadow Lord, Bai Yu could no longer hide the shock on his face. No, it's only been a short time. How come the Shadow Wolf King has broken through to the 5th level? Just break through to level 5. Even his bloodline has advanced. This is unprecedented in the history of beastmasters. Mr. Bai, didn't you say that the other party was just a 1st-level beastmaster and a 3rd-level peak beastmaster? When you feel the domineering aura that the Shadow Lord unintentionally exudes. Zhou Chen's face turned pale. At this moment, he cursed almost all of Bai Yu's ancestors in his heart. Bai Yu could really screw them over. I don't know either, don't ask me. In response to this, Bai Yu was completely stunned. I never thought that Bai Ye's strength would improve so quickly. Bai Yu seriously suspected that the other party was cheating. But the problem is that he has no evidence. Looking at the Shadow Lord gradually approaching, he subconsciously took a few steps back. Bai Yu was already sweating profusely. But soon, when they noticed that Zhou Chun and the other 2 had summoned their own beasts, Bai Yu also became arrogant again. So what if the 2 sides seemed to be evenly matched? They are 7 against 1. How could Bai Yi be their opponent? Bai Yu's main advantage lies in me. Everyone, please help me kill this evil boy. Today, I, Bai, will clean up the mess for the Bai family. Just as he said this, he saw that Zhou Chun and the other 2 ignored him completely. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a little angry and embarrassed. However, he also knew that the Star Guild was not someone he could afford to offend. So, Bai Yu turned his attention back to Bai Yi. Little bastard, I knew you would be so rebellious. Back then, I shouldn't have let that bitch give birth to you. Just like that bitch, you are all lowly. Listen to Bai Yu insulting his biological mother, calling her a beast when he opens his mouth and a bastard when he closes his mouth. Bai Ye's eyes gradually turned cold. Without hesitation, he immediately gave orders to the Shadow Lord. Shadow, kill them. Roar. As Bai Yi finished speaking, there was a deafening roar. The Shadow Lord shot out like a sharp arrow. Big stone monster, use guard. Blood demon spider, use silk to restrict its movements. String fairy, use the power of blessing to assist the giant stone monster. Seeing that the battle started because of Bai Yi took the lead in launching an offensive. Helplessly, Zhou Chun and others could only defend passively. Although the Shadow Monarch is very powerful, but in Zhou Chen's opinion, in fact, it is not invincible. At most, they will pay a higher price for it afterwards. Mr. Bai, I think you will bear the losses of our operation this time, right? Of course. As long as you can help me kill this little beast, everything will be fine. Facing Zhou Chen's question, Bai Yu answered with gritted teeth. And, just as the two of them were communicating, just when Zhou Chen thought that the beastmaster on his side could stop the Shadow Lord's attack and launch a counterattack, suddenly, the Shadow Lord suddenly sneaked into the shadows. The group of beastmasters who surrounded and attacked suddenly found nothing. At this moment, Zhou Chen's expression changed slightly. Not good. When I reacted, I realized something was wrong. Just as Zhou Chen was about to command his giant stone monster to fight back. It's too late for everything. The black figure kept shuttling among the beastmasters. Wherever it went, there would be a beast that would be killed instantly. After a while, all the beasts, big and small, were slaughtered. Witness this scene. Bai Yu, who had been shouting before, suddenly turned green in the face. Chapter 21. Defeat them one by one. The winner is decided. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a dream. As he murmured, he felt the murderous aura emanating from the Shadow Lord. At this moment, Bai Yu was so frightened that his face turned pale. He staggered and finally fell to the ground. And as all the beasts were slaughtered, suffering from a backlash, Zhou Chen and the other two couldn't help but spit out blood, and their bodies seemed to be hollowed out. Kill them. Without waiting for the three to react, Bai Yi gave the order again. The Shadow Lord pounced on him immediately. Oh, don't come over here. They're the only ones who torture and kill others. When will it be my turn to be treated like this by Bai Yi? With the Shadow Lord taking a crunchy bite, the two second-level beastmasters were killed instantly. It was soon his turn. A sense of fear also arose in Zhou Chen's heart. No! Escape! Must escape! Staggering, he turned and fled towards the forest boundary. His pace became faster and faster, and he was unaware of the severe pain in his lungs from being burned by the flames. I saw that the trees around me were becoming increasingly sparse. The animal paths on the ground became clearer and clearer. A smile also appeared on Zhou Chen's face. Next time, when he returns to the guild to regroup, he will make Bai Yi pay the price. That's what I was thinking. Suddenly, I saw a black shadow flash by my peripheral vision. What is that? It's just strange. Only the sound of ripping was heard. The next second, the scene before his eyes spun wildly. By the time Zhou Chen's slow brain reacted, he has already lost his head. No prey can escape from its grasp. The Shadow Lord approached leisurely, holding the fruit of victory in his mouth, and returned to report to his master. It couldn't wait to ask Bai Yi for credit and reward. Plop! As Zhou Chen's head rolled to Bai Yu's side. At this moment, Bai Yu was so scared that he peed his pants. Oh! Help! Help! He rolled and crawled, his face distorted by tears and snot. He didn't care about Bai Yu's escape. In Bai Ye's view, he was just a clown. He turned to look at the Shadow Lord who was looking at him eagerly, wagging his tail and sticking out his tongue, begging for reward. Bai Ye's mouth twitched involuntarily. No, the contrast between my own beasts is too great, isn't it? Go eat. Touching its head, Bai Yi also nodded. Ouch! With the permission of his master, the Shadow Lord devoured the corpses of the beasts in big mouthfuls. Self-improvement, coupled with Bai Ye's talent blessing. At this moment, the Shadow Lord's aura became more stable. Faintly, it seemed to be showing signs of entering the middle stage of the 5th stage. At the same time, it also learned a new skill, invisible divine will. By consuming spiritual power, the Shadow Lord can control the surrounding shadows and transform them into claws to fight for him. And the more spiritual energy is consumed, the more claws it can summon. With the current spiritual power, the Shadow Lord can summon up to 20 claws. The damage of each claw is almost the same as that of a normal first-level beastmaster. The damage is a bit low, but it is a skill that can grow. It can be considered a small qualitative change. Thinking of this, Bai Yi came up with a plan in his mind. He planned to register at Shunfu College first, and then go to the Lost Forest, compared to the Northern Forest, which is known as the Novice Village. The monsters in the Lost Forest are much stronger, and most importantly, in the Lost Forest, some dragon-like beasts often appear. If you can find a suitable one, it would be best to use it as the second beast. And if you can't find it, that's okay too. Continue to plunder with talent. when Bai Yi obtained a dragon-type beast. Different from other beastmasters, his beast will undergo a qualitative change from the moment the contract is signed. Time passes quietly. Before I knew it, another 2 days had passed. And when Bai Yi finally walked out of the northern forest, Zhao Wensheng, who was waiting here, was very excited. Although the battle has not yet begun, but he had foreseen the ending. He couldn't wait to see Bai Yi like a dead dog. The scene of him knelt down in front of me and admitted his mistake. Everyone, come on, kill his beast first. As for the person, keep him for now. I will torture him slowly. Okay, master. Hearing this, the beastmasters immediately took action. They all summoned their own beasts. At this moment, looking at the White Knight, standing on Zhao Wensheng's side, the 3 third-level beastmasters led by Zhao Yu couldn't help but look at him with pity. In their eyes, Bai Yi is already a dead man. If you want to blame someone, blame it on offending someone you shouldn't have offended. In this world, weakness is the original sin. He looked at the 20 beast tamers and beastmasters that surrounded him. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The strength of each beast has reached the 3rd level. There are even several that have reached the 4th level. If you changed before, Bai Yi is definitely not his opponent. Even if the Shadow Wolf King breaks through to the 5th level, it will be extremely difficult to win. But as he advanced, he became a Shadow Lord and gained 2 new skills. His beast taming ability is dozens of times stronger than before. The opponent has an advantage in the number of beasts, but it can't make up for the lack of strength. Someone from the Zhao family? I noticed that the beasts controlled by everyone were abyss demon wolves and flame hounds. Bai Yi easily recognized the origins of everyone. After all, these 2 types of beasts are the Zhao family's signature beasts. And as Bai Yi's voice fell, although somewhat surprised, no one said much. Instead, he commanded the beasts to launch an attack. Abyss Wolf, use Shadow Claw. Flame Hound, use Flame Fong. As a group of beasts attacked the Shadow Tyrant from all directions. It moved too. Use Shadow, sneak to escape the encirclement. Then the Invisible Divine was activated. Suddenly, several sharp claws appeared on the shadows on the ground. While causing certain damage, it also interferes and hinders it. Seize the gap in the opponent's attack. Shadow, Fluctuations. Shadow Ball. A set of combos completed in one go. Boom! The orb exploded. All were severely wounded, and the Shadow Lord was like a wolf among sheep, launching a one-sided massacre. He was just a beastmaster trained by his family, lacking the tempering between life and death. In addition, there is a gap in strength between the 2 sides. It's no surprise that they were completely crushed. At this moment, after killing the Beastman, the Shadow Lord immediately set his sights on the beast tamers. Zhao Yu and the other 2 could no longer sit still. They summoned their own beasts and attacked the Shadow Lord. Evil beast, how dare you hurt others? Die now. A flaming lion and 2 abyss wolves, both level 5. Facing the Shadow Tyrant, they surrounded him. For a moment, there was a sense of déjà vu between the 2 sides, as if the 3 heroes were fighting Lu Bu. All level 5? Observing the battle, Bai Yi was not worried about his own beast being at a disadvantage. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. If he could devour those 3 5th-level beasts, not only can it break through to the middle stage of the 5th stage, is it even possible for the Shadow Lord to break through to the 6th level? Bai Yi just thought of this when they saw that the 3 5th-level beasts were unable to take down the Shadow Lord. Zhao Yu and others were already in great turmoil. How is Bai Yi trained? Isn't the strength of this beastmaster too outrageous? The 3 of them quickly summoned the remaining 2 beasts. At the same time, he was besieged by 9 beasts, and they're all 5th and 4th order existences. The Shadow Lord gradually fell into a disadvantage and began to feel a little pressure. But the more this happens, the more excited it becomes. The more you fight, the braver you become. Those bloodthirsty eyes flashed a hint of scarlet. It was as powerful as a rainbow, with only one thought in its mind, and that was to kill, kill, kill. The rear, under the effect of the contract, sensing that the Shadow Lord is in high spirits. Bai Yi also mobilized his own spiritual power, accompanied by special blessings from the Beastmaster. The situation on the battlefield changed again. I saw the situation go from suppression to equal strength, and then to being overwhelmed. Zhao Yu and the others were filled with shock. Look at each other. Realize that you can't dwell too much on the positive side. Zhao Yu also gave orders to his Flame Lion. Flame Lion, Use jet fire to attack its beastmaster directly. No matter how powerful the beast is, the beastmaster is just an ordinary person. As soon as Bai Yi dies, the contract will backfire. This Shadow Lord is also doomed to die. The flaming lion opened its mouth and flames were about to burst out. At this moment, the Shadow Lord was also angry. It will never allow any enemy to get even a step closer to its master. Roar! Suddenly, taking advantage of the shadow fluctuations, he put it into a brief stalemate. Spiritual power emerges. It uses shadow stealth to teleport behind the blaze lion. Strive to exchange injuries for injuries. The sharp claws instantly cut through the flame lion's fur and flesh. Amidst the wailing, the Shadow Lord bit the flame lion's throat until it completely lost its breath. The main force is dead. The remaining 2 abyss demon wolves and a group of beastmasters could only be defeated one by one. From then on, the winner was decided. Chapter 22, Talent Plunder, The Power of the Abyss. Half an hour later, the battle is over. Although his body was covered in blood, the organs inside his body could be vaguely seen functioning at the wounds. But the Shadow Lord remains majestic. It stands majestically, with countless corpses of beasts lying at its feet. It is like a king who guards his territory and fights against foreign enemies. How is it possible? With the contract broken, he suffered backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the Shadow Lord, Zhao Yu is filled with disbelief. He never expected that Bai Yi and Yu Shou had such a high level of understanding. Almost no instructions were given. Just one look and the Shadow Lord could understand its meaning. This kind of cooperation is simply too exaggerated. If you change to other beasts, without the Beastmaster's orders, he would probably have to rely on his instincts and be so panicked that he wouldn't know what to do, right? Being able to train the beast to this level. Is Bai Yi really a new Beastmaster? Just when Zhao Yu's eyes were complicated and his thoughts were lost in thought, Bai Yi also gave orders to the Shadow Lord. Shadow, kill them. The winner takes it all. Since you are ready to take action against him, then you must be prepared to be counterattacked. Soon, Zhao Yu and others were dealt with. Bai Yi also came to Zhao Wensheng. Holding a cane in his hand, Zhao Wensheng looked terrified. In his opinion, Bai Yi is simply a devil. Bai Yi, you can't kill me. I am from the Zhao family. If you kill me, the Zhao family will not let you go. Seeing Bai Yi didn't say anything, Zhao Wensheng quickly added, if you let me go, I'll give you money. I'll give you lots of money. Weren't you abandoned by the Bai family? Maybe there's a lack of resources? We in the Zhao family have channels. If you let me go, our Zhao family will give you any resources you want. As long as you let me go. Let you go. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled. Why should I let you go? If I kill you and destroy the Zhao family, then everything in the Zhao family will be mine, right? As Bai Yi's voice fell, Zhao Wensheng's pupils couldn't help but shrink. However, before he could speak, what greeted him was the bloody mouth of the Shadow Lord. You have plundered the Abyss Wolf's talent. Abyss Breath. Abyss Breath. Every attack will cause a curse effect. You have plundered the Flame Lion's talent. The Power of Fire. Tip. Similar talent detected. The Power of Destruction has undergone a transformation. Power of Destruction. Fire skill effects increased by an additional 1,000. Accompanied by constant reminder, sounds in my mind. Retained some fire-related talents. The rest were all attached by Bai Yi to the Shadow Lord. The bonus of talent, 3 5th-level beast corpses. And there are more than 20 beast cores. As it was all swallowed, the strength of the Shadow Lord was gradually raised to the peak of level 5. The wound was still a bloody mess. But as an epic beastmaster, the Shadow Lord's recovery ability is still very strong. I believe that in just 5 or 6 days, the Shadow Lord's condition will return to its peak, right? Touched its head. Bai Yi also put it into the beast taming space. Only one beast. It is inevitable that there will be a temporary shortage of combat power, like the current situation. It seems that the matter of taming the second beast needs to be moved forward. While thinking this, Bai Yi also turned back to Luodu, Zhao family, in the ancestral hall, sitting in the seat of the head of the family. When he received the news, he learned that his son had died at Bai Yi's hands and no trace of his body was left. Zhao Pingzhong's face turned pale. He could never have imagined that he had already made sufficient preparations and ensured that everything would go well. But Bai Yi not only did not die, he killed Zhao Wensheng and his gang. White Knight. Zhao Pingzhong's eyes turned red as he muttered the name of his enemy. He had only one son, Zhao Wensheng. Now that his son is dead, he is no different from being extinct. Let me ask, how could Zhao Pingzhong not be angry? Master, there's a man named Bai Yu who wants to see you. At this moment, the servant reported. Zhao Pingzhong's consciousness was also pulled back to reality at this moment. Bai Yu, when he heard the name, Zhao Pingzhong had a vague impression of it. However, he didn't care too much, and Zhao Pingzhong directly refused. No, tell him to go away. But master, that man said that he knew some news about Bai Yi. As the servant said this, Zhao Pingzhong's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment, he changed his words. Tell him to wait for me in the living room. In the living room. When he saw Zhao Pingzhong, Bai Yu quickly got up from the sofa. Master Zhao, I'm Xiao Yu. We met at the last Lidu Beast Tamer Exchange Conference. Well, I can't remember. Just tell me about Bai Yi. Unexpectedly, Zhao Pingzhong was too lazy to even be polite. Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. However, he still said, It's like this, Patriarch Zhao. To be honest, Bai Yi is my evil son. I came here this time to deal with him together with you. Oh, when he heard this, Zhao Pingzhong frowned. That wicked boy not only beat up his own family, but also crippled my beast control, making me almost a useless person. He gritted his teeth and told the story with Bai Yu adding some exaggeration. In his words, Bai Yi had committed heinous crimes and had lost all conscience. I'm not interested in this kind of thing. Just tell me everything you know about Bai Yi. Okay. Don't look at Bai Yu's heavy punches in front of Bai Yi. But in front of outsiders, he is still very humble. Bai Yu told everything he knew. Hearing what Bai Yu said, Zhao Pingzhong seemed to be thinking about something. In his opinion, all the problems were caused by the Shadow Lord. It has good potential, and it is also a very rare mutant. No wonder Bai Yi dares to be so arrogant. Okay, I'll transfer a group of people over, and then I'll leave this matter to you to handle. Is that okay? After all, Bai Yi is now a student of Shinfu College. It was inevitable that there would be some inappropriateness in doing it himself. But if it were Bai Yu, there wouldn't be so many concerns. But he was unaware of Zhao Pingzhong's plan. When I heard that the other party decided to leave the matter to me, Bai Yu was overjoyed. Don't worry, Patriarch Zhao. I will definitely take care of it. While answering, he thought about the last time he was scared to death by that little beast. Bai Yu just felt extremely humiliated. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. In Bai Yu's opinion, he had the Zhao family as support. This time, that little beast Bai Yi is dead. Chapter 23. First time entering the academy. The instructor is shocked. Time flies. It took a week for the Shadow Lord to fully recover from his injuries. At this time, it is time to register for school. As soon as he went downstairs, Bai Yi saw a girl dressed in JK and black stockings, carefully dressed, who had been waiting for a long time. Standing next to the electric pole, she seemed like a beautiful landscape. And seeing the white knight coming, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Hee, I thought you, Bai Yi, didn't wait for me and went to report early. How could that be? You've been waiting for a long time, right? Why didn't you send me a message? I just wanted to give you a surprise. Sticking out her tongue, Luo Shui took the initiative to start the conversation. Bai Yi, you don't know that my ice mystic snake has already broken through to the 2nd level. How is it? Isn't it great? Great, you are awesome. After getting Bai Ye's approval, Luo Shui could no longer hide the smile on her lips. As they walked, Luo Shui took the initiative to suggest, Bai Yi, I remember the academy is quite far from here. How about we take a taxi? No, just sit on my beast. As Bai Yi summoned the beast. Looking at the Shadow Lord, Luo Shui couldn't help but blink and didn't react for a moment. Is this the Shadow Wolf King from before? Good, come up quickly. Turning over and riding on the Shadow Lord, Bai Yi stretched out his hand towards Luo Shui. Okay. As the two men rode the Shadow Monarch through the streets, feel the gusts of wind blowing towards you. Luo Shui couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and novelty. Don't underestimate her, because she is a good girl. But in fact, Luo Shui is still a little rebellious in her heart. She couldn't help but have a sense of deja vu as she and Huang Mao rode on a Ghostfire motorcycle. More than 10 minutes later. Wait until you reach the gate of the academy. Luo Shui still felt a little unsatisfied. This was the first time in her life that she rode such a majestic beast. Looking at Bai Yi, her ears couldn't help but turn red. In the future, if she and Bai Yi are together, isn't it possible to experience it any time and anywhere? Come on, Shui, I'll take you to complete the admission procedures. While holding Luo Shui's hand and walking around with a newspaper, recalling the scene where she hugged him tightly from behind just now, he appears quite calm on the surface. But in fact, Bai Yi could hardly suppress the smile. Take your sister to ride the beast and make up for the regrets of the previous life. At this moment, we arrived at the reception. An acquaintance also took the initiative to greet the two of them. Classmate Bai Yi, classmate Luo Shui, I've been looking forward to seeing you here for a long time. Teacher Xiao, isn't this too exaggerated? Haha, how is that an exaggeration? Not at all. Come on, follow me, the instructor. While chatting and laughing, Xiao Lifeng took the initiative to lead the way. Shinfu College only offers 3 classes each year, with 15 students in each class. The education adopted here is elite and emphasizes the concentration of resources. After all, the resources available each year are limited. 3 classes allow each beastmaster to maximize the use of resources. As he walked, Xiao Lifeng winked at Bai Yi. Student Bai Yi, isn't this a coincidence? You and Luo Shui are both assigned to my class. You two must not let me, your mentor, down. Bai Yi also heard the other party's subtext and smiled knowingly. Teacher, don't worry. Shui and I will never let you down. Don't you think so, Shui? As he spoke, Bai Yi pinched her little hand. It's soft, cool, and nice to touch. Head down this moment. Luo Shui's face was red all the way to her ears. Bai Yi actually flirted with her in front of his tutor. No, isn't this too bold? Pretending to be angry, Luo Shui glared at Bai Yi. The girl's blushing face explains everything. Before I knew it, all the formalities were completed. As the entrance ceremony ended, it was already afternoon. It's getting late. Luo Shui also proposed to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, why don't we live in the dormitory? It just so happens that my family has a house near the college. We can live there. Sure, I'll be responsible for making money to support the family, and you'll be responsible for looking beautiful. That won't work. I want to be a good wife and helper. As soon as Bai Yi finished speaking, Luo Shui immediately refuted. However, he saw Bai Yi looking at him with a smirk on his face. Luo Shui was so embarrassed that her toes touched the ground. What to do? Her intentions were too obvious. Did Bai Yi think that she was a love-crazy woman? Thinking of this, she immediately added another sentence. Don't get me wrong. I didn't say I want to be your good wife. Oh, so you mean you have someone else in your heart? Huh, how could that be? I'm only interested in you, okay? Then what else do you say? Bah, all you know is teasing me. Without waiting for Bai Yi to speak, Luo Shui immediately covered his mouth with her hand. She was anxious, really anxious. The next morning, back window seat, sitting on the side of Bai Yi, listening to the instructors mumbling on the podium, Luo Shui was almost falling asleep in a daze. Last night, alone in the room, but she didn't sleep well. Would Bai Yi come to her room to attack her? What if Bai Yi wants it? What if she give it to? Or not give it? If she gave it to him, would Bai Yi think that she was a frivolous woman? But if I don't get it to him, will Bai Yi be angry? I thought about it all night until dawn, with 2 dark circles under the eyes. Looking at Bai Yi with a strange expression, Luo Shui gritted her teeth. I've even imagined the strategy for myself. As a result, you were sleeping soundly in bed last night? No, how can you sleep at your age? Family members, who understands? In the classroom, looking at Luo Shui, who was dozing off on the first day of school, Bai Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. No, how can you sleep at your age? Luo Shui spent the whole morning in a daze. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I arrived at the practical training class. On the playground, under the scorching sun. In order to test the students' abilities, we can prescribe the right medicine and focus on breakthroughs. Facing everyone, Xiao Lifeng also spoke. Classmates, summon your beasts. Next, I will assess your capabilities. This is related to the resource supplies you can obtain from the academy in the future. I will apply to higher authorities to provide additional resource subsidies to students with outstanding performance. Any student who graduated from Shinfu College. Almost everyone has a 5th level beast. There are even many beastmasters who have trained 6th or 7th level beasts. And this has a lot to do with the college's resource subsidies. When I heard that the upcoming test would affect my subsidies for the next 4 years, everyone at the scene couldn't help but brighten up their eyes. Their enthusiasm was aroused, and they all summoned their own beasts. The same is true for Bai Yi. Although he can rely on his talent to carry out targeted enhancement of the beast, But who would complain about having few resources? Accompany the White Knight to summon the Shadow Lord. When you feel the rich 5th level aura, not only the students present, even Xiao Lifeng was dumbfounded at this moment. No, are you sure Bai Yi is a new beastmaster? This beast tamer is almost as powerful as his mentor. For a moment, the corners of Xiao Lifeng's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and the scene was completely silent. Everyone looked at him strangely. Bai Yi also spoke. Teacher Xiao, do I have to take part in the assessment as well? Chapter 24, SSS Level Resource Training. The whole school is shocked. No thanks. Feel the aura of the Shadow Lord. Even Xiao Lifeng couldn't help sweating profusely. Well, Bai Yi-san, if you have any requests, you can tell me, your tutor. I will report this to the higher authorities. I thought Bai Yi was just a seed player with great potential. But I never thought that this is not a seeded player at all. He is a complete monster. Even a few years ago, there was the genius Ji Shijuan from the Ji family. It's impossible to be like Bai Yi. From the time he awakened as a beastmaster now, in just over a month, he has trained a 5th level beastmaster, right? At this moment, his gaze towards Bai Yi changed. It started to become a little flattering. There was such a monster in my class. Then his year-end bonus is guaranteed. Well, then, Mr. Xiao, I want to ask something. Can I apply for free movement? Wait for some college competition or something like that. Just let me know when the time comes. And as Bai Ye's voice fell, Xiao Lifeng nodded. That's fine. Our college emphasizes teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. If free activities can allow you, Bai Yi, to maximize your potential, then you can move freely. I will help you explain it to other instructors. After saying this, he paused for a moment, as if he remembered something. Xiao Lifeng continued to add to Bai Yi. Well, Bai Yi, come with me to the principal's office later. I'm going to help you apply for SSS level resources. At this moment, listen to the two of them chatting. Seeing that, Bai Yi was allowed to move freely again. What SSS level resources are obtained again? For a moment, the smile on Luo Xue's face began to freeze. The corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. She was still waiting to develop a good relationship with Bai Yi in the academy. But now I tell her, other people's lives are colorful. Is her life a straight line between 2 points? Teasing her. Principal's office. As the principal, Lu Rian, was meeting with a group of senior executives of the college. The movements over there in the abyss are getting bigger and bigger. In principle, we should first, secondly, then, Principal Lu is right. We must complete our teaching mission. 1 hour later, as the meeting came to an end, the senior executives applauded. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the whole room was filled with the sound of flesh colliding with flesh. And just at this moment, bang, I saw the office door was kicked open. Xiao Lifeng, his face flushed with excitement, pulled Bai Yi in. Teacher Xiao, do you have any urgent business? Lu Rian frowned slightly, and there was a hint of rebuke in her soft words. Yes, principal, I found a good seedling in our class. I hope to help him apply for SSS level resources. As Xiao Lifeng finished speaking, without waiting for Lu Rian to react. In the office, a group of college executives couldn't help but be shocked. Teacher Xiao, do you know what you're talking about? Yes, SSS level resources, which means we need to invest tens of millions in each other every month. Are you sure you're serious? Even the genius of the Ji family a few years ago didn't enjoy this kind of treatment, right? Teacher Xiao, are you being threatened by a student's parents? If so, just blink, just when everyone was questioning. Lu Rian also spoke at this moment. Teacher Xiao, I understand your desire to fight for the welfare of students, but as she spoke, there was a turning point in her words. Can you tell me what kind of student gave you the confidence to submit this application to us? In response, Xiao Lifeng suddenly smiled. Just based on the fact that Bai Yi has now trained a 5th level peak beast. Peak of level 5? As Xiao Lifeng finished speaking, Lu Rian's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. And for a moment, the entire office. Everyone's breathing became rapid. The further you progress, the more resources you will need to tam beasts, and the slower your practice will be. And a new beastmaster. He was able to train the beastmaster to the 5th level in just over a month. What if we give him 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years? What if during this period of time, we give them S level, no, SSS level resources? Who would dare to think of this? I dare not even think about it. For a moment, he looked at the White Knight on Xiao Lifeng's side. Everyone's eyes changed. After a moment, he recovered from his shock. Lu Rian made a decision immediately. So, Bai Yi-san, right? Would it be convenient for you to go to the training ground and show off your beast? If it is true, then our school will not only provide you with SSS-level resources. At the same time, we will also report to Kyoto. Get more resources for you. Not only that, our school is also willing to help you hire a beast trainer to assist you in training your beasts. Hearing what Lu Rian said, Bai Yi also nodded. Okay. So, more than 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the Academy's beast-taming arena in a mighty procession. Come out, Shadow. As Bai Yi's thought moved, the Shadow Lord was also released from the beast-taming space. Epic bloodline. And it also has the dual blessings of mutant species and king species. With such a high-quality beast, it's no wonder that Bai Yi could train it to the 5th level. While sighing, insight into Bai Yi has already broken through to the 2nd level. At this moment, Lu Rian also asked him, Bai Yi, you haven't contracted a 2nd beast yet, right? Yes, Principal, I haven't found the right one yet. Bai Yi answered truthfully. Well, there's no rush. He gave him an approving look. Lu Rian was very satisfied with this student. Be neither impatient nor anxious, and take the elite route. When it comes to taming beasts, you want the best. If not, I'd rather not have it. Today's beastmasters are too impetuous. In Lu Rian's opinion, it is very rare to find a beastmaster like Bai Yi who is steady and has potential. Okay, Bai Yi, we already know your situation. Just tell Professor Xiao what resources you need. Every month, our academy will reimburse you for various cultivation resources, such as crystals and spiritual herbs worth 30 million. In addition, targeting your beast. We will also provide special attribute crystals and training items. You just need to practice with peace of mind. When heard every month, Shinfu College will help him reimburse the bill of 30 million and provide all kinds of spiritual herbs and medicines needed for his practice. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. With the assistance of various resources provided by Shinfu College, plus his experience in taming beasts and unlimited plundering in his previous life, Bai Yi is confident that he can return to the height of his previous life within a year. Okay, Principal, don't worry. I will definitely practice well. When Bai Yi left the academy, Luo Shui's course had already ended. Before Bai Yi arrived, she had already left. And on the way back, when Bai Yi saw the message the other party sent him, the corner of his mouth twitched. I'm not happy today, so don't come back. Go and sleep wherever you want. No, how did he make the other party unhappy? It's true that women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea. Just as Bai Yi was complaining, his phone vibrated, and Luo Shui sent him another message. You have received a transfer, 50,000 yuan. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want you to end up on the streets and embarrass me. I transfer the money to you because I felt sorry for you. Not because I felt sorry for you. Looking at her transfer records, Bai Yi couldn't help but smile. Good job. This girl is definitely too arrogant. Chapter 25. Salamander? The second imperial beast. After leaving the college, I found a hotel nearby. Just at this moment, a fire salamander that was rummaging through a trash can on the roadside and was covered in wounds suddenly attracted Bai Yi's attention. That is, feel its breath. As if realizing something, Bai Yi walked forward. As the thought came to mind, it was under examination. The information of this salamander was also presented in front of Bai Yi. Name Fire Lizard. Level, 1st level. Bloodline, Ordinary. Talent, Fierce Fire, reduces fire damage by 20. Skill, Bite. Evaluation, a fire lizard with dragon blood. Once awakened, it will unleash great potential. Just after reading the properties of this fire lizard, Bai Yi's eyes lit up. For other beastmasters, I want this salamander to awaken and transform. The resources required would be enormous and daunting. But for Bai Yi, this is easy. Don't forget, after hunting the Asian dragon, in his hands, he possesses 2 types of talents, dragon and fire, which are compatible with fire lizards. So, no hesitation. Bai Yi walked towards the fire lizard. When noticing Bai Yi approaching, the fire lizard looked alert and subconsciously took a few steps back. Abandoned by the owner, he was also ridiculed by countless people and beastmasters. It is treated as a mobile experience pack that anyone can get. Nowadays, salamanders are naturally wary of strangers. Could it be that Bai Yi is here to use it as a small monster to gain experience? You want to become stronger? Looking at the fire lizard covered with wounds, Bai Yi squatted down. If you want to follow me, I can guarantee that in the future you will stand at the top and be admired by countless beastmasters. Of course, if you don't want to forget it, For Bai Yi, he has a lot of options, and this fire lizard just happened to meet his needs. But for salamanders, this is an opportunity. Once you miss it, you may never be able to recover in this life. On the one hand, it was afraid that Bai Yi would abandon it like its previous owner did. On the other hand, I am afraid of losing this opportunity. There was a struggle in his expression. Finally, the fire lizard looked determined and stretched out its right claw towards Bai Yi. Well, from today on, your name will be Hate. I promise that if you follow me, you won't regret it. As he spoke, Bai Yi had a thought. In the air, spiritual power formed a magic circle. The contract is established. Just bring the salamander back to the hotel. When cleaning the wound, when you notice the willow leaf pattern on its right arm, Bai Yi was as expected. In the previous life, there was a 10th level wild, fire-breathing dragon, which was the object of countless beastmasters' desire to tame. And on its right arm, there was a very obvious willow leaf mark. I heard that this Charizard was abandoned by its owner and gradually advanced from salamander. This incident instantly became a laughingstock among countless beastmasters at the time. They were all laughing at the original owner of the Charizard for being so blind. He must have been very angry. Could it be that he picked up the salamander today? It should be the 10th level Charizard in the future, right? If that's true, then he has found a treasure. It is rare to see exotic beasts that can rely on their own strength to cultivate to the 5th or 6th level. And an abandoned salamander. In just a few years, he was able to break through to the 10th level without relying on any external things and advance to become a Charizard. Its potential can be imagined. If only I had his resources and talents. How big will this salamander grow in the future? A thought came to my mind, while adding Dragon Bloodline and Power of Destruction to it. Bai Yi couldn't help but feel excited. The next day, Xiao Lifeng was found early. Bai Yi submitted the list of materials he needed. And when I saw the materials needed by Bai Yi, except for some shadow crystals, the vast majority of them are magical herbs and medicines that can only be used by fire-type beast tamers. Xiao Lifeng vaguely guessed something. So he asked him, Bai Yi, have you contracted a second beast? Would you mind showing it to me, the instructor? Can. After saying that, Bai Yi had an idea. The fire lizard was summoned by him. Looking at the salamander in front of him, there was an obvious scar on its face and a mark on its right forelimb. Xiao Lifeng couldn't help but frown. Bai Yi, you're confused. This is a beast that was abandoned by the beastmaster. You actually contracted such a useless beast. What a huge loss. Take a closer look at the salamander. At this moment, Xiao Lifeng even had the urge to vomit blood. Yesterday, Bai Yi was still the pride of their college. But today, he actually contracted back a useless beastmaster, wasting a contract position in vain. The thought that all the resources he would apply for Bai Yi would be used on this useless fire lizard made him feel depressed. Xiao Lifeng's heart was bleeding. His eyes went dark, and he seemed to see his year-end bonus slipping away from him. Looking at Bai Yi, after a little thought, Xiao Lifeng gritted his teeth and said, Well, Bai Yi-san, you break your contract with this salamander now. The backlash and cost you bear. Our college will take care of it for you. And afterwards, we will find you a flame lion. That's much better than this useless salamander. Actively breaking the contract will result in certain backlash. But Bai Yi is a second-level beastmaster after all. The backlash will also be smaller. It is with this in mind. Xiao Lifeng didn't want Bai Yi to waste a beast-taming position in vain. And as Xiao Lifeng's voice fell, upon hearing this, the fire lizard beside him looked dim. I thought I could meet a wise leader, but I never thought that what I got in the end was being abandoned again, just when the fire lizard was in complete despair. Bai Yi spoke. No need, Mr. Xiao. I think my salamander is no worse than anyone else's beast tamer. It can do it. Not to mention that Bai Yi would never abandon his beast. Just from the fact that this fire lizard was able to reach the 10th level even after suffering the backlash of the contract. Bai Yi had even less reason to abandon him. And seeing Bai Yi's determined eyes and firm attitude, Xiao Lifeng also sighed helplessly. Well, Bai Yi, I will report your matter to the principal. I can only tell you first if you really choose to contract this salamander. Subsequently, there may be some changes in the resources provided to you by the college. Even so, can you accept it? I'm sure, although it has just obtained the talent. The changes in the fire lizard are not obvious. But Bai Yi has confidence. In the next month, the fire lizard's strength will undergo a qualitative change, becoming an existence that is no weaker than the Shadow Lord. And at this moment, following Xiao Lifeng's report, Principal's office. Lu Ruyan, who had just started working, instantly lost her sleepiness. She was confused. No, she just said yesterday that Bai Yi is a rare talent who is steady and cautious. Only one day had passed. Bai Yi couldn't wait to contract a beast. Moreover, this guy's a piece of trash abandoned by other beastmasters. Teacher Xiao, you and Bai Yi are in the office now, right? Wait, I'll be there soon. Having said that, Lu Ruyan ran towards the tutor's office without stopping. Chapter 26, Fire Pill. Salamander, Transformation. Bai Yi, are you sure you want to keep this salamander? It's not too late for you to regret now. Our college is willing to help you bear all the costs you need to bear in order to break the contract. In less than a month, you will be able to recover and contract a second beast. Not only that, by then, we will select an epic fire beast that is more suitable for you. Moreover, we can guarantee that the benefits you enjoy in our school will not change in any way. In the teacher's office, as Lu Ruyan finished speaking, on the side, Xiao Lifeng also echoed, Bai Yi, just give it up. There is no need to waste the beast taming space and resources on this fire lizard. After a month, when your condition is restored, you can sign the contract again. Our academy provides you with beast taming, plus your beast taming qualifications. In 4 years, at least 3 level 6 beasts will appear under your command. Facing the conditions proposed by Lu Ruyan, if it were any other beastmaster, he would have agreed long ago, right? However, no matter how exaggerated Lu Ruyan talked, Bai Yi still shook his head. I will never abandon my beast. I promised that I would become stronger with it. You? Hey, Xiao Lifeng looked disappointed. Lu Ruyan also looked regretful. However, she still decided to give Bai Yi another chance. Well, Bai Yi-san, how about this? 1 month later, our college will hold a college exchange competition with other colleges. If you can win the first place in the exchange competition, prove to us that you still have what it takes to be the salamander. Then, the academy supplies you enjoy will be distributed as usual. Having said this, Lu Ruyan paused for a moment before continuing. And if you can't, then I'm sorry. We will adjust your resource treatment to level A or B. Leave resources for other students who need them more. Can you accept such a result? Okay, then Principal Lu, how long will it take for the beast control resources I need to be approved? It could be this afternoon. Teacher Xiao will notify you then. 1 hour later, following Bai Yi back to the classroom, the news that he had contracted a salamander had spread throughout the school. Looking at Bai Yi, everyone looked at him strangely. Normally, a beastmaster would not abandon his beasts, unless that beastmaster is really useless. But Bai Yi contracted a beast that no one else wanted. What's the difference between this and picking up other people's discarded garbage? They don't say it out loud, but they talk about it behind your back. Everyone cast teasing glances at Bai Yi from time to time. Bai Yi, is this the fire lizard you contracted? Back window seat. Bai Yi then sat down. Sit on one side. He picked up the salamander that was more than 60 centimeters long. Luo Shui looked at it curiously. Hey, don't say that. That scar, that look, he looks like a little gangster. Come to me, I'll feed you. Ignoring the resentful look of his own ice mystic snake, Luo Shui placed an energy cube in front of the fire lizard's mouth. Originally, she only prepared energy blocks specifically for ice beast taming. But when I heard that Bai Yi had made a new contract with a fire lizard, she didn't even go to school at 8 a.m. I ran to the store and bought a lot of shadow and fire energy blocks. It is said that to conquer a man, you must first conquer his stomach. She not only wants to conquer Bai Yi's stomach, she even wants to conquer Bai Yi B's stomach. Looking at the salamander devouring the food, the girl smiled. Don't spoil it. Seeing that the fire lizard was almost choked, Bai Yi couldn't help but remind it. Yo, if you don't pamper your beast, you won't allow me to pamper it. Forget it. I don't want to bother with you. Looking at Luo Shui's side, there was a bag full of energy cubes. Bai Yi rolled his eyes. Who would eat energy cubes as a serious beast tamer? We all eat meat directly, right? Just complaining under the effect of the contract. Bai Yi only felt that in the beast taming space. The Shadow Lord was ready to make a move, his tail wagging and his drooling. No, you advance from Shadow Wolf, not Husky. He was speechless at the 2 foodies under his command. Seeing Luo Shui winking at him, it was almost written on her face that, I will give you the energy cube if you beg me. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Yi finally asked, Shui, didn't you prepare a shadow energy block? Can you give me some to satisfy Shadow's craving? After that, Bai Yi did not forget to add, I usually don't give these kinds of snacks to my beasts. But Shadow was so greedy that he couldn't bear it anymore. It asked me to beg you for it. So I asked for it. Please don't misunderstand me. Haha, since you begged me, here it is. Bai Yi, who had never asked anyone for help, actually asked him for help. Luo Shui's vanity was immediately greatly satisfied, although she is not yet conquered by Ye's stomach. But you have already conquered Bai Yi beast's stomach, okay? Having conquered Bai Ye's beast, is it still far from conquering Bai Yi? Thinking of this, the girl's smile grew even wider. In the afternoon, after receiving everything he wanted for Xiao Lifeng, said hello to Luo Shui. Bai Yi also returned to his previous apartment, looking at the shadows and the wind standing side by side. Bai Yi is disappointed with his failure. You were conquered by just a few energy cubes. I, Bai Yi, feel ashamed for you. Ouch. His tilde. The beast and the lizard looked aggrieved. It was definitely not them being bribed. But the hostess is so gentle and her energy cubes are so delicious. It makes me cry. The energy cubes I had this morning still seem to be lingering on my memory. The Shadow Lord couldn't help but drool again. That's enough. Seeing what the two guys were thinking, Bai Yi rolled his eyes. Well, practice well from now on. I'll ask her to buy some energy cubes for you in a few days. Bai Yi hadn't finished speaking yet. The two beastmasters were already becoming impatient, especially salamanders. No beastmaster has ever been so kind to it. And Luo Shui is the first one. It has been decided. Its mistress can only be Luo Shui. It recognizes no one except her. As the crystals were divided among the two beasts, they were devoured and absorbed. After taking out the spiritual herbs, Bai Yi began to forge the elixir. What he is forging now is the fire flame pill, which is specially designed for fire-type beast tamers. With Bai Yi's current level of alchemy, the quality of the pills he refines is not high. But what if purification is done through infinite plundering? Time passes by unknowingly. A few hours later, 5 golden red fire pills appeared in Bai Yi's hands. It's finally finished. Exhale a breath of foul air. Then give the pill to the fire lizard to swallow. The rich spiritual energy turned into white light, completely enveloping the fire lizard. The qualifications themselves are not bad. With the blessing of the 10th grade elixir, the dragon blood in the fire lizard's body was stimulated at this moment. A dragon's roar could be faintly heard. It also underwent a transformation. Chapter 27. Same level instant kill. The power of the fire lizard. Its size suddenly increased to about 1.5 meters. At the same time, flames began to burn on the back and tail. On both sides of the head, horns were seen growing. Lying on the ground, there was an obvious scar on his face and a willow leaf mark on his right arm that looked like a twisted tattoo. Among beast tamers, he is completely a bad boy. The conditions for bloodline advancement are not met. It was seen that he only broke through to the 2nd level, instead of advancing directly to the fire dinosaur. Bai Yi was a little disappointed, but soon I adjusted my mentality. The identification was initiated and Bai Yi also checked its information. Name Fire Lizard. Attribute, Fire. Bloodline, Elite. Level 2. Talent, Dragon Bloodline, Destructive Power, Fierce Fire. Skills, Bite, Flame Spray, Pyroblast. Evaluation, a mutant fire lizard that has awakened the dragon blood in its body with endless potential. The level increase also brings changes in size and strength. There are also 2 more signature fire skills. This is a huge improvement for the fire lizard. Then they went to the Lost Forest and hunted the Asian dragons hiding there. I believe that it can also successfully advance to a fire dinosaur, right? Thinking of this, I packed my things. The next morning, Bai Yi set off for the Lost Forest. Compared to the rookie trial ground in the Northern Forest, the beasts in the Lost Forest are much more powerful. There are even 7th level and even 8th level exotic beasts here. At the same time, the terrain of the entire Lost Forest is complex and is shrouded in thick fog all year round. Quite a few beastmasters die here every year. It was not long since we entered the forest. Feel the breath. Suddenly, a group of 2nd level nether foxes attacked Bai Yi. Their tails burned with dark purple netherworld fire. In the fog, it seemed like a few ghost lights were dancing in the air, signaling to the Shadow Lord not to take action yet. Bai Yi also gave orders to the fire lizard. Gas, use fire blast. Accompanying instructions are issued. Upon hearing this, the salamander immediately opened its mouth wide. Suddenly, a scorching fireball shot out. Boom! There was a loud explosion and flames billowed. A deep pit suddenly appeared where the nether foxes were. They are both at the second level, but can be killed instantly. Witness the fighting power displayed by the salamander. Bai Yi was still very satisfied. If the Shadow Lord is a berserker, that fire lizard is definitely a great wizard. I thought I failed to transform into a fire dinosaur. The fire lizard is not much stronger than the beasts of the same level. But I never thought that in terms of current strength. I guess it could be compared with those advanced fire dinosaurs, right? Even in his infancy, he is so powerful. What if it waits until it transforms into a fire dinosaur? It is worthy of being able to become a 10th level Charizard in the future, the dream beast of countless beastmasters. Just as Bai Yi was leading his two beasts, killing and devouring monsters in the Lost Forest. Outside world by family. Gained the support of Zhao Pingzhong. Bai Yi also gathered a group of people from the Star Guild. Bai Yi killed the people from the Star Guild. The commission was not completed. They and Bai Yi are at war to the death. And now it has formed an alliance with the Bai family and the Zhao family. In the eyes of the Star Guild, it was just a side job. Everyone, I got the news. The evil boy Bai Yi has entered the Lost Forest. Without the protection of Shinfu College. This is the best time for us to take action. Then tell your plan. Bai Yi couldn't help but feel excited. 10 third-level beastmasters. 7 fifth-level beasts. Such a lineup is the strongest team that Bai Yi can currently assemble. Therefore, this time, Bai Yi was full of confidence. If this can't defeat Bai Yi simply cut off his own head and kicked it like a ball. Mr. Bai, do we need to notify the head of the family? I think it would be better to discuss it with the head of the family before taking any action, right? And seeing Bai Yi make the decision so easily and rashly. A beastmaster from the Zhao family couldn't help but ask, although Zhao Pingzhong told them to listen to Bai Yi. But in his opinion, Bai Yi's plan was somewhat inappropriate. However, just as the beastmaster of the Zhao family finished speaking, Bai Yi immediately refused. That's not necessary. We have to act immediately. Otherwise, if Bai Yi escapes back to Ledu, once he becomes alert, with the protection of Shinfu Academy, it won't be so easy for us to deal with him again. Seeing that, Bai Yi had made up his mind. What the other party said does make some sense. The beastmaster couldn't help but sigh and give up. Now that things have come to this, I hope he is just worrying too much. He was unaware of Bai Yi's plan. Over the next 5 days, as the night deepens, the strength of the strange beasts that appear is getting stronger and stronger. In addition, the thick fog all around blocked the view. If it weren't for the Shadow Lord's blessing of keen perception, I'm afraid that now Bai Yi can only choose to retreat temporarily because the beastmaster is in poor condition. Soon, after killing another nether wolf that jumped out from nowhere, devour its flesh and blood, the fire lizard also broke through to the 3rd level, and its size suddenly increased to 2 meters. Compared with devouring the same level, the improvement brought by devouring higher levels is more significant. While secretly making note of this, observe your surroundings, relying on the experience of outdoor exploration in previous lives. Bai Yi also roughly judged that he should have reached the deepest part of the Lost Forest. And since we have reached the deepest point, it shouldn't take long to find the Asian dragon. Bai Yi was just thinking so. Ouch! At this moment, a wolf howled suddenly. The Shadow Lord sensed something. Aaron, by virtue of the contract, it was learned that it felt the breath of Asian dragon, led by the Shadow Monarch. A man, a wolf, and a lizard quickly headed in the direction where the breath came from. Half an hour later, through the dense forest, the scene before my eyes gradually became wider. What came into Bai Yi's eyes was a swamp. Facing this swamp, the Shadow Lord's hair stood on end and his eyes became alert. Also notice the strangeness of the Shadow Lord. It is clear that a powerful enemy is hiding in this swamp. So Bai Yi also gave orders to the fire lizard. Gas, use jet fire. Just as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth wide and a column of fire spurted out instantly. Suddenly, the scorching heat spread to the surroundings, and even the air became vaguely blurred. Boom! Under high temperature, biogas explodes. The entire swamp turned into a sea of fire in an instant. And the Asian dragon, hidden in the swamp, was also lured out at this moment. A dragon has 9 sons. Each of them is different. Even if they belong to the same species, they all have a certain amount of dragon blood in their bodies. But the appearances of different Asian dragons are very different. It has a body like a giant python, a tail like a fish, and a single horn on its head. This Asian dragon looks exactly like some legendary water monsters. Roar! All that was heard was an angry roar. Yalong rushed towards Bai Yi. Faced with the ant that dared to destroy its nest, it would definitely make it pay the price. However, before Asian Dragon could get close, Bai Yi gave orders to the two beasts. Gas, use Fire Blast. Shadow, use Shadow Ball. Suddenly, spiritual power emerged. Two magic balls, one purple and one red, hit the dragon respectively. Then, in the next second, the roar of the explosion followed. This dragon is at the early 6th level. Coupled with the blessing of dragon blood, it is not easy to deal with. If it weren't for the second beast, Bai Yi wouldn't choose to hunt this guy, right? It is also clear that this Asian dragon cannot fall so easily. So, Bai Yi's order was issued again. Shadow, use Shadow Claw to attack its vital points. Gas, use Jet Fire to assist Shadow. Hit the snake at its most vulnerable point. Before Yalong reacts to the explosion, the two beastmasters' attacks were continuous, not giving any breathing space. More than 10 minutes later, Snake's scales fall. The huge body had numerous burns of varying sizes. That is the Asian dragon, blessed with dragon blood. Otherwise, if you change to another exotic beast, I'm afraid the battle is over by now. Looking at the Asian dragon in front of him, as he thought of this, he frowned. Bai Yi also mobilized his spiritual power to reinforce the two beasts. Roar! With blessings, you will become braver and braver as you fight. Releases a wave of shadow. Take advantage of the brief shock and dizziness of Asian Dragon. The Shadow Lord leaped up and bit off a large piece of flesh from its 7-inch joint. The salamander was equally unyielding. It spits fireballs from its mouth. In an instant, it hits. The places where the scales fell off were severely burned and turned into charcoal. Facing a strong attack, I also felt my life was threatened. At this moment, Yalong's anger was gradually replaced by fear. Chapter 28, Talent Plunder. Advanced Fire Dinosaur. Human, I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to harm me? I couldn't help but use telepathy. Yalong questioned Bai Yi. You really have no grudge against me. Looking at Yalong, Bai Yi smiled, but you have something I want in your body, so please die. Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, the Shadow Lord stalks the shadows and launches surprise attacks. The fire lizard had already accumulated strength and was spewing flames from its mouth. Attack from front and back. No time to dodge or react. Yalong's vertical pupils suddenly shrank. It could only watch helplessly as the attack got closer and closer to it. Then, he was killed with one blow. You have plundered the Asian Dragon's talent. Dragon Bloodline. Reminder, the same talent has been detected. Dragon Bloodline has undergone a transformation. Dragon Bloodline. Dragon skill effects increased by 800, physique permanently enhanced by 100. While Bai Yi launched the plunder. Then he dug out the beast core from the dragon's body and gave it to the fire lizard to devour. With double blessing, the salamander's body shape was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The limbs become stronger. The tail behind began to lengthen. From crawling on all fours, it began to transform into standing on its hind legs. Roar! The light faded. It let out a low growl, announcing the end of its evolution. The air seemed to be vibrating. That powerful aura made people tremble. Looking at the dinosaur that has transformed into a fire dinosaur, Bai Yi also had an idea and checked the information. Name Fire Dinosaur. Attribute, Fire. Bloodline, Epic. Level 4. Talent, Dragon Bloodline, Destructive Power, Fierce Fire. Skills, Flame Fong, Flame Jet, Flame Blast, Flame Claw, Flame Rage. Evaluation. The fire dinosaur has extremely high potential and qualifications and is expected to advance to become a seed of dragon. After reading the information about the fire dinosaur, Bai Yi's eyes lit up. As expected, he is a potential stock who is able to advance to become a Charizard on his own in his previous life. A major qualitative change has taken place, based on the current strength of the fire dinosaur. Even if you're facing a 5th level beast, I believe you can easily deal with it, right? And when he sensed the changes in his companion's strength, the Shadow Monarch couldn't help but feel jealous. Aren't the qualifications of this newcomer too good? In just a few days, it is almost surpassing it. For a moment, he was concerned about his status as the boss. The Shadow Monarch developed a sense of crisis. A few days later, riding the Shadow Monarch, Bai Yi also left the Lost Forest. Based on his memories from his previous life, he remembered it clearly. A 7th-level dragon once appeared in the emerald forest next door. At that time, the appearance of that Asian dragon caused a capture frenzy. If we could hunt down that Asian dragon, perhaps the strength of the fire dinosaur will undergo another major qualitative change on its current basis. By then, you will have 2 high-level beasts. Bai Ying now has the confidence to compete with the Wang family. In the previous life, under the instructions of the Wang family, the Luo family was destroyed, and he ended up being betrayed by the Bai family and eaten by strange beasts until nothing was left. In this life, Bai Yi will never let tragedy happen again. He will take the initiative to seek revenge on Wang Fangxiu and the Wang family behind him. While thinking this, there was a hint of murderous intent in Bai Ye's eyes. That is the look that only those who have walked through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood can have. A few hours later, get out of the Lost Forest. Just stepped into the border of Luodu suburbs. Then a group of beastmasters formed a fan shape and surrounded Bai Yi. Seeing that the other party came with ill intentions, he frowned first. But soon, when they saw Bai Yi slowly walking out of the crowd, Bai Yi also showed a hint of understanding. Evil son, even Jesus can't save you this time. This day, next year, will be the anniversary of your death. Everyone, please help me kill this evil boy and bring peace back to the Bai family. As Bai Yi's voice fell, a group of beastmasters also summoned their own beasts. Among the 30 beasts, among them, there are 7 of the 5th level. The rest are also 4th-order existences. In such a lineup, but it was only to deal with a fledgling new beastmaster. At this moment, a group of beastmasters who happened to pass by saw this while they were also capturing beasts and killing monsters in the Lost Forest. There were also huge waves in my heart. No matter how much potential this new beastmaster has. But you don't have to be so cautious, right? 10 3rd-level beastmasters. Such a lineup is too exaggerated. Isn't that Bai Yi? At this moment, one of the beastmasters who was also watching the battle recognized Bai Ye's identity. And as he revealed Bai Ye's identity, at this moment, the eyes of the surrounding beastmasters looking at Bai Yi changed. Many years ago, except Ji Shijuan, there has never been a beast tamer who could score more than 600 points in the spiritual power test in the beast tamer examination. This is a seed of potential. Alas, what a pity a genius fell like this. This is too much. Not only is their level crushing, but they're also using their numbers to bully the weak. Yeah, how shameless. Although I sympathize with Bai Ye's experience. But the beastmasters had no intention of helping. After all, the other side has more people and more power. If their beasts died in battle, the price of that contract was something they couldn't afford. In the eyes of many people, there is no need to gamble one's future for a heroic act. Therefore, they only expressed spiritual criticism of the siege and killing of Bai Yu and his group. Of course, some people also contacted Shinfu College. Tell us everything that happened here. What? You said Bai Yu was bullied in the Lost Forest. Grabbing Xiao Li Feng by the collar, Lu Ruyan almost lifted him up. Yes, Principal, I heard from my friend. He is here right now. Xiao Li Feng explained the general situation. Lu Ruyan's face looked extremely ugly. Not to mention that Bai Yi is a student of their academy. It is not up to outsiders to bully him. Just looking at the potential of Bai Yi, facing such a seeded player, she couldn't let anything happen to the other party. So, Lu Ruyan made a decision immediately. Well, Mr. Xiao, if anyone comes to see me, just tell them I have something to do. After saying that, he summoned his own beast, the Icebird. Lu Ruyan rushed towards the direction of the Lost Forest. The thought of such a seeded player being brutally murdered. Lu Ruyan was extremely anxious. Bai Yi must hold on. Nothing must happen. At this moment at the border of the Lost Forest, facing the gradual approach of a group of beastmasters. His brows were slightly furrowed. Bai Yi summons the Charmeleon, facing so many beasts at the same time. Before, it would have been almost impossible for the Shadow Lord to win alone. But now, with the help of the Fire Dinosaur, we are able to fight. 2 to 30, it's just a 50-50 chance. Roar! All I heard was a roar from the Fire Dinosaur. Even though the numbers and strength of the two sides are very different, but remains unafraid. It was the White Knight that gave it the future. It was Luo Shui who made it feel the warmth from the Beastmaster. Therefore, it will defend it to the death. When you step on the ground, spiritual power emerges. Next second, Flame Fury. As skills are released, The ground cracked and continued to spread in the direction of the beastmasters. At the same time, as the ground shook, columns of fire spurted out, forming fountains of fire. And feel the burning heat coming towards you. In the back, Bai Ying looked horrified. The Shadow Lord alone is difficult to deal with. Now here comes a mutant fire dinosaur. Where did this little beast find such a good beast tamer? Chapter 29. College competition? Lu Ruyan is shocked. Ice turtle, use guard. Big stone monster, use earth barrier. Shadow lizard. We use guardian too. I saw the pillar of fire coming towards me. The expressions of the beast masters changed drastically, and they gave orders to their beasts one after another. It's obviously just a mid-stage, 4th-order fire dinosaur. But why can the skills it releases rival those of a 5th level or even 6th level beastmaster? At this moment, all the beast masters were stunned. Bai Ying's beast taming completely refreshed their understanding of beast taming. After a moment, wait until the flames die down. Only bursts of heat remained in the air. All the beasts were burned to varying degrees and were in poor condition. Facing the terrified people, Bai Ying did not stop. Instead, he gave orders to the 2 beasts again. Shadow, Gale, kill them. Ouch! Roar! Suddenly, 2 figures, one black and one red, rushed out like lightning, raise the sharp claws, attached with flames, and fall with the fire dinosaur's attack. A 4th-level shadow wolf was instantly cut into 2 pieces, and its corpse was burning with flames. And the Shadow Lord showed no sign of weakness. He opened his mouth wide and spit out a magic ball, which also killed a beast instantly. They seemed to be competing secretly. As time goes by, more and more beasts were killed by him. Even a 5th-level giant stone monster, known for his defense, would find it difficult to withstand 1 or 2 attacks. What's more, what about other beasts? It is said to be a battle between the 2 parties. It would be better to say that it was a one-sided massacre on Bai Ying's side. At this moment around, previously, many people thought that Bai Ying would definitely lose, and they all sighed at the death of such a beast-taming genius. Now they were speechless and showed expressions of disbelief. This was indeed a crushing defeat. But why was Bai Ying's side the one being crushed? Wow, 1 against 10 and still win. Not only did they win, they crushed us the entire time. Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? Could it be that Bai Ying is cheating? He was unaware of what people were talking about or thinking. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, the winner has been decided. This battle has come to an end. Looking at the beastmasters and beast corpses scattered all over the ground, Bai Ying was scared to death again. The strong smell of blood irritated his nerves all the time. And seeing the white knight approaching, his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground in fear. You evil boy. You. Feel the terrifying aura from the 2 beasts. At this moment, Bai Ying was frightened to death. A few minutes later, counted his spoils. Just when Bai Ying was about to leave, suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the sky. I want to see who dares to hurt the students of our college. A cold and sharp female voice came. Then, its wings spread out, and a bird-like beast about 7 or 8 meters long, with a blue body and feathers like ice crystals, fell from the sky. Don't worry, Bai Ying. I, Lu Ruyan, am here. No one can hurt you. As a 7th-rank beastmaster, Lu Ruyan's greatest confidence is her own strength. Thinking that he would save Bai Ying from the water and fire. Afterwards, Bai Ying looked so grateful to himself that he cried tears of gratitude. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. However, just saying, seems to have noticed something. Just when they saw the tragic scene everywhere, and Bai Ying who was unharmed, Lu Ruyan blinked and was unable to react for a moment. Mr. Bai Ying, aren't you being targeted and attacked? Hearing this, Bai Ying also nodded. Yeah, but I've already dealt with it. Oh, so you solved it. What? You said you solved it. The sound couldn't help but increase by several decibels. Looking at Bai Ying, Lu Ruyan was full of disbelief. Could it be that your Shadow Lord has broken through to level 6? That's not the case. Before Lu Ruyan could breathe a sigh of relief, Bai Ying's next words made her body tremble. It's the salamander that has evolved into the fire dinosaur. Advanced? I couldn't help swallowing. A huge wave of shock had already risen in Lu Ruyan's heart, even if there are resources worth tens of millions to support it. But it was a salamander that was abandoned by its original owner and whose talent had already been proven. How difficult is it to advance? It is almost impossible to do. However, this is something that cannot be done. Bai Ying actually did it. At this moment, Lu Rian's eyes when looking at Bai Yi changed. Bai Yi, can you summon your Charmeleon and show it to me, the principal? Can. After saying that, Bai Yi had an idea. The fire dinosaur was released from the beast control space. A normal fire dinosaur is about 1.5 meters tall. Some of the stronger ones can reach a height of 2 meters. Looking at the one in front of him, there is a 3-meter-tall fire dinosaur. Lu Ruyan could hardly hide the shock on her face. If it weren't for the obvious scar on Fire Dinosaur's face and the willow leaf tattoo on its right arm, she probably thought that Bai Yi was trying to trick her by making a new contract with a beastmaster. When he noticed Lu Ruyan, he folded his hands and blew air through his nostrils. But he remembered that this woman had advised Bai Yi to break the contract with it. Of course, Fire Dinosaur had no good feelings towards Lu Ruyan. In response, the Fire Dinosaur gave no face at all. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She also didn't expect that the fire lizard could grow to be so terrifying. With a serious expression, Lu Ruyan also apologized to Bai Yi and Charmeleon. Bai Yi-san and Charmeleon, I'm sorry. Principal, I shouldn't have underestimated the potential of every beast. Nor should I doubt your training methods as a beastmaster. After saying that, Lu Ruyan changed the subject. Bai Yi, you have trained your beast very well. I take that back. The resources our college can provide you will not change. They will even add another 20 million to the original amount. I will report this matter to my superiors. At the same time, we will also find a nutritionist to take care of you and your beast as soon as possible. When I heard that the amount of resources provided by Shunfu College would be increased from 30 million to 50 million, Bai Ye's eyes couldn't help but light up. Principal, are you serious? Of course. Can I lie to you? After that, Lu Ruyan paused for a moment before continuing. Bai Yi, I'm looking forward to your performance in the college competition at the end of this month. If you can win more first place in the college competition, then, Principal, I'm willing to grant you a small wish within my ability. Don't worry, Principal. My Beastmaster and I will never let you down. As the principal of Shunfu College, there are still many things that Lu Ruyan can access. If he can get some rare items or materials from the other party, then his strength will most likely undergo a qualitative change. Of course, in Bai Ye's opinion, this is not the most critical thing. Relying on Lu Ruyan's network of contacts, maybe he could use this to uncover all the people behind the framing of him in his past life. In his previous life, it was the Wang family who joined forces with Bai Yu and his gang to kill him. But Bai Yi felt that there were many suspicious points here. Very likely, except for the Wang family. There are other people involved. Chapter 30. You broke the contract. Why are you looking for me now? Return to Luodu. I applied to Lu Ruyan for a batch of resources exclusively for Beastmasters. Bai Yi also began to retreat, preparing to break through to become a third-level Beastmaster. And it was during this period of time when he was in seclusion and practicing. The video of Bai Yi fighting 10 Beastmasters alone went viral on the internet. At this moment, at the Beast Taming Middle School. Have you seen that video? Isn't that fire dinosaur so handsome? No, you only noticed the Charmeleon, didn't you? That Shadow Lord is pretty cool too, right? Is this a question of being handsome or not? Didn't you notice that those two beasts have epic bloodlines? Yes, both beasts have epic bloodlines. This might be a genius with more potential than Ji Shijuan. While everyone was discussing, someone suddenly said, I heard that this fire dinosaur was abandoned by someone. Haha, I guess its original owner must be very upset, right? Abandoned? How is that possible? There's a willow leaf pattern on its arm. Is this a sign that it has an owner? Just as many students were discussing this, sitting in the corner, staring at the video, Bai Yu's eyes turned red. Others don't know, but he knows. Isn't this what elder sister Bai Ying gave to him when she came back, and then he gave it to Mayer? The useless beast man abandoned by the goddess? Unexpectedly, it actually advanced into a fire dinosaur. No, we must get this fire dinosaur back. This originally belonged to him. Thinking about getting the fire dinosaur back, Mayer smiled at herself. Bai Yu was ecstatic. Immediately, he sent a message to Mayer. They agreed to find Bai Yi and get the fire dinosaur back together. And when Bai Yu said this was the salamander she had discarded a few months ago, Mayer was stunned. But soon she reacted, accepted Bai Yu's invitation. In her opinion, this fire dinosaur is her own. And now, she wants Bai Yi to be returned to its original owner. Isn't this reasonable? Not aware of this. In the apartment. After finishing the practice, I felt the surging spiritual power in my body. A smile also appeared on Bai Ye's face. Finally broke through the third level, unlocked the third contract slot. Bai Yi prepared to contract a flying beast to make up for the weak points of his lineup. As for the object of the contract, he had already made a choice in his heart. In the previous life, the first beast that Bai Yi contracted was a jade phoenix eagle. That was also Bai Ye's first beast that he cultivated to the 7th level. In my last life, I couldn't take you to greater heights, and I even let you die to save me. In this life, my old friend, I will definitely lead you to create greater glory. Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. Bai Yi's voice came from outside the door. Bai Yi, you bastard. Open the door. Give us back what belongs to us. Why is this damn liquor here? With a slight frown on his face, Bai Yi also walked towards the door. As soon as he opened the door, his eyes were cold. Bai Yi, you bastard. That fire dinosaur was given to me by Sister Bai Yin. It's mine. I now demand that you terminate the contract immediately and return it to me. Roll. After saying that, Bai Yi gave him a big slap on the face with his backhand. Bang! Perhaps it's because he broke through to become a 3rd-level beastmaster. Bai Yi's power was also slightly enhanced. This slap directly sent Bai Yi flying. Ah! With a scream, Bai Yi's front teeth were blown out. Seeing Bai Yi in such a mess, Li Meier looked disgusted. What a waste. Turning to Bai Yi with an apologetic smile, Li Meier said, Bai Yi, it's like this, that fire lizard was once my beast. Later, I had a conflict with it and accidentally broke the contract. I just made the same mistake every new beastmaster makes. Can you free the Charmeleon? I want to talk to it. After hearing what Li Meier said, Bai Yi also understood. No wonder Bai Yi tried so hard to steal the awakening crystal from him in his previous life. It turned out that he broke the contract, suffered backlash, and became a useless person. Li Meier cannot awaken into a beastmaster through normal means. I was just about to tell both of them to get out. Suddenly, Bai Yi posed. Through the contract, he gained insight into the thoughts of the fire dinosaur. He nodded. Okay, come with me. Followed Bai Yi to the courtyard. Li Meier was delighted. There's an opportunity here. Come out, Charmeleon. As Bai Yi summoned the Charmeleon. Looking at the fire dinosaur, Li Meier couldn't help but show a look of shock. Is this really the fire lizard that followed behind me with a stubborn look on its face? If you have anything to say, just say it now. Seeing Li Meier's stunnet, Bai Yi spoke impatiently. Okay. Nodding, Li Meier slowly walked towards the fire dinosaur with her arms folded. Charmeleon, it's me. I broke the contract with you just to test you. Yeah, it's just to test you. Just think about it. If I hadn't stimulated your potential in this way, could you have grown to where you are today? Okay, stop making trouble, break the contract with him, and come back to my side. The thought that he was about to control an epic bloodline beast with unlimited potential. Li Meier couldn't help but tremble with excitement, especially after seeing Charmeleon's calm face. She couldn't help feeling a little proud. As expected, beasts are beasts. Weren't you fooled by her few sweet words? However, what Li Meier did not expect was, just when she was about to touch the fire dinosaur, the other party took a few steps back. Then, a mouthful of saliva came out and sprayed directly on her face. Feeling sticky all over. Li Meier let out a scream, and her voice broke. You damn bastard. You damn bastard. How dare you spit at me? If you weren't a waste in the beginning, would this fairy abandon you? If it weren't for you, this fairy wouldn't have become a useless person. It won't last more than 3 minutes. Her defense was broken, and Li Meier's true colors were revealed. Looking at Li Meier, who was covered in saliva, Bai Yi calmly took a few steps back with a fire dinosaur. Hey, your wish has come true. Let's go back. Wait. You can't leave. Li Meier pounced on him with her fangs and claws bared. Seeing this, I wanted to give her a big slap. But seeing that she was covered in saliva, Bai Yi took a few steps back. It was this retreat that caused Li Meier to fall flat on her face. As luck would have it, her face was covered with mud. At this moment, Li Meier became even more crazy and left with Bai Yi. Looking back, the fire dinosaur gave her a sarcastic look. He also did not forget to spray his saliva on her face. It will never forget the hunger and starvation it suffered after being abandoned. He will also never forget the repeated beatings he received from other beastmasters. Now, seeing Li Meier so miserable, it felt indescribably happy. You broke the contract. What are you doing now that I'm advanced? Chapter 31. Use the opponent's trick against him. Deal with Wang Fangxiu. Oh my god, is this that salamander? That little rascal? Just think of Bai Yi returning to the academy, while learning that he was about to go to the Emerald Forest. The moment you see the fire dinosaur. Luo Shui was speechless. How long has it been? The salamander that she could hold in both of her hands. It actually grew to the point where it could swallow her in one bite. How did Bai Yi do it? He is truly the man I've chosen. Isn't he too amazing? Bai Yi, how did you train him? I wish my Xiao Bai could be as powerful as your Jifeng. Haha. Yes, I think your Xiao Bai still has a lot of potential. And heard, touching the head of her own beast, Luo Shui looked distressed. Hey, I wish I had the same talent for taming beasts as you, Bai Yi. Now, her ice mystic snake has broken through to the 3rd level. Among her peers, Luo Shui is also considered a genius. However, her talent, when compared with Bai Ye's, seems completely inadequate. This made Luo Shui very concerned. After all, she's going to be Bai Yexin's wife. How can I hold Bai Yi back? Just as the two of them were chatting and walking out of the school gate. Just then, a luxury car blocked the road. Then, a young man got out of the car. Shui, did I tell you that you were my fiancé? How can you be with some questionable men? Glancing at Bai Yi, Wang Fangxiu said lightly. Master Wang, please be careful with your words. I'm not your fiancé, and we're not engaged. And Luo Shui paused and said, I'm already Bai Ye's girlfriend. Wang Xiao, if you want to find a fiancé, then find another woman. We are not suitable. As she spoke, Luo Shui hugged Bai Ye's arm, not noticing at all that Wang Fangxiu's face was turning pale. Okay, very good, Bai Yi, right? Looking at Bai Yi, there was a hint of coldness in Wang Fangxiu's eyes. I will definitely make you regret it. He uttered a harsh word. Wang Fangxiu turned and left. Looking at his back as he left, Luo Shui couldn't help but tighten her hold on Bai Yi. Bai Yi, have I caused you any trouble? It's okay. I'll take care of it. Having said that, while comforting, Bai Yi also fell into thought, relying on memories of past lives. Bai Yi knew very well that Wang Fangxiu was a person with a very possessive nature and a very pathological personality. If he sets his eyes on a woman, he will do whatever it takes to get her. For this reason, many women suffered at the hands of Wang Fangxiu. In the previous life, it was because of his contact with Luo Shui. This made Wang Fangxiu turn love into hate, and he attempted to kidnap Luo Shui, possessing her every night and imprisoning her every day. In the end, he was adhering to the idea of if I can't get it, I'll destroy it. He attempted to kill him and caused the Luo family to collapse. In this life, although some butterfly effects occurred, but presumably, Wang Fangxiu will be the same as in his previous life. He kidnapped Luo Shui in the hope of having a fait accompli with her. However, since I have been reborn, knowing everything that is going to happen next. So, before heading to the Emerald Forest, Bai Yi decided to strike first. Let's get rid of this big trouble, Wang Fangxiu, first to eliminate any worries. And just as Bai Yi was thinking this, Bai family. Ever since Bai Yi left, the entire Bai family has become uneasy. That little bastard. How dare he? How dare he? Listening to my daughter's exaggerated story, Bai Yi was furious. They were humiliated like this one after another. Do you really think that no one in the Bai family can punish him? Dad, isn't my eldest sister coming back? How about letting my elder sister handle this matter? Just when Bai Yi was at a loss as to what to do. On one side, Bai Yi made a proposal. Bai Yi was stunned at first, but soon he reacted and his eyes lit up. Yes, Xiaoyan is from the Holy Light Guild. That is one of the 2 largest guilds in the world. With Xiaoyan's help, Bai Yi, that little bastard, is doomed. So not long after, Bai Yi told Bai Yin everything that had happened in recent days. Just stepped into the border of Luodu. When I learned all this, a woman with a delicate face and a cold aura emanating from her whole body suddenly showed a look of anger. Yin Yin, what's wrong? On one side, he saw that his goddess was so angry just because he answered a phone call. Zhou Hao couldn't help but ask. My half-brother actually had the guts to beat up my mom and dad. Not only that, he even dared to bully Xiaoyu and Xiaoying. How can such a beast appear in our family? As Bai Yan's voice fell, Zhou Hao couldn't help but get angry, although I'm still just a pursuer. But in fact, Zhou Hao is already regarded by Yin as his woman. Now, I heard that my father-in-law and mother-in-law were bullied. How could Zhou Hao tolerate this? So he spoke too. Then Yin Yin, let's do this. Before visiting my uncle and aunt. How about we go teach that little bastard a lesson first? Sure, Zhou Hao, you have to perform well. Maybe my parents will be happy and agree to our relationship. Hearing this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but feel distracted. Just as Bai Yin finished speaking, he immediately patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Yin Yin, I will never let you down." As they talked, the two of them headed towards where Bai Yi lived. Meanwhile, on the other side, it has only been a short time since I separated from Luo Shui. Bai Yi was surrounded by a group of people. Looking at the yellow-haired leader, his eyes narrowed slightly. Who could act so blatantly in Luodu? Apart from the Wang family, I guess no one else dares to do that, right? Just as he was thinking this, the yellow-haired man spoke. Bai Yi's guess was also verified. "Boy, come with us, the prince wants to see you. Remember, don't play any tricks on the road. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you." As he spoke, the yellow-haired man looked at him with pity. He knew Wang Fangxiu's methods. If Bai Yi offends the prince of Luodu, he will be dead. However, Bai Yi's next reaction surprised Huang Mao. "Okay, let's go." He thought Bai Yi would be like everyone else, panic-stricken and at a loss. However, what Huang Mao didn't expect was Bai Yi, however, acted indifferent. What a good pretender. I couldn't help but sneer. Then, he asked his younger brother to suppress Bai Yi. Soon, the group arrived at an abandoned warehouse in Luodu. As soon as he arrived, Bai Yi saw that Wang Fangxiu had been waiting for a long time. "What a coincidence, Bai Yi. I didn't expect that we would meet so soon." Looking towards the White Knight, Wang Fangxiu seemed to be smiling. "Do you remember what I just said? I will definitely make you regret it. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for touching something you shouldn't have touched. Now, do you think I should cut off your hand first? Or your eye first?" After saying this, Wang Fangxiu had a joking expression. Bai Yi couldn't help but raise his brows. He hasn't even bothered the other party yet. Unexpectedly, the other party came to me on his own initiative. But this suited him just fine. So Bai Yi also spoke. "So confident? Is there a possibility that I destroyed you before you destroyed me?" And just as Bai Yi finished speaking, the entire warehouse suddenly fell into silence. But soon, everyone laughed. "Boy, you are not kidding, are you? Ah, it's fun. Do you think you're long out, Yin? With your strength, how can you be a match for Master Wang? Our Master Wang is a third-rank beastmaster. You're just a newbie. It's okay to fool yourself, but don't fool your brothers too." And just when everyone was about to laugh to death, next second, as Bai Yi summoned the Shadow Lord and Fire Dinosaur, two powerful auras instantly suppressed the entire audience. For a moment, the smiles on Huang Mao and others' faces gradually froze. Facing a peak 5th-level beast and a mid-level 4th-level beast, they couldn't laugh anymore. Chapter 32. Instant Kill of the Red Gold Sand Scorpion. Talent Transformation. "Wang, Master Wang, what should we do now?" Unable to help swallowing, the yellow-haired man subconsciously took a few steps back. It was agreed that the opponent was just a 2nd-level beastmaster. But no one told them that Bai Yi had 2 beasts under his command, one at the 4th level and the other at the 5th level. "You're useless. It's just a 5th-level beast. Look how scared you are," said with contempt. Afterwards, Wang Fangxiu also summoned his own beast. It was a red gold sand scorpion that had reached the peak level of the 5th order and was the size of a cow. The thick insect armor is also extremely poisonous. This type of insect-type beast is difficult to deal with, although the level is only at the peak of level 5. But in fact, this red gold sand scorpion might be able to perform at the level of the 6th level. If it were any other beast, it would probably be suppressed by it. But unfortunately, this time, it met the wrong opponent. "Shadow, kill them." Roar! Just as Bai Yi's order came down, like a sharp arrow, the Shadow Lord suddenly rushed out. "Open your mouth wide and show your fangs." Shadow Fang is activated at this moment. Crack! With just a sound, several cracks appeared on the armor that the red gold sand scorpion was so proud of. Then, wait until the Shadow Lord becomes a little stronger. Accompanied by a mournful cry, the Beastmaster died and the contract was terminated. Under the backlash, Wang Fangxiu's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Is it possible? He could barely stand with the help of several people around him. Looking at the Shadow Lord, Wang Fangxiu was filled with disbelief. You know, his red gold sand scorpion was cultivated to its current strength with the support of many resources from his family. But in the end, he was killed instantly by Bai Yi, an unknown beastmaster. How could he accept this? Get rid of them. At this moment, before Wang Fangxiu could recover from his shock, Bai Yi once again gave orders to the Shadow Lord. Roar! Suddenly, accompanied by a roar, the Shadow Lord attacks again. Ah! Monster! Monster! Don't come over here! Wang, Master Wang, please save me. If you touch it, you'll be hurt. If you touch it, you will die. For a moment, the entire abandoned warehouse was filled with wailing and blood flowed like a river. Bai Yi does not kill innocent people indiscriminately. In this life, he simply returned all the injustices he had suffered in his previous life in the same way he had suffered. And it seems that no one can stop the Shadow Lord. At this moment, Wang Fangxiu's expression also changed slightly. He can no longer maintain his previous calmness and composure. At this time, Wang Fangxiu couldn't help but panic. Bai Yi is too strong. It was beyond his control. Wang Fangxiu knew very well that he could no longer stay here. Otherwise, he will die here with Huang Mao and others. Just as I was thinking this. So, Wang Fangxiu immediately summoned his second beast, the Blue Phoenix. He is ready to run away at any time. Wait, Master Wang, you can't abandon us. I saw Wang Fangxiu riding on the Blue Phoenix and taking off into the air. Huang Mao was shocked and terrified. Wang Fangxiu is gone, but they were left to face it alone. With their mediocre skills and the 5 or 6 first-level beastmasters under their command. How could he be Bai Ye's opponent? Seeing that Wang Fangxiu completely ignored it, the Blue Phoenix flew higher and higher. At this moment, Huang Mao and others were completely desperate. Gas, use jet fire, don't let him escape. At this moment, the Blue Phoenix bird broke through the roof of the warehouse and carried Wang Fangxiu straight into the sky. Bai Yi immediately gave orders to the fire dinosaur. Roar! Suddenly, there was a domineering roar from the fire dinosaur. It opened its mouth wide, and raging flames formed a pillar of fire that swept towards the blue lawn bird and Wang Fangxiu. However, Bai Yi was still one step too late. The flames only burned the Blue Phoenix's tail. Carrying Wang Fangxiu, it swayed in the air and soon disappeared into the sky. Don't chase me, come back, hate. At this time, the fire dinosaur was seen preparing to chase. Bai Yi stopped it. There is no need for him to take the initiative. Wang Fangxiu would naturally give him the opportunity to reveal his flaws. I suffered such a great loss at his hands. Bai Yi knew very well that the other party would not give up. After a moment, the battlefield was cleared. Faced with the corpse of the red gold sand scorpion, Bai Ye's talent was activated. You have plundered the red gold sand scorpion's talent. Sand barrier. Reminder, similar talent detected. Protection of the earth has transformed. Blessing of the earth. When on the ground, resistance increases by 400 and self-recovery increases by 200. Shadow Lord has no shortage of burst. But in terms of battery life, compared with the same level, it pales in comparison. But now, with the protection of the earth, a transformation has taken place. Its overall strength has also been improved to a higher level. More than 10 minutes later, the two beasts ate the red gold sand scorpion until only an empty shell was left. Just about to leave, Bai Yi also gave orders to the fire dinosaur. Use pyroblast to destroy this place. Roar! Suddenly, the fire dinosaur roared. Immediately afterwards, spiritual power expanded and skills were released. In an instant, there was a loud bang of an explosion. All the evidence were wiped out in the fire. There is no evidence to prove the truth. If it is in the suburbs, then there is no need to do this. But this is Luodu after all. Therefore, Bai Yi is still very cautious in doing things. So, everything was settled. Bai Yi then spoke again. Okay, Shadow Gale, let's go. Ouch! Roar! Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, the two beast masters echoed. They hadn't eaten for almost a day and were already starving. The meat of the red gold sand scorpion just now was too little. For them, this is not enough to fill their teeth. And relying on the connection of the contract. When he learned what the two beasts were thinking, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, how about I take you to the underground arena for a snack? As Bai Ye's voice fell, when I learned that I would be heading to the underground arena next, the eyes of the two beast masters couldn't help but light up, especially the Shadow Monarch. Although it has transformed, it still cannot change its husky-like personality in front of Bai Yi. The tail was already wagging. If Bai Yi didn't allow it, it stretched out its tongue and licked its master's face twice to express its inner excitement. The more they devour, the stronger they become. In the underground arena, not only can you fight with equally matched opponents, but you can also improve your own combat experience. The key is to be able to add meals. This is absolutely killing two birds with one stone. Ouch! Howling towards the sky, the Shadow Lord kept signaling to Bai Yi. Its sharp claws and fangs are already hungry and thirsty, riding the Shadow Monarch. Half an hour later, Bai Yi arrived at District 33 with ease. Inside the underground arena, the moment you see the Shadow Lord, Yuan Shangan was shocked. If Bai Yi hadn't mentioned it on his own initiative, I guess he couldn't even think of it. The Shadow Lord in front of us is the Shadow Wolf King from before, right? While lamenting that I had made the right choice of person. At this moment, Yuan Shangan also spoke. Brother Bai, I'm sorry, we don't organize any beast taming competitions of level 5 or above, so... However, at this moment, before Yuan Shangan could finish his words, it was interrupted by a sudden female voice. Who said no? Am I not one? With this sound, when Bai Yi looked in the direction from which the message came, I saw Bai Yin and Zhou Hao slowly walking towards this side. Bai Yi, you disappoint me so much. Today, as your elder sister, I must discipline you. Let me tell you what it means to respect teachers. As he spoke, the aura of a 4th-rank beastmaster was clearly visible on Bai Yin. Chapter 33. Green tea sister? I'll punch her hard. Have you heard that there will be a 5th-level beastman appearing in today's life and death battle? What the hell? Is this true? Level 5. Yes, it is the 5th level. You will know when the time comes. The battle has not yet begun, but in the audience, people have already started talking about it. It is not easy to train a beast. Generally speaking, a beastmaster who can train a beast to the 5th level will not be short of resources. Not lacking in resources also means that one will not come to such a place. Therefore, for all the gamblers who place bets, this level of battle is rare in decades. This is a showdown between 5th-level beastmasters. How could they not be excited? How can I be calm inside? And under the watchful eyes of the public, the life and death battle between Bai Yi and Bai Yin is about to begin. In the arena, looking at Bai Yin, whose face was cold and angry, Bai Yi looked calm. In his previous life, every time he was beaten and kicked, bruised and battered, and imprisoned in a basement full of rats and bugs, he almost died. Bai Yin mocked and spoke sarcastically to him more than once. She kept muttering, "If you weren't naughty and made Dad angry, how could you be scolded? If you hadn't taken your brother and sister's things, why would you have been beaten?" There are countless words like this, while adding fuel to the fire. They also did not forget to throw some unwarranted insults at him. It can be said that Bai Yin is a complete green tea. Bai Yi remembers it clearly. There was one time when it was clearly Bai Yu who stole something, but Bai Yin falsely accused him of being the culprit. What do you mean by your brother is so young? Does he know what stealing is? That time, Bai Yu almost cut off one of his hands. Elder sister? He. She is just a green tea girl from a different father and mother, brought by a stepmother. Bai Yi, I never expected that you really have grown wings. Dare to hit your parents without telling them. How dare you attack Xiaoyu and Xiaoying? No matter what they say, they're still your brothers and sisters who grew up in front of you. As a brother, what's wrong with you giving them some money and resources? Xiaoying finally got a boyfriend. As a girl, what's wrong with her wanting to find a tame beast for Xiaohan in order to avoid being looked down upon? Can't you just give her your beast? How could you bear to be so cruel? Bah, I'm so ashamed to have a family like you. You don't deserve to have the same surname as us. You are even less worthy of being my Bai Yan's younger brother. As Bai Yan's voice fell, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. Bai Yan is the first one who can make such shameless words sound so righteous. He immediately retorted, "If you want to fight, just fight. Don't talk nonsense. I feel sick when I see you weirdos." As Bai Yi's voice fell, Bai Yin was so angry that her body trembled. She didn't expect that Bai Yi, who had never dared to resist, would be so tough. He opened his mouth, but finally stopped talking. I know I can't defeat Bai Yi. Bai Yin simply summoned his own beast and planned to speak with strength. As the magic circle emerged, what appeared in the arena was a red flame tiger with fire-like patterns on its surface and a body size of 7 to 8 meters. It is almost the same size as the Shadow Lord, and both are level 5. One is black and the other is red. The two are opposites. The sharp auras collided with each other, causing the spiritual power to form a subtle small vortex between the two. Looking at the red flame tiger, Bai Yi had an idea. Its information was also presented before him. Name: Red Flame Tiger. Attribute: Fire. Bloodline: Epic. Level 5. Talent: King's Majesty. Causes a certain degree of deterrence to beasts of the same level or lower level than oneself. Blazing flame drive. When in near-death state, the whole body will be covered in flames, and the effect of fire skills will be increased by 100. Skills: Flame Fong, Flame Jet, Flame Charge. Evaluation. As the fire-type beast that every beastmaster dreams of, its potential has not yet been fully developed. Just consider it as you have finished reading the information about the red flame tiger. Bai Ye's eyes lit up, whether it is Majesty of the King or Body of Flame. This is in line with his talent for taming beasts. If he can plunder it, then whether it is the Shadow Lord or the Charmeleon, their strength will undergo a qualitative change, right? Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, Bai Yin was the first to give orders to the red flame tiger and launched the initial attack. A tiger, use flame charge, then flame fong. Suddenly, as Bai Yan's voice fell, the red flame tiger launched a charge. As it rushed forward, gradually, flames began to ignite on its body like a burning chariot. Roar! With a deafening roar, the red flame tiger opened its bloody mouth wide. The sharp fangs were also filled with scorching heat. Once hit, the worst-case scenario is burns, and the worst-case scenario is instant death, right? The battlefield is changing. Therefore, there is no need for Bai Yi to command the entire process. The Shadow Lord has his own way of fighting. As a beastmaster, Bai Yi only needs to act as its second pair of eyes and control the overall situation on the battlefield. Use Shadow Sneak. While avoiding the attack, Invisible Divine Will and Shadow Claws were activated at the same time. In just less than a minute, the first round of confrontation between the two has ended. Controlled by the Invisible Divine Will, unable to move. And taking advantage of this stalemate, the Shadow Lord's skills hit. The back of the red flame tiger was suddenly covered in blood. The winner and loser have been decided from now on. Hit it with Shadow Ball, then use Shadow Sneak to keep a good distance. Wait until the opponent's talent effect ends, and then put an end to it immediately. As Bai Ye's voice fell, just when Bai Yin was stunned and had not yet recovered from the injury of his own beast, Shadow Koan took the initiative. The coherent and skillful use of skills and combos are amazing. Every step seems to be carefully calculated. By the time Bai Yin reacted, he was hit by 3 shadow balls in a row. The red flame tiger's talent, Blazing Drive, has been triggered. Roar! His whole body was burning with flames, and his eyes were glaring with anger. Its breath is climbing at this moment. What? Seeing this, Bai Yin was shocked. It seemed that the red flame tiger was already enraged. It attacked the Shadow Lord regardless of the consequences. Bai Yin quickly persuaded him. Calm down. Calm down, Ao. Don't fall for their tricks. They are trying to drain you. The near-death state brings additional attribute gains. But this also means that the red flame tiger's physical strength and endurance will be rapidly consumed. Bai Yin knew very well that what the red flame tiger feared most now was being consumed. It seemed that it was completely ignoring his instructions. Instead, he was played around by Bai Yi and the Shadow Lord. Bai Yin's heart also hardened. Come back, tiger. Using the power of the contract, Bai Yin prepared to forcibly retrieve the red flame tiger and switch to the next beast to control. However, how could Bai Yi let her succeed? Shadow, use Shadow Fong to put an end to it. Want to take turns switching beasts to deplete his team's status? You're dreaming. Here you go. In Bai Yan's panic, taking advantage of the moment when the red flame tiger was recalled by the contract and unable to move, Shadow Lord's skill is activated. It bit the red flame tiger's neck. Crack! Bones broke and blood spurted. The look in the red flame tiger's eyes gradually dimmed. At the same time, Bai Ye's talent was activated. Chapter 34, 1 versus 2. Devour the Unicorn. You have plundered the red flame tiger's talent. King's Majesty. You have plundered the red flame tiger's talent. Body of blazing flames. Tip. Similar talents detected. King's domain has transformed. Tip. Similar talents detected. Fierce fire has been upgraded to Flame of Wrath. King's domain suppresses all beasts within 1,000 meters. Flame of Wrath. Reduce fire damage by 50. Increase the effect of fire skills by 200. Accompanied by the activation of White Knight's talent. The red flame tiger's talent was also plundered immediately. And it was just as Bai Yi thought. The fusion and advancement of talents has brought about a small qualitative change in the combat effectiveness of a Shadow Lord and the Charmeleon. The stronger you are when facing a strong opponent, the braver you become. This is the horror of Bai Ye's talent. Ouch! In the arena, a long roar was let out towards the sky. The Shadow Lord also cast a provocative look at Bai Yin. The red flame tiger, just now, was too weak. It hasn't even filled its stomach yet. At this moment, in the audience, when seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. In their impression, shouldn't a fight between people of the same level be a back-and-forth fight with both sides evenly matched? How come when it came to Bai Yi, he was killed instantly? Did you see that Bai Yi didn't give any instructions to the beastmasters? Yeah, this level of tacit understanding is too high, isn't it? Good fellow, could it be that Bai Yi has already reached the state of being able to communicate with the beastmaster? How was this possible? He's just a new beastmaster. There were continuous exclamations, and everyone looked incredulous. Telepathy is a state that is difficult to achieve between a beastmaster and his beasts. In addition, there needs to be a very high level of tacit understanding between the two. Taming beasts also requires extremely strong spirituality. Just a glance can make the beastmaster understand and respond to the ever-changing battle. It can be said that there is only one beast tamer who can do this in 10,000. I really didn't make a mistake. This boy is a monster. With his eyes fixed on the arena, Yuan Shangan murmured. He thought his unintentional act was just a small investment. But I never thought that I would catch a big fish. If I can make friends with Bai Yi, wait for the other party to grow up. Maybe Yuan Shangan will also soar to the sky. This is definitely a thigh. At this moment, Yuan Shangan was ready to take action at any time to save Bai Yi. He would never let Bai Yi, a beast-taming genius who had not yet grown up, die in Bai Yan's hands. At the same time, I also heard the discussions of people around me. He felt a little embarrassed and got angry out of shame. Bai Yin summoned his second beast. Come out, Bai. As her voice fell, a 3 to 4 meter tall, snow-white unicorn appeared in the arena, possessing the attribute of light and a cultivation level of the early 6th stage. Whether it's attribute, restraint, or level suppression, this unicorn has the advantage. And looked at Bai Yi triumphantly. Bai Yin has already secured victory. Bai Yi, you don't know yet? That red flame tiger is just the weakest beast under my command. I actually have 3 early 6th-level beasts in my hands. What can you use to fight me? 3 level 6? Hearing Bai Yan's words, Bai Yi couldn't help but tremble slightly. It wasn't out of fear, it was out of excitement. If you can devour it, plunder its talent. Maybe the Shadow Lord can break through to the 6th level? Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, it seemed that the battle between the two sides was about to break out. In the audience, everyone felt that Bai Yi was doomed to lose. After all, his opponent is a 4th-level beastmaster who controls 3 6th-level early-stage beasts. On the betting board, Bai Yi's odds have reached an astonishing 1 to 100. The odds displayed are 100x. This is enough to show how much people distrust Bai Yi. There are countless negative voices, such as lamentations and regrets. However, such a big arena. But no one is optimistic about Bai Yi. Come to think of it, of course, the facts are right in front of us. A 5th-level Shadow Lord and a fire dinosaur. Once the Shadow Lord is killed by a war of attrition, I'm afraid that the fire dinosaur is in great danger, right? I was unaware of everyone's size. In the arena, Bai Yi has already issued orders to the Shadow Lord. Use the invisible divine will, and then use the shadow fluctuations. It is also clear that the Shadow Lord is being restrained head-on, and his mobility is difficult to exert. Therefore, Bai Yi's strategy is to add as many debuffs as possible to the opponent, then wait for the right moment to explode and take down the unicorn. Roar! There was a deafening roar. Shadow Lord's skill is activated. The shadow fluctuation plus the blessing brought by the king's domain. Double suppression plus the constraints of invisible divine will. When the buff is fully stacked, it belongs to Yes. Bai Yin naturally did not show any weakness in this regard. Charge with holy light, then trample with war. The ground cracked under the trampling of horses' hooves. The sharp claws swept across, and blood and flesh splattered. As the flying dust in the air gradually dissipated, I saw that both beasts were injured to varying degrees, and the Shadow Lord was panting. But even so, its scarlet eyes were fixed on the unicorn in front of it. Ever since signing the contract with Bai Yi, no beastmaster has ever been able to injure it like this. This unicorn is the first one. But this is just right. The more you fight, the braver you become. Feeling the spiritual blessing given to it by Bai Yi, it was filled with fighting spirit. Roar! With a roar, the Shadow Lord rushed forward again. Skills are just interspersed from time to time. The game between the two emphasizes the aesthetics of violence. and Bai Yi was indifferent to the Shadow Lord's strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries. Bai Yin couldn't help but sneer and thought to himself, "Stupid. Shadow Lord is an assassin type who values quick battles and quick decisions. Her unicorn is a warrior, capable of both offense and defense. This kind of fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries is not a loss for her at all, right?" Bai Yi wanted to waste time, so she wanted to see who would consume the other to death first. No, this isn't right. However, soon, after a moment, after discovering that the Shadow Lord showed no signs of exhaustion at all, but Bai Yi looked calm, as if the outcome had already been decided. The ominous premonition in Bai Yan's heart became stronger and stronger. But by the time she realized something was wrong and reacted, but he found that the situation had reversed. The ominous premonition in her heart was confirmed at this moment. With the protection of the earth, just keep all 4 limbs on the ground. The Shadow Lord will then be able to recover continuously. And there is no similar talent blessing. After a long battle, even a unicorn would be exhausted. With a horse's mournful cry, the unicorn finally fell down. Don't want. The Shadow Lord was seen lunging at the unicorn, attempting to finish it off. Bai Yin couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. She had spent a lot of effort to obtain this unicorn and had raised it from childhood to adulthood. He is a capable subordinate of hers. It was also the key to her joining the Holy Light Guild. But in the end, I had to die in such a place. How could Bai Yin accept this? Kill it. At this time, without waiting for Bai Yin to stop it. As Bai Yi gave the order, the Shadow Lord also took a bite. In an instant, the unicorn's neck was broken and blood gushed out. I struggled for a while at first. Then, the unicorn lost its breath. You have plundered the unicorn's talent. The power of holy light. Power of holy light. Negative effects are reduced by 50, and your own light skills are enhanced by 20. Light attribute? I don't know if Fire Dinosaur is compatible with this talent. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yi added this talent to the Fire Dinosaur. White Knight! With a ferocious face and vicious eyes, Bai Yin roared hysterically. With the contract broken, of the 4 beasts, 2 have died in battle. Moreover, one of the dead ones was almost equivalent to a companion beast. At the same time, she herself was seriously injured. Years of hard work were destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Bai Yin hated Bai Yi to the core. Chapter 35, Attribute Restraint. The second form of Charmeleon. Seeing the Shadow Lord defeating 2 enemies at once. At this moment, in the audience, everyone couldn't help but show surprise. That Shadow Monarch is so strong that he can actually kill a monster of a higher level despite its attribute restraint. Oh, what's the point of winning? Don't forget that Bai Yin still has 2 6th-level beasts. Yeah, with such a serious injury, I'm afraid you won't be able to fight anymore, right? Alas, Bai Yi is doomed to fail. His main force was seriously injured. How could a 4th-level fire dinosaur defeat 2 6th-level beasts? Also located in the auditorium, when you see that the next battle will completely decide the outcome, Yuan Shang'an couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. How could a 4th-level fire dinosaur achieve the same feat of 1 against 2 as the Shadow Lord? He stared at the arena. At this moment, Yuan Shang'an was ready to interrupt at any time. And also keep an eye on the arena. Zhou Hao showed a hint of smile. He actually dared to kill Bai Yan's 2 beasts in succession. If Bai Yi doesn't pay the price for this, that is simply outrageous. I don't know what people are thinking. Recall the Shadow Lord. Bai Yi then summoned the Charmeleon. The original talent has undergone a transformation. In addition, he obtained a new talent, Power of Holy Light. Today, the fire dinosaur's strength is infinitely close to level 5. It is only 1 step away from a breakthrough. Roar! There was a deafening roar. The tall and mighty body is coupled with a burning aura that radiates towards the surroundings all the time. It looks shocking. Holding its hands, it stared at Bai Yin. As a beastmaster, he sensed the emotional changes of the fire dinosaur. Facing Bai Yin, Bai Yi also spoke. Don't you still have 2 beasts? Summon them all. Otherwise, there's only 1, and it is not challenging at all. Furious, hearing Bai Yi's words, Bai Yin suddenly laughed out of anger. Bai Yi, after leaving the Bai family, your abilities haven't improved much, but your personality has become more and more arrogant. You don't really think your Charmeleon can fight 2 people at once? Okay, since you said so, I will satisfy you. After saying that, Bai Yan's thought moved. 2 beasts were summoned separately. A big snow monster and a big stone monster. One is made entirely of ice crystals and snow. The other is made entirely of rocks. Both are heavily armored monsters. It's difficult to deal with one-on-one. Now it's still 1 against 2. Seeing this scene, the audience. Yuan Shangan was horrified. No, Bai Yi's going too far, isn't this? Suddenly I couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately stood up, ready to stop this farce at any time. He doesn't want anything to happen to Bai Yi. At this time in the arena, the battle has begun. As the fire dinosaur's angry flames were activated, the flames were raging. The flame burning on the tail became more and more surging and rising until it burned the whole body. At this moment, it seemed to come out of fire, like the god of fire descending to the earth. Isn't it just a special talent? Do you really think you can beat 2 people at once? That's what I said. But with a cold snort, Bai Yin couldn't help revealing a hint of jealousy. Quick and decisive, kill it. Ah, we are sure. As Bai Yin's voice fell, every step taken by the 2 huge monsters seemed to shake the earth. They rushed towards a fire dinosaur. Gas attacked the Yeti first, used fire fury, then fire explosion. Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, I saw the fire dinosaur stomping on the ground. Then the arena cracked instantly. Countless pillars of fire rose into the air, enveloping the 2 giant beasts. At the same time, it spewed out a huge fireball, which went straight toward the Yeti. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion. The entire arena was covered in flames by the fire dinosaur, turning into a world of fire. Waves of scorching heat hit me in the face. Even the entire audience could feel the high temperature burning their throats. It has a special attack against ice type, plus many talents. When the fire dinosaur releases fire skills, instantly, tons of damage were caused to the snow monster. Naturally, it only took 2 moves. Before he could react, the snow monster was killed instantly. You have plundered the Yeti's talent. Extreme cold breath. Extremely cold breath. Ice skill effects are increased by 50. When fighting in an ice and snow environment, all attributes are increased by an additional 200, accompanied by the activation of White Knight's talent. When seeing the talents plundered from the Yeti, Bai Yi's eyes lit up. He did not have a contract with an ice beast tamer, so this talent was dispensable to him. But for Luo Shui's ice snake, if you have this talent, it will bring about a qualitative change. While thinking this, Bai Yi's attention was once again focused on the arena. At this moment, only a big stone monster was left. The outcome is no longer in suspense. Roar! Let a roar. Its claws were covered with flames, and the Charmeleon strode forward. The next second, the 2 clashed. Fists collide with each other. The fire dinosaur becomes more and more courageous as the battle goes on. The big stone monster gradually retreated. Soon, more than 10 minutes later, as the big stone monster fell down, the crystals in its body were also knocked out by the fire dinosaur. It couldn't be deader. You have plundered the stone monster's talent, the power of perseverance. Reminder, similar talent detected. Protection of the earth has transformed. Blessing of the earth. When on the ground, resistance increases by 500 and self-recovery increases by 300. Transform again with talent. Under the effect of the contract, Bai Yi could clearly feel that the Shadow Lord's strength had undergone a qualitative change. He swallowed the beast cores from the big snow monster and the big stone monster. Plus it swallowed the red flame tiger and the unicorn. Now, it has finally broken through the shackles of the 5th level and advanced to the 6th level. No! At this moment, looking at Bai Yin's eyes were filled with hysterical madness. She originally thought that the Shadow Lord was Bai Yi's trump card. As long as we defeat it, the fire dinosaur will be nothing to be afraid of. However, what Bai Yin didn't expect was, there's no most outrageous, only more outrageous. The full-strength attack displayed by the fire dinosaur is almost comparable to that of a 7th level beast. Are you sure this is a 4th level beast? Bai Yi, you're done. You killed my beast, you kill my unicorn. The Holy Light Guild will not let you go. I want you to die. I want you to die. He lost everything. All his years of hard work went to pieces, and he went crazy. How could Bai Yin still have the same high-handed attitude as before, as a favored daughter of heaven? At this moment, she rushed towards Bai Yi like a shrew. Roll! Bang! Bai Yi used a backhand to throw a big lob, causing Bai Yin to spin 2.5 circles on the spot. No, this woman is sick, right? Yeah, she is only allowed to kill other people's beasts, but not others to kill her beasts. How funny. That's right, if you can't afford it, don't play, okay? Listening to the ridicule of people around me and noticing their contemptuous looks, the backlash of the contract coupled with the rage. At this moment, Bai Yin was so angry that he fainted. Not only did he see that all the beasts that Bai Yin controlled died, he became a useless person, and being humiliated by Bai Yi like this. In the audience, the smile on Zhou Hao's face gradually froze. He immediately couldn't sit still. Seeing Bai Yi was about to leave, Zhou Hao jumped out immediately. Bai Yi, you bastard! How dare you hit a woman? Do you have any shame? Scum like you don't deserve to live in this world. Flame Hound, use Flame Jet. Summon your own beast. Just as Zhou Hao finished speaking, suddenly, a blaze swept towards Bai Yi. Seeing Bai Yi with his back to him, he looked completely defenseless. The onlookers were horrified. No one expected that Zhou Hao actually wanted to kill someone. Chapter 36, Red Flame, Blue Lotus. Fire, Dinosaur Advances. See this scene. I was also shocked. However, when Yuan Shangan tried to step forward to stop him, but I never thought that it was too late. The raging fire had completely enveloped Bai Yi, and looking at the raging flames, the view has been blocked. Zhou Hao just felt extremely happy in his heart. This is the price for daring to hurt his goddess. No matter how powerful a beastmaster is, he is still immortal. How could one possibly withstand the blazing heat? Not only Zhou Hao, even Yuan Shangan and his group felt that Bai Yi was in great danger. However, Zhou Hao had not yet calmed down. Suddenly, a voice came from the fire. Gas, use Fire Claw. As Bai Yi's voice fell, roar. In a roar, the flame was torn apart. The Charmeleon dodged and rushed towards the Flame Hound that was blocking Zhou Hao. What? I was shocked. But before Zhou Hao could give any order, the Charmeleon's attack had hit. Rip! There was only the sound of flesh being torn apart. The Flame Hound instantly turned into pieces. However, the offensive was not limited to this. The fire dinosaur's gaze gradually shifted to Zhou Hao, who was panicking on the side. It was Bai Yi who gave it a second life. Therefore, it will never let go of anyone who dares to hurt its owner. As we move forward step by step, just as the fire dinosaur was about to take action, Yuan Shangan stood up at this moment. Brother Bai, why don't we just leave it at that? I don't care if you make trouble outside, but Zhou Hao is a member of the Zhou family after all, and he has the Holy Light Guild as his backer. If something happens to me, I can't explain this to my superiors. After saying that, Bai Yi was not satisfied with this. With a sigh, Yuan Shangan said, Besides, Brother Bai, it's no secret that you killed Zhao Wensheng. Zhao Pingzhong will not let you go. At this critical moment, having one more enemy would not be good for you, right? Between the lines, Yuan Shangan had already hinted very clearly. After all, the Zhou family and the Holy Light Guild are not small families like the Zhao family. Even Shunfu Academy, even Lu Ruyan, may not be able to stand up and support Bai Yi. At this moment, Bai Yi seemed to be thinking about the pros and cons and remained silent. Yuan Shangan continued at this moment. Well, I have a red flame green lotus here. How about we just treat it as an apology to you, Brother Bai, on their behalf? Red flame green lotus. This is an epic quality elixir that increases the strength of fire beast taming, even on the black market. That is also a situation where there's a price but no market. And Yuan Shangan was willing to give away such a rare elixir as a trade. This can be considered a big deal. And seeing that the other party has reached this point, Bai Yi also nodded. Okay, for Boss Yuan's sake, let's just leave it at that. Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, Yuan Shangan looked very happy. That's great. Then, Brother Bai, I'll ask someone to bring the red flame green lotus over now. Not only did it resolve the conflict between Bai Yi and Zhou Hao, he also invested in Bai Yi again with the help of the red flame green lotus. From Yuan Shangan's perspective, this deal can only make money and no loss. After a while, the servants arrived. Yuan Shangan also handed the red flame green lotus to Bai Yi. Brother Bai, apart from this red flame green lotus, I've already transferred your reward to your card, a total of 30 million. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something. Yuan Shangan added, By the way, Brother Bai, according to the gossip I heard, Zhao Pingzhong seems ready to take action against you personally. He is a 5th-rank beastmaster with 5 beasts under his command, and 3 of them have reached the 6th level. The other 2 have even reached the early 7th level. It's very difficult to deal with, so you must be careful. Okay, I'll pay attention. Hearing this, Bai Yi was also thoughtful. With his current strength, it seems a bit difficult for him to deal with Bai Yin. If he really confronts Zhao Pingzhong, he is definitely no match. My strength is still too weak. As he muttered to himself, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. He needs to become stronger. He must become stronger. The experiences of my previous life are still vivid in my mind. Bai Yi doesn't want the tragedy of his previous life to be repeated in this life. He gets to define his happiness. And those who get in the way should be eliminated. After Wang Fangxiu is dealt with, the contract with the third beast must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. While thinking this, Bai Yi also casually mentioned Yuan Shangan. Boss Yuan, how much do you know about Wang Fangxiu? Hearing this, Yuan Shangan subconsciously confirmed again. Wang Fangxiu? The perverted young master of the Wang family. Bai Yi nodded. Yes, it's him. In response, Yuan Shangan also replied. I just remember that he was very perverted, but I don't know much about him. After a moment's silence, Yuan Shangan replied. Well, Brother Bai, I'll help you investigate during this period. But you have to be careful too. The Wang family has always been very insidious. They are likely to harm people around you. Well, okay. Thank you, Boss Yuan, for the reminder. I will pay attention to it. Farewell, Yuan Shangan. Bai Yi went to the black market. On the way, he couldn't help but look forward to it. With the red flame green lotus. I guess it should be no problem for the fire dinosaur to break through to the 5th level, right? Plus the 30 million earned from this life and death fight and the subsidy from the academy. Bai Yi was sure before heading to the Emerald Forest, taking Shadow Monarch and Charmeleon to a whole new level. Just bought countless magical herbs and medicines. The 30 million funds were quickly squandered by Bai Yi, and as he returned to the rental house, using the red flame green lotus as the catalyst, after refining, a pill with a red appearance and faintly glowing golden light appeared in Bai Ye's hands. Blood Spirit Pill, after taking it, can greatly stimulate the current potential of the Beast Man, and added the red flame green lotus, and then purified it with the help of talent. This 10th grade Blood Spirit Pill is enough to drive countless beastmasters crazy and fight for it, even to the death. The moment when the elixir is made, by virtue of the induction of the contract, Bai Yi clearly felt that every cell of the fire dinosaur was beating. This pill is too tempting for it. Eat, hate, and show me what kind of improvement you will achieve when your untapped potential is fully stimulated. Just as Bai Yi said this, under his expectant gaze, the fire dinosaur swallowed the blood spirit pill. Suddenly, the powerful aura continued to climb. The high temperature that was inadvertently radiated from the body surface caused the surrounding air to be slightly distorted. Finally, with the breakthrough to the 5th level, it hasn't stopped yet. Its momentum is still soaring, and until it reaches between the middle and peak of the 5th stage. The breakthrough gradually stopped, and the breath gradually stabilized. The body is more muscular than before. The red scales all over the body seem to emit a faint golden luster. The horns on the head are also clearly visible, except that it looks more and more like Charizard. The fire dinosaur also showed some signs of atavism, according to the current promotion speed. Maybe one day, advancing to Charizard won't be the end. Maybe it can really transform into a real dragon. Roar! It roared to the sky, demonstrating its strength and dominance. An early 6th stage Shadow Lord and a mid-stage 5th stage fire dinosaur. The overall strength of Bai Ye's beast-taming team also underwent a qualitative change as a result, although it is only the middle stage of the 5th level. But with the strength of the fire dinosaur, it can easily defeat a peak level 6 beast tamer, right? Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, just at this moment. Ouch! The Shadow Lord on the side looked at him eagerly. My master forgets his old love when he finds a new one. It also wants to take drugs to become stronger. Chapter 37. Thunderous Attack. Eliminate the roots. And just when Bai Yi was refining elixirs to improve his beast-taming strength. On the other side, the Wang family. Recalling the previous embarrassment, Wang Fangxiu's expression was already distorted. The carefully trained beast was killed. The woman I like is cheating on me. It's obvious that the other party is just a pariah. But he was so frightened that he ran away in a panic. For Wang Fangxiu, who has always lived a life of luxury, how could he endure such humiliation? Immediately, he called the housekeeper. Mr. Liu, you take care of this matter. I will make that bastard couple pay the price. After saying this, A hint of cruelty appeared in Wang Fangxiu's expression, and I heard that Mr. Liu was also ready to make arrangements. Okay, master, I understand. In the answering room, old Liu couldn't help but reveal a trace of pity. To satisfy one's own special hobbies, Wang Fangxiu bought a villa specifically to imprison the girls who were captured or forced. And the final fate of any girl who was taken there can be imagined. They may suffer mental breakdowns, be given as toys to subordinates, or be made into specimens. In Liu's opinion, so what if the next person to be captured is the eldest daughter of the Luo family? Compared with the Wang family, the Luo family is just a small, insignificant family. Facing this small family, the Wang family has plenty of ways to deal with it. Besides, behind the Wang family, that is the Star Guild that believes in the Star God, and there are also people from Kyoto. When facing the Luo family, they could be destroyed with ease. And at this moment, the other side, Bai family, looking at Bai Yin who was abandoned, he fell into a faint. He then glanced at Zhou Hao, who was suffering the backlash from the beast being killed. Bai Yu's face was distorted and ferocious. Brute! That little bastard! I'm going to make him pay. I will make him pay the price. It's not enough to destroy me. He even ruined his own sister. He is totally heartless. Just think of it as knowing that Bai Yin was noticed by the Holy Light Guild. He didn't know how many resources he had spent and how many favors he had consumed, all for the sake of one day in the future. Bai Yaneng returns home in glory and leads the entire Bai family to a higher level of success. But now, Bai Yin has been abandoned. No guild would choose to take in a useless person. Years of hard work were destroyed in an instant. The hope of their Bai family's rise was destroyed by Bai Yi. I ask, how could Bai Yi possibly accept this? He spat out a mouthful of blood, and everything went black before his eyes. Bai Yi almost fainted. Dad! They hurriedly supported him. Bai Yu and Bai Ying were horrified. Ahem, Zhou Hao, your uncle agrees with Yin Yin's relationship. Looking at Zhou Hao, Bai Yu said slowly, however, our Bai family is now in decline. Don't get rid of that little beast, Bai Yi. I have been unable to sleep or eat well. The conversation ended abruptly here, but Zhou Hao also understood the meaning of Bai Yu's words. So, he immediately promised, Uncle, don't worry. Leave Yin Yin to me, and I will definitely make her happy. In this way, don't worry about Bai Ye's matter. Leave it to me. Our Zhou family is doing pretty well in Kyoto. If you want to deal with Bai Yi, I believe many people will sell me a thin noodle. As Zhou Hao finished speaking, hearing this, Bai Yu was overjoyed. It is now impossible to rely on Bai Yin to lead the entire Bai family to become bigger and stronger. He might as well maximize his profits. With the help of Zhou Hao, not only can I get to know the Zhou family, but I can also get rid of Bai Yi. It's really killing two birds with one stone. As for whether the two are truly in love. So what about love? So what if I don't love you? As for saying that Bai Yin is his daughter, so what? So what if it isn't? He worked hard to raise Bai Yin. What's wrong with Bai Yin making some contribution to this family now? So, thinking of this, Bai Yu continued. That's great. This way, even though Yin Yin hasn't woken up yet, I will make the decision myself. Once you get rid of that little beast, Bai Yi, it will be time for our two families to tie the knot. I wonder what you think, Xiao Zhou. Just as Bai Yu finished speaking, Zhou Hao also nodded. Although the relationship with Bai Yin is somewhat ambiguous, but in fact, the other party has always disagreed with their relationship. Now I have Bai Yu's guarantee. How could Zhou Hao not be excited? How could I not be excited? So he immediately issued a military order. Don't worry, uncle. I will arrange for the troops now. Within 10 days, I will definitely handle this matter. Haha, you still call me uncle? Then, father-in-law. Hey, Xiao Zhou, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll explain it to Yin Yin when she wakes up. I patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder and saw that he looked excited. Bai Yu said earnestly, Xiao Zhou, you must make arrangements. That little beast hurt Yin Yin so badly. You can't let Yin Yin down, right? Of course, father-in-law, don't worry. That night, the wind was cold and windy. While chatting on the phone with Luo Shui, Bai Yi did not forget to warn. Shui, please be careful during this period. I'm worried that Wang Fangxiu will do something bad to you. And heard that in the room, lying on the bed, swinging his legs. Facing the phone, Luo Shui smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll be careful. Well, you better be careful. He might kidnap you. Haha, Bai Yi, you're too nervous. I have bodyguards. It won't be that easy for him to kidnap me. Listening to Luo Shui's confident answer. On the other side, Bai Ye's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What kind of flag is this setting? If Bai Yi remembers correctly, in the previous life, it seemed that Luo Shui said this. However, despite Bai Yi's many reminders, the next morning it was just dawn. He received a call from Yuan Shangon. Brother Bai, something bad has happened. I have news for you. The daughter of the Luo family and your girlfriend, Miss Luo Shui, has been kidnapped. The person who took action was most likely someone from the Wang family. You'd better be careful. The Wang family is not a pushover. They're even more difficult to deal with than the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but curse Luo Shui in his heart as a stupid woman. At the same time, he also had a hunch. Could this be a butterfly effect? Or is there someone else assisting Wang Fangxiu behind the scenes? Or, as he knew the legend, did a god pull the strings of fate? Remember the previous life. Although Wang Fangxiu took some action, but it shouldn't be that fast. Okay, thanks, I'll take care of it. As they were talking, the phone was hung up. Went out the door, based on past life memories. Soon, Bai Yi arrived at a villa in the suburbs. To satisfy one's own selfish desires. This place was built by Wang Fangxiu in his own garden. Therefore, if Luo Shui was kidnapped, if nothing unexpected happens, then Wang Fangxiu would definitely send it here. This time, he would not let Wang Fangxiu escape like he did last time. This time, he will eradicate the roots. Who are you? Please leave. This is not the place for you. When they saw Bai Yi, the two guards immediately became alert. However, before they could summon the beast, Bai Yi had already taken the initiative. The Shadow Lord rushed out like a sharp arrow. Crack! With the sound, the two guards flew backwards. Their bones were broken and they fell into a coma. Let's make it quick and decisive. Shadow, you clean up the perimeter, and Gale and I will go in first. Ouch! In response, the Shadow Lord started to clean up the manor to one side. Bai Yi took the fire dinosaur and rushed toward the villa. Chapter 38. Sit tight and wait. The Shady Wang family. In the villa, in a dim room. All around were human-sized containers filled with the bodies of the young girls. The air was filled with the smell of formalin. It looks eerie, and looked at Wang Fangxiu, who was blocking him at the door. Luo Shui was shocked and terrified. She didn't expect that Wang Fangxiu would dare to drug and kidnap her. What I didn't expect was that the other party was so perverted and private. People are made into specimens and used as playthings. Wang Fangxiu is simply a devil in human skin. Xiao Bai, use ice breath. Facing Wang Fangxiu's approach. Immediately, without any hesitation, Luo Shui gave orders to the beastmaster. Hiss! As the ice snake opened its mouth, biting cold air poured out. Anything that touches it will turn into frozen soil. For a moment, the temperature in the whole house dropped rapidly. Seeing this scene, Wang Fangxiu couldn't help but sneer. He was not sure if he could deal with Bai Yi, but dealing with a first-level beastmaster is easy for him. Blue Yuan bird, go and throw that stinky snake aside. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed towards the ice snake. Racial restraint, coupled with level suppression. At a meeting, the sharp claws pierced into the flesh, revealing a painful look, and the ice mystic snake was picked up in the air. Like the master, like the beast. Last time, my tail was burned by the fire dinosaur. The blue Yuan bird vented all the frustration in its heart onto the ice mystic snake. It didn't kill it right away. Instead, it pecks continuously with bird pecks. After a while, all the ice crystal-like scales of the ice mystic snake fell off, leaving it in a bloody mess. New, seeing the beast being abused like this. Anger could be seen in his expression. Luo Shui stepped forward quickly, trying to stop him. However, before she could make any move, Wang Fangxiu stopped him. There was a strong possessiveness in his eyes. Miss Luo, I am pursuing you sincerely, but I never thought that you fell in love with another man. Tell me, are you worthy of my love? As he moved forward step by step, Luo Shui was frightened and stepped back a few steps subconsciously. You, what are you going to do? What should I do? The smile on Wang Fangxiu's face began to turn gradually ferocious. Of course, I'll wait until I get tired of playing and let you become a part of this place. Don't you think these are all beautiful art? Giant jaw ant, stop him. As Wang Fangxiu's voice fell, an ant-like beast the size of a calf with a scarlet body blocked Luo Shui's way, being forced into a corner. It seemed as if everything that was going to happen next had been predicted. Luo Shui's face became paler and paler. She reserved her first time for the boy she liked. They were humiliated and then made into specimens. She absolutely doesn't want it. His gaze gradually became firm, knowing there is no escape. She was also determined to die. Ume suri, Bai Ying. He murmured something in his mouth. Just as Luo Shui was about to collide with the giant jaw ant's sharp mouth parts and commit suicide. Just at this moment, suddenly, a familiar voice came into her ears. Gas, use fire claw. Roar, like a chariot of fire. Every step caused the entire villa to shake as the fire dinosaur swung its claws. The blue phoenix was instantly knocked to the ground by the huge force. There were 3 clearly visible scars on his body. The scar was deep into the bone, and one could vaguely see the organs functioning. Chiyu, a mournful cry was uttered, before the blue yuan bird could fight back. The next second, the fire dinosaur stepped on it and killed it instantly. The blue yuan bird was no match for the fire dinosaur. Especially now. The fire dinosaur is several times stronger than before. What? He never expected that he had only kidnapped Luo Shui for no more than 2 hours. Bai Yi actually showed up at the door. At this moment, Wang Fanxiu broke out in a cold sweat. He was already sweating profusely. No, this would allow Bai Yi to break in. Are the bodyguards and guards outside just there to do nothing? Before Wang Fanxiu could react, Bai Yi then gave orders to the fire dinosaur again. Go put an end to them. Roar. As Bai Yi's voice fell, the fire dinosaur rushed towards the giant jaw ant. Luo Shui is its recognized mistress. In Charmeleon's heart, Luo Shui is as important as Bai Yi. Now, someone actually dared to dream of harming its mistress. How can it possibly accept this? How could it possibly agree? The muscles in his arms bulged, and his sharp claws gripped the giant jaw ant's joints. Ignoring its struggles, the Charmeleon broke off its limbs one by one. Under the effect of the contract, Wang Fanxiu's face turned pale when he felt his beast crying. Bai Yi, you can't do this. Our Wang family is a big family in Ledu. I'm my father's only son. If you kill me, the Wang family and my father will not let you go. You won't let me go? Hearing this, Bai Yi smiled. I don't need you to let go, because sooner or later one day, I will wipe the Wang family off the map of Luodu. You? His eyes widened, just as Wang Fanxiu was about to say something. But the next second, a white light flashed. The fire dinosaur waved its claws. He couldn't be deader. Bai Yi, you killed him? Looking at the corpses on the ground, Luo Shui was so scared that she took a few steps back. Although beastmasters fight each other, winners take all is normal. But it's different from the White Knight. It has only been a short time since I became a beastmaster. Luo Shui has not yet gotten used to this kind of thing. Her acceptance level is far less than Bai Yi's. Well, what's wrong? Can't. In response, Luo Shui shook her head. That's not the case. He deserves to die. Looking at the corpses around her, her face was filled with indignation. I just think that you are just because of me. The words have not been finished. The thought of Bai Yi offending the Wang family because of him. She was worried. Bai Yi, you killed Wang Fanxiu and the Wang family. I will also take care of the Wang family's issue. Don't think too much during this time. Leave everything to me. Knowing Luo Shui's concerns, Bai Yi rubbed her head. Well, okay. Seeing Bai Yi's firm attitude. In the end, Luo Shui chose to compromise. However, she still said, Bai Yi, you must tell me if there is anything. Don't be stubborn, okay? Looking at Bai Yi, she looked serious. Because from now on, we are accomplices. Smile mischievously and be bold. She suddenly pecked Bai Yi on the mouth. Then, in shyness, she turned and ran outside. And just as it passed by Bai Yi's ear, a light voice of thanks came into Bai Yi's ears. By the way, thank you for saving me. At this moment, the girl's blushing face said it all. No, who taught her to be so flirtatious? Bai Yi was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He shook his head and put aside all the distracting thoughts. Facing the beast corpses on the ground, his talent then took off. You have plundered the giant jaw ant's talent. Giant strength. Giant strength. Strength attribute increased by 20 times. You have plundered the blue yuan bird's talent. Gliding wings. Gliding wings increases the effect of flying skills by 200, accompanied by a series of prompt sounds in my mind. Just after seeing the 2 talents plundered this time, Bai Yi's eyes lit up. As soon as the thought came to him, he distributed his talents. Giant force was given to Charmeleon, and gliding wings were retained by Bai Yi. In his previous life, his old buddy happened to be a flying beast. With the bonus of this talent, Wait for Bai Yi to go to the Emerald Forest to subdue it. Its strength must be stronger, right? Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, the entire villa was cleaned up. The Shadow Lord's strength has already reached the middle stage of level 6. Looking at the Shadow Lord whose tail was wagging so hard that it was about to fly, Bai Yi knew that this guy must have been eating alone outside for a snack again without his knowledge. Okay, it's over. Gale, let's set this place on fire. He patted its head in annoyance. As I walked out of the villa, Bai Yi also gave orders to the fire dinosaur. Suddenly, it opened its huge mouth and flames poured out. In just a moment, the whole villa was on fire, accompanying the bodies of the young girls that were made into specimens by Wang Fangxiu and soaked in formalin. This place is completely ruined, with the death of Wang Fangxiu. Perhaps those people who were tortured and killed by him can now rest in peace. While thinking this, Bai Yi knew very well what Wang Fangxiu had done. That was just the tip of the iceberg of the Wang family's sins. Everything that the Wang family has done is hard to describe, even in words. All I could hear was the continuous crackling sound. Under the fire, the entire villa collapsed completely and turned into ruins. Chapter 39, A New Beast, a transformation of strength. Recently, gas explosions occurred in many places in Luodu, involving many casualties. The specific data is still being counted. The suspected traces of strange beasts were found on the Beijing-Luoyang Railway. The authorities have intervened. Please rest assured. Recently, small-scale monster riots broke out in many places. The specific cause is unknown. The authorities have launched relevant investigations. Shalt, a mutant blue phoenix bird was found in the Valley of Despair, and tens of thousands of beastmasters went there at the same time. The next morning, we set off immediately, boarded the train to the Emerald Forest. When seeing the recent news, Bai Yi was thoughtful. In a previous life, the beast tide broke out in March of the following year. Bai Yi remembers it clearly. On the day when the beast tide broke out, not only Luodu, but many cities fell in an instant. Those strange beasts seem to be controlled by someone behind the scenes. They are not disorganized, but well prepared. This beast tide will catch the entire Dragon Kingdom off guard. By then, Dragon Country will completely turn into a hell on Earth. Now, time has unknowingly come to the end of August. In other words, there are only 7 to 8 months left before the beast tide. The urgency of time made Bai Yi feel a sense of crisis. And just as Bai Yi was thinking this, at this moment, the train bell was heard. Dear passengers, the next stop is Emerald Forest. Please keep your wallets and belongings safe. Emerald Forest, one of the 3 major forests in Luodu. There are countless exotic beasts and spiritual herbs everywhere. For countless people who have passed the rookie stage. For beastmasters who hope to obtain a large amount of beast-taming materials or want to find a suitable beast-taming contract. This is undoubtedly the best choice. And then got off the train. All Bai Yi saw was countless beastmasters coming and going, making a lot of noise. Have you heard? It seems that a sub-dragon appeared in the Emerald Forest. Fuck, is this true? What's the attribute? I don't know about that, but I heard that this sub-dragon is very powerful. Many 4th and 5th level beastmasters have failed in their attempts to subdue it. Is he so strong? Then whoever can subdue him will be so happy. Isn't it? There's no need to train them, and they can directly gain combat power. Who wouldn't be happy about this? Asian Dragon? I accidentally overheard a discussion among a team of beastmasters. Bai Yi immediately became interested. However, his thoughts are different from those of other beastmasters. Bai Yi was curious instead. If we could kill and devour that Asian dragon, with the blessing of dragon blood, what kind of qualitative change will his fire dinosaur undergo? He came here to win over an old friend from his previous life. But I never thought that there would be such a pleasant surprise. At this moment, Bai Yi is determined to capture that Asian dragon. At this moment, Bai Yi stepped into the Emerald Forest. In the crowd, I got the news a long time ago. The people from the Star Guild who were waiting here also noticed Bai Yi's presence. Finally, I waited for this kid to leave Luodu. Yes, several families in Luodu want him dead, and the bounty on the dark web has exceeded 100 million. He's just a new beastmaster. How much hatred is this? The entire Emerald Forest is his grave. The smiles on everyone's faces became more evil. Even as a beastmaster, it is easy to make money. But a bounty of hundreds of millions is not a small amount. If he can get this reward, that would be enough for them to raise the overall strength of their beast-taming team to a higher level. How could they not be moved by this? Emerald Forest. Bai Yi has already stepped into it. riding the Shadow Monarch. Under the shock of its kingly domain, countless weak monsters retreated. Although the White Knight plundering talent is unlimited, but dealing with a monster that is too weak is just a waste of time. He had two purposes for entering the Emerald Forest this time. One is to subdue his old friend from his previous life, the mutated Green Phoenix Eagle, so as to make up for the lack of anti-air power in his own lineup. The second is to find and kill the dragon before other players. Time is still very tight. No one knows whether any player will get there first. Therefore, Bai Ying cannot afford to waste any time on unnecessary things. Only when you are hungry and sleepy, or the Shadow Lord is exhausted. That's when we'll stop halfway, constantly running on the animal trail, shuttling through the dense forest. One day and one night, in the daytime, he is either on the road or preparing to travel, until you enter the depths of the Emerald Forest. Countless ancient trees reach up to the sky. The view begins to broaden. Bai Ying also stepped into the territory of the Green Phoenix Eagle, known as one of the best flying beasts. Extremely high burst and mobility, coupled with excellent reconnaissance capabilities. It is the dream beast of countless beast tamers who specialize in flying beast taming. If it weren't for the memories of past lives, I guess Bai Ying doesn't know either. There's actually a mutated Jade Phoenix Eagle hidden in the Emerald Forest, right? Just as I was thinking this, I heard a sharp eagle cry. Found his traces. A silhouette of green and gold colors swooped down from the sky. Shadow, use Shadow Wave. Gas, pull it down. In his previous life, Luo Shui helped him tame this Green Phoenix Eagle. And in this life, it is his turn to rely on his own strength. Ouch! The Shadow Lord let out a roar. Under the dual suppression of shadow fluctuations and the king's domain, the Bihuang Eagle's body couldn't help but stiffen, and seized this opportunity. The fire dinosaur jumped up suddenly and grabbed the two eagle claws tightly. If it were any other beast, they probably wouldn't have the ability to pull the Jade Phoenix Eagle down from the sky. But it has the blessing of great power. The fire dinosaur was already so terrifying in terms of power. Now it's even more terrifying. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The Jade Phoenix Eagle was dragged to the ground by the fire dinosaur and was hit so hard that it saw stars. Don't wait for it to react. The next second, he also rushed forward. Assisting the fire dinosaur, the Shadow Lord suppressed it. It flapped its wings and struggled for a moment. It seemed that he also knew that resistance would be futile. In the end, it chose to surrender. The winner takes it all. Most of the time, exotic animals are much purer than humans. From today on, you'll be called Qi Yan. In the last life, I failed to bring you to the top. In this life, I will definitely take you to a height far higher than before. With the signing of the contract, gently stroking the head of the Green Phoenix Eagle, Bai Ying murmured, "Goo goo." The Bihuang Eagle tilted its head and looked puzzled at what Bai Ying said. What past and present life? It remembered that this seemed to be the first time it met this human being. At this moment, the Bihuang Eagle was in a state of confusion, as Bai Ying's talent is activated. After being given gliding wings, the strength of the Bihuang Eagle has undergone a small qualitative change. Name Phoenix Eagle. Attributes: wind, fire. Bloodline: epic. Level 5. Talent: sharp vision, perception ability increased by 200, making it easier to see through the opponent's flaws. Blood of the Phoenix increases the effectiveness of all skills by 500. Gliding wings increases the effect of flying skills by 200. Aerial domain: when not on the ground, speed increases by 20. Skills: lightning flash, iron wings, wind blade, flame shock. Introduction: a mutated Jade Phoenix Eagle with the blood of the Phoenix. If it can gather enough blood of the Phoenix, it will transform into a legendary bloodline. Endowed with gliding wings, the Jade Phoenix Eagle instantly broke through the shackles of the 4th level and advanced to the 5th level. Nowadays, all the beasts controlled by Bai Ying are of epic bloodline. And among the 3 beasts, 1 level 6, 2 level 5, while making up for the lineup's weakness in the air. The contract with a new beast tamer also brought about a qualitative change in Bai Ying's own strength. The beast tamer and the beast tamer complement each other under the effect of the contract, as the spiritual power in the body becomes more concentrated. Now, Bai Ying can already use some skills like Windblade. Of course, it can't be compared with taming beasts, but at least, as a beastmaster, he is no longer helpless. Even if we are targeted, we can still deal with it. gradually adapted to changes in body strength. Bai Yi is very satisfied with the current improvement. Now, his primary goal has been achieved. Now all that's left is to start hunting that Asian dragon. That's what I was thinking. Roar, followed by a roar from the Shadow Lord. Soon, there were unusual movements in the jungle. After a while, several figures walked out slowly, looking at each other's representative clothing. A hint of fighting spirit appeared in Bai Ye's expression. Star Guild? You came just in time. This is a good opportunity for him to test the current strength of the Bihuang Eagle. Chapter 40, Talent Fusion, Dark Predator. Bihuang Eagle, 3 epic beasts. At this moment, the two sides are in confrontation. When I saw Bai Ye's beast taming lineup, the people from the Star Guild, represented by Lu Meng, couldn't help but reveal surprised expressions. A beast tamer of elite quality. They cost almost $1 million in the market. And the epic quality? It is almost only seen at some large auctions. And Bai Yi is an abandoned child of the Bai family. The bloodlines of his beastmasters are all of epic quality. Realize the unusualness of Bai Yi. Lu Meng also put away the contempt in his heart. How long has it been? He actually broke through to become a third-rank beastmaster. No wonder the people sent by the guild fell into Bai Ye's hands in 2 waves. This is not without reason. Thinking of this, Lu Meng also spoke. Wang Defa, go and entangle the fire dinosaur. The rest of you, go deal with the Jade Phoenix Eagle and the Shadow Monarch respectively, even if you command a powerful beast. But the weak beastmaster is itself a flaw, as the entire battlefield was separated. At this moment, Lu Meng also summoned his own beast. It was an early 6th level scyther. It has a streamlined cyan body and broad, sickle-like forelimbs. Every part of its body seemed to be born for killing. Scyther, kill him for me, as Lu Meng's order was issued. Immediately, Scyther rushed towards Bai Yi, intending to decapitate him. There are 8 beastmasters in total, and their strengths are between level 3 and 4. The strongest one, Lu Meng, has reached the 5th level of beast tamer. Among the 29 beasts, 10 have reached the 6th level. Any 3rd level beastmaster would be defeated with such a lineup. I'm afraid they will all end up in the northwest with hatred, right? However, in Bai Ye's opinion, except for the 10 6th level beasts represented by Scyther, the rest of the beasts are actually nothing to be afraid of. While thinking this, Bai Yi also calmly gave orders to the 3 beasts. Gas, use Fire Fury to clear the area. Shadow, use Shadow Wave. Qian, harvest with Windblade. In an instant, all I saw was a raging flame. I saw the shadow looming. I saw the strong wind sweeping across the floor. The battlefield between the two sides. In an instant, a scene appeared as if it was shrouded in disaster. The fire was fueled by the wind, and the flames billowed. The field expands and shadows suppress. The cooperation of the 3 beasts creates an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Just a glance. The weak beasts were killed. Those who were slightly stronger were also covered with wounds. Obviously, the strength between the two sides seems to be not much different. But in reality, they are completely different. Dust was flying everywhere. The whole scene was in chaos. And right at this moment, tear through the billowing smoke and find the right moment. The Scyther's forelimbs, as sharp as blades, slashed down at Bai Yi. I saw a blue arc of light passing through the air. Roar! And just as the attack was about to hit, suddenly, the fire dinosaur appeared in front of Bai Yi. There was a deep groove on its arm. It was so eager to protect its master that it resolutely chose to sacrifice itself to save him. There were already countless scars of varying sizes on his body. However, the pain of the wound made it even more heroic. Those scars are just adding to its metals. Grab the scythe with your backhand. The fire dinosaur suddenly jumped up. Under the huge force, the forelimbs were torn off in an instant. The limbs that we were so proud of were broken. Scyther suddenly let out a painful cry. Severely injured, it subconsciously wanted to escape. But how could the Charmeleon give it this opportunity? Pyroblast released. A huge fireball flew towards the Scyther. Boom! The explosion carried the flames boiling. In less than 3 rounds, Scyther was killed instantly. At the same time, on the other side, circling high in the sky. Choose the right time. The Jade Phoenix Eagle flew across the sky. The figure interwoven with blue and gold seemed like the god of death without any emotion. Every time it passed by, a beast would fall down. From the beginning, they seemed evenly matched, and then to the subsequent barely able to contend. and now we are losing ground. Lu Meng could hardly hide the shock on his face. Until his death, he never understood why he was defeated. By the time he reacted, he had already been knocked to the ground by the Shadow Lord. What awaits him is that bloody mouth. You have plundered Scyther's talent, lightning. You have plundered the Shadow Spider talent, shadow hunting. Tip: similar talents have been detected and have been merged. Reminder: you have obtained a new talent, Dark Predator, as Bai Ying's talent is activated. I just heard the constant reminder sound in my mind. And wait until this series of talents are integrated into the Shadow Lord. Its aura also began to climb at this moment. After a while, the Shadow Lord's strength reached the peak of level 6. At the same time, its appearance has also undergone certain changes. The size has doubled compared to before. The horn on the forehead, which shows strength, is surrounded by countless complex runes flashing. There's a faint purple, demonic aura emanating from the surroundings all the time. All of this is proven without a doubt. It's close to breaking through the shackles of bloodline and advancing to a beastmaster with legendary bloodline. The Shadow Lord is only one step away. And experience this battle. Charmeleon and Jade Eagle have also been upgraded. The Fire Dinosaur broke through to the peak of level 5. The Jade Phoenix Eagle broke through to the middle 5th stage. But, compared to the Shadow Lord, their improvement is still far from reaching the point where it can cause a qualitative change. A thought came to my mind. Bai Yi also checked the information of the Shadow Lord. Name: Shadow Monarch. Attribute: Shadow. Level 6. Bloodline: Epic. Talent: Dark Predator. All attributes increased by 500. When in the Shadow, all attributes increased by an additional 500 and elemental damage reduced by 60. King's Domain suppresses and shocks all beasts within 1,500 meters. Earth's Blessing: when on the ground, resistance increases by 500 and self-recovery increases by 300. Lightning Flint: skill release speed increased by 50. Skills: Shadow Fong, Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball, Shadow Wave, Shadow Stealth, Invisible Will, Shadow Domain. Evaluation: the Shadow Monarch has royal bloodline and is expected to transform into a legendary creature. The fusion of multiple talents did not reduce the strength of the Shadow Lord. On the contrary, it became stronger. At the same time, benefit from the bonus of talent. The Shadow Monarch can be called a hexagonal warrior. High burst, high mobility, and high resistance. The only drawback is that it is too perfect. With the qualitative change of the Shadow Lord's strength, Bai Yi also felt more confident about the upcoming attack by Yalong. Wait for him to hunt the Asian dragon hidden in the Emerald Forest. I believe that the strength of the Fire Dinosaur will also undergo a qualitative change. By then, he will have 2 level 6 beasts under his command. Even facing Zhao Pingzhong, Bai Yi has some confidence that he can defeat him. Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, fly high into the sky and act as a scout. The Green Phoenix Eagle also discovered the whereabouts of Yalong. Listen to the eagle's cry echoing in the forest. Bai Yi also turned over and rode on the Shadow Lord. Shadow, hurry up, follow Qiyan. Ouch! As Bai Yi's voice fell, suddenly, a long roar was let out into the sky. The Shadow Lord also moved. It was like a sharp arrow, constantly passing through the jungle. There was a gust of cold wind whistling beside my ears. Countless trees retreated rapidly. At extremely fast speed, Bai Yi even couldn't help but have the illusion that he had already left the ground. A moment later, as we went deeper into the Emerald Forest, just stepped into it. Suddenly, a suffocating feeling of oppression came over me. And follow the guidance of the Green Phoenix Eagle. Wait until the Shadow Lord stops. A giant beast also came into Bai Yi's sight. Chapter 41. Level 7 Asian Dragon. The opportunity for the Fire Dinosaur to advance. The whole body is covered with red dragon scales. It's like a giant lizard over 10 meters in size. And on the back, the pair of large wings similar to those of a bat do not look out of place at all. Hundreds of years ago, the dragon clan disappeared. These creatures, whose bloodline is in legend or myth since birth, seem to exist only in books. And now, this Asian dragon appeared in front of Bai Yi, except that the dragon's iconic horns did not grow on his forehead. The rest of the place is almost exactly the same as the Dragon Clan. No wonder countless beastmasters have tried their best to tame it, but there has never been any news of anyone taming it. A dragon of this level. For those weaker beastmasters, It is too difficult to conquer it by one's own strength. Facing Yalong, a thought came to my mind. Accompanying Bai Yi, the appraisal was thrown out. The information was also presented before his eyes. Name Asian Dragon. Attributes: Fire Wind. Level 7. Talent: Dragon Bloodline. Increases the effectiveness of all fire skills by 500. Skills: Dragon Breath, Dragon Fury, Flame Jet, Flame Fong, Divine Bird Special Attack. Introduction: A descendant of a dragon with a strong dragon bloodline, possessing extremely terrifying combat power. It's actually level 7. Just consider it as you have finished reading Yalong's message. Bai Yi could hardly hide his surprise. The strength of the 7th level, plus the blessing of dragon bloodline. It's really terrifying. On the surface, it's only level 7. But in fact, the true combat power of this Asian dragon. Maybe it could be compared with some 8th level beasts, right? Fortunately, there is only one blessing of dragon bloodline. Otherwise, Bai Yi might have to retreat without fighting and give up. Human, are you also trying to subjugate me? While Bai Yi was watching Yalong, Yalong also slowly opened his huge vertical pupils and met his eyes. Through telepathy, Yalong's dull voice reached Bai Yi's mind. No. There was a slight pause between his answers, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. I'm here to kill you. Just as he finished speaking, Yalong slowly stood up, and the aura formed by the overflowing spiritual power was surging. Just you? You still want to kill me? Huh. Who gave you the courage? It opened its mouth wide and attacked Bai Yi with a breath of dragon. The battle started instantly at this moment. The fire dinosaur flashed in front of Bai Yi. Roar! Even if the opponent is 2 levels stronger than you. But it did not show any weakness. Skills are released, and flames are spit out from the mouth. The collision of breath and flame instantly caused an explosion. With a roar, the Shadow Lord and the Jade Phoenix Eagle launched attacks from the left and high altitude, respectively. The tacit cooperation of the 3 beasts. The 2 sides were inseparable in the battle. All this also makes the direction of this battle confusing. And just as Bai Yi was fighting with Yalong, learned the news that Bai Yi went to Emerald Forest. Zhao Pingzhong set off immediately and went there alone. In Luodu, he was protected by the government and Shunfu Academy, so it was inconvenient for him to take action. But now that he has found the opportunity, he will make sure Bai Yi never returns. The thought of his son's great revenge coming soon. There was an uncontrollable murderous intent in Zhao Pingzhong's eyes. At the same time, Zhao Pingzhong was not the only one who got the news. The first moment I learned that Bai Yi was heading to the Emerald Forest, relying on the influence of the Zhou family. Zhou Hao also gathered a group of people. Mr. Zhou, we're just dealing with a new beastmaster who has just awakened. There's no need to make such a big fuss, right? Yes, 20 beastmasters. What a huge grudge and hatred. Listening to everyone's complaints and discussions. The courtyard of the Bai family villa. Zhou Hao also signaled for everyone to be quiet. Everyone, you don't know. My father-in-law has promised as long as I can kill Bai Yi. Then he agreed to marry Yin Yin to me. Therefore, this operation must succeed and not fail. I will give 20 million to anyone who can kill one of Bai Yi's beasts. Whoever can kill Bai Yi, I will give him 100 million. As Zhou Hao's voice fell, for a moment, the breathing of all the beastmasters became rapid. You know, beast taming is a very expensive profession. This money is for them. It's definitely a huge sum of money. If I could get this money, the beast taming resources purchased, I believe it is enough to bring about a transformation in their strength. Therefore, let's think about the money Zhou Hao has mobilized. How could they not be moved? For a moment, I didn't think much about it. Everyone assured, don't worry, Mr. Zhou. Bai Yi is dead. Not even Jesus can save him. I say that. Yes, when the time comes, we will tear him into pieces. Haha, with so many of us, can't we deal with a second-level beastmaster? Although I learned from Zhou Hao that Bai Yi's strength is not weak. But in the eyes of everyone, he's just a new beastmaster. How strong can he be? A few days, no matter how talented a person is. Unless it's cheating. Otherwise, how could he possibly contend against their 20 beastmasters? As the group set off in a mighty procession, Bai Yu also patted Zhou Hao's shoulder with a look of relief. Xiao Zhou, you must have worked so hard to organize so many people. Willing to do this for our Bai family. I really didn't make a mistake about you. Yin Yin will be happy in the future if she follows you. Got the approval of my father-in-law. Zhou Hao also looked excited. Although the troops arranged to deal with Bai Yi have just set out, But in his opinion, if nothing unexpected happens, the outcome of this matter has already been decided. Uncle, don't worry. After I deal with Bai Yi, I will definitely give Yin Yin the best and most grand wedding. When the time comes, you can just wait to drink at the wedding and hold your grandchildren. Well, I feel relieved to have a son-in-law like you. As they talked and laughed, Bai Yu's smile became even brighter. He couldn't wait to see the beastmasters bring back Bai Ye's head to claim the reward. The time has finally come to clean up the Bai family and get rid of that evil son. That bastard is not worthy of being my brother. And the same on one side. Bai Ying's eyes were full of resentment. At this moment, Xiao Han suggested, "Why not do this, Ying Ying, and wait for Bai Ye's head to be brought back? How about we make it into a urinal?" Just as Xiao Han finished speaking, Bai Ying's eyes lit up and he nodded in approval. "Haha, Brother Xiao Han, this is a great idea. I just feel a little bit sorry. It would be a good thing for him to have his head made into a urinal. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't be captured alive, I will torture you day and night. Let him know the price of humiliating our Bai family." He was unaware of what was happening to Zhao Pingzhong and the Bai family. Right now, between Bai Yi and Yalong, the battle between the two sides became more intense. 3 beasts, excluding the Charmeleon, whether it is the Shadow Monarch or the Jade Phoenix Eagle. There were countless burns of varying sizes all over his body. Fortunately, the Shadow Lord broke through the 6th level and ushered in a small qualitative change. Otherwise, Bai Yi would have been defeated by now, right? Looking at the dragon in front of him, he felt equally uncomfortable, with his flesh torn apart and his white bones exposed. Bai Ye's eyes were solemn. The battle has been going on for nearly an hour. Both sides are about to reach their limits. He had a hunch that it would happen in the next round of confrontation. This battle is about to be decided. Chapter 42. Transformation into a fire-breathing dragon. The first legendary beastmaster. He was breathing heavily, staring at Bai Yi, who was protected by 3 beasts behind him. At this moment, Yalong also faced it squarely. During this period of time, countless beast masters challenged it, trying to tame it. However, those beast masters will all be defeated in the end. A beastmaster like Bai Yi who injured it so badly. This was the first time I encountered Yalong. "Human, I have to admit that you do have some strength. You're the first one who can make me give my full strength. Very good, you have my approval. Go away now. If that is the case, I will forgive your rudeness." Telepathy was activated and Yalong's dull voice came. However, Bai Yi laughed out loud at this. "Let me leave? Huh. Shadow, use Shadow Ball to assist Gale. Scarlet Flame, use Lightning Flash. Human, do you really want to fight me to the death?" While resisting the fierce attack of the 3 beasts, Asian Dragon roared and growled. "If you change to another Beastmaster, I'm afraid he might be concerned about what other cards it has. So why not choose to retreat temporarily at this moment, revisit the strategy, and plan to fight next time? After all, it is not easy to train each beast. If you're determined to fight to the death, the final result will be more harm than good. However, White Knight is different. Maybe it's because I've lived this life over again. Or perhaps it is because of his god-level talent that he relies on the most. In this battle filled with life and death, he always has blind confidence. You are wrong. There is no life and death struggle here. Only you die, and then I live." Bai Yi murmured at the corner of his mouth. When he heard this, Yalong's pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the next moment, roar! The Charmeleon roared. It opened its mouth wide and took a bite. The Flame Fong is activated at this moment. Each time the Shadow Lord casts a spell, the debuff applied to the dragon accumulates. Everything seemed to be done on purpose. It seemed like all of this was just paving the way for Charmeleon's attack. His eyes gradually became dull. Yalong finally fell, and Bai Ye's talent was also activated at this moment. The dragon's bloodline was plundered by him. Prompt, similar talent detected. The dragon bloodline has undergone a transformation. Dragon bloodline. Dragon-related skill effects are increased tenfold, and physical fitness is permanently enhanced by 500, accompanied by the fusion and transformation of talents. Dig out the dragon beast core and swallow it. The rich spiritual energy almost overflowed as if it were substance. The white light completely enveloped the fire dinosaur. However, the white light did not last long. But after a moment, it gradually dissipated, and a brand new beast appeared in front of Bai Yi. It grew to about 4 to 5 meters, twice as large as before. At the same time, the limbs are more robust, and the claws and fangs are sharper. There are horns on both sides of the head. A pair of large wings behind it can cause a small hurricane with just a slight flap. The tail was burning with flames. The flames burned wildly, just as they were showing their rage all the time. Finally advanced, looking at the fire-breathing dragon in front of him. Bai could hardly hide his joy. A thought came to my mind. He also checked its information. Name Charizard. Attributes Dragon, Fire, Wind. Level 6. Bloodline Legend. Talent Dragon Bloodline, Power of Destruction, Flame of Wrath, Huge Strength. Skills Dragon's Fury, Flame Fong, Flame Jet, Fire Blast, Flame Claw, Flame Fury. Introduction. A fire-breathing dragon with a strong dragon bloodline is expected to become a true dragon. Today's Charizard's strength has reached the middle stage of level 6. Just as Bai Ye's attention was focused on the introduction of Charizard, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. If only we could find a few more high-level dragons and devour them. If the dragon blood in the body is completely pure, maybe Charizard can really advance into a real dragon. On the other side, he looked at his former younger brother and found that he was now so powerful. The Shadow Monarch couldn't help but feel jealous. I'm obviously the boss, but why am I becoming more and more lame? Time passes quietly. One day later, Bai Yi also left the Emerald Forest. However, just walked out. Suddenly, a roar was heard. Bai Yi, give me back my son's life. Just as the voice fell, a ray of aurora descended from the sky and bombarded towards Bai Yi. And at that moment, timely counterattack. The Shadow Lord spits out magic orbs. Ouch! I saw the purple and white colors colliding with each other. In an instant, the explosion was deafening. For a moment, accompanied by the explosion, countless beastmasters cast their eyes in this direction. And as the flying dust gradually dissipated, a middle-aged beastmaster riding a molten bird also appeared in front of Bai Yi, and the two confronted each other. The strike failed to kill instantly. Looking at the young man in front of him, Zhao Pingzhong was a little surprised. Bai Ye's strength is even stronger than what the intelligence he obtained described. However, he didn't care. Instead, he summoned his other 4 beasts. The 7th level Giant Stone Monster and Shadow Lion. The 6th level Ice Demon Tree, Lightning Leopard and Molters. There is Avant-Garde and there is Output. The beast taming team formed a system. Plus, their levels are not low. When Zhao Pingzhong's Beastmaster level was revealed, for a moment, all the onlookers were shocked. Oh my god, the levels of the beasts are all 6 or 7. Isn't this too strong? That's right. Hey, the opponent is a 5th level Beastmaster. This kid is in trouble. I know this person. Isn't this Zhao Pingzhong, the head of the Zhao family? The Zhao family. Holy shit, this kid actually offended the Zhao family. While everyone was discussing, everyone's eyes changed slightly when they looked at Bai Yi. If you offend an ordinary Beastmaster, there is still room for maneuver. But in the end, Bai Yi offended the Zhao family. You know, the Zhao family is famous for holding grudges. In their opinion, Bai Yi, a 3rd level Beastmaster, was in great danger. Don't care about people's discussions. Bai Yi summoned his other 2 beasts. Come out, Gale, Red Flame. As the magic circle unfolds, the beast is summoned. A roar and an eagle's cry pierce the sky. Just like the moment you see Charizard and Jade Eagle. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed again. Fuck, Charizard. A 6th order fire-breathing dragon with legendary bloodline, and a mutated Jade Phoenix Eagle. 2 epic bloodlines, 1 legendary. What a heaven-defying beast-taming lineup. I thought Zhao Pingzhong's beast-taming lineup was amazing enough, but I didn't expect that there is someone even more amazing than him. No, we are both beastmasters, so why are my beasts and his beasts from completely different worlds? He's so young, but the beasts he controls are all at level 6 or 5. Could this be a genius from some big family who came out to gain experience? Not just everyone. Even Zhao Pingzhong's expression changed slightly. As the head of the Zhao family, he is also well-informed. However, a 3rd level Beastmaster like Bai Yi has such an outrageous Beastmaster lineup. It was the first time he met her. He knew Bai Ye's information. A newbie who has just awakened as a Beastmaster no more than 3 months ago. They actually cultivated such a heaven-defying combination. Moreover, this man was the enemy who killed his son. At this moment, there was only one thought in Zhao Pingzhong's mind. No matter what, Bai Yi must die here. This boy's talent is too incredible. If he is not killed, he will become a great threat to the Zhao family in the future. Chapter 43. The Power of Beast Control. Strength Exposed. Molten, use jet fire. Big stone monster, shaking the earth. Shadow Lion uses Shadow Ball. Without hesitation, Zhao Pingzhong immediately gave orders to his 5 beasts. Even in a team fight, our side was at a disadvantage in terms of both numbers and strength. But Bai Ying was not panicked. If it was before he entered the Emerald Forest, just relying on the Shadow Lord and Charmeleon who have not undergone any qualitative change. He is indeed unable to compete with Zhao Pingzhong. But now his overall strength has undergone a major qualitative change. I won't say much else, but at least we can achieve a 50-50 split. Gas, use Dragon's Fury to block all their attacks. Shadow, Red Flame, you attack the Firebird first and kill it. It can be seen that Molters plays the role of the core of the law. Bai Ying naturally concentrated his fire on the attack, preparing to kill the opponent's core first. Suddenly, as soon as he finished speaking, the 3 beasts moved one by one. Charizard opened his mouth wide. As the spiritual power condenses, a shadow of a dragon roared and charged towards the 5 beasts led by the big stone monster, with an attitude that no one else could match it. The Shadow Lord and the Jade Phoenix Eagle came from the left and right sides. 1 black, 1 blue, and 1 gold, like 2 sharp arrows, unstoppable. Not good. Seeing this, Zhao Pingzhong's face changed drastically. The Ice Demon tree fired icicles in an attempt to get in the way. Shadow Lion's skill is interrupted. Prepare to return to defense. Molters spread its wings, preparing to take off into the air. However, it was too late. With high resistance, Shadow Monarch treats the attack of Icefall Tree as nothing. It bared its fangs, and Shadow Fang was activated at this moment. With the blessing of talent, the Shadow Lord's attack came with almost no warning. This attack caught Zhao Pingzhong's beastmasters off guard. And seizing the right moment, the Green Phoenix Eagle released a flash of lightning and a wind blade. The wings were cut, and the curse penetrated deep into the body. In an instant, the Molters let out a mournful cry. The Shadow Lord bit his neck. In the next moment, he was killed with 1 blow. From the battle between the 2 sides to the fall of Molters. The first confrontation, however, lasted less than a minute. All this happened in a flash. The game between the 2 sides continues. Zhao Pingzhong quickly ordered the Beastmen to change their strategy. He planned to prioritize dealing with the Green Phoenix Eagle, which was the weakest but most maneuverable of the 3 beasts. Bai Ying asked the Shadow Lord to assist the Green Phoenix Eagle. Choose to attack the Ice Tree whose movements are restricted and restrained by Charizard. Looking at the fierce battle, the Beastmasters who were watching were all stunned. Not to mention the strength and coordination of the Beastmen. Just judging from Bai Ying's command. Are you sure this is a new Beastmaster? Although the performance of Shadow Monarch and Jade Phoenix Eagle was not bad, but the attention of most Beastmasters. In fact, all the efforts were focused on Bai Ying, who was the commander, and Charizard, who acted as the core. No, we're both Beastmasters. It's okay that the strength of the beast-taming team is weaker than his. Why is it that this guy has a better understanding with the beast tamers than me? Good boy. There is no harm without comparison, right? Did you see the move Charizard just made? It can't release it because its dragon bloodline is not high enough. That's right. This isn't just finding a Charizard as a Beastmaster. It's clearly finding a big guy to deal damage. I'm so jealous. Such a handsome Charizard. I wish it was my beast. Just as everyone was discussing who would have the last laugh in this confrontation. Center of the battlefield. The fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings. While taking off into the air, a raging fire poured out of its mouth. The ground ignited and turned into a sea of fire. And the Ice Demon Tree was eventually unable to hold on. Zhao Pingzhong's team has already dealt with the second beast, although the beasts that died in the battle were all level 6. For Zhao Pingzhong, this is not enough to cause any serious damage. But his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. After all, it took a long time to capture one of Bai Ying's beasts. Zhao Pingzhong also had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. Just thinking about this, he immediately shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is a 5th-level Beastmaster, 2 levels higher than Bai Ying. How could he lose to a junior who was 2 levels lower than him? Just as Zhao Pingzhong was thinking this, the death of the beast seemed to have triggered a series of chain reactions. Next is the Lightning Leopard, and then the Shadow Lion. They were defeated one by one, and the last remaining big stone monster was unable to hold on alone, even if he is a 5th-level beastmaster, as the beasts were killed one after another. The backlash of the contract was still too much for Zhao Pingzhong to bear. Puff! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the White Knight, Zhao Ping's loyalty also grew, even at the cost of the death of all the beasts. He also wants to die together with Bai Yi. Big stone monster, get close to Bai Yi and use a big explosion. Just as Zhao Pingzhong finished speaking, the big stone monster immediately changed direction and no longer entangled with the Charizard. Allowing the opponent to attack it, it strode towards Bai Yi, and the distance between the two sides is getting closer. The faces of the surrounding players also changed drastically. Big explosion. This is a move unique to rock-type beast tamers, specifically designed to cause mutual destruction. Its power depends on the strength of the beast. A 7th-level giant stone monster caused a huge explosion. The power generated is probably equivalent to a full-strength attack from a 9th or 10th-level beastmaster, right? No. Is Zhao Pingzhong crazy? If you want revenge, just take it. Do you have to involve us? Shit. Run away. The giant stone monster is going to explode. Damn it, if I get killed in the explosion, I will definitely dig up your Zhao family's ancestral graves in my next life. Screams, curses, and all kinds of sounds mixed together. How could countless beastmasters have the heart to watch the fun? They all retreated to the surrounding areas. If the big stone monster successfully triggers the big explosion, it is estimated that the area within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers will be reduced to ruins. At this moment, all the beastmasters wish that their parents had given them 2 more legs. 200 meters. 100 meters. Seeing the big stone monster getting closer and closer to Bai Yi, a smile couldn't help but appear on Zhao Pingzhong's face. However, at this moment, Bai Yi mobilizes his spiritual power. An invisible wind blade flew towards Zhao Pingzhong. The air seemed to be torn apart, and bursts of empty sounds were heard. Rip, accompanied by a sound. Zhao Pingzhong's expression froze, and his whole body was split in two. With the death of the master, the big stone monster's movements gradually became stiff. The backlash of the contract will hurt the soul. For a beast like the stone monster, whose appearance has ridiculous defense, but whose soul is not that strong, the backlash of the contract is enough to kill him. As the huge stone monster turned into countless pieces of stone, it shattered into pieces. This battle has also come to an end, and those beastmasters who were originally retreating frantically, just when I saw Bai Ye's method, they were all shocked. You know, it controls part of the power of taming beasts. This is an ability that only a 7th or 8th level beastmaster can possess. Bai Yi is a 3rd level beastmaster. How is this done? If they can master it, then... For a moment, everyone's eyes towards Bai Yi changed completely. But it's different from the pity and regret before. Their eyes were filled with greed and madness. If this place was not under official jurisdiction, if Bai Yi hadn't been protected by 3 beasts, I'm afraid that by now, they have already kidnapped Bai Yi and are trying every possible means to get Bai Yi's secret. Chapter 44. The Second Legendary Beast. Shadow Tyrant. You have plundered the flame bird's talent. Blazing fire. Fire spreads across the prairie. Fire skill effects increased by 20. You have plundered the shadow lion's talent. Elemental control. Elemental control. Shadow attribute control increased by 10. At this moment, accompanied by the plunder of talent, there were constant reminder sounds in Bai Ye's mind. And just after the beast cores of the 5 beasts were dug out, Bai Yi also gave orders to Charizard. Gale, burn this place down. Roar. Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, the fire-breathing dragon opened its mouth and flames suddenly poured out. At high temperatures, in a short while, Zhao Pingzhong and his beast were reduced to ashes. Ouch. And looking at the flames gradually dissipating. When leaving, the Shadow Lord was somewhat reluctant. If this weren't the suburbs, then it has to take a few bites to add to its meal. And not long after Bai Yi left, the official maintenance officer finally arrived. Private fights between beastmasters are not uncommon. Most of the time, the authorities turn a blind eye. After all, the law of the jungle has become the unspoken rule among beastmasters. But it is so blatant and has such a bad impact. This was also the first time Shangguan Ruyan met him. However, compared to the impact caused by this private fight, as a maintenance officer, Shangguan Ruyan's attention was actually focused more on Bai Yi, the person involved. in the monitoring room, looking at the surveillance video that was retrieved. She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Captain, what should we do now? Go and arrest him. At this moment, a team member asked Shangwan Run. I will report this matter to my superiors. As for now, let's wait for the transfer order from above. The strong and the talented have certain privileges. And people like Bai Yi are peerless geniuses who have trained 2 6th level and 1 5th level beast tamers in just a few months. The authorities are quite tolerant of this. After all, if we can get him to join the organization. In the future, Bai Yi will definitely become a pillar of the country and one of the top fighting forces in the Dragon Country. I am not aware of the official decision. To avoid exposing the fact that he possesses god-level talent. After leaving the scene, found a remote and deserted corner. Bai Yi then allocated talents to the 3 beasts. At the same time, he gave all 5 beast cores to the Shadow Lord to devour. Has reached the peak of the 6th level. The Shadow Lord is only 1 step away from breaking through to the 7th level. Therefore, it is impossible for Bai Yi not to tilt the resources in his hands towards it. The sooner you have a beastmaster as a high-level combat force, this will be more beneficial for him to deal with the Wang family in the future. Ouch! And just as he swallowed the 5 beast cores together, a huge amount of spiritual energy flows through the whole body. The Shadow Lord couldn't help but let out a long roar to the sky. Just as Bai Yi had guessed, its strength underwent a qualitative change at this moment. The spiritual power turned into white light, completely covering it. Not long after, a moment later. Wait until the light fades away. The Shadow Lord has changed his appearance. The sturdy and streamlined body is covered with gold and dark purple patterns. Sharper fangs, sharper claws. A face that is like a lion and a wolf, combining the advantages of both. Not only did the level break through to level 7, the bloodline has also been advanced. It gave Bai Yi an unexpected surprise. With surprise, Bai Yi had an idea. The information about the Beastmaster was also presented in front of him. Name, Shadow Tyrant. Attribute, Shadow. Level 7. Bloodline, Legend. Talent, Dark Predator, King's Domain, Earth's Blessing, Lightning Flint, Elemental Control. Skills, Shadow Fong, Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball, Shadow Wave, Shadow Stealth, Invisible Will, Shadow Domain. Evaluation, the Shadow Tyrant, which has the royal bloodline, will have the opportunity to advance into a mythical creature if it can replenish the royal bloodline within the whole body. Just after reading the message from Shadow Tyrant, Bai Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Mythical creatures, that is the pinnacle that every exotic beast tamer aspires to reach. At the same time, it is also the dream contract object of every beastmaster. As a beastmaster, Bai Yi is of course no exception. If it were another beastmaster who tried to train his beast into a mythical creature, it would probably be difficult to achieve even in his entire lifetime. But Bai Yi is different. Possessing god-level talent and unlimited plunder, Bai Yi had a premonition. Perhaps in the future, he will really be able to wait until the day when his beasts are upgraded to mythical creatures. My thoughts returned to reality at this moment. Riding on a Shadow Tyrant, Bai Yi also spoke. Let's go, Shadow, it's time to go back. Before we know it, the end of the month is approaching, and the college exchange competition is just around the corner. I don't know if I can win the first place in the college exchange competition. So what kind of reward can you get? At this moment, Bai Yi's strength was exposed. The beastmasters who were preparing to attack Bai Yi were stunned. He was immediately persuaded to leave. No, with their lineup, 20 people can't even muster a 7th level beast. As a result, Zhou Hao asked them to deal with a beast-taming genius who even Zhao Pingzhong was no match for, even if more than 100 million was promised. But they have money to earn, but no life to spend it. That beast Zhou Hao is nothing but a nobody. Asking us to deal with Bai Yi is like asking us to die. With a gloomy face, Meng Yu, who was in charge of the team, cursed loudly. I was being sincere with you, but brother, you were playing tricks on me? The more you take a step back, the angrier you'll get. The more you endure, the more you'll lose. They can't deal with Bai Yi. Can't we deal with the Bai family and Zhou Hao? Thinking of this, Meng Yu spoke to the crowd. Everyone, that bastard Zhou Hao almost caused us great harm. This matter cannot be let go like this. Let's go to the Bai family and make him give us an explanation. Just as he finished speaking, a group of beastmasters also echoed. Yes, I won't be able to sleep or eat well unless I teach Zhou Hao and the Bai family a lesson. He actually asked us to die in vain. If that bastard Zhou Hao doesn't give me an explanation, I will kill him. The group returned to the Bai family in a mighty manner. Seeing that the crowd had come with ill intentions, the smiles of Bai Yu and others gradually froze. Everyone, didn't I tell you to go deal with Bai Yi? Why are you back? In the courtyard. I also noticed that the atmosphere was a little subtle. Zhou Hao couldn't help but ask, deal with Nima. It would have been fine if Zhou Hao hadn't said anything, but when he did, Meng Yu thought he was asking even though he knew the answer, and he immediately became angry. He gave Zhou Hao a big shove with his backhand. A third-level beastmaster, right? Bang. The beastmaster is only level 4 or 5, right? Bang. You dare to trick us, right? Bang, bang, bang. After a few big slaps, Zhou Hao was completely stunned. No, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? As the young master of the Zhou family, how could Zhou Hao suffer such humiliation? After a moment, he realized what was happening and became angry, just about to summon his own beast. However, when he saw the other group, he instantly became timid. After all, there's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that a man who knows the times is a hero. In fact, Zhou Hao was not the only one who was beaten. Bai Yu and Xiao Han in the back were not spared either. No, why are you hitting us? Stop hitting me. I'm going to be beaten to death. Help! Help! Someone's killing someone. Amid the wailing of the three people, Meng Yu and the others left with a gloomy look on their faces, each receiving 1 million yuan in mental damages. Finally, I calmed down. The moment I saw the news, Bai Yu's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. Not only did they lose their wife, but also their soldiers. The 3 beasts under Bai Ye's command all made breakthroughs. Seeing Bai Ye's strength improve, he was hailed as a genius that is rare in Luodu in a century. Bai Yu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Every time I see Bai Yi getting better and better after leaving the Bai family, this is even more painful than killing him. Chapter 45, Skill Transformation. Shadowland. Zhao Family Mansion. As the servant reported, an old man with a wrinkled face and half of his body almost buried in the ground had a gloomy expression. White Knight, chanting the name of the enemy. Zhao Zhenghong's expression was filled with murderous intent, and his strength as a 7th-rank beastmaster was clearly visible. Arrange a car. I need to go to Shinfu College. I can't just let this go. The students of that bitch Lu Ruyan killed my son and grandson and made my Zhao Zhenghong family extinct. I will make that bitch and her students pay the price. Principal, I have something to report. At the same time, Shinfu College. I'm having a meeting with a group of directors. As the door of the conference room was pushed open, suddenly interrupted, Lu Ruyan's face suddenly turned dark. But in the next second, when he saw it was Xiao Lifeng, Lu Ruyan forced a smile with a hint of gritted teeth between her words. Teacher Xiao, you came to report while I was in a meeting. You must have something urgent to do, right? Principal Lu, Bai Yi killed Zhao Zhongping alone, and the news has spread all over the internet. I see, it's just killing someone. What exactly is that? I was just about to help Bai Yi settle it. Lu Ruyan suddenly realized that something was wrong. No, tell me again, who did he kill? Zhao Pingzhong is the patriarch of a Zhao family. This matter has become a big deal now. With Xiao Lifeng's repeated confirmation, Lu Ruyan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Teacher Xiao, are you sure you're not kidding me? Bai Yi is the only 2nd-level beastmaster. Are you sure you can kill a 5th-level beastmaster alone? The past was the past, and this is now. Principal, Bai Yi is already a 3rd-level beastmaster. As Xiao Lifeng turned on his mobile phone, the news about Bai Yi unfolded in front of Lu Ruyan. For a moment, Lu Ruyan took a breath of cold air. How long has it been since White Knight signed a contract with a salamander? He actually broke through to the 3rd-level beastmaster. It's fine if I could just break through to the 3rd level of beastmaster. He has 2 6th-level beasts and 1 5th-level beast under his command. This is simply too incredible. According to Bai Ye's growth rate, if they can provide them with enough resources for practice, that Bai Yi is really about to take off. Maybe if we wait for a while, even she won't be a match for Bai Yi. Her delicate body trembled. I took a deep breath and calmed my excited heart. Lu Ruyan then said, Everyone, I have some things to deal with now. Let's end our meeting here for today. I'll talk about the details tomorrow. Accompany Lu Ruyan and Xiao Lifeng to leave. Inside the meeting room, a group of directors couldn't help but talk about it. From the few words between Lu Ruyan and Xiao Lifeng, it was not difficult for them to guess that among the new students recruited by the college this year, there was an unparalleled genius. thinking about the upcoming college exchange competition. All the directors' eyes lit up. If this is true, then this year's exchange competition, their Shinfu College will shock the whole country and become famous. And at this moment, as the person involved, I was not aware of this. Just after returning to Shinfu College, Bai Yi came to the college library. As the largest library in Luodu, not only a large amount of historical documents are collected here, there are also countless skill scrolls related to beast taming. Bai Yi came here just for the skill scroll. Enjoy the college's SSS level resources. Every semester, Bai Yi has the privilege of being an excellent student and can choose 3 skill scrolls. Based on past life memories, Bai Yi clearly remembered that there was a shadow-related skill scroll hidden in the Shinfu Academy. If I could get that skill scroll, plus the shadow realm controlled by the shadow tyrant. So, on the current basis, the strength of the shadow tyrant will undergo a qualitative change. Time passes quietly. I searched in the library for more than half an hour. Bai Yi finally reaped the rewards. Finally found it. Looking at the information presented on the scroll in his hand, Bai Yi also showed a look of joy. What is needed is already at hand. After thinking for a moment about the remaining 2 skill choices, he chose the ultimate move of the flying beast tamer, the special attack of the divine bird, and the skill of the wind beast tamer, the violent storm. Student, are you sure you want to choose this skill? Most beastmasters don't have that talent. Domain skills are hard to acquire. Take the skill scroll of your choice. Just as Bai Yi was about to leave, the administrator did not forget to confirm with him again. It's okay. I trust my beast. Without further explanation, Bai Yi smiled. And seeing him so persistent, the administrator finally gave up and said no more. It is not easy for a beastmaster to learn skills. Watching Bai Yi leave, in his opinion, Bai Yi will probably waste several months until he hits a wall and finally wakes up, right? However, how could he know? Even the skills recorded on the scroll. Bai Yi can also plunder and use his talent to let the beast man take control directly. I just left the library. Bai Yi's talent was then activated. The scroll in his hand turned into dust in an instant. The 3 skills were added by Bai Yi to the Shadow Tyrant and the Jade Phoenix Eagle respectively. Reminder, Shadow Tyrant has mastered the shadow space. Tip, similar skills detected, the skill Shadow Realm has transformed. Reminder, Shadow Tyrant has mastered the skill Shadow Kingdom. Shadow Kingdom, create a domain that continuously slows down, curses, and drains life from locked units. At the same time, the effects of all your shadow skills are increased by 200. Debuffs groups within range, plus a percentage multiplier bonus. With this skill, an early 7th level Shadow Tyrant could probably exert combat power comparable to an 8th level Beastmaster, right? And if you add Charizard and Jade Phoenix, in a 3-to-1 situation, even if the opponent is at the 9th level, Bai Yi may still be able to fight. But this is not enough. We need to become even stronger. Murmuring, Bai Yi was extremely eager to become stronger. The Beast Tide is coming. Bai Yi clearly remembered that in the Beast Tide, 7 months later, there was a mythical creature. At the same time, he was very clear that the Wang family actually hid a 10th level Beastmaster. I want to avenge my past life. If you want to survive the next Beast Tide, at the very least, Bai Yi would have to break through to become a 5th level Beastmaster in the next few months. And just as Bai Yi was thinking this, suddenly, at this moment, a suffocating and terrifying breath hit me in the face. In this breath, Bai Yi was suppressed in an instant and couldn't move. In the face of a huge gap in strength, Bai Yi only feels. Every cell in my body seemed to be trembling. The word death stimulates every nerve. Bai Yi, I have no grudge against you. But in the end, all of my children and grandchildren died at my hands. Today, I will make you pay for your murder. With this sound, Zhao Zhenghong descended from the sky riding on his beast. That huge shadow completely enveloped the White Knight in an instant. Chapter 46, Suffocating Pressure. Battle against the 7th rank Beast Tamer. It was an insect-type beast with a shell that looked like white bones, 5 to 6 meters long, flying in the air, and its appearance was like a combination of a centipede and a beetle. As Zhao Zhenghong rode, the demon beetle slowly descended from the sky. Under identification, the information about the demon beetle was also presented in front of Bai Yi. Name Devil Beetle. Attribute Shadow. Bloodline, Epic. Level 9th level. Talent, Demonic Power. Each attack will have a corrosive effect. Dark Armor, Immune to 50 shadow damage. Increase own shadow damage by 200. Dynamic perception. Field of vision increased by 500. Immortality. Vitality increased by an additional 500. Skills. Shadow Fong. Poison Fong. Shadow Blast. Destructive Death Ray. Evaluation. This special beast came from the abyss and possessed a strength far exceeding that of normal beasts. Just after reading the information about the devil beetle, Bai Ye's eyes were slightly solemn. As a 7th-level beastmaster, Zhao Zhenghong must have 7 beasts in his hands. And if the strength of every beast is the same as that of this demon beetle, even stronger than the demon beetle, Bai Yi has absolutely no way to cope with it. Since rebirth, it was the first time that he encountered an enemy of this level. Suddenly, Bai Yi felt a sense of powerlessness. At this moment, in his heart, the desire for the word became even stronger. If he can't even deal with Zhao Zhenghong, so what will Bai Yi use to fight against the beast tide next? How to deal with the Wang family? How to save Luo Shui and the Luo family? He gritted his teeth and withstood the pressure from Zhao Zhenghong. Bai Yi also summoned his 3 beasts. The 2 sides were facing each other. Even though it was 3 against 1, the 3 beasts behaved as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The battle is about to begin. Use the destroying death ray. As Zhao Zhenghong finished speaking, suddenly, a white aurora poured towards Bai Yi. The destructive power of the aurora instantly turned the surrounding concrete into powder, forming a deep gully. The Charizard roars, and the Shadow Tyrant roars. Just as the 2 beasts were preparing to take the attack head-on, suddenly, a powerful female voice was heard throughout the entire playground where the battle between the 2 men was taking place. That's it. Master Zhao, this is not the Zhao family. You're causing trouble in my territory and bullying my people. This is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? As Lu Ruyan finished speaking, the ice bird let out a cry. A freezing beam is fired. Boom! With the explosion, the confrontation was interrupted by her forceful intervention. The strength of the 12th level ice bird is clearly displayed. Looking at Lu Ruyan, Zhao Zhenghong couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear. He didn't expect that during the time he was in seclusion recuperating, Lu Ruyan's strength has become even stronger. However, I'm already alone. If he couldn't make Bai Yi pay with his life, Zhao Zhenghong felt that he would never be able to close his eyes until his death. Today, he will make Bai Yi pay the price for this. Lu Ruyan, your students kill my son and grandson. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Zhao Zhenghong came up and questioned him with righteous words. In response, Lu Ruyan smiled. Give you an explanation? What do I need to explain to you? Your son and grandson want to kill my students. Are you not allowing my students to fight back? A confrontation between 2 7th-level beastmasters. The spiritual power impact generated between the 2 parties. Even the air almost distorted. So, Lu Ruyan, you want to protect him at all costs? Zhao Zhenghong's eyes were cold. At this moment, the situation between the beastmasters was tense. The atmosphere on the scene was like an explosive powder keg. Just a tiny spark can ignite it instantly. Principal, don't be impulsive. When Xiao Lifeng learned that Zhao Zhenghong was going to deal with Bai Yi, his face turned green. He followed quickly. Principal, you can protect Bai Yi for a while, but can you protect Bai Yi for a lifetime? According to what you mean, Mr. Xiao, are you going to let the students of our college be bullied? No. I mean, this matter needs to be considered carefully. Xiao Lifeng was already sweating profusely as he hurriedly explained. A 7th-rank beastmaster, even in the entire Dragon Kingdom. That is also the upper middle level of combat effectiveness. If Lu Ruyan and Zhao Zhenghong really fought in Luodu, what serious negative impacts have been caused? At the very least, the punishment will be a transfer, at the worst, dismissal. He has reached the position of principal of Shunfu College at such a young age. Lu Ruyan has a bright future. Xiao Lifeng really felt it was not worth it for her to die in such a place at such a time. So he spoke again. How about this, Master Zhao? You use this demon beetle to fight Bai Yi to the death. After that, Xiao Lifeng paused for a moment before continuing. No matter who wins or loses in the end, we will never interfere. This is all for now. Let's leave it at that. Otherwise, I will have to notify the authorities. Patriarch Zhao, you don't want the authorities to intervene, right? As Xiao Lifeng finished speaking, Zhao Zhenghong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If I really fight Lu Ruyan head-on, Not only did he fail to help Zhao Pingzhong and his son to get revenge, it is very likely that this will result in both loss of the wife and the loss of the army. Not only did he offend Lu Ruyin and the authorities, it is also possible that the entire Zhao family will be destroyed. And if we follow Xiao Lifeng's proposal, even if it's 3-1, can be used against the demon beetle, Zhao Zhenghong is still very confident. So, after thinking for a moment, Zhao Zhenghong also gave an answer. Okay, let's do as you say. He agreed. But Lu Ruyin was not happy. Teacher Xiao, are you sure you are not harming Bai Yi? With Bai Yi's strength, even if it's 3-1, how could it be possible? Principal, I agree too. Let's handle this matter according to what Teacher Xiao said. Without waiting for Lu Ruyin to finish. Stand up at this moment. Bai Yi interrupted it. Bai Yi, do you know what you were saying? You can only do some damage with a 7th level Shadow Tyrant. The remaining 2 are 1 level 6 and 1 level 5. Can you defeat a 9th level Demon Beetle? Listen to Lu Ruyin's words. Without waiting for Bai Yi to speak, the Charizard on one side blew air through its nostrils, looking somewhat unhappy. No, this woman, who does she look down on? It has a legendary bloodline after all, right? I've thought it through very clearly. After looking at the Demon Beetle, Bai Yi continued. I believe in my beasts. Besides, I don't think I will lose. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Bai Yi is hopelessly arrogant. Lu Ruyin also sighed softly. She couldn't help feeling a little disappointed with this student. Forget it, forget it. You guys decide. I'm an old woman and I can't control anything. After a moment, Bai Yi and Zhao Zhenghong went to the academy's arena. The news of the duel between the two spread throughout the entire college forum in an instant. A freshman who had just entered the school dared to challenge a veteran beastmaster. Although the beast control is 3-1. But how could such a gimmick not arouse people's curiosity? All of a sudden, a large number of students rushed to the arena. The entire arena was already packed with people. War preparation area. Lu Ruyin patted Bai Yi's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Bai Yi, don't feel disappointed, just treat it as an experience. Although your beastmaster is dead, you are useless. But as long as you are alive, there is hope. Principal, I believe that you will be able to make a comeback in the future. No. Principal, why do you think I will definitely lose? Looking at Lu Ruyin, Bai Yi asked back. Needless to say, the difference in strength is so huge. You can tell without even thinking about it, right? Lu Ruyin was speechless. Maybe I can win. Bai Yi, you can just lie to yourself about this matter, but don't lie to the principal as well. Chapter 47. Roaring, fire-breathing dragon. Dragon's fury. What a pity. I have worked so hard to train the beast to this point, but I didn't expect that everything would be destroyed in an instant. Yeah, who told Bai Yi to be so ignorant of life and death that he actually dared to fight a 7th level beastmaster to the death? Ha, too arrogant. Even if the other party only sends out one beast, Bai Yi can't contend with it. Don't say that either. You know, Bai Yi only spent a few months to achieve his current success. Even if he loses everything, he will eventually rise again. I find it unlikely. The backlash of the contract is not something that a new beastmaster like Bai Yi can bear. Before the life and death fight began, there was constant discussion in the audience. But there are no exceptions. In the eyes of everyone, from the moment both sides stepped onto the arena, the outcome of this life and death battle is already determined. There is no way Bai Yi can win. At this moment, both parties enter the venue. In the arena, the referee also announced, the life and death fight is about to begin. This competition will not end until one of the beasts is completely dead. Just as the referee was explaining the rules according to the procedure, facing the White Knight, Zhao Zhenghong was like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity to strike. Bai Yi, I want you to know the price of offending me. Don't be in a hurry. I'll play with you slowly later. I want you to watch. How is my own beast tortured to death? Oh. In response, Bai Yi couldn't help but sneer. He responded equally sharply. Master Zhao, it's not pleasant to be the last one to die, right? It will be better if we don't mention this. Zhao Zhenghong was furious when Bai Yi said this. The spiritual power in his body could no longer be hidden and leaked out. You little brat, just wait. After I deal with your beast, you'll be the next one to take my turn. Bai Yi is so confident. Isn't it just because he has Lu Ruyin and the official support? Wait until he destroys Bai Yi's beast and makes him a useless person. Zhao Zhenghong just didn't believe that the authorities would still protect Bai Yi and offend him, a 7th level beastmaster, for Bai Yi. In his opinion, Bai Yi chose to confront himself head-on, which would be the stupidest choice. Demon Beetle, just destroy them all. Shadow, unfold the Shadowlands. The strong wind uses the anger of fire. Red Flame, use violent storm winds. The beastmasters on both sides launch their attacks almost at the same time. Ouch! As Shadow Tyrant unfolds the Shadowlands. Under the influence of debuffs, the casting speed of the Abyss Beetle has been reduced significantly. Seizing this opportunity, Charizard and Jade Phoenix released their skills at the same time. The fire was fueled by the wind and spread across the entire prairie. For a moment, the Demon Beetle was shrouded in it. If it were any other beast tamer, it would probably be killed instantly after this combo. But it is level 9 after all, and it comes from the Abyss. I knew it couldn't be killed so easily. Just as Yin Nu was released, Charizard immediately cut off the attack and released a jet of flame to make the final blow. Seeing this, the Shadow Tyrant was equally unwilling to be outdone. It spit out a magic ball from its mouth and blasted it towards the billowing smoke that enveloped the Demon Beetle. Suddenly, at this moment, accompanied by a hissing sound, a ray of aurora shot out from the thick smoke. The 3 colors of white, red, and purple intertwined at the moment when the skills collided. Explosions followed one after another. Boom! In just a few minutes, all I saw were a few figures flashing in the thick smoke. Despite the weak rank, but relying on tacit cooperation, it seems that the fight with the Devil Beetle is hard to separate. In the audience, Luo Shui was worried about Bai Yi. Just now, I learned that Bai Yi was actually going to have a life and death battle with a 7th level beastmaster. She was almost frightened. Principal, do you think Bai Yi will win? Playing with the ends of her hair, Lu Rian's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't know either, but Bai Yi's performance really surprised me. If Bai Yi can find the flaw of the Devil Beetle, or maybe he has some hidden card up his sleeve, maybe he can really create a miracle, turn defeat into victory, and kill the enemy of higher level. Being able to cultivate to the 7th level beast tamer, Lu Ruyan is certainly no ordinary person. She knew very well that for the next period of time, the battle between the two sides would become entangled and reach a stalemate. Whoever gives up first will be the first to show flaws. Then the balance of victory will immediately tilt to the other side. By then, the end of the battle will only be a matter of minutes. Soon, another 4 or 5 minutes passed. The Shadow Tyrant, who was taking the main force and resisting the damage head-on, showed a look of pain. Charizard and Jade Phoenix were also defeated, even with the blessing of Dark Predator. However, the toxins carried by the Demon Beetle continued to accumulate and spread within the Shadow Tyrant's body. Shadow, use the invisible divine will and shadow fluctuations and leave the rest to Gale. As Bai Yi gave orders, the Shadow Tyrant also moved immediately. Following Bai Yi, it experienced countless life and death games. Even if he knew that once the reactionary skill was used, the toxins in his body would spread faster and might even endanger his life in the end. But it is not afraid at all and chooses to move forward without hesitation. There is no other reason. Simply because Bai Yi is its beastmaster. It has deep trust in Bai Yi. Ouch! With a whistling sound, the invisible divine will along with the shadow fluctuations were released at this moment. Although it was a bit unexpected, I didn't expect that Bai Yi's beastmaster was not afraid of death at all. But Zhao Zhenghong did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Demon Beetle, use Shadow Shock to get rid of the Shadow Tyrant first. As long as the Shadow Tyrant is gone to provide damage resistance and debuffs. Restored previous mobility. In Zhao Zhenghong's opinion, Bai Yi's lineup would be defeated in an instant relying solely on Charizard and Jade Phoenix. After hearing the Master's instructions, the Demon Beetle also focused its attention on the Shadow Tyrant behind it. I saw that its entire body was covered with a thick layer of purple magic. Rushing towards the Shadow Tyrant. Notice the movements of the Demon Beetle. Bai Yi was not panicked at all. Instead, he smiled. Not good. Observe Bai Yi's expression, although it is not clear what Bai Yi is planning. But Zhao Zhenghong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't believe that Bai Yi would sacrifice the Shadow Tyrant so easily. The other party must have a big move in mind if he does this. Zhao Zhenghong was just about to command the Demon Beetle to interrupt the spell. Unexpectedly, Bai Yi conveyed the order before him. Roar the wind, stir up the flames of anger, and then use the wrath of the dragon. Qian, after the gale attack ends, immediately used the divine bird special attack. Roar! Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, the flames at the fire-breathing dragon's tail suddenly grew stronger, accompanied by a roar filled with dominance. Its entire body was covered in flames, as if it was on fire, like the god of fire descending to the earth, with a blessing of flame of wrath. The already terrifying destructive power of the dragon's fury has been enhanced to a higher level of power. I saw a green dragon shadow appear behind the Charizard. Immediately afterwards, there was a dragon roar. The dragon's shadow swooped down from midair and collided with the shadow beetle. Not good. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jinghong's face changed drastically, although not afraid of elemental damage. However, dragon-type skills do have a certain restraint on the demon beetle. If hit by this move, the demon beetle will be severely injured. If it was a one-on-one fight, Zhao Jinghong would think it would be no big deal even if he took the blow head-on. But this is a 1-on-3 battle. Don't forget, right in midair, there's also a green phoenix eagle watching eagerly. All I heard was a sharp eagle cry from the sky. It transformed into a white phoenix shadow. Before the demon beetle could recover from its shock, the jade phoenix eagle swooped down. The demon beetle took 2 big attacks head-on. At this moment, the offense and defense changed. In the audience, when seeing this scene, the instructors and students who were watching could no longer sit still, and they stood up subconsciously. Surprise and shock were reflected on everyone's face. Charizard actually has a dragon-type ultimate move. Could it be that Bai Yi's fire-breathing dragon has already awakened its bloodline? Chapter 48, Divine Bird Special Attack. A fatal strike. The audience seats were filled with noise. Good fellow. No wonder Bai Yi dares to be so rampant. It turns out that Charizard has awakened the dragon attribute. Is this the strength of a beast tamer with a legendary bloodline? Love it. 2 beasts of legendary bloodline. No wonder Bai Yi is not panicking at all. I don't know if Bai Yi is willing to transfer one of his beasts to me. I'm willing to pay 1 billion. 1 billion is all you need to buy a beast of legendary bloodline? Brother, you are dreaming. That's right. If you can give me a beast with legendary bloodline, I would be willing to cut my family's lifespan in half. When I saw Charizard showing its second form and cooperating with the Jaeger Owl, it instantly severely damaged the demon beetle. In the arena, commanding the demon beetles, Zhao Jinghong felt worse than if he had eaten shit. If only one more destructive death ray could be released, he might even be able to turn defeat into victory. But depending on the current state of the devil beetle, it is totally impossible to release a second ultimate move. Moreover, Bai Yi kept staring at him. There is no way the other party would let the demon beetle succeed so easily. Shadow, Wind, use Shadow Ball and Pyroblast. Qian, use Lightning Flash, and then use Divine Bird Special Attack. As a first beast he controlled in his previous life, Bai Yi knew the abilities of the Green Phoenix Eagle as clearly as he could. What about the ultimate move of a flying beast tamer? With the ability of the Jade Phoenix Eagle, releasing it twice in a row is more than enough. The timing of each skill release and the calculation of damage, both day and night, are incredibly accurate. One thing leads to another. As early as the moment the battle began, he let Shadow Tyrant and Charizard unleash every move. It's all for now. It's just to create conditions for the Jade Phoenix Eagle's fatal attack. In this regard, Zhao Jinghong could only watch as the Green Phoenix Eagle flew to high altitudes with a flash of lightning, gathering strength and finding the right angle. Then he used the special attack of the Divine Bird to instantly smash the Demon Beetle into pieces. He is old himself. Now we have lost another beast. Under the backlash of the contract, Zhao Jinghong spat out a mouthful of blood. Young man, you have no moral principles. Pointing at Bai Yi, he trembled, then his eyes went dark and he fainted. When I saw it was over, I was stunned at first. But soon, the referee also reacted. He stepped quickly onto the arena. The winner this time is Bai Yi. Following his announcement, the entire scene suddenly fell into silence. But soon, the moment boiled over. Deafening cheers rang out. The atmosphere is contagious. Although I'm not the protagonist of this game, but that doesn't stop them from celebrating the White Knight. Great. Bai Yi won. I was scared to death. Patting her chest, Luo Shui finally let go of her worries and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, she had already prepared for the worst. If Bai Yi loses, he will become a useless person. She decided to support Bai Yi for the rest of his life. By then, she will come to earn money to support the family, and Bai Yi will naturally be her little husband. At this moment, Lu Ruyan also spoke. She stood up and announced, "According to the agreement, from today on, the Zhao family can no longer cause trouble for Bai Yi." After saying this, she paused for a moment. Looking at the Zhao family servants who followed closely, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If the Zhao family dares to cause trouble for Bai Yi again, then they are making things difficult for me. Lu Ruyan. Yes, Principal Lu, your warning is true. Our Zhao family will never trouble Bai Yi again. While saying this with a flattering smile on his face, the Zhao family's housekeeper quickly ordered a servant to carry Zhao Zhenghong away in a hurry. He was afraid that if he was a step slower, Lu Ruyan would leave him here forever. And dealt with all of this. Lu Ruyan then said to Bai Yi, come to my office with me. Okay, Dean. While answering, Bai Yi caught up with Lu Ruyan's back and watched Bai Yi and Lu Ruyan leave one after another. Luo Shui couldn't help but clench her fists. Bai Yi's strength is getting stronger and stronger. She can't hold us back. Otherwise, how can I conquer Bai Yi and make him my little husband? Shinfu College, principal's office. As soon as she entered, she locked the door casually, and Lu Ruyan stopped pretending. In excitement, she hugged Bai Yi tightly in her arms. Haha, you are worthy of being my favorite student. Bai Yi, you did a great job. The college exchange competition will be held in 3 days. Bai Yi, you must perform well when the time comes. Waiting for you to win the first place in the exchange competition. Principal, my promotion and salary increase are guaranteed. Wait, Principal, please respect yourself. After trying a bunch of facial cleansers, Bai Yi felt like he was suffocating. Ahem. Hearing this, she quickly let go of her hand and coughed lightly a few times to ease her embarrassment. She changed the subject. Bai Yi, please summon your Shadow Lord. I will detoxify it. Okay, come out, Shadow. Accompany the White Knight to summon the Shadow Tyrant. Lu Ruyan stretched out her slender hand. A turquoise light appeared in the palm of her hand. A 7th-level beastmaster can already use the power of beasts, with the help of the power of beast taming. Soon, the poisoning effect on the Shadow Tyrant was also lifted. Looking at Lu Ruyan, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a little envious. When will I be able to use my beast taming abilities as proficiently as Lu Ruyan? By the way, Bai Yi, this is a small reward from me, the principal, to you in private. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan took out a ring from the drawer. The ring is embellished with a lifelike dragon head, and the dragon eye is an unknown crystal that is red and emits faint glow. Is this a storage ring? Bai Yi was slightly surprised when he took the ring. Yes, in addition to being able to store certain supplies. You can also input a certain amount of spiritual power into it for storage. The spiritual power you input will be transformed into a shield by the ring at the critical moment to resist critical damage. Following Lu Ruyan's explanation, Bai Yi was also thoughtful. The fragility of the Beastmaster is in stark contrast to the strength of the Beastmaster. Even a mid to high-level Beastmaster like Lu Ruyan, there is also such a fatal weakness that is inevitable. This special item can transform the Beastmaster's spiritual power into a shield to resist damage. In times of crisis, it will buy the Beastmaster enough time to react and use the beast to counterattack. Now Bai Yi is surrounded by enemies from all sides. Although he was not afraid, but it would be good to have more means of self-protection. Thank you, Dean. Haha, you're welcome. Raising her right hand and patting Bai Yi's shoulder, Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Let me tell you an inside scoop. In the college exchange competition 3 days later, the reward for first place is a dragon crystal. You should also know the importance of this thing, right? Just as Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Bai Yi's breathing became rapid. The dragon clan has become history. As for the dragon crystal, it is something that is almost priceless. If I could get this dragon crystal, perhaps Charizard's bloodline will advance further and undergo a transformation. Facing Lu Ruyan's meaningful expression, Bai Yi also nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Principal. I'm sure I'll take first place. Chapter 49. The 3-No Loli Chu Yao Yao. Time flies. When Bai Yi left the principal's office, it's already an hour later. As early as the end of the battle, Bai Yi had already plundered the demon beetle's talent. As he walked, Bai Yi distributed the 4 talents he had plundered. Dynamic perception was given to the Jade Phoenix Eagle. As for the remaining 3 talents, it was given to the Shadow Tyrant by Bai Yi. It devoured the beast core of the demon beetle and was enhanced with 3 new talents. Every aspect of Shadow Tyrant has also undergone a small qualitative change. Compared to Charizard and Jade Phoenix, it has special skills. The skill effects of Shadow Tyrant are more inclined towards debuff and continuous output. Therefore, after obtaining Armor of Darkness and Immortality, regardless of injury resistance or endurance, it has undergone a qualitative change. The cultivation of beasts. What Bai Yi values is the balanced development of the team, and not like other beastmasters. All resources are tilted towards one beast, so that the rich can help the poor to become rich. In Bai Yi's opinion, this approach can achieve a fairly good combat effectiveness in a short period of time. But there is also a hidden danger. What if something unexpected happens to the beast that has been cultivated with all the resources? That would be a direct return to the time before liberation. This is a potential risk that Bai Yi is absolutely unwilling to accept, especially since his talent lies in fighting to support fighting. The probability of a beast tamer dying in battle is much higher than that of other beast tamers. Rather than concentrating resources, it is better to distribute them evenly. This way, this hidden danger can be nipped in the bud at the very beginning. Walk out of the office building. Just as Bai Yi was preparing to go to the veterinary hospital to treat the 3 beasts, suddenly, a figure blocked his way. You are Bai Yi classmate, right? I'm Chu Yao Yao, the beast tamer assigned to you by the academy. From today on, I will be responsible for the care and recovery of your beast. I will serve you as your deputy. Please give me your guidance. As Chu Yao Yao finished speaking, Bai Yi then remembered. It seemed that both Lu Rian and Xiao Lifeng said that they would arrange a therapist for him. He thought, the so-called beast tamers should be middle-aged or elderly people who have studied beast taming knowledge for a long time. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses and formal clothes, a person with such temperament looks more reliable, right? However, the facts are contrary to the speculation. She is probably only about 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall. He was dragging a large, somewhat bulky suitcase beside him. The petite body was draped in a slightly loose robe with the official logo, creating a sharp contrast. His childish features were expressionless, and his blue eyes looked quite cold. A head of white, shoulder-length hair fluttering in the wind. This girl looks like she is still in junior high school, and seems to be cozying a lowly. What's going on? He half closed his eyes in an unpleasant manner and had a cold attitude. No matter how you look at it, this is a 3-no lowly. I didn't think much about it. Bai Yi squatted down and touched Chu Yao Yao's head. Little boy, you didn't steal your parents' clothes and come here to tease your brother, did you? This is not a good idea. Listen to your brother and go call your parents over. Please don't call me small. An unceremonious rebuttal. Chu Yao Yao had no expression on her face and continued. I'm so sorry for making you feel small. Actually, I am an adult, I just look younger. Also, Bai Yi-san, please don't touch my head. I'm short enough already. If you keep touching me, I won't grow taller. Really? You're an adult now, huh? He was stunned at first, but soon Bai Yi reacted, looking at the 3-no lowly in front of me. He looked surprised. You said you're an adult? Are you really my therapist? If you don't believe it, I can show you my ID card and official therapist credentials. Besides, I am your beast tamer and trainer, not your trainer. Also, Bai Yi-san, can you take your hands off my head? I really won't be able to grow taller this way. Chu Yao Yao read it word by word, her tense little face showing seriousness. And hearing this, he let go of his hand. Bai Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. No. Why did he feel that this illegal lowly with no formalities and who spoke so many honorifics was a little bit sharp-tongued? Just as Bai Yi was complaining in his heart, Chu Yao Yao spoke again. If you don't mind, Bai Yi, please summon your beast now. I need to check on the condition of your beast. Only in this way can I prescribe the right medicine and develop reasonable training methods and care for your beast. Okay, let's go to the training ground. While chatting, both sides formed a preliminary impression of each other. Then came to the academy's private training ground. Bai Yi also summoned his 3 beasts. And just when he saw the Charizard, Shadow Tyrant, and the Jade Phoenix on one side, there were also some changes on Chu Yao Yao's slightly cold little face. But soon, when they noticed the deep scars on the 3 beast bodies that were visible to the bones, she couldn't help but frown. This injury is too serious. Bai Yi, can I ask you something? How did you train your own beast? Usually we go to the field for actual combat. No systematic training with the instructor? No, it's all actual combat. All right, He clumsily opened the suitcase and took out medicine and bandages to treat the injuries of the three beasts. Chu Yaoyao sighed softly. I finally understand why your beast taming skills have improved so quickly, Bai Yi. However, this Spartan method can easily cause hidden injuries to the beastmaster. Young man, if you are reckless now, you will regret it later. It sounds like some familiar words. Such a heartfelt speech. But it turned out to be said by a white-haired, 3-0 lowly? Do you think this contrast is big enough? I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Bai Yi also made his position clear. Well, let me explain first. I would not change the way I raise my children. As a beast tamer, you should be able to take care of and assist in improving my beast on this basis, right? If you can't do it, or can't accept my rhythm, then I think you'd better leave as soon as possible. Don't come to my place and waste each other's time. What Bai Yi needs is a deputy who can assist and have the same goal as him, instead of being a burden that is inconsistent with your own ideas and drags you down, rather than being told what to do by others. He would rather upgrade on his own and in his own way. As Bai Yi explained directly, Shu Yaoyao couldn't help but pause while bandaging her hand. She curled her lips, whispering sound. Bai Yi, don't you know that what you said is very infuriating? But I know what you're thinking. In the following days, I will do it without interfering with your pace. Assist you in training the beasts. But I also have a request. Require? Yes, I heard that you live outside, Bai Yi, right? I hope I can live with you. This will make it easier for me to train and observe your beasts. I think you will not refuse the request of such a lovely girl like me, right? So, this is why you brought her home. In the living room, looking at Chu Yaoyao, who was sitting next to Bai Yi on the sofa. It was like examining a criminal. Luo Shui couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Chapter 50, Beast Taming Competition. News about the Dragon Crystal. Student Luo Shui, please don't worry. I am Bai Yi's beast tamer. Of course, if your beast is injured, I will also help. Besides, glancing at Bai Yi on the side, she suddenly put her arm around his. I believe in Bai Yi's character. Bai Yi, you don't want your girlfriend to know about our affair, right? Listening to Chu Yaoyao talking nonsense in a serious manner. Looking at Luo Shui's face, it suddenly froze. Bai Yi was stunned. No, this feels like a Shura field for some unknown reason. Time flies. On the eve of the exchange competition, under Chu Yaoyao's care, it only took 3 days for Bai Yi's 3 beasts to return to their peak condition. This also made him look at this white-haired lowly with a new respect. No wonder Shinfu Academy arranged for her to be in charge of his beast taming and nursing. There's a reason for this, and it was just during these 3 days. Bai Yi calmly added the extreme cold breath that he had previously plundered from the Yeti to Luo Shui's ice snake, plus Chu Yaoyao's auxiliary training. The strength of the Ice Mystic Snake has also undergone a small qualitative change. As the Ice Mystic Snake breaks through the 4th level, for a time, Luo Shui became the genius of Shunfu Academy, second only to Bai Yi. The next day it was dawn, the day of the college exchange competition. Early in the morning, Bai Yi changed his clothes and prepared to leave. Bai Yi, did you bring the recovery potion for the beast? Do you have enough money? If not, please tell me. Also, it's been a bit cold recently. This is the scarf I bought for you. Please keep warm. When you arrive at the exchange competition, don't be nervous. Just play your best. I believe you can do it. At the entrance, while putting a scarf on Bai Yi, Luo Shui muttered with a worried look on her face. I knew that he was participating in the college exchange competition as a representative. Luo Shui was even more panicked than him. Bai Yi couldn't help but smile. Why do I feel like you're just like my mother, Shui? No way. I don't have it. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. He denied it 3 times in a row. However, the girl's panicked expression and wandering eyes said it all. Compared to Luo Shui, Shu Yaoyao on the side seemed much more direct. Bai Yi, I know you can definitely take back the first place. Otherwise, it would be a shame for all the efforts I have made during this period of time. Besides, Bai Yi, I don't think you would want to be exposed for peeking at Luo Shui wearing black stockings, right? How could I? She's my girlfriend, so I should watch her openly, right? Bai Yi looked righteous. I don't believe it. Oh, little sister Chu Yaoyao, please don't speak of me in such a dirty way, okay? I'm just being realistic. By the way, I heard that the genius from the Ji family will also come to this college exchange competition. If you can really win the first place, then I have to buy a set of winning underwear for Luo Shui. I might as well give you a spoiler. It's black lace with a rose pattern. By then you two, At this moment, Shu Yaoyao's words were getting more and more outrageous. Luo Shui quickly covered her mouth. No, why is this 3-no lowly speaking so many vicious words? Her ears turned red, and Luo Shui quickly changed the subject. Bai Yi, hurry up and go. The exchange competition is about to start. Don't miss it. Well, I'm off then. After saying that before leaving, Bai Yi did not forget to give Chu Yaoyao a look, and she returned the look with the same look. No words were spoken, but everything was self-evident. Great. No words needed. Riding the shadow tyrant. It was almost noon. Bai Yi also came to Yangshan. With the help of the extraordinary power of beast taming combined with modern technology. Stepping in here is like stepping into a small technological world. Here, all kinds of advanced technologies can be seen everywhere, due to its special political status and proximity to Kyoto. As one of the incubation bases for Dragon Kingdom's beastmasters, Yangshan naturally became the first choice for countless beast taming guilds to be stationed here. Here, it is no exaggeration to say that 3rd and 4th level beastmasters are everywhere, and 5th and 6th level beastmasters are as numerous as dogs. The so-called genius may just be the threshold to get here. Even in his previous life, Bai Yi had never set foot here. If it weren't for this life, I would have obtained the qualification to participate in the college exchange competition on behalf of Shinfu College. I guess Bai Yi won't come here? With sigh, Bai Yi also came to the Holy Spirit Gymnasium. This is an extra-large arena officially prepared for the college exchange competition. Qilin, Shenlong, Phoenix. Various mythical creatures that only exist in books are carved on the surrounding stone pillars. Stepping in here is like stepping into a magnificent world. The level of luxury is hard to describe, even in words. The exchange competition has not started yet. The surrounding auditoriums were already full of people. They're all presidents or vice presidents of major guilds or principals of various colleges and universities. In short, those who can watch this exchange competition live are definitely not ordinary people. In the preparation room, Bai Yi also noticed that there were quite a few beastmasters whose strength had reached the 5th level. There are even some beastmasters whose strength has reached the 6th level. I can participate in this exchange competition as a representative of the college. They are undoubtedly the top and most talented beastmasters in all the major colleges. And among all the beastmasters, Bai Yi, who is only at the 3rd level, seems a little out of place. However, he didn't care. The level of a beastmaster only represents the number of beasts he controls and does not represent the strength of the beasts. Bai Yi is still very confident in his beastmaster. At this moment, the outside world, with the information display of hundreds of representatives from the college exchange competition, seeing that Shinfu College actually sent a freshman who had just enrolled as a representative. In the audience, there were many bigwigs from all walks of life. They suddenly lost their composure and showed incredible expressions. Principal Liu, are you sure you are not mistaken? Yeah, no matter how much potential you have, it doesn't mean you have the ability. Principal Liu, is it possible that your Shinfu Academy has no successor? Several old acquaintances around him cast questioning looks at him. Liu Ruyan didn't care at all. Just watch it. Bai Yi is a new seed player recruited into our academy. I am very optimistic about him. I heard that Liu Ruyan is so mysteriously confident. Everyone also showed an expression of, you must be kidding me. Is this true? Do you have to be so outrageous? No, Principal Liu, you didn't drink fake wine. Principal Liu, you can lie to us, but please don't lie to yourself. Just when everyone was questioning, someone in the crowd suddenly asked a rather pointed question. Principal Liu, I wonder how your student compares to the genius from the Ji family? Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's smile became even more intense. Just watch. My students will never let you down. Seeing her likes to be a riddler, the guild presidents and school deans became even more curious about Bai Yi. What kind of new beastmaster is this? How could Liu Ruyan actually speak so freely and generously? Chapter 51. Crush All the Way. The final. The college exchange competition mainly focuses on the individual combat capability of the beastmaster. The main theme is that the strong is king. Each side can only summon one beast to fight at a time. When all the beasts under your command are defeated, they will be eliminated. Soon, with the ringing of the bell, the first exchange competition officially began. Bai Yi also entered the arena. At this moment, the host also gave a brief introduction to both parties. He is Laodu's biggest dark horse this year, with a spiritual power value of 648 points in the initial beast taming assessment. At the same time, he also refreshed the fastest breakthrough speed of the beastmaster. In just over 2 months, he advanced to become a 3rd-level beastmaster. He is the super beast taming genius who ranks second only to Ji Shijuan. Now, please give a warm round of applause to welcome Bai Ying. As the host finished speaking, at this moment in the audience, everyone subconsciously looked at Lu Ruyan. So many years have passed, except Ji Shijuan. Bai Ying is also the 2nd beastmaster whose initial spiritual power value is as high as more than 600 points. It's a great honor to be able to recruit such a potential stock. No wonder Lu Ruyan is so confident in Bai Ying. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, as a representative of High College, Wei Sheng, who had dyed his hair noticeably golden, also entered the arena. As a 5th-level beastmaster, although in this place full of geniuses, his strength is average. But in Wei Shengjing's opinion, whether it is practical experience or the number of beasts controlled, he completely crushed Bai Ying. Therefore, it is still easy to advance in the next battle. He didn't expect that his first opponent would be just a 3rd-level beastmaster. Isn't this just giving him a head? Thinking of this, Wei Shengjing couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Representatives from both schools have arrived. Now, please summon your respective beasts. As the referee's words fell, Wei Shengjing also summoned his own beast. Come out, Red Flame Giant Lizard. His strength reached the peak of level 6, only 1 step away from the 7th level. He sent out his strongest beast right from the start. Looking at Bai Ying, Wei Shengjing couldn't help but smile smugly. Relying solely on the strength of the Red Flame Lizard, he doesn't even need to summon other beasts to easily defeat 3 at once, right? Just as he thought of this, Wei Shengjing spoke to Bai Ying. Student, why don't you just admit defeat? You're only a 3rd-level beastmaster. It's impossible for me. Come out, Shadow. However, before Wei Shengjing could finish his words, I saw that Bai Ying had already summoned the Shadow Tyrant. Ouch! As soon as it appeared on the scene, it let out a long howl towards the sky. Under the suppression of the king's domain, the Red Flame Giant Lizard, which originally had an arrogant look on its face, instantly crawled on the ground and showed a gesture of submission. Before the battle even started, the Scarlet Flame Lizard had completely lost the power to resist due to deep fear. And looking at the Shadow Tyrant, feel the fierce, murderous aura coming towards you. While stormy waves were rising in my heart, the smile on Wei Shengjing's face gradually froze. No, why is this script different from what he imagined? Good job, he exclaimed. What a guy. I thought I could defeat 3 people at once. I never thought that the other party was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. It's numb. Wei Shengjing was completely numb. Next, the representative of Sea Wing Academy admits defeat. I declare that the winner is Bai Ying. Just about to announce the start. Then Wei Shengjing raised a white flag. The referee's mouth twitched. Helplessly, he could only declare Bai Ying the winner. And in the audience, the moment I saw Bai Ying summon the Shadow Tyrant, the presidents of all the major guilds and the principals of all the colleges could no longer sit still. You know, Bai Ying has only been a beastmaster for more than 2 months. And in just over 2 months, Bai Ying actually cultivated a beast that was in the middle stage of the 7th level and was about to reach the peak of the 7th level. How is this done? Isn't this too exaggerated? Even Ji Shijuan, who was previously known as the most promising beast-taming genius in the entire Dragon Kingdom. It's impossible to be as exaggerated as Bai Ying, right? Principal Lu, I want to ask something. As a student, I think you haven't joined the guild yet. I wonder if he has any intention in this regard. Our Zixiao Guild warmly welcomes his joining. As the president of Zixiao Guild spoke to Lu Ruyan, the other guild presidents also reacted at this time. I just regret why I wasn't the first one to invite. They also scrambled. Principal Lu, please help me ask Bai Ying what he thinks. If he is willing to join our Shanghai Guild, I would like him to lead the team directly as a team leader. No, what's the point of being a team leader? Principal Lu, if Bai Ying is willing to join our Beijing Guild, I'm willing to promise him the title of vice president. Get lost. If Bai Ying is willing to join our guild, I will directly promise him my daughter and train him to be the president. Seeing all the guild presidents scrambling to get Bai Ying to join the guild, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. The kind that cannot be suppressed. Haven't these guilds been quite arrogant over the years? Why has it become so trashy now? Thanks to Bai Yi, it made her feel proud, and it was a rare opportunity for her to experience a satisfying script in front of so many senior executives. At this moment, looking towards the arena, Lu Ruyan has already started thinking, if Bai Yi came in the first place. So as the principal, what kind of reward should she give? In Lu Ruyan's opinion, this is the college exchange competition. Except Ji Shijuan. It is almost impossible for the other beastmasters to pose a threat to Bai Yi. It is still very easy to advance all the way and make it to the end. In the arena, it was just as Lu Ruyan had guessed. Whenever I encounter White Knight, the beastmasters from other academies seem to have reached some consensus and chose to admit defeat and quit the competition. There is no way. He is in the middle stage of the 7th level and has a beastmaster with legendary bloodline. There's no way to handle this. Therefore, I advanced all the way down. Even if you can occasionally meet 1 or 2 iron-headed guys. They were all crushed by the Shadow Tyrant, and his beastmasters were killed directly. And when you see the domineering power displayed by the Shadow Tyrant, a group of beastmasters also realized the reality and were persuaded to retreat on the spot. At the end of the day, Bai Yi has advanced to the finals. He was only 1 step away from taking the first place. And the same as him. The only one who kept crushing the opponent all the way was Ji Shijuan from Kyoto College. Dusk. The preliminary rounds are gradually coming to an end with eliminations. Just as Bai Yi was about to leave the stadium, a figure suddenly blocked Bai Yi's way. You're Bai Yi, right? At this moment, he was looking at the woman in front of him with a cold face and undisguised disgust in her eyes. Bai Yi frowned. I am Ji Shijuan. Ji Shijuan is my aunt. And then? What do you want to say? I've heard about your story. I hope you can apologize for my aunt and Uncle Bai Yu. After all, my aunt is your adoptive mother. Xiao Ying and Xiao Yu are your half-brothers. You're going too far by hitting people randomly. After a short pause, Ji Shijuan continued. There will be an interview after the college exchange competition ends tomorrow. At that time, I hope you can take advantage of this opportunity of media interview. Apologize to my aunt and others in front of all the people in Manhwa. Of course, you don't need to be too serious. But after all, they raised you. Just kneel down and kowtow a few times to realize your mistake. Then just give Xiao Yu and Xiao Ying some compensation. Just as Ji Shijuan finished speaking, Bai Yi suddenly laughed. They're indeed a family. Even their personalities are exactly the same. Roll! He rolled his eyes at Ji Shijuan without any hesitation. Bai Yi turned and left. And seeing that he actually has this attitude, Ji Shijuan's face also looked a little ugly. Bai Yi, you'd better apologize to me. Otherwise, I will never let you go in tomorrow's exchange competition. Just as he said this, he saw that the other party completely ignored him. She couldn't help but have the illusion that she was being treated as a clown. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to treat her like this. At this moment, Ji Shijuan's defense was broken. She was angry. Bai Yi, just wait for me. How dare you humiliate me? You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. Chapter 52, Battle against Ji Shijuan. A life-and-death duel. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. On the way to the stadium, Lu Ruyan also told Bai Yi all the information about Ji Shijuan. Bai Yi, you must be careful. Just a while ago, Ji Shijuan had broken through to the 7th level beastmaster. Although there is still a certain gap between her and the veteran beastmasters. But it's not that weak. In her hands, there are 3 8th level beasts. The strongest is an Emperor Sea Lion of legendary bloodline. The remaining 4 beasts are all at level 6 or 7. Her main forces are water and wind, which can restrain your Shadow Tyrant and Charizard. I was afraid that Bai Yi would suffer from the information gap in the upcoming finals. Lu Ruyan told all the information she had obtained and sorted out about Ji Shijuan. Don't worry, Principal. I won't lose. As they walked, Bai Yi smiled at Lu Ruyan. Not to mention that he was determined to get the Dragon Crystal. Just from the fact that Ji Shijuan and Ji Shijuan are both from the Ji family in Kyoto. The option of losing was not within Bai Yi's consideration. He doesn't want to be slapped in the face by those weirdos from the Ji family. The final scene. Wait until Bai Yi and Ji Shijuan enter the scene one after another. In the audience, everyone has fallen into a heated discussion. One was a genius from the past who broke the record for the fastest breakthrough to become a 7th rank beast tamer. One is a rising star in beast taming who has only recently entered the public eye, setting new records for the fastest breakthrough to level 3 and the fastest beast taming training. Who will win and who will lose in the end? This is a topic worth discussing. I think Bai Yi has little chance of winning. After all, the difference in the number of beasts on both sides is too great. Yes, when the strength is almost the same, the number of beasts is completely unequal. Ji Wushuang's Emperor Sea Lion is very powerful. Can Bai Yi's Shadow Tyrant really handle it? I think we still have to wait and see what Bai Yi will do with his next two beasts. Yes, if the other two beastmasters are as strong as Shadow Tyrant, then Bai Yi still has a chance to win. And under the expectant gaze of everyone, the referee also announced, this year's college exchange competition is about to begin. Please prepare yourself, both contestants. The referee's words had just fallen. No one expected it. Ji Wushuang stood up at this moment. Referee, I would like to request that the next final be set in the form of a life-and-death duel. As she spoke, she looked at Bai Yi, her eyes full of provocation. Just as Ji Wushuang finished speaking, the entire venue was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone looked towards the field with an expression of disbelief. A fight of life and death, which means that the competition between beastmasters will only end when one of the beastmasters dies completely. How much hatred and resentment are there? Is that why Ji Wushuang made such an application? It's obvious that they're deliberately targeting Bai Yi. And facing Ji Wushuang's application, Bai Yi also stood up at this moment. Since the other party made such an application, it was exactly what he wanted. Since Ji Wushuang wants to fight, then he will fight. Between them, it's either you die or I die. Teacher, I don't object to Ji Wushuang's proposal. I also want to apply for a life-and-death duel. Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, Lu Ruyan couldn't sit still anymore. She knew Ji Wushuang's strength and potential. If Bai Yi was given more time, he might be able to defeat Ji Wushuang. But now, isn't it too hasty to propose it at this time? Nonsense. This is absolutely nonsense. When will the fight to the death be brought out in the open? I object. Speak immediately, and Lu Ruyan will reject the application. However, just as Lu Ruyan finished speaking, never thought, Li Chang'an, the representative of the Holy Light Guild, stood up at this moment. I think so. After all, the fight between beastmasters is no joke. A life-and-death competition like this is more realistic. Don't you agree? Just as Li Chang'an finished speaking, the Star Guild, the Ji family, the Wang family, and the other guilds and families they allied with also echoed the sentiment. Yeah, they're all geniuses, so we have to rank them. Principal Lu, aren't you confident in the students of your college? Well, doesn't this give him a chance to show off? Haha. Kyoto Academy. Also want to see whether our students are better or your students, Principal Lu, are stronger. Looking at Pan Hao, the president of Kyoto College, with a sly smile on his face. How could Lu Ruyan not know? This is an open conspiracy of the other party. It would be fine if Bai Yi protested and refused. At most, it's just embarrassing. She can still maneuver around in this situation. But now, even Bai Yi, the person involved, agreed. Even if Lu Ruyan protested, she was ultimately powerless. After all, no matter what, this kind of thing is something that both of us are willing to do. After a moment, the application was approved. Wait for the referee to explain the rules again. For a time, the entire Dragon Kingdom, countless viewers watching the live broadcast were shocked. This is the first time in all these years that an exchange competition has developed into a life-and-death battle. Behind the scenes of the entire live broadcast, the number of people online soared wildly. In a short while, the number of viewers exceeded 300 million. Countless people are looking forward to the life-and-death duel between the two geniuses. Curious who will be the final winner. Luodu at home, holding Chu Yaoyao. I didn't expect that Bai Yi would actually fight to the death with others. Luo Shui's heart was already in her throat. She couldn't help but tighten her hold on Chu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, do you think Bai Yi can win? It's hard to say. I have seen the genius of the Ji family. The Emperor Sea Lion under her command is her trump card, and the beast is very powerful. I don't know if Bai Yi is her match. Hearing what Chu Yaoyao said, Luo Shui was so frightened that her face turned pale and she almost cried. You don't scare me. Please tell me that Bai Yi will not lose. He won't lose, right? Don't shake me. Seeing Luo Shui lose her composure like this, Chu Yaoyao was also a little powerless to complain. However, she still comforted him. After my training during this period, Bai Yi's 3 beasts have all been improved to a certain extent. Even if the opponent is Ji Wushuang. In my opinion, it's a 50-50 split. Don't be too desperate. Bai Yi still has a certain hope of winning. Yeah, I knew that Bai Yi would win. Seeing Luo Shui burst into laughter, her expression changed like turning pages of a book. Sigh softly. Shu Yaoyao couldn't help feeling helpless. She's just a beast tamer. Why is she like a nanny, worrying so much about Bai Yi and Luo Shui? Right now, Yangsheng, the scene of the college exchange competition. The fight between the two sides was no longer a simple competition, but turned into a life-and-death battle. The original arena has also changed. The venue is expanded by about twice compared to before. A barrier appeared around them. The two of them were enveloped in it. Only one beast can be sent out at a time. During the process, you can recall and switch the beasts at will, until all the beasts under one side were killed. Then this battle will be over. The life and death battle is about to begin. Both parties please get ready. Then the rules were explained. At the referee's command, both sides also summoned the beasts they chose as vanguards. Chapter 53. Full Fire. The true strength of the Shadow Tyrant. Come out, Shadow. Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, the Shadow Tyrant was also summoned by him. It has extremely strong endurance and sustained combat capabilities. Among the three beasts under Bai Yi, the Shadow Tyrant is undoubtedly an all-round beast that can attack or defend. It is most appropriate to use it as a pioneer. At this moment, Ji Wuxuang summoned a 7th-level Wind Wolf. She did not choose to summon the Emperor Sea Lion right away. It can be seen that Ji Wuxuang is preparing to use it as the finale trump card. While thinking this, no hesitation, Bai Yi also gave orders to the Shadow Tyrant. Shadow, use Shadow Sneak, then use Shadow Claws to kill it directly. Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, under contractual connection, I also sensed what he was thinking. The Shadow Tyrant straightened up slightly, no longer as nonchalant as before. It became serious, and its scarlet eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. Although in recent days, the talents that Bai Yi added to it are all to enhance the Shadow Tyrant's sustained combat capability. But this does not mean that the Shadow Tyrant does not have any chance of explosion before the Wind Wolf could react. Already in the shadows, then in the next second, suddenly appeared behind the Wind Wolf, from the opponent's blind spot. Its sharp claws, which were emitting a strange purple light, suddenly slapped down. And seeing that Shadow Tyrant skill was about to hit, I thought to myself that this was not good. Ji Wuxuang quickly gave orders to the Wind Wolf. Off and get out of the way, as soon as the words fell. However, she never thought that it was too late. When the Wind Wolf tried to dodge, the Shadow Claw has hit. Although both are 7th-level beasts, there is a huge difference in strength between the two sides. In the face of absolute power, it's powerless to resist. It only takes one round. The first beast summoned by Ji Wuxuang was crushed and killed instantly. How is this possible? When I saw the Shadow Tyrant show his true strength, Ji Wuxuang's expression was full of disbelief. But soon, I reacted and adjusted my state. This time, Ji Wuxuang summoned an 8th-level Blade Mantis. Like the Emperor Sea Lion, this Blade Mantis is one of the 3 strongest beasts under her command. Originally, in Ji Wuxuang's view, with the 4 newly tamed beasts, it is more than enough to deal with Bai Yi. But now it seems that except for the 3 strongest beasts under her command, once the rest of the beasts are sent out, it will be no different from sending their heads away. He lost a beast in vain right at the beginning. Even if we can win next time, it will probably be a Pyrrhic victory. For a moment, Ji Wuxuang couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If I had known Bai Yi was so powerful, no matter what, she would never start a life-and-death fight so rashly. And as the second round of the two sides unfolded, at this moment in the audience, the Shadow Tyrant was killing people like chickens and dogs, showing a crushing posture. Everyone was stunned. No, are you sure this is the power that a 7th-level beastmaster can possess? Face the Shadow Tyrant at full firepower. I guess even some 8th-level beasts might not be its match, right? Looking at the battlefield, Shadow Tyrant and Blade Mantis exchanged injuries, and the fight between the two sides was fierce. Pan Hao's expression was as if he had eaten shit. He thought that he could use this exchange competition to cause Shinfu Academy to suffer a crushing defeat and lose face. But I never expected that Lu Ruyin found the dark horse Bai Yi from somewhere. Principal Pan, it seems that the students in your academy are not that strong. At this moment, while mocking Pan Hao, Lu Ruyin finally let go of her worries. Before, she only thought that Bai Yi had at most a 30 chance of winning. But after seeing the Shadow Tyrant crushing the Wind Wolf throughout the whole process, Lu Ruyin also changed her mind. In her opinion, even if Ji Wuxuang had an Emperor Sea Lion as the finale, but Bai Ye's probability of winning the championship in the end is as high as 70. She was right about the person. At this moment, Lu Ruyin was already thinking. After Bai Yi wins the first place, she will think about how to reward her lovely student. At this moment, in the arena, after fighting for more than 10 minutes, the Shadow Tyrant was covered in wounds. The gorgeous wolf skin, which was originally a mixture of gold and purple, had been soaked in blood. If it weren't for the blessing of the earth and the immortality, I'm afraid it has already fallen down. Compared to Shadow Tyrant, Blade Mantis isn't much better. The right side of the blinded compound, I was bleeding continuously. Several of its hind legs and left forelimb were torn off by the Shadow Tyrant. Only an 8th rank beastmaster could possess such a strong life force. Otherwise, change to another beast. I'm afraid he's already dead by now, right? Seeing his beast being beaten so badly. Ji Wuxuang's face also looked extremely ugly. God knows how much effort and hard work she put into training each 8th level beast. But in the end, the beast she had cultivated with great difficulty was badly injured by Bai Yi. Let me ask you, how could Ji Wuxuang not be angry? How could she possibly accept that? At this moment, her eyes looking towards Bai Yi were full of resentment. How dare you hurt her beast like this? She is not done with Bai Yi about this matter. I saw that the situation was gradually turning bad for me. Ji Wuxuang also realized that if this continued, Blade Mantis would die in the arena sooner or later. Therefore, Ji Wuxuang also gave orders to his own beast. Come back, Blade Mantis. However, before she could take the beast back into the beast taming space, crack, activated Shadow Fawn. Taking advantage of this gap, I seized the opportunity. The Shadow Tyrant bit off half of the Blade Mantis body with one bite. Even if he is not dead, he is already dying. Curse and poison invade the body. The Blade Mantis won't live much longer. White Knight, under the effect of the contract, he sensed that his beast was wailing in pain. Looking at Bai Yi, Ji Wuxuang gritted his teeth. She must make Bai Yi pay the price for this. Come out, Blastoise! Just as Ji Wuxuang finished speaking, a turtle-like beast with blue skin, about 3 or 4 meters tall, standing on its hind legs, with claws appeared in the arena. With a blessing of racial characteristics, the 7th level Blastoise not only has extremely strong armor, but also possesses excellent combat power. Even some 8th level early stage beastmasters are helpless against the Blastoise. In Ji Wuxuang's opinion, facing a Shadow Tyrant that was already seriously injured, with Blastoise's strength, is more than enough to deal with it. Use Water Cannon, then use Tidal Wave. As Ji Wuxuang finished speaking, the Blastoise moved immediately. Roar! It spews out a stream of water from its mouth that can be described as a high-pressure water gun, while forcing the Shadow Tyrant back. It has its feet on the earth, accompanied by a large amount of spiritual power emerging. With the help of spiritual power, the Blastoise created a tide out of thin air. In an instant, the terrain of the entire arena was changed and turned into a world of water. Fight on water. Not only can it restrict the actions of the Shadow Tyrant, it can also provide certain benefits to the water-type beasts on your side. For Ji Wuxuang, this is a win-win situation, knowing that Bai Ye's remaining 2 beasts might also be difficult to deal with. Therefore, it was only a matter of convenience that she ordered Blastoise to deal with Shadow Tyrant. Ji Wuxuang's real intention was to pave the way for the appearance of his trump card. The environment was in her favor. Ji Wuxuang wants to take a look. After the Shadow Tyrant lost his combat effectiveness, what on earth can Bai Yi use to compete with her? And at the moment the terrain was changed, Bai Yi made the decision immediately. While recovering the Shadow Tyrant, he summoned the Jade Phoenix Eagle. Come back, Shadow, come out, Red Flame. And accompanied by the summons, all I heard was a sharp eagle cry echoing in the sky. Facing the green Phoenix Eagle hovering in the air, Bai Yi also issued an order. Use Lightning Flash, and then special attack with Divine Bird. Red Flame, put an end to it directly. Only Beastmasters of level 8 and above can contend with Bai Yi. Otherwise, even a 7th level Blastoise, Bai Yi also has plenty of ways to deal with it. And it's because I know I won't lose. That's why Bai Yi chose to take on Ji Wuxuang's life and death battle. After all, he wasn't stupid enough to do something that was uncertain. Chapter 54, Unlimited Plunder, Qualitative Change of Talent. In the sky, shrouded by a white phoenix shadow. It's like a second sun in the sky. The jade phoenix eagle rushed towards the Blastoise. When seeing this scene, in the audience, there was already a storm in everyone's heart. You know, every time you release a big move, it consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy, especially for a beastmaster like the jade phoenix eagle who pursues the ultimate special attack. The consumption caused by the divine bird special attack is even more unimaginable. He released his ultimate move right at the start and thought that he could kill Blastoise with one strike. How confident is Bai Ying about the damage of the Bihuang eagle skills? A blow towards death. Once it fails, if you fail to kill the Blastoise, then the green phoenix eagle is in danger. There is a high possibility that Blastoise will find an opportunity and kill you. This is an extreme strategy that is like walking on a tightrope. Everyone couldn't help but feel terrified when seeing this. Bang! All I saw was water splashing everywhere. All that was heard was a scream. In a moment, the originally clear water surface was dyed blood red. The next second, a figure with green and gold colors intertwined rushed out of the water. The Blastoise disappeared without a trace. It goes without saying who will win and who will lose. 3 beasts died in succession. The backlash of the contract made Ji Shijuan's face turn pale. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ji Shijuan tried his best to hold on and prepare to summon his 4th beast, although Bai Ying's 3 beasts are still alive. But the Shadow Tyrant had been severely damaged. The Jade Phoenix Eagle released the Divine Bird special attack, and it was probably not in good condition. In other words, Bai Ying can only use 1 beast, but she has 2 8th-level beasts. No matter how powerful Bai Ying's beastmaster is, we can also use a rotation battle to wear it out. Think of this. Ji Shijuan also revealed a smile. The advantage is mine. She really doesn't know how she can lose. At this moment, Luodu, in the room. Through the live broadcast, we saw Bai Ying defeat Ji Shijuan's 3 beasts one after another. Luo Shui couldn't help but show a hint of joy on her face. The other side only has 4 beasts left. 3 versus 4. The number of beastmasters is not much different. Bai Ying will win soon. Don't be too happy too soon. He also saw what Luo Shui was thinking. Chu Yaoyao spoke at this moment. Bai Ying only has 1 Charizard left. The conditions of Shadow Tyrant and Jade Phoenix Eagle are not very good. That is to say, with the help of Shadow Tyrant and Jade Phoenix Eagle, the most he could do was to get rid of the 2 6th-level beasts in Ji Shijuan's hands. The Emperor Sea Lion and another 8th-level beast have not yet appeared. It would be quite difficult to just rely on the Charizard. After listening to Chu Yaoyao's analysis, Luo Shui's heart, which had originally been put at ease, was weighed down again. She just felt that every time she watched Bai Ying participate in a life-and-death battle, her mood was like riding a roller coaster. Then Yaoyao, didn't you say Bai Ying would win? I did say that, but it's not certain unless Bai Ying sacrifices the Shadow Tyrant and gets rid of the 3 beasts in Ji Shijuan's hands at the same time. Then let Charizard and Jaguar deal with the Emperor Sea Lion. This way your chances of winning will be much greater. Otherwise, Bai Ying's chances of winning are very low. While watching the live broadcast on the TV screen, she conducted a rational and objective analysis. Sacrificed the Shadow Tyrant. How could this happen? Hearing this, Luo Shui murmured, a look of disbelief. Based on her understanding of Bai Ying, she always believed that Bai Ying would win the game without any beast tamers being killed. But in the end, Chu Yaoyao told her, Bai Ying needs to sacrifice a beast to win. How could Luo Shui accept this? I guess Bai Ying can only win if he sacrifices the Shadow Tyrant. On the scene, looking down at the arena, Lu Rian murmured in a voice that only she could hear. At this time, the only option is to abandon the Shadow Tyrant, who is also the main force. Otherwise, if you want to protect all the beasts, in the end, everyone will surely be killed. She only hopes that Bai Ying can realize this as soon as possible and make a decision. Just when Lu Ruyan was worried about Bai Ying, in the arena, Bai Ying muttered to himself, and he activated his talent. If there is no infinite looting, maybe Bai Ying will really choose to cut off his own arm. But it is precisely because of the God-level talent. Bai Ying has a trump card that only he knows, which can reverse the situation in most desperate situations. You have plundered the Wind Wolf's talent, Breath of Wind. You have plundered the Blade Mantis's talent, One Mind and One Eye. You have plundered Blastoise's talent, natural breath. At this moment, Bai Ye's mind was filled with constant reminder sounds. The fusion of talents also caused the original quantitative change to cause a qualitative change. You have obtained the talent. Weakness insight. Weakness insight. Perception ability increased by 500. Flying skill effect increased by 500. You have obtained the talent. Super recovery. Super energy recovery. All attribute resistance increased by 2000. Debuff resistance increased by 400. Self-recovery increased by 1000. Vitality increased by an additional 1000. Weakness insight was given to the Jade Phoenix Eagle. As for super energy recovery, Bai Yi added it to the Shadow Tyrant. Accompanied by the transformation of talent, the strength of the two beasts naturally underwent a qualitative change. Perhaps failing to devour the flesh and blood would improve his cultivation, although no matter from the appearance or the breath. There is almost no change in the two beasts, but the multiplier bonus brought by talent is real. With the transformation of the strength of Shadow Tyrant and Jade Phoenix Eagle, the outcome of the next battle will be decided. Seeing Bai Ye's mouth corners slightly raised, for some reason, Ji Shijuan had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. However, she didn't think much about it. Instead, he summoned his fourth beast. Come out, green spirit snake. Following her call, a giant green python, nearly 10 meters long, wandering in the water, appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Dark, vertical, cold pupils, and constantly bulging tongue. It has the same epic bloodline as the Jade Phoenix Eagle. Before changing it, I want to take it down. Bai Yi may have to pay a heavy price. But now, with the transformation of the Bihuang Eagle's talent, everything is no longer what it used to be. Qian just used the Divine Bird special attack to end it. As his orders were given, the Green Phoenix Eagle moved again. And we can also see the pre-casting time of the Jade Phoenix Eagle's ultimate move. Ji Shijuan, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly turned into a look of astonishment. Normally, the Jade Phoenix Eagle is a beast that pursues one-hit kill and ultimate special attack. It's pretty good to be able to release the special attack of the Divine Bird once. But why is Bai Ye's beastmaster always different from other beastmasters? Why can his beast Tamer release 2 ultimate moves in succession? Watching the white figure swooping down from the sky, his own beast was killed instantly as soon as it showed its head after being summoned. Bai Yi took advantage of the information gap and caught him off guard. Ji Shijuan couldn't help but be confused. She suspected something was wrong, but the problem is that she has no evidence. Chapter 55, Flame Shock. Bai Ye's trump card. Instant kill. At this moment, when seeing this scene, in the audience, everyone suddenly lost their composure. Everyone could see that the Green Phoenix Eagle was already at the end of its strength. But in the end, it was able to release the Divine Bird special attack twice in a row. And now it seems to be more than enough. Good job. Could it be that Bai Yi is deliberately hiding his abilities and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? This kid, Bai Yi. While muttering, Lu Ruyan also laughed. No one expected that the Bihuang Eagle had a hidden trick up its sleeve and had such an amazing performance. If the Jade Phoenix Eagle can also deal with the other 6-level beast, that relies on the combat power of Shadow Tyrant and Charizard. Maybe Bai Yi can really tame the beast without any injuries to anyone. If this is true, then this battle, it will make the entire Shunfu Academy famous throughout the entire Dragon Country. While thinking this in my heart, looking at the arena, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but look forward to it. And watching the live broadcast at Shunfu College, Xiao Lifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was right about the person. Based on the potential shown by Bai Yi at present, I believe it won't take long. Not to mention a small college exchange competition. Even in the Rookie Beast Tamer competition, can Bai Yi also show his talents? He has a potential stock like Bai Yi under his command. Xiao Lifeng has already started thinking about what reward to give Bai Yi when he returns. Although he is just a mentor, the resources and connections he has are not as good as Lu Ruyan's. But at least, in Xiao Lifeng's opinion, when it comes to rewards, he can't be outdone by Lu Ruyan, right? At this moment, Yancheng Arena. Facing the Green Phoenix Eagle, cold sweat had already appeared on Ji Shijuan's forehead, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. There are only 3 beasts left, although there's an Emperor Sea Lion as the finale. You can see the performance of Shadow Tyrant and Jade Phoenix Eagle. Ji Wuxuang also knew that the last beast in Bai Ye's hands must be very powerful. If we can't win back the next battle, who knows, she might really lose. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. Ji Wuxuang did not choose to summon another 6th-level beast to die in vain. Instead, he chose to summon another 8th-level beast besides the Emperor Sea Lion. Come out, Siren of the Abyss. Accompanied by Ji Wuxuang's call, a mermaid-like creature with blue skin and a steel fork in hand appeared on the water. He also sensed that the other party's aura was extraordinary. At this moment, a thought came to my mind. Bai Yi also checked its information. Name Abyss Siren. Attributes: water, wind, shadow. Level 8. Bloodline, epic. Talent: charming voice, reduces the opponent's casting speed by 50. For male beasts, this effect will be increased to 80. Descendant of Poseidon, water skill effects increased by 200, spiritual power consumption reduced by 20. Power of the Abyss. Each attack will reduce the opponent's skill resistance to a certain extent. Skills: Water Wave, Hurricane Slash, Shadow Ball, Enchanting Song. Introduction: Special creatures from the Abyss Sea. It is rumored that their appearance will mean heavy rain is coming. Different from ordinary beasts. Coming from the Abyss is enough to prove that this Abyss Siren is extraordinary, while secretly being alert in my heart. Bai Yi also gave orders to the Bihuang Eagle. Qian, use Fierce Storm and Windblade. Just as he conveyed the order, in the sky, there was an eagle's cry, followed by a strong wind. Flapping his wings, spiritual power surged out. In just a moment, a small hurricane was gradually formed and swept towards the Abyss Mermaid. At the same time, the waves rose and sand and rocks flew everywhere. The terrain, which was originally constructed by Blastoise and specially prepared for water-based beasts, was completely destroyed at this moment. And just when the hurricane was about to sweep the Abyss Mermaid into it, Ji Wuxuang also reacted quickly and issued an order to the Abyss Siren. Abyss Siren, use the waves of water, and then the Enchanting Song. Water Waves is one of the special skills exclusive to water-type beast tamers. Except for causing certain damage, there's also a chance to reduce the opponent's resistance to debuffs, and may even cause it to fall into confusion. This goes with the Song of Enchantment. The impact caused by the double debuff will most likely be greater than the sum of its parts. It is a special attack and strong attack, and it pursues the ultimate output. For a moment, under the dual influence of confusion and charm, the Green Phoenix Eagle couldn't help but let out a painful howl, and the Green Phoenix Eagle was about to fall from the sky. Ji Wuxuang was also very happy, so she immediately conveyed the order again, intending to pursue the victory. Abyss Siren, use Shadow Ball to knock it down. As long as the Green Phoenix Eagle falls from the sky, it loses the advantage of flying. Then isn't it easy to deal with it? I saw several magic balls attacking the Green Phoenix Eagle. A slight smile appeared on Ji Wuxuang's lips. We lost several games in a row. This time, she was finally going to get back on track. That's what I was thinking. However, in the next second, the action of the Bai Huang Eagle made Ji Wuxuang reveal an expression of disbelief. A flash of lightning started, while dodging the Shadow Ball. With high maneuverability, the Green Phoenix Eagle made an incredible move and went behind the Abyss Siren. In the sky, you can vaguely see tiny spots of fire forming tails. I don't know when I was engulfed in flames. The Jade Phoenix Eagle seemed to be on fire. In a flash of lightning, this skill can instantly increase the speed of the Beastman several times. And at the moment when the lightning is released, there will be almost no delay in casting the next skill. It achieves almost no pre-casting. This trick works every time. It looked like a flaming arrow rushing towards the Abyss Mermaid. Bai Yi also showed an expression that everything was under control. Flame Shock was just a skill that almost all fire-type beast tamers could master. However, if the attack is unexpected and the opponent is water-type, this special attack will cause tons of damage instantly. So what if it's an 8th level beast? He will certainly be severely injured by it, right? Boom! Along with the explosion, flames boiled with the Abyss Siren as the center. An escape from the vortex of flames. The Jade Phoenix Eagle took off and flew into the sky. Come back, Qian. Come on, Shadow. The terrain that was favorable to Ji Wuxuang was destroyed. In addition, it dealt a critical blow to the Abyss Siren. In this confrontation, the Green Phoenix Eagle's mission has been completed. Next, just leave it to Shadow Tyrant and Charizard. Ouch! As soon as he was summoned, the Shadow Tyrant let out a long roar towards the sky. The transformation of talent and a short rest. Even though he looks scarred, it does not prevent the Shadow Tyrant from exuding his domineering aura. Looking at the figure screaming in the fire, a hint of red light flashed in its scarlet eyes. The next second, the Shadow Wave was released. He took the Jade Phoenix Eagle's fire attack head-on. The Siren of the Abyss is in poor condition. Now the Shadow Tyrant has taken the initiative. If it wasn't an 8th level beast and came from the Abyss, I'm afraid that by now, the Abyss Siren has already been defeated. Every attack was perfectly calculated by Bai Ying. At this moment, in the audience, everyone's expressions kept changing. Bai Ying was too skilled in controlling the beasts and giving orders every time. Such superb combat ability. Is this really something a new beastmaster can possess? Chapter 56. Battle against the Emperor Sea Lion. The Charizard appears. Crack. After struggling for more than 10 minutes. Keep moving and jumping around the Abyss Siren. Seize the opportunity and activate Shadow Fawn. The Shadow Tyrant directly bit off the head of the Abyss Siren. If this is in water, the Abyss Siren will surely be able to maneuver around with its super high mobility. However, the original underwater environment had been destroyed by the Green Phoenix Eagle. The lower body has a fishtail that was born for water. At this moment, it has become the biggest obstacle to influencing and restricting the Abyss Siren. Its death was doomed from the moment Bai Ying ordered the Green Phoenix Eagle to release the violent storm. You have plundered the Abyss Siren's talent. Power of the Abyss. Tip. Similar talent detected. Devil's Power has transformed. Devil's Power. Each attack will have poisoning and corrosion effects, and weaken the opponent's defense to a certain extent. With the Plunder and transformation of talent, the Shadow Tyrant's strength has also been raised to a higher level. The advantage is growing like a snowball. Bai Ying's 3 beasts are still alive. In Ji Shijuan's hands, the only one who could pose a threat to him was the Emperor Sea Lion. Looking at Ji Shijuan, who had a resentful look and an expression that seemed to be hysterical and crazy. Bai Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. With the cooperation of his 3 beasts, to deal with Ji Shijuan's 8th level peak Emperor Sea Lion of legendary bloodline, the chances of winning are probably 50-50. Come out, Emperor Sea Lion. Tear all his beasts into pieces. Right now, as Ji Shijuan finished speaking, a white light flashed by. A strong aura immediately filled the entire place. A giant beast appeared on the scene, similar in appearance to a sea lion. However, its size is several times larger than that of a sea lion. There are sharp fangs on both sides that emit a faint white light. The long and upturned horn on the forehead looks like a crown. On the neck and back, golden lines flickered faintly. Roar! Accompanied by a roar from the giant beast. An extremely cold aura swept across most of the arena. The uneven ground and puddles of all sizes were frozen by the biting cold. The dual blessing of race and bloodline. In addition, Ji Shijuan devoted all his resources to training him at all costs. The Emperor Sea Lion, who is at the peak of the 8th level, is probably almost as powerful as a 9th level beastman, right? Feel the strong sense of oppression brought by the Emperor Sea Lion. With a thought, he used his unique ability to identify it. Its information was also displayed in front of Bai Ying. Name Emperor Sea Lion. Attributes: Water, Ice. Level 8. Bloodline, Legend. Talent: Frozen Body. The temperature within 500 meters around it drops by 90, and the ice skills of the body are enhanced by 50. Royal Bloodline. All attributes increased by 400. Power of Extreme Cold. Each time a skill is released, it will have a certain freezing effect. When the surrounding temperature is below 0, the recovery ability will be increased by 500. Skills: Blizzard, Frozen Wind, Frozen Beam, Water Blast, Destruction, Death Ray. Introduction. The Emperor Sea Lion has the bloodline of a king. It is extremely powerful and has a small chance of transforming into a legendary creature. Just after reading the information about the Emperor Sea Lion, Bai Ying also showed a look of understanding. No wonder this Emperor Sea Lion is so powerful. It turns out that he has the bloodline of a king, just like Shadow Tyrant and Charizard. Shadow. Use the Shadow Kingdom and Shadow Waves, and then use the Invisible Divine Will to restrict it. Emperor Sea Lion. Use Blizzard and Freezing Wind. Seeing the Shadow Tyrant facing the Emperor Sea Lion, he no longer had his previous composure. but instead acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Ji Shijuan couldn't help but sneer. In her opinion, Bai Ying is bound to lose. The reason is simple, and that is the confidence that the Emperor Sea Lion brings to Ji Shijuan. And the battle between the two sides is about to break out. At this moment in the audience, when you see the moment the Emperor Sea Lion is summoned, a smile couldn't help but appear on Pan Hao's face. So what if Bai Ying can slaughter Ji Shijuan's beasts one after another? The Emperor Sea Lion is Ji Shijuan's real trump card. In his opinion, there are Emperor Sea Lions. Even if it's a 1-on-3 situation, killing all 3 of Bai Ying's beasts would be easy, right? Principal Lu, it looks like your academy's genius is going to fall this time. Although the battle between the two sides has just begun, but it seemed as if he had met Bai Ying and returned in defeat. Pan Hao couldn't wait to taunt Lu Ruyan. Oh, Principal Pan, don't be so confident. How do you know that our school will definitely lose? Maybe Bai Ying is a beast of legendary bloodline in his hands. Faced with Lu Ruyan's unhurried answer, Pan Hao's face was full of disdain. Legendary? Huh, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do you think I don't know how rare beast tamers of legendary bloodline are? That shadow tyrant should be the strongest beast under Bai Ying, right? Let me tell you, Principal Lu, if it is true as you said, Bai Ying also has a beast with legendary bloodline. Pan Hao, will eat the chair I'm sitting on right now. Just as Pan Hao finished speaking, Lu Ruyan had a strange expression on her face, and the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. Principal Pan, since you are so sure, why don't we make a bet? Bet? Pan Hao showed a look of doubt. That's right. Let's make a bet on who will win. I remember you have a dragon's tooth in your hand, right? If you lose, you will give me the dragon's fawn. Hearing this, Pan Hao nodded without hesitation. Okay, if you lose. After a slight pause, Pan Hao revealed a meaningful smile. I remember that you, Principal Lu, have an abyss crystal in your hand, right? How about we use this as a bet? Abyss crystal, this is a key item to enhance the potential of shadow beast taming. After use, there is a chance that shadow beast tamer's aptitude will be improved. It can even be advanced to a legendary bloodline. I heard that Pan Hao actually wanted the abyss crystal in his hand. Lu Ruyan also laughed secretly in her heart. Without investigating Bai Ying's information first, I guess Pan Hao doesn't know how terrifying the fire-breathing dragon under Bai Ying is. She still has great trust in Charizard. So, Lu Ruyan nodded and answered without hesitation. Sure, I thought Lu Ruyan would refuse. Unexpectedly, the other party actually agreed. Pan Hao was somewhat surprised, but he didn't think much about it. Whether it is the level of the beastmaster, the strength of the beastmaster, or the time it takes to train the beastmaster, Ji Shijuan is far ahead. Total dominance, even if there is only one beast left. In Pan Hao's opinion, Ji Shijuan will definitely not lose. And just as he was thinking this, in the arena, just after using the Shadow Tyrant to weaken the Emperor Sea Lion's combat effectiveness to a certain extent, Bai Ying took it back and summoned Charizard instead. Come back, Shadow. It's your turn, Gale. As Bai Ying's voice fell, the next second the ground was shaking. Then, Charizard appeared on the scene. Roar! The roar was deafening. The two are opposite. An aura that refuses to be outdone challenges the Emperor Sea Lion. Chapter 57. Ice and fire intertwined. Roaring fire-breathing dragon. That's when Charizard appeared in the arena. In the audience, Pan Hao's expression changed involuntarily. It's actually a fire-breathing dragon of legendary bloodline. For a moment, he almost couldn't sit still, and he lost his composure. Pan Hao almost stood up, and just after sensing the power of Charizard, Pan Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he is only at the peak of level 6, as his strength is still a little lacking after all. Otherwise, if it was at the peak of level 7, it would really be possible to defeat the Emperor Sea Lion. Principal Lu, it looks like your students are doomed to fail. He is only at the peak of the 6th level, 1 level short. You don't really think he could defeat the Emperor Sea Lion, do you? Looking at Lu Ruyan, Pan Hao said with a smile, Won't you know after you read it? I think, Principal Pan, you should worry about how to eat the chair you are sitting on. Just as Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Pan Hao's face darkened and his expression suddenly became ugly. With a cold snort, he turned his attention back to the arena. Pan Hao wanted to see how long Lu Ruyan could remain calm under such circumstances. I was not aware of the off-field competition. At this moment on the court, Bai Ying gave orders directly to Charizard. Release the flames of anger, Gale, and show your true strength. I have never used spiritual power to bless the beast. Isn't this what Bai Yi is waiting for? As Charizard activated his talent, he also mobilized his own spiritual power with the help of the contract. The dual blessing of talent and spiritual power from the beastmaster. The breath of the fire-breathing dragon is getting more and more terrifying. At this moment, it was like the god of fire descending to the earth. The frost on the ground caused by the Emperor Sea Lion began to melt and evaporate with every step Charizard took, accompanied by Charizard's second form. For a while, seeing this scene, countless people were stunned. They all showed expressions of disbelief. The whole scene fell into silence at first, but soon, deafening noise of discussion followed, and the brief silence was instantly broken. No, are you sure this is a level 6 Charizard? Even if it's a level 7 or 8 beast, it can't be this outrageous, right? This aura is worthy of a legendary bloodline. It's too exaggerated. Yes, the strength of Bai Yi's fire-breathing dragon at full power is probably not much weaker than that of the Emperor Sea Lion, right? I thought Ji Shijuan would win, but now it seems that it's still unclear who will win or lose. Sitting in the spectator chair, looking at the fire-breathing dragon in the arena, the smile on Pan Hao's face gradually froze. No, how come this is different from what he imagined? Could it be that Ji Shijuan is really going to fail? For a moment, Pan Hao had a vague sense of foreboding. And just on one side, just when Pan Hao was feeling uneasy, the smile on Lu Rian's face became even wider. Only a few days had passed since we dealt with Zhao Zhenghong. Unexpectedly, the Charizard under Bai Yi has become even stronger. Emperor Sea Lion, use quick freeze light speed, then charge up to destroy the death light. On the court, Ji Shijuan's orders were given. Bai Yi was equally unwilling to be outdone. Gas, use jet fire, then use Dragon's Fury. If there is no Dragon's Fury, faced with the destructive death ray of the Emperor Sea Lion, there was no way to counter it. Of course, one should avoid the White Knight if possible. But there is a big move that is as powerful as the destructive death ray. Bai Yi was not at all nervous. He just chose to fight head-on. The colors of blue and red collide. In an instant, the interweaving of ice and fire caused the two beasts to be surrounded by steam. It was like the constant sizzling sound of boiling water, without waiting for the slightest breath. The next second, the white aurora collided with the blue dragon's phantom. Boom! An explosion occurred between the two beasts. The entire arena created a shocking scene, like a special effect in a movie. Even the barrier that enveloped the entire arena was said to be difficult to destroy, even by a 10th-level beastmaster. It was also trembling at this moment, and some subtle cracks began to appear. No, are you sure these are two new beastmasters? Is this a showdown between genius beastmasters? Isn't this too exaggerated? Oh my goodness, I almost thought this was a duel between two 8th-level beastmasters. That feeling of impending disaster. Even the veteran beastmaster couldn't help but sigh. The ultimate showdown between the Emperor Sea Lion and the Charizard. This also pushed the popularity of this college exchange competition to a new climax. For a time, the official live broadcast room. The number of people watching this game online has skyrocketed. It has grown to 500 million at a speed visible to the naked eye. It reached the most terrifying height in the history of the exchange competition. My goodness, are the two sides fighting so fiercely? I feel that Bai Yi's potential is much higher than Ji Shijuan's. Luo Du has produced a super beast taming genius. Yeah, that fire-breathing dragon is too handsome, isn't it? I'm still very optimistic about Bai Yi. If Bai Yi wins, he will most likely become a 10th-ranked beastmaster in the future. The person above, be more confident. This Charizard alone is enough to brag about. Just remove the word maybe, okay? The Dragon Kingdom is vast and rich in resources, and there is never a shortage of talented beast tamers. However, someone who can reach Bai Yi's level has not been seen for 1,000 years. Just at the moment when Bai Yi summoned the Charizard, not just everywhere, even Kyoto was alarmed by it. In the palace, a stunning beauty in a gorgeous golden dress was looking at the live broadcast screen. Her eyes narrowed slightly. This person is none other than the strongest person in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and also the Queen of Dragon Kingdom, Changsun Ling Xue. Go get me all the information about this student. Also, please make arrangements and keep an eye on his movements for me. But don't interfere with him too much, let him grow freely. I have a feeling that our Dragon Nation's second super beastmaster, who is as powerful as me, is about to appear. Okay, Queen, I'll arrange it now. Hearing this, he answered. As the deputy, Shangwan Ruiyun couldn't help but feel a little envious. Bai Yi is the first one who can attract the attention of this empress. You know, even when Ji Wuxuang showed his talent, it's not enough to attract the empress's attention. Well, I do, by family. When I saw Charizard and Emperor Sea Lion fighting evenly, Ji Shijuan's face was almost distorted. How is this possible? How is it possible? It's just a piece of shit born by that bitch. How can it compete with the genius of my Ji family? His bloodshot eyes stared at the live broadcast screen. Ji Shijuan clenched her hands, her expression filled with hysterical madness. Why are we both Bai Yu's descendants? White Knight will become famous. But Bai Yu and Bai Ying are useless. Every time I see White Knights, it reaches a whole new level. Ji Shijuan just felt that this was even more painful than killing her. And in the entire Bai family, Ji Shijuan was not the only one who felt uncomfortable. The same is true for Bai Yu. This little bastard, how come he's been cheating since leaving the Bai family? He clenched his teeth so tightly that there was even some blood at the corners of his mouth. It is absolutely impossible to ask Bai Yu to admit his educational problems. Therefore, in his opinion, everything Bai Yi did was intentional, just to deliberately make him angry, just to take revenge on him. This little bastard deserves to die. He really deserves to die. Roaring in a rage, everything in the living room was smashed to pieces by Bai Yu. Chapter 58, Lightning Stone. The transformation of the Jade Phoenix Eagle. Yangcheng Arena. The battle became more intense. While gasping for breath, Charizard suffered frostbite all over his body. Not only that, there were several holes in its body, and its wings were also in tatters. In addition, the long-term activation of Flame of Wrath consumes too much of its physical energy. If it weren't for the blessing of multiple talents, I'm afraid that by now, Charizard has already fallen down. Compared to Charizard, the Emperor Sea Lion is also in poor condition. Most of its light blue body is now charred and severely burned. A pair of long and sharp fangs have been broken off. There were faint cracks at the roots of the long horns on top of its head, and blood kept flowing out of the wounds. From the initial game of skills to the subsequent close combat, the aesthetics of violence is performed vividly. This is not only true for beast taming. As a beastmaster, he constantly provides spiritual power to Charizard. Bai Yi felt equally bad. His face turned slightly pale. Fortunately, as a reborn person, Bai Yi also pays attention to his own improvement. If it were another beastmaster, he would probably be unable to control the beast and would have fainted completely. Looking at the battlefield, Bai Yi once again gave orders to Charizard. Gas, use Fire Fury, then Dragon's Fury. Roar, just as Bai Yi finished speaking. With a roar, Charizard moved again. It was the White Knight that gave it everything it has now. In the eyes of the fire-breathing dragon, it does not understand what death is. It only knows that since Bai Yi wants to win, it cannot lose. Even though I'm exhausted now, if you try to unleash Dragon's Fury again, it will cause irreversible damage to your body. Then it will be as blind as a moth to a flame. The flames were raging. The spiritual energy in the body is running wildly. A phantom of a dragon enveloped the Charizard. Immediately afterwards, a dragon roar resounded throughout the venue. This sound makes the soul tremble. They could only watch helplessly as the shadow of the dragon charged towards the Emperor Sea Lion. Under the backlash of the contract, Ji Wuxuang, who had already lost the power to reinforce his own beasts, was already in despair. What if Charizard kills 1,000 enemies but loses 800 of its own? Once the Emperor Sea Lion is defeated, she only has one 6th level beast under her command. What can we use to fight against the Shadow Tyrant and the Jade Phoenix Eagle? As the wailing of the Emperor Sea Lion gradually stopped, from now on, the winner is decided. A life-and-death battle was initially planned. In the end, you're just hurting yourself. She even killed the beast that she could have saved. All beasts died. Under the backlash of the contract, he became a disabled person. At this moment, Ji Wuxuang fainted. The barrier disappears, and the battle ends. Just as everyone was distracted by this, the entire scene fell into silence. The referee also blew the whistle, announcing the end of this peak showdown. The life-and-death battle is over. Now, I declare that the winner is Bai Yi from Shunfu Academy. As the referee's words fell, the live broadcast camera gave Bai Yi a close-up. For a time, on the internet, Bai Yi's name immediately dominated the headlines. Young, rich, and full of potential. After defeating Ji Shijuan, everyone can see that, unless there are any accidents, Bai Yi will definitely stand at the top of Dragon Country in the future and become one of the top beastmasters in Dragon Country. This is definitely the man of my dreams, the ideal boyfriend. Bai Yi is awesome. I want to give birth to a baby for you. I am a woman, still charming, and would like to have a son for a large sum of money. The requirement is a boy, no older than 25 years old, and I must have at least 2 legendary beasts under my command. Brother Bai Yi, I only weigh 400 pounds, but I am very good at giving birth. If you marry me, you can enjoy happiness. No, upstairs. Why are you all so abstract? Abstract? You're the one who is abstract. I am just a family. Who would understand me? Just when the internet was in chaos. Offline. The scene of the exchange competition. Panhao's back teeth were almost broken. Principal Liu, you have accepted a good student. Same here, Principal Pan. The students in your academy are not bad either. He took the dragon fang handed over by the other party. Liu Rian had a smiling face. She liked to see Panhao looking unhappy with her, but helpless. Time flies. As the awards ceremony ended, after the 3 beasts had completed their treatment, they were taken out of Yangsheng Beast Hospital by Bai Yi. It was 3 days later, and returned to Luodu, Shinfu Academy, private training ground, faced with the 3 props stored in the storage ring. Even though I have been a human being for 2 lifetimes. But Bai Yi couldn't help feeling a little excited. In addition to the dragon crystals awarded as rewards in the exchange competition, Liu Rian also privately rewarded him with a dragon's fang and a lightning stone. The former is the key item to tap into the dragon bloodline. The latter can allow the beast to awaken the thunder attribute. With these 3 props, his beast taming lineup will undergo a qualitative change. Without hesitation, Bai Yi gave the first 2 items to Charizard. The lightning stone was given by Bai Yi to the Bihuang eagle. At the moment when he absorbed the power contained in the lightning stone, a sharp eagle cry was heard. In an instant, the entire body of the green phoenix eagle was covered in lightning, accompanied by the thunder attribute. The appearance of the Bihuang eagle also changed accordingly. The originally intertwined blue and scarlet wings transformed into a gradient of gold and red. At this moment, the green phoenix eagle looks somewhat similar to the legendary phoenix. At the same time, the wings that were 2 meters long, when spread out, have now grown to 3 meters. As for the entire eagle's body, it has also become about twice as large as before. Flying in the sky is like a small plane, facing the advancement of beast taming. A thought came to my mind. Bai Yi also checked the information of the Bihuang eagle. Name: Jade Phoenix Eagle, Red Flame. Attributes: Wind, Fire, Lightning. Bloodline: Epic. Level 6. Talent: Blazing Fire, Phoenix Blood, Gliding Wings, Aerial Domain, Weakness, Insight. Skills: Lightning Flash, Iron Wings, Hurricane Blade, Fire Blast, Divine Bird Special Attack, Fierce Storm, Lightning Ball 100,000 volts. Introduction: A mutant jade phoenix eagle with 3 elemental attributes. It contains the blood of the phoenix. Once it awakens, it will undergo a complete transformation. The level has been raised to the middle stage of level 6. At the same time, he also obtained 2 lightning-related skills, Lightning Ball and 100,000 volts, despite being the newest beastmaster to join the team. But the strength of the Jade Phoenix Eagle is not much weaker than that of the Shadow Tyrant and Charizard. Looking at the information introduction of the Bihuang Eagle, Bai Yi seemed to be thinking about something. If it could awaken its phoenix bloodline, it would possess the bloodline of a king. Then, he will have a 3rd beast of legendary bloodline under his command, right? Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, roar, let out a roar that resounded through the sky. On one side, evolution also ends, as the flames surrounding it gradually dissipated. The transformed Charizard also appeared in front of Bai Yi. The originally crimson dragon scales now faintly emit a faint golden luster. The 2 dragon horns on the head look more prominent. The vertical sharp eyes were no longer scarlet, but golden. The extremely strong feeling of oppression and the rich spiritual energy around it were almost materialized. It makes the space around it seem to be distorted. With the connection of the contract, Bai Yi could clearly sense the qualitative change in Charizard's strength. with the strength and cooperation of the three beasts. Even when facing a true 7th-level powerhouse like Lu Ruyan, he can barely resist one or two, right? While thinking this, as the thought moves, Bai Yi also opened the attribute panel of Charizard. Chapter 59, Phoenix Feather. News about the advancement of the Jade Phoenix Eagle. Name Charizard. Attributes: Dragon, Fire, Wind. Level 7. Talent: Dragon Bloodline, Power of Destruction, Flame of Wrath, Huge Strength. Skills: Dragon's Fury, Dragon's Claw, Flame Fong, Flame Jet, Fire Blast, Flame Fury, Flame Claw. Introduction: a fire-breathing dragon with extremely high potential and qualifications. Once its bloodline is fully awakened, its strength will usher in a qualitative leap. In addition to increasing his strength to the same level as the Shadow Tyrant and breaking through to the 7th level. This advancement also allows Charizard to unlock a new skill, Dragon Claw. This makes Charizard's combat power soar. And on the side of Bai Yi, looking at the rapid improvement in the strength of his two younger brothers, the Shadow Tyrant's sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. No, it is the boss. As a result, your cultivation improvement speed is even slower than mine. Do you really have to be so heartbroken? At this moment, he also sensed what the Shadow Tyrant was thinking. Bai Yi stroked its wolf head and comforted it. Shadow, don't worry too much. You just haven't awakened your bloodline. When your bloodline awakens, maybe you will be more powerful than them and improve faster. Facing the master's comfort, the Shadow Tyrant just felt that he seemed to be able to do it again. Yes, Charizard and Jaguar broke through so quickly. Isn't it just because one has dragon blood and the other has phoenix blood? When it awakens in the future, it will prove it. I am Bai Yi's #1 beastmaster. Just as it thought of this, it immediately cast a look at Charizard. Boy, don't think you are so great now. I am your elder brother, and I will always be your elder brother. Seeing this, I didn't want to pay any attention to this stupid dog. Charizard could hardly hide the disgust in his expression. This also made the Shadow Tyrant unhappy. What are you looking at? The fire-breathing dragon said. What's wrong with just looking at you? Just when the two beasts were about to quarrel, Bai Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. I took a look and saw that it was Yuan Shangan calling. Mr. Bai, I have some information that I believe you'll be interested in, accompanied by a phone call. As soon as he started, Yuan Shangan went straight to the point. Recently, in the Valley of Despair, a mutated blue phoenix bird appeared there. A mutated blue phoenix? Hearing this, Bai Yi frowned slightly. Memories of past lives come to mind at this moment. Bai Yi vaguely guessed something, and Yuan Shangan's next words. Ling Bai Yi's guess was confirmed. According to the information I received, there is a phoenix feather on the body of the blue phoenix bird. Just as Yuan Shangan finished speaking, Bai Yi's heart couldn't help but ripple. In this era where the gods and mythical creatures have disappeared, all props or items related to it are priceless. Bai Yi certainly knew the importance of the phoenix feather. If you can get the phoenix feather, the green phoenix eagle is likely to transform because of this. He was worrying about how to train the jade phoenix eagle. I never thought that the opportunity would come to me. If he can get it, then he will have another beastmaster with legendary bloodline under his command. How could Bai Yi not be moved by this? Okay, I get it, Boss Yuan. Bai Yi, owe you another favor. Mr. Bai, you're too polite. So, if you need my help over there, just let me know. As long as I can do it, I will do it without hesitation. After a few polite words from both sides, the phone call was hung up. Bai Yi was also ready to set off immediately. The news leaked quickly. Faced with the phoenix feather, countless beastmasters must be ready to take action. Bai Yi remembers it clearly. In the previous life, more than 100 beastmasters died in the Valley of Despair in order to fight for the phoenix feather. The fight between the major families. It caused a huge uproar at the time. If it weren't for the reminder from Lord Yuan Shang, I guess he is very likely to miss this opportunity. Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, Bai Yi was not the only one who received the news and took action. At this moment, in the Wang family mansion, when I learned that the phoenix feather appeared in the Valley of Despair, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Wang Zhongtian's eyes. If he can get the phoenix feather, then he is very likely to go one step further and break through to the 8th level beastmaster. By then, the entire Wang family was under his leadership. It will definitely reach a higher level. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered his servants. Go call Shijun. If it weren't for the recent disturbance of strange beasts in the abyss. In addition, the authorities are keeping a close eye on us, and there is no way to escape. I guess now, just to be on the safe side, Wang Zhongtian had already chosen to go there in person. However, in Wang Zhongtian's opinion, it's not a bad idea to assign this task to Wang Shijun, as the Wang family's talented beastmaster. At the age of 30, Wang Shijun became a 7th-rank beastmaster, joined the Holy Light Guild, and was promoted. Therefore, Wang Shijun's ability and strength, Wang Zhongtian still trusts him quite a bit. And just as Wang Zhongtian was fantasizing, at a time when he had trampled the other major families in Luodu under his feet. Kyoto Ji family. As Ji Wuxuang became a useless person, the entire Ji family's ambition to unify the Beijing circle was also ruined. However, just when the entire Ji family was shrouded in haze because of this, the appearance of Phoenix Feather. But the Ji family saw a turning point in the ancestral hall, facing the Ji family's direct and collateral descendants. Ji Changsheng, the head of the family, also spoke. Everyone, you should have heard of it. It is said that in ancient times, the phoenix had the ability to be reborn from the ashes, and it had power over life and death. And as part of Phoenix, even if it is just a feather, it has unimaginable healing and recovery abilities. If the phoenix feather can be obtained, the child Wuxuang can be saved. Not only can she recover her previous talent for taming beasts, it is even very likely to go further. You should know what this means, right? As Ji Changsheng finished speaking, as everyone looked at each other, they couldn't help but get excited. Ji Wuxuang's talent itself is extremely terrifying. If we could rely on the magical power contained in the phoenix feathers to first destroy and then build, then the entire Ji family will reach a whole new height under the leadership of Ji Wuxuang. At this moment, among the crowd, as a member of the Ji family, he is also Ji Wuxuang's pursuer. Ji Wuyu stood up at this moment. Grandpa, how about letting me handle this? After that, Ji Wuyu quickly assured, don't worry, I will definitely bring the phoenix feather back and won't let you down, Grandpa. Hearing Ji Wuyu's words, Ji Changsheng also gave him an approving look. He is worthy of being his grandson. Be responsible and take responsibility. If I could take advantage of this opportunity to let Ji Wuxuang marry my grandson, then his say in the Ji family will be raised to a higher level. So I thought of this. Ji Changsheng also spoke. Okay then, I'll leave this matter to you, Wuyu. You must bring the phoenix feather back. I will definitely live up to my mission. I saw that my volunteering was accepted. Ji Wuyu responded quickly. There was an uncontrollable hint of joy on his face. How could he not realize that he was going to be promoted? Chapter 60, Heading to the Valley of Despair. Breakthrough to the 4th level Beast Tamer. At this moment, riding the Shadow Tyrant, the White Knight has reached the Valley of Despair. This is a special area near the abyss. Torn spaces can be seen everywhere. Hidden deep inside, connected to the abyss, is an unpredictable secret realm of the void. There are also a number of high-level exotic beasts hiding here. Faced with this extremely dangerous environment, even if I am a human being in 2 lifetimes, even as a beastmaster, his overall strength has undergone a qualitative change. But Bai did not dare to be careless at all. Relying on his memories from his previous life, he vaguely remembered it. The Blue Phoenix's nest seemed to be in a secret place deep in the Valley of Despair. Therefore, just find the secret place connected to the abyss. Then Bai would be halfway to finding the Blue Phoenix bird with phoenix feathers. Shadow, how about it? Can you sense the location of the secret realm? While riding the beast through the dense forest. At this moment, Bai also asked the Shadow Tyrant. Ouch! A wolf howl came out in response. Connected by contract, when I learned that the Shadow Tyrant had determined the approximate direction of the secret realm, a hint of joy couldn't help but appear on Bai's face. More than an hour has passed since we entered the Valley of Despair. It was worth as more than an hour of searching and hard work. That's what I was thinking, just at this moment. Suddenly, I saw the ground shaking in the dense forest ahead. Then, a roar resounded throughout the Valley of Despair. Shadow, let's go and take a look ahead. Ouch! Just as Bai finished speaking, a wolf howled in response. The Shadow Tyrant's speed suddenly increased. Soon, more than 10 minutes later, accompanying approach, 2 extremely powerful auras rushed towards me. In the area ahead, there was a 9-tailed fox and a dark rhinoceros whose entire body looked like it was burning with flames. 2 giant beasts that were fighting over something appeared in Bai's eyes. The powerful aura coming from the 10th level alien beast was clearly visible. For a moment, Bai Yi was shocked. What on earth could be worth two level 10 alien beasts fighting to the death? With curiosity, I looked in the direction. In front of me, I saw a beautiful flower of a strange scarlet color, which looked similar to a dachira, swaying in the wind. And on the side of the flower, a shadowy silver lotus emitting a faint silver light accompanies it closely. Looking at the two spiritual herbs that were almost merging into one. For a moment, Bai Yi could hardly suppress the restlessness in his heart. The flowers on the other shore bloom, and the silver lotus appears, as a spiritual herb that can only be born in the depths of the abyss. There is a legend that it can bring the dead back to life, although I don't know why it appears here. But the value and rarity of red spider lily are self-evident, if you can absorb it. Maybe he will break through his current realm and become a 4th-rank beastmaster. Bai Yi originally came for the phoenix feather. I never thought I would encounter such an unexpected surprise. Targeting this red spider lily that is being fought over by two 10th-level beasts. For a moment, a bold idea emerged in Bai Ye's mind. Of course, he also knew that a 10th-level monster was not something he could contend with at his current level. Bai Yi did not act rashly. Instead, he is waiting for an opportunity to take action. Soon, as time passed, the fight on the battlefield centered on the two strange beasts became more brutal. Both sides were bloodthirsty, throw various skills and moves at the opponent. The huge and ancient trees around kept collapsing. It seemed that both sides would not stop until they killed each other. Bai Yi also realized that his opportunity had come. Without hesitation, he immediately gave orders to the Shadow Tyrant. Shadow, use the shadow to sneak and bring back the red spider lily and silver lotus for me. The words fell, and at the same time, the Shadow Tyrant took action. Bai Yi was not idle either. He summoned the Jade Phoenix Eagle and prepared a retreat in advance. The two beasts fought. I never expected someone would be so bold. Face the Shadow Tyrant. They couldn't help but be stunned. And it was precisely when the 9-tailed fox and the nether rhinoceros were absent-minded that they took advantage of the moment. The Jade Phoenix Eagle has spread its wings and flown high into the sky. Neither the 9-tailed fox nor the nether rhinoceros has the ability to fly. Therefore, they could only watch him leave and then rage helplessly. It's a good deal. Bai Yi was refreshed. But it was hard for Ji Yu and others who came later. Facing two level 10 monsters that were furious for unknown reasons. Ji Yu, who just passed by here, was immediately stunned. No, why do these two strange beasts look at them with murderous intent? Ji Yu suspected that something seemed to be wrong. But the problem is that he has no evidence. And I was not aware of this. While riding the green phoenix eagle towards the secret realm, use your talent to purify the medicinal properties contained in spiritual herbs. Bai Yi also began to practice. As time goes by, as the spiritual power in the body becomes more and more concentrated. Finally, I broke through the current shackles. Bai Yi successfully advanced to the 4th level. At the same time, the number of beasts he could contract with increased. And that's not all. Just at the moment of breaking through to the 4th level beastmaster, accompanied by a prompt sound, Bai Yi also gained a new talent as a beastmaster. Reminder, you have obtained the talent. Pain is shared equally. Pain is shared equally. You will be bound to the beast, and the damage you suffer will be shared by your beasts. Just when he saw the second beastmaster talent he had obtained, Bai Yi's eyes lit up. Damage taken by the beastmaster will be transferred to the beastmaster. Moreover, it is divided equally among all the beasts. This doesn't mean that as long as the beasts under your command don't die. So theoretically, is there no difference between Bai Yi and the immortal body? And just as Bai Yi was marveling at this talent, suddenly, the Bihuang eagle let out an eagle cry. We have arrived at our destination. Bai Yi's consciousness was also called back to reality at this moment. He looked down. I saw that in an open space, ripples appeared in the air from time to time. There seemed to be an invisible door there. Let's go, Qian, let's get in. The so-called secret place. In fact, it is just a small alien space located between the abyss and the real world. And as you pass through, what comes into view are sharp cliffs everywhere. The blue phoenix's nest is located on a cliff. Chiyu, accompanied by a bird's song, noticed the intruder. A green figure attacked towards Bai Yi. Compared to a normal blue phoenix, its body size is about twice as large. At the same time, right above the blue yuan bird's head, the phoenix feathers which are as orange-red as the sun and look like aho hair, are particularly eye-catching. There is no combat on the ground. Hence, this competition from the air. The only ones Bai Ying can rely on are Charizard and Jade Phoenix. Come out, Gale. And at the same time as summoning the beast, use identification. Bai Ying also checked the information of this green phoenix eagle. Name Blue Yuan bird. Attribute, wind. Level 8. Bloodline, epic. Talent, clairvoyance, increases perception by 200, increases casting speed by 50. Blood of the Phoenix, increases skill resistance by 500, skill effect by 200. Skills, cross-cut, fierce storm, hurricane blade, divine bird special attack. Introduction, a special species of blue phoenix bird that possesses the feathers of the phoenix. If it can absorb the feathers of the phoenix, its strength will undergo a qualitative change. Not all exotic beast tamers can be like Bai Ying, who can use the tamer's talent to directly absorb the power from the precious spiritual herbs. Obtain treasure and want to absorb it. Especially for exotic beasts, the whole process is relatively long. And in this process, danger and accidents are everywhere. For this blue phoenix bird, for example, right now, one in front and one behind. The Jade Phoenix and Charizard double-teamed it. Chapter 61, Beast Taming Advancement. Jade Phoenix, Fire Phoenix. Gas, use Jet Fire. Chien, use Fierce Storm. In an instant, wind and fire merged. A fire tornado formed in midair and rushed towards the blue phoenix. At this moment, Bai Ying's order was issued. The blue phoenix was equally unwilling to be outdone. White light emerged, forming a phoenix shadow around it. Not good. Seeing this, Bai Ying's expression changed slightly. No, who told this blue yuan bird to use its ultimate move right away? Red Flame, use 100,000 volts, then use Lightning Flash. As Bai Ying's voice fell, all I heard was the cry of an eagle. The Jade Phoenix eagle took off into the sky. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning. For a moment, the thunder formed a net with the blue phoenix as the center, covering it. However, the blue yuan bird still charged straight towards Bai Ying and the green phoenix eagle. With the help of the special attack of the divine bird, it is ready to risk its life. This is 10,000 meters above the ground. Once the beast is injured and falls, what awaits Bai Ying will be being smashed to pieces along with the Bihuang eagle. The Charizard is roaring. The gusts of wind were fierce and fierce. Bai Ying rode tightly on the back of the green phoenix eagle, feeling the pain on his exposed skin as if it was cut by a knife. However, dodge anyway. Carrying the phoenix's shadow, the blue yuan bird was getting closer and closer, until it almost completely enveloped him and the Jade Phoenix eagle. At the same time, outside the secret realm, fight against the nine-tailed fox and the nether rhino at the same time. All the beastmen, led by Ji Shijuan, were killed or maimed, if it weren't for the advantage in numbers. In addition, the nine-tailed fox and the nether rhinoceros had both suffered losses before. I guess they have been completely wiped out by now, right? Looking at the nine-tailed fox's white fur turning red, it seemed as if the game was over. The nether rhinoceros on one side was already exhausted and was dying. A hint of greed flashed across Ji Shijuan's eyes. This is a 10th level exotic beast. If I can subdue him, I will give him as a gift to Ji Shijuan. I believe she will be very happy, right? Thinking of this, he said to his men. Ji Shijuan also gave orders. Just severely injure the nine-tailed fox, but be careful not to kill it. I want to tame it. Okay, Master Ji. While answering, the beastmaster who followed him felt helpless. It would be fine if he was killed, but if they want to conquer them, I'm afraid they will have to pay a heavy price for it. But unfortunately, Ji Shijuan is their employer. The beastmasters could only give orders to their beasts and change their combat strategies. The originally overwhelming situation began to become difficult to resolve. This also bought the nine-tailed fox some time to catch its breath. Roar! Right now, just when Bai Ying was about to be hit by the divine bird's special attack, I could hear the roar of the Charizard coming first. A dragon roar resounded through the sky. The blue phoenix is fast, but Charizard's movements are even faster. At this critical moment, as the dragon's wrath is released, the dragon and the phoenix are both ultimate skills. The power of the collision between the two is instantly explosive, which is no less than a small nuclear explosion. Countless rocks collapsed. The impact of the explosion spread in all directions. standing between Bai Yi and Qing Wanbird. At this moment, the flame of anger was opened. The fire-breathing dragon is like the god of fire, descending to the earth. Bai Yi is not only its beastmaster, but also its benefactor. Therefore, Charizard will never allow anyone or any beast to harm his master. Not to mention taking on the special attack of the divine bird head-on, without any preparation. Even when facing mythical creatures, the fire-breathing dragon was not afraid at all. If you want to hurt Bai Yi, you have to step over it. Use Dragon Claw and Gale to kill it. At this moment, the stalemate. As Bai Yi finished speaking, Charizard's muscles bulged, and the sharp claws on its right arm were vaguely shrouded in a green light. With its wings flapping behind it, it rushed towards the blue phoenix. The speed is lightning fast, and accompanied by a bird song. Facing the Charizard, the blue yuan bird was not afraid at all. With a blessing of phoenix feather, there is no lack of spiritual power. The blue yuan bird attempted to score a second goal using the divine bird special attack. Boom! The collision between the two sides once again caused an explosion of spiritual power. Thus suddenly flew up in the air. And right at the center of the explosion, a figure suddenly fell down rapidly. Bang! The blue phoenix bird hit the ground so hard that it was deader than dead. After a while, wait for the flying dust to dissipate. The whole body of the Charizard was a blur of flesh, especially the right arm that was used to perform the Dragon Claw, which was almost left with only white bones. The severity of the injuries is simply unbearable to look at. Come back, hate. Leave the rest to me. I also know that it has almost lost its combat effectiveness. Bai Yi quickly took the Charizard back into the beast taming space. Then, he fell to the ground, riding on the Jade Phoenix Eagle. While obtaining the Phoenix Feather, the plunder of talent also begins. You have plundered the blue yuan bird's talent, Clairvoyance. You have plundered the blue yuan bird's talent, Phoenix Blood, with Talent Plunder, along with the Phoenix Feather. When you absorb all of this, the golden spiritual power almost turned into substance, completely enveloping the green Phoenix Eagle. At this moment, the green Phoenix Eagle achieved a true transformation. An eagle's cry resounded through the sky as the spiritual power dissipated. A bird-like beast that looked like a fire phoenix, but also like an eagle appeared in front of Bai Yi. The feathers on the whole body are golden and gradually turn red. With both wings spread out, the platoon leader is more than 10 meters long. In bird and beast, today's Ji Shijuan is definitely an overlord-level existence. A faint sense of oppression emanating intentionally or unintentionally. It makes people's hearts tremble. I'm afraid that only a beast tamer of the same level as Ji Shijuan can defeat it. While sighing like this in my heart, a thought came to my mind. Bai Yi also checked Ji Shijuan's information. Name Huang Fire Phoenix. Attributes: Wind, Fire, Lightning. Bloodline Legend. Level 7. Talent: Weakness Insight, Phoenix Blood, Gliding Wings, Aerial Domain, Clairvoyance. Skills: Lightning Flash, Iron Wings, Hurricane Blade, Fire Blast, Divine Bird Special Attack, Fierce Storm, Lightning Ball 100,000 volts, Flame Meteor. Introduction: The Jade Phoenix Fire Phoenix has awakened a certain amount of Phoenix bloodline and possesses terrifying strength. As the overlord of the sky, it has the hope of advancing to become a mythical creature. He has 3 beasts of legendary bloodlines under his command. Moreover, their strength has reached level 7, which is truly terrifying. For other beastmasters, with such a god-level lineup, you may die without any fear in this life. However, for Bai Yi, he has only now constructed the outline of his ideal beast taming lineup. Regarding the 4th beast that he wanted to subdue next, Bai Yi hoped that it was a being similar to the 9-tailed fox he had encountered before, one that was proficient in mental attacks. There are 2 front rows, Charizard and Shadow Tyrant. We also have the Jade Phoenix and Fire Phoenix to make up for the shortcomings in air defense. Now it's time to find a beastmaster with ultimate output, similar to a mobile turret. Chapter 62. 9-tailed fox. This is indeed a fox spirit. Time passes quietly, and just as Bai Yi left the secret realm, the devastation that greeted his eyes made him stunned. The spiritual power that permeates the air. That is undoubtedly informing. Just recently, there was a fierce battle here. For a moment, Bai Yi seemed to have thought of something and was deep in thought. Ouch! However, at this moment, suddenly, the roar of a 9-tailed fox was heard not far away. Also sensed unusual movements in the distance. Bai Yi turned over and rode on the Shadow Tyrant. Come on, Shadow, let's go take a look. As his voice fell, the man and the wolf also rushed towards the direction where the unusual movement came from. At this moment, a nest. They were surrounded by dozens of beastmasters led by Ji Yu and a group of beastmasters. The nine-tailed fox was covered in wounds. It looked dying and had obviously reached its limit. Smelly fox, are you running away? Why aren't you running away? Seeing that the nine-tailed fox had been forced into a desperate situation, Ji Yu couldn't help but reveal a hint of ferocity in his expression. And just as the two sides were confronting each other, the nine-tailed fox is about to burn out its lifespan and is preparing for a do-or-die battle. Right now, a sudden voice disrupted the situation at the scene in an instant. Jian, use flaming meteor. As soon as the order was given, the birds began to cry. In an instant, a golden figure was seen soaring in the sky. Half of the sky was painted red, brought by that golden figure. That's a shooting star, a meteor made up of fireballs. Faced with this scene that seemed like a disaster, the smile on Ji Wudi's face gradually froze. Boom! As the first fireball fell, countless fireballs followed. The forest was set on fire. Thick smoke was everywhere. Looking at the group of people wearing clothes with the Ji family logo, Bai Ying's expression was cold and showed no mercy. Having lived two lives, how could he not know? The entire Ji family is made up of people who are the same as Ji Shijuan. Knowing that the phoenix feather is in his hand, Ji Wudi and others will definitely fight for it, right? Rather than causing unnecessary trouble later. It's better to strike first. Not only does it nip the problem in the bud, you can also take this opportunity to try to contract and subdue the nine-tailed fox. In Bai Ying's opinion, this is killing two birds with one stone, right? In that moment when I saw the White Knight, the nine-tailed fox couldn't help but despair. If it is through a desperate fight, if it could still barely compete with Ji Yu and the others, that faces the White Knight. In its current state, there is no way to break out of this situation. Seeing the other party gradually approaching, it seemed that he had made some kind of determination. The nine-tailed fox transformed into human form. Her long snow-white hair flows gracefully. She was completely naked, with smooth, fair skin that made it almost impossible to take your eyes off her. Her cold and beautiful face reveals a contrasting charm. If there's a kind of beauty in the world that can be so beautiful that it can take your breath away, there is no doubt that the fox girl in front of us has such an aesthetic. She is indeed a vixen. White hair, animal ears, royal sister. My goodness, whose XP was hit by this? The corner of his mouth twitched, just as Bai Yi was complaining in his heart. The fox-eared beast girl also spoke. Human, I am willing to submit to you. I can be your slave. You can even do anything to me. After saying this, she gently pursed her delicate and tempting lips. She suddenly changed the subject. But I also have a request. I hope you can let my child go. Otherwise, I will make you pay the price, even if it means death. She threatened Bai Yi fiercely. Child. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was stunned. But soon he reacted. Wow, I never thought that the girl with animal ears in front of me is still a young woman. Nodding, Bai Yi also replied. Yes, I can promise you. From today on, you and your child will follow me. Don't worry, follow me. I will never treat you unfairly. Although I felt that what Bai Yi said was a bit strange, but got his assurance. While I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the taut heartstrings were relaxed, the supporting force was lost. She suddenly fell down and fell into Bai Ye's arms. I just felt a softness on my face accompanied by a faint fragrance. Everything went dark before his eyes, and Bai Yi was stunned. No, which cadre can withstand such a test? And just as Bai Yi was supporting him, suddenly, there was a strange movement in the cave. Immediately afterwards, a little white-haired fox demon lowly ran out of the cave with her little feet. It was as if he saw his mother transformed into a human form and fell into Bai Ye's arms in an extremely ambiguous posture. And he was still naked. The little girl was stunned. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands and pretended not to see it. However, the gaps between her fingers and her red ears had already betrayed her. Big brother, you guys continue. I didn't see anything. Seeing the little lowly looking awkward, the dog on one side tilted its head to the side as if whistling. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth couldn't help but twitch. No, he really just wanted to treat her. So, this is why you want to change houses. In the apartment, looking at the cool and aloof beast girl wearing a black and white maid outfit on Bai Ye's left, The one on the right is a legal Lolita with no formalities. There is a cute little beast girl in his arms. At this moment, Luo Shui could no longer hide the stabbing look in her eyes. She thought she could live with Bai Yi. However, what is going on with these questionable women? Is it because she is inconsiderate? Is it because she doesn't have a good enough figure? Or is she not fragrant enough? Both a beast girl and a lowly. At this moment, Luo Shui suspected that Bai Yi had some kind of hobby. But the problem is that she has no evidence. And facing Luo Shui's questioning eyes, Bai Yi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He really just wanted to tame the beasts, but why did it feel like it had turned into a Shura battlefield? And just as Luo Shui finished speaking, sitting on one side, Chu Yaoyao ate the melon without thinking it was a big deal and nodded seriously. I didn't expect that I would guess it right, Bai Yi-san. It turns out that you were a Lolita complex. At this moment, he looked confused. The little beast girl in his arms looked up at Bai Yi. Those innocent little eyes were full of curiosity. Brother, what does Lolita control mean? Children should not interrupt when adults are talking. After being tapped on the head by Bai Yi, the little girl suddenly felt aggrieved and pitiful and was about to cry. Luo Shui couldn't bear to see this. Her heart was melted by this little girl. Okay, Bai Yi, come, let me hold her. You're not angry anymore? Bai Yi asked tentatively. No words were spoken about this. Luo Shui just rolled her eyes at him. She then asked, Didn't you tell me everything, Bai Yi? Preparing to contract a fourth beast. What else can I say? Oh, I haven't asked yet. This elder sister and this little sister, what are their names? At this moment, just as Luo Shui finished speaking, the fox lady also spoke. My name is Tishi Luca. This is my daughter, Sheila. You could just call her Cece. Oh, by the way, Master, I would like to ask about the contract you mentioned earlier. Are you planning to contract my daughter or me? The deep blue eyes looked at Bai Yi and She asked him. Let's get down to business. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yi has only one answer to this. Only children make choices. Adults naturally want them all. However, the number of contracts is limited nowadays. Therefore, Bai Yi plans to contract the little beast girl first. Later, she contracts with a fox lady. The other party's daughter is in his hands. Could it be possible that Tishi could still run away? Thinking of this, Bai Yi also gave an answer. Chapter 63, Spirit Fox Treasure. The enemy comes from the abyss. How about it, Cece? Do you want to sign a contract with me? Bai Yi asked, touching her head. Yeah, I want to go with my brother. Her young little face looked serious. I want to become stronger with my brother. Then, I will be able to protect my brother and mom. She clenched her little fists, and her expression was so adorable. And on one side, there is this loving father and filial son, even though he said he didn't care. But in fact, Luo Shui was very uneasy. She couldn't help but feel jealous. No, why does it seem like she is the third party? With the signing of the contract between Bai Yi and Shira, at this moment, Tishi suddenly spoke. By the way, Master, I have something for you. While talking, Tishi took out a blue crystal from the snow-white groove in front of her. This is... When I took it, I vaguely guessed something, and just as Bai Yi was looking at it carefully, as Tishi spoke, his conjecture was also verified. Master, this gem was left to me by my husband before he died. It is the key to unlock the treasure of our Spirit Fox clan. Just as Tishi finished speaking, Luo Shui couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. I've also heard my father talk about the treasure of the Spirit Fox clan. Over the years, the major families have been looking for the key to unlock the treasure. I didn't expect that the key is with you, Sister Tishi. In response, he nodded, as if recalling the past. A trace of sadness flashed across Tishi's eyes. 20 years ago, our Spirit Fox clan was destroyed. At that time, I was the only one who escaped. And all these years, I have been hiding. The purpose is to wait until Cece grows up. Hand over the treasure of the Spirit Fox clan to her. Speaking of my daughter, there was a hint of tenderness in Tishi's eyes, and her expression was as gentle as water. But now, I feel it's no longer necessary. Master, you are Cece's master. I believe you can protect Cece. Listening to Tishi's words as if she was leaving her last words, Bai Yi couldn't help but frown. So after all these years, Tishi, you should have found some clues about the murderer, right? I did find some, but this is my personal matter. I will take care of it. Hearing this, Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Did I tell you? Since you have surrendered to me, I will not let you. However, before he could finish his words, Tishi interrupted it. Master, They're not something you can contend with. I don't want you and Cece to be involved because of me. A trace of sadness flashed across her face, as if she was about to cry. That's knowing that you are doomed to die. Despair at the strength of the opponent. This is the look in his eyes. You don't even tell me. How do you know I can't compete with you? Bai Yi asked. Because my enemies come from the abyss. Tishi stopped talking abruptly. The expressions of Luo Shuei and Chu Yaoyao suddenly changed. The abyss is a forbidden area for beastmasters. These hundreds of years, there are countless powerful beastmasters who want to connect with the abyss through the secret realm, and thus enter the abyss to uncover the other side of this world. However, even if he is a 15th level beastmaster, he is the strongest in the world. Once you step into the abyss, there is only one final ending. That means there is no return. The enemy comes from the abyss. No wonder even a clan as powerful as the Spirit Fox. Even so, they could not escape the fate of being almost exterminated. While thinking about something, Bai also spoke. Don't worry, since you're following me, I won't ignore your affairs, Tishi. After saying that, Bai also glanced at the little lowly with fox ears in his arms. Besides, Cece is my beast, so isn't it my duty to help her get revenge? Well, thank you, master. At this moment, Tishi was deeply moved. The way she looked at Bai Yi was almost tearful. At this moment, the Wang family. When I learned that Wang Shijun was one step too late. The phoenix feather has been obtained by Bai Yi. Not only that, Bai Yi was also followed by Nine-Tailed Fox. It seemed that he had advanced to a 4th level beastmaster. Wang Zhongtian's face turned pale. He originally thought to arrange for Wang Shijun to go. If nothing unexpected had happened, it would have been foolproof. But unexpectedly, if nothing unexpected happened, an accident would happen. His son died at Bai Ye's hands. The revenge for the loss of my son has not yet been taken. Even his chance to break through to become an 8th-rank beastmaster was ruined by Bai Yi. At this moment, Wang Zhongtian's mentality collapsed. Almost red eyes. He wished he could peel off Bai Ye's skin, eat Bai Ye's flesh, and drink Bai Ye's blood. Bai Yi, you deserve to die. The teacup in his hand was instantly crushed to pieces. Wang Zhongtian gritted his teeth, just when Wang Zhongtian was about to be overwhelmed by anger. On one side, Wang Shijun suddenly spoke. Uncle, do you still remember the treasure of the Spirit Fox clan? Spirit Fox treasure? I know that. As he was speaking, Wang Zhongtian suddenly thought of something. He looked at Wang Shijun closely. Shijun, you mean? That's right. Wang Shijun smiled and continued. Isn't there a 9-tailed fox following Bai Yi? Uncle, I guess. Bai Yi may have already obtained the key to unlock the secret treasure of the Spirit Fox clan. We can sit back and wait. When Bai Yi is ready to open the treasure of the Spirit Fox clan, wait for the opportunity to act. Soon, Wang Shijun gave a brief explanation of the plan. Ha ha ha! Wang Zhongtian's eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. Haven't you heard that there's always a way out? This time, the treasure of the Spirit Fox clan is not just mine. I also want to let Bai Yi know what despair feels like. It seemed as if she had foreseen Bai Ye's defeat, and she begged and cried bitterly in front of him. Wang Zhongtian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Time passes quietly. It took a week for Charizard to recover from his injuries. And I'm full of resentment. Chu Yaoyao could no longer hide the resentful look in her eyes. Can you be more careful this time when you go out? Bai Yi, you always get injured so badly when you tame your beast. I'm hard to treat. Bai Yi felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. Then I'll try my best. Bai Yi answered tentatively. You reminded me of a joke. Chu Yaoyao had no expression on her face. What joke? Bai Yi asked curiously. One day, someone gave Chow Chow an elephant. Chow Chow was curious about how heavy the elephant was, so he asked all the officials for advice. When all the officials were at a loss, only Chow Chong stood up. Isn't this Chow Chong weighing an elephant? Just when Bai Yi was confused, Chu Yaoyao continued. Then Chow Chong released an ox and announced to everyone that the elephant weighed 200 kilograms. At this time, an official couldn't help but stand up and question. In response, Chow Chong just smiled faintly and said something. What did you say? Although he felt something was wrong, Bai Yi couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. He said, you are smart. White Knight. No. Who taught this 3-0 lowly to do so many tricks one after another? Chapter 64. Why does it feel like deja vu for a family of 3? Just as Bai Yi and She left Luodu, Wang Zhongtian and Wang Shijun also took action immediately. I know that Bai Yi is followed by a 10th level 9-tailed fox. They dare not be careless. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. To avoid repeating the same mistakes as before. This time, Wang Zhongtian also won over the Star Guild. Among the 30 beastmasters, except Wang Zhongtian, there is also a 7th level beastmaster from the Star Guild. 2 7th level beastmasters. No matter how weak your strength is. In Wang Zhongtian's opinion, it is more than enough to deal with a 10th level 9-tailed fox. Master Wang, I've already made it clear. This time with you. I want that 9-tailed fox. There's also the treasure of the spirit fox tribe. I want half of it. Just as Lu Fang finished speaking, facing his lion-like mouth, Wang Zhongtian smiled with a forced smile. Sure, but this time, I may have to trouble Captain Lu a little more. Haha, of course. The guild has been looking for Bai Yi for a long time, so it's only natural for me to help you get rid of him. Just as Lu Fang said in a polite manner. He didn't notice Wang Zhongtian's gloomy expression at all. You still want the fox treasure, right? After dealing with Bai Yi, he immediately sent Lu Fang away. The treasure of the Spirit Fox clan belongs only to their Wang family. While thinking this, a hint of murderous intent flashed across Wang Zhongtian's eyes. 3 days later, under the leadership of Tishi, Bai Yi also came to the former site of the Spirit Fox clan. So many years have passed. This place has become a ruin and looks extremely desolate. If it weren't for Tishi's guidance, I guess Bai Yi can't find the entrance either, came to a huge stone slab like a door. Just as he was about to go in, Tishi did not forget to instruct Bai Yi. Master, our clan's treasure is hidden in a secret place. This place is connected to the abyss and is very dangerous. Be careful when you get in and follow me closely. Okay, I understand. Hearing this, Bai Yi also nodded, and then he took out the key from the storage ring. Wait for him to embed it into the stone slab in front of him. I saw countless white runes like tadpoles emerging. After a moment, the stone slab in front of him trembled. After a twist, a portal with ripples faintly appeared before Bai Yi's eyes. Come on, master. I will clear the way for you. After that, Tishi took the lead. Bai Yi followed closely behind, holding Sheila in his arms. Looking at the portal that opened in front of me, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a little excited. You know, in the fox treasure. This is the result of hundreds or even thousands of years of hard work by the Spirit Fox clan. If you can get it, perhaps the 3 beasts that are currently the main force will all break through to the 8th level. Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, follow Tishi into the secret realm. The scene before my eyes also changed. Wait for the reaction. Bai Yi was already in a huge cave. The air is filled with rich spiritual energy. If I didn't know that this is a world of taming beasts, Bai Yi had to practice Taoism in this Futian cave for a period of time and go deeper into the depths. Very quickly, not long, the treasure of the Spirit Fox clan came into view. All kinds of magical herbs and medicines were piled up like mountains. There are countless spirit stone crystals. If these magical herbs and medicines could be refined into pills, if the beasts under his command can absorb all these spirit stone crystals, then it has to take off. Well, I couldn't help but sigh. Without hesitation, Bai Yi decisively summoned his 3 beasts. Ouch! When seeing countless spirit stones, the Shadow Tyrant was the one who shouted the loudest. At this moment, its eyes turned green. From now on, go and devour. How much you can absorb is up to the 3 of you. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Instead of taking everything out to show off your wealth, it would be better to digest it slowly here. Bai Yi's main strategy is to develop slowly and then shock everyone. Brother, what are you doing here? And Bai Yi took out the alchemy furnace. The little beast girl on the side asked curiously. Brother, I'm refining the elixir. While answering, he couldn't help but touch the little lowly's head. The pair of animal ears were fluffy and very comfortable. And I heard that Bai Yi can actually make pills. Tishi couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. It is very rare to find a beastmaster as promising as Bai Yi among the human race. And those who are proficient in alchemy are even fewer. Why do I, as the master, feel a little mysterious? She blinked. Bai Yi didn't show any airs of a beastmaster in front of Sheila. For some reason, Tishi couldn't help but feel as if she was seeing a family of 3. And with Tishi's assistance, Bai Yi's medicine refining process was quite fast and purified by talent. Not long after, as the alchemy furnace was opened, several 10th grade Holy Spirit pills came into view. This type of elixir is a key item to increase the strength of spiritual beast taming. It was specially made by Bai Ying for Ji and her daughter. This is a 10th grade elixir. Just feel the aura coming from the Tianling pill. Ji couldn't help but exclaim. As a clan of spirit foxes, they are quite knowledgeable. But Ji had only heard of the 10th grade elixir and had never seen it. She thought, this kind of elixir only exists in legends, and it is impossible for anyone to refine it. But I never thought that it would happen in such a simple environment. The elixir that Bai Ying casually refined was actually of the 10th grade. No, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Ji, Cece, eat it quickly. This medicine was made by me especially for you. Master. Hearing Bai Ye's words, the beast girl was deeply moved. The gentle and charming look, the pair of phoenix eyes, seemed to be able to melt people. Ji has been trapped on the 10th level for many years. Now that he has swallowed the Holy Spirit pill, with the blessing of the pill, he can be said to have made great progress. It is supported by the resources of the entire Spirit Fox clan. Enough pills. The main point is that you become stronger by taking drugs. As time goes by, Tishi's aura was also climbing. Faintly, spiritual power had formed a shadow around her. And as a descendant of the royal family of the Spirit Fox clan, little lowly Sheila is not far behind. With the blessing of the elixir, she broke through to the peak of the 2nd level in one breath. If it weren't for the fact that my state of mind was a little unstable and I was worried that haste makes waste, I guess by now, her realm has already soared to the 4th level. Just when Bai Ying was preparing to continue refining the elixir to ensure that the training materials for the beast tamers were not left behind. Suddenly, the shadow tyrant let out a long roar towards the sky. Ouch! Different from Charizard and Jade Phoenix. With the blessing of one's own talents. As long as the spirit stones and crystals are beneficial to you. The shadow tyrant swallowed everything whole, leaving nothing behind. With the blessing of a large amount of practice materials. It also causes qualitative change through quantitative change. The smell became stronger. With the blessing of the seed of the king, the shadow tyrant completely shed his grassroots bloodline as a shadow wolf. The poor rely on mutation. This sentence is vividly reflected in the shadow tyrant. Looking at the shadow tyrant, who broke through from the peak of the 7th level to the middle of the 8th level in one breath. With this thought in mind, Bai Ying also checked the information. Chapter 65. No. Who led her astray? Name, Shadow Tyrant. Attribute, Shadow. Level 8. Bloodline, Legend. Talent, Dark Predator, King's Domain, Lightning Flint, Elemental Control, Demonic Power, Super Energy Recovery. Skills, Shadow Fong, Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball, Shadow Wave, Shadow Stealth, Shadow Realm, Shadow Impact, Invisible Will. Evaluation, the Shadow Tyrant, who has obtained the bloodline of the king, possesses extremely terrifying combat power and is expected to advance into a mythical creature. In addition to obtaining a new skill, Shadow Impact, the Shadow Tyrant has not changed much on the surface. But this is just the surface. In fact, in terms of skill effects, it has already undergone a qualitative change. Same skills, same level. Compared with other Beastmasters and Shadow Tyrant, the effects of its skills will be completely different, especially the Invisible Divine Will. No longer just using the invisible hand constructed by spiritual power to restrain or hinder the opponent. Instead, it possesses power that is hundreds or thousands times greater than before. This power is enough to instantly kill a 5th level or even 6th level beast and tear it into pieces. Just imagine, it's not even close. It was suppressed and wiped out by thousands of invisible hands. Who understands this deterrent power? For a moment, Bai Ying was looking forward to Go Z's performance in future battles. Before I knew it, the days passed. In the dim cave, the concept of time has become blurred. I don't know how much time has passed. All the resources accumulated by the Spirit Fox clan over the years were squandered. The beasts controlled by Bai Ying have all been improved to varying degrees. The higher the bloodline, the more resources are consumed to break through. And he has 3 beasts with legendary bloodlines. That's like having 3 gold-devouring beasts. Shadow Tyrant breaks through to the peak of level 8. Charizard and Jade Phoenix broke through to the middle 8th level respectively. As for the little beast girl Shira, she is cultivated to the middle stage of the 4th level. Of course, what Bai Ying is most concerned about is Tishi. Although the 2 parties did not sign a contract, but she gave Bai Ying an indescribable sense of trust. It felt like she would never betray him even without the contract. Throw it out with curiosity and identification. At this moment, Tishi's information also appeared in front of Bai Yi. Name nine-tailed fox. Attributes: superpower, fire. Bloodline, epic. Level, 11th level. Talent, Eye of Delusion. Causes an additional 500 damage to shadow-attributed beasts. Mental oppression. Causes a certain amount of oppression or charm to the target unit, while reducing its skill resistance. Psychic field. Reduce the negative effects of psychic by 50. Skills: psychic shock, psychic beam, charming flame, jet flame. Introduction: a nine-tailed fox with extremely rare supernatural attributes. As an intelligent species, she seems to have some unknown little quirks. Little hobby? It's better not to see it. Just finish reading Tishi's information panel. Bai Yi couldn't help but feel curious. What's wrong, master? Seeing Bai Ye's eyes seemed to see through her whole body. The love in Tishi's eyes could no longer be hidden. I heard from Chu Yaoyao that you like black lace, master. I'm wearing it, the one with a rose pattern. As she spoke, she lifted the hem of her black and white made outfit slightly. The absolute area of black and white skin was revealed. I couldn't help but glance at them a few times, while appearing calm on the surface. Bai Ye's mouth couldn't help but twitch. No, how come she was corrupted by Chu Yaoyao? Why is that 3-no loli talking so much dirty talk? For a moment, Bai Yi felt as if he knew what that so-called little quirk meant. Leave the secret realm through the key. Just arrived in the outside world. Bai Yi realized something was wrong. The surrounding environment is too quiet. It was so quiet that it felt eerie. Master, someone is coming, and they don't have good intentions. While Tishi was speaking, in front of me, Wang Zhongtian and his men were walking slowly towards me. 30 beastmasters. Their strength is between level 5 and 6. The leaders Wang Zhongtian and Lu Fang have reached the 7th level in strength. Although it was clear that although they were both at the 7th level, Wang Zhongtian's strength could not be compared with that of a beastmaster of Lu Rian's level. But Bai Yi still felt a little pressure. If it weren't for Tishi's help, maybe he could even get the treasure of the Spirit Fox clan. There's no way Bai Yi could be Wang Zhongtian's opponent, right? While thinking this, as soon as the thought came to his mind, Bai Yi also summoned the beast. They have actually broken through to the 8th level. Just think of it as seeing the Shadow Tyrant, the Charizard, and the Jade Phoenix. Wang Zhongtian couldn't help showing surprise and fear. You know, for a normal Beastmaster, it would be impossible to train an 8th level Beastmaster without a few years. However, in just a few months, Bai Yi actually cultivated 3 8th level beasts. This is simply too exaggerated. If Bai Yi was given more time, maybe Bai Yi can really become the existence second only to the Empress. But it's all over. Bai Yi, you kill my son, die here. Accompanied by a roar from Wang Zhongtian. A giant crocodile with a body of nearly 100 meters and a scarlet body was summoned and pounced towards Bai Yi head-on. Master, I will deal with these 2 7th-level beast masters and leave the rest to you. Okay, Tishi, you hold on first. After that, the 2 sides separated and fought separately. Tishi also immediately revealed her true identity. It was a white fox more than 10 meters tall, with 9 tails swaying behind it. In terms of size, she is at a disadvantage. But in terms of strength, she is not weak. For a moment, the collision between the 2 sides caused the surrounding ground to shake. Come out, Crystal Tortoise, and lend a helping hand to the Scarlet Flame Crocodile. Right now, Lu Fang also summoned his strongest fighting force, a 10th level Crystal Tortoise, fighting against 2 level 10 beasts at the same time, as well as a group of level 9 and level 8 beasts accompanying them. In addition, the opponent's beast taming lineup has formed a system, even though he has already broken through to the 11th level. But Tishi still felt tremendous pressure. Cici, follow me. Red Flame, use Flaming Meteor. Gale, go, and help Tishi, holding the little lowly, riding on the Shadow Tyrant. Bai Yi also gave orders to the 2 beasts. Roar! While letting out a roar, he signaled Bai Yi to be more careful. Flapping its wings, the fire-breathing dragon soars into the sky. It rushed towards Tishi. At the same time, accompanied by a cry, the Jade Phoenix flew into the air. As the skill was performed, fireballs kept falling. The entire sky was painted red. Boom! The explosion engulfed the area in raging flames. For a moment, the beasts wailed. 35th and 6th level Beastmasters. He has more than 160 or 70 beastmasters under his command. In an instant, the army was defeated. Help! Why is his beast so powerful? Monsters! All his beasts are monsters. It's impossible to win. Run away. There were screams and wails everywhere. The beastmasters, who were originally full of confidence, now had a blank mind. They had been completely stunned by the skills displayed by the Jade Phoenix and Fire Phoenix. In the crowd, Wang Shijuan's face turned ashen. Both are geniuses. He originally thought that he could barely compete with Bai Ying. But I never thought that I would face the three major combat forces under Bai Ying. He can't beat any of them. He fled in panic along with the main force. He didn't dare look back. After all, if you turn around, you might be blown up on the spot by the fireball. Qian, go and reinforce Tishi and Charizard. Leave this to us and Shadow. And just after a round of bombing by the Jade Phoenix and Fire Phoenix, seeing that the morale of the group, led by Wang Zhongtian, had collapsed, Bai Yi also spoke again. Shadow, use the invisible divine will to wipe them out. As Bai Yi's voice fell, the Shadow Tyrant, who was already impatient, couldn't help but roar. Being a shadow type, it has a violent personality. In addition, following Bai Yi, he was either killing or on his way to killing. The Shadow Tyrant can't wait to fight. He rushed towards the direction where the crowd and the beasts were fleeing. The invisible divine will also started at this moment. Chapter 66. The beast tide erupts. The enemy comes from the abyss. Just get closer. There's an invisible force suppressing it. Bang! It's like pressing an ant to death. Any beast tamer or beast tamer who is approached. They all turned into meat paste in an instant. Coupled with Sheila's mental control, what is presented is the inability to move. Then it was suppressed and crushed in an instant. The special skill effects and the inability to counter bring about complete crushing. The complete crushing and unknown mystery brings fear and despair. There was a look of hysterical fear. At this moment, Wang Shijuan had collapsed. Impossible to win. How could Bai Yi be a beast-taming genius? This is clearly a demon that is impossible to defeat. Dead. Hee. They are all dead. Just as Wang Shijuan was dazed and stupid, he collapsed to the ground and went crazy. As the Shadow Tyrant passed by him, the invisible divine will also started to take effect. Since you have decided to kill Bai Yi, then of course you have to be prepared to be counterattacked. After all, this world advocates Darwinism. After a while, the cleanup was completed. Bai Yi also looked towards the main battlefield. Sand and stones flew and explosions roared. The battle on Tishi's side is becoming more and more intense. Come on, Shadow. Let's go reinforce them. Ouch! While responding vocally, the Shadow Tyrant couldn't help but speed up a bit. For it, which is warlike. The battle just now was a complete one-sided crushing. It's really boring without anyone who can fight. It's still more interesting to fight with high-level beastmasters. Center of the battlefield. The surrounding area has been cleared. Looking at Tishi, Lu Feng had a serious expression. It was agreed to be a rank 10 nine-tailed fox. You didn't tell me it was actually level 11. Also, what about the 3 8th-level beasts under Bai Yi? Master Wang, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Facing the fire-breathing dragon that seemed like the god of fire had descended, its entire body covered in flames. He couldn't help but question Wang Zhongtian. How do I know Bai Yi's strength is improving so quickly? I guess it's because he got the treasure of the Spirit Fox clan. After saying that, Wang Zhongtian also changed the subject. Okay, Captain Liu, stop talking nonsense and focus your fire on dealing with that 9-tailed fox first. Okay, Crystal Giant Turtle, use guard. A barrier was supported by the giant Crystal Turtle. Lu Feng turned to command his other beast. Ice Demon Tree, use Arctic Storm. A demonic wood beast. They rely on excellent auxiliary mechanisms and a certain ability to influence the environment. It often creates huge benefits for the team, and he saw that Lu Feng had provided him with a very good output environment. Without hesitation, Wang Zhongtian also gave orders to the Red Flame Crocodile. Bai Yin, use the Destruction Death Ray. Suddenly, spiritual power gathered in that huge mouth. Then, the next second, a beam of aurora suddenly shot out. Roar! In this regard, we are also unwilling to be outdone. The dragon's rage was released by Charizard, just as the skills of both sides collided. When Tishi used Mental Shock to assist, I saw the Jade Phoenix and Fire Phoenix use a flash of lightning and it soared straight into the sky. Use Flaming Meteor to assist. It is always ready to use the Divine Bird's special attack to launch a surprise attack on the Ice Demon tree behind it and give it a fatal blow. Facing the Jade Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix, they had the advantage of airspace. Wang Zhongtian felt very aggrieved. If it weren't for the threat from the air, how could they fight so cowardly? They still understand the principle of capturing the leader first. What if the Jade Phoenix and Fire Phoenix get behind us? It's really game over. And as time goes by, just after a few more rounds of fighting, noticing that his team had been wiped out, Bai Ying was rushing over here. Wang Zhongtian secretly thought that this was not good. Charizard and Jade Phoenix are difficult to deal with already. Now, add a Shadow Tyrant. They only had 3 Beastmasters left, which was simply adding insult to injury. There are only 3 beasts. How can we fight them? The lineup must be destroyed? Wang Zhongtian was able to realize this. Lu Fang naturally realized it. He made a decision immediately. Crystal Turtle, use War Stomp. Ice Demon Tree, take me with you and replace me. Position Replacement. This is the only displacement skill that the Magic Wood Beast Tamers have. As the name implies, after use, the position will be exchanged with the previously set avatar, and saw Lu Fang being taken away by the Ice Demon Tree. The opponent sacrificed the rook to save the king and sent the giant crystal turtle forward to die. Wang Zhongtian was confused. Originally, there was a 50 chance of winning, but now Lu Fang was defeated. Only the red flame crocodile was left to fight against 4. His chance of winning is less than 20. Lu Fang, you beast. You bastard. You actually stopped playing in the middle of the game. While cursing, he saw that the giant crystal turtle could not hold on for much longer. With a grit of his teeth, Wang Zhongtian took out a dark purple crystal. The breath from the abyss permeates at this moment. Not good. At this time, I also realized something. Tishi immediately released a jet of flame in an attempt to interrupt it. However, it was too late, as the red flame crocodile touched the crystal. With the blessing of the power of the abyss, the entire body of the beast was twisted and began to change. The original crawling turned into standing. The huge body began to compress continuously, and the breath became stronger and stronger. The scarlet scales transformed into dark purple, and it looked extremely weird. Name: Abyss Demon Crocodile. Attributes: Fire Shadow. Bloodline: Epic. Level 12. Talent: Power of the Abyss. Immune to negative effects. All attributes increased by 200, ignoring pain, entering frenzy state. Introduction: A beast that has been contaminated by the power of the abyss will gain terrible power in a short period of time at the cost of burning its life. Accompanied by the presentation of information about the Abyss Demon Crocodile. Looking at the abyss monster in front of me that is more than 10 meters high, Bai Ying also looked solemn. Shadow. Use the invisible divine will to deal with Wang Zhongtian first. Ouch! Upon hearing the order, the Shadow Tyrant took action immediately. Damn it! Seeing that Bai Ying did not take the initiative to deal with the seriously injured Crystal Giant Turtle and the Abyss Demon Crocodile. Instead, he kept staring at him. Wang Zhongtian immediately became anxious, although it can mobilize some of the power of the beast. But that strength is not enough to defend oneself. Once the Abyss Demon Crocodile falls into a frenzy, it will be impossible for it to protect its master. Bang! In an instant, Wang Zhongtian turned into meat paste. And under the backlash of the contract and the corrosion of the abyss, the body of the Abyss Demon Crocodile began to collapse. Master, be careful. Don't fight this guy head-on. We are no match for him. Now we just have to wait for its life to run out, and then it will die. Okay, I understand. While answering, he dodged. Facing the Abyss Demon Crocodile, Bai Ying was also thoughtful. He didn't expect it. In Wang Zhongtian's hands, there was actually something related to the abyss. Recalling the previous life, the beast tide outbreak was caused by the abyss. Bai Ying had a hunch that perhaps the arrival of the beast tide was not an accident, and the plan that would kill himself and lead to the destruction of the Luo family. The Wang family was just a pawn in the action. It is obvious that he and the Luo family are superior to other big families. It is totally insignificant. But why did the other party keep staring at him? Was it unintentional? Or does the other party have other purposes? Chapter 67, Master It's Gushing Out. And just after a half-hour stalemate, as its life ran out, the Abyss Demon Crocodile finally fell down. At the same time, Bai Ying also had an idea. The talent Plunder then begins. You have plundered the crystal giant turtle's talent. Crystal body. Crystal body reduces damage from shadow or light attribute skills by 50. You have plundered, accompanied by continuous prompt sounds. As the plunder talents are integrated and summarized. After editing Tishi's talents, her strength suddenly underwent a qualitative change. The talent multiplier bonus is totally unreasonable. The strength increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Tishi's cultivation level was raised to the peak of the 11th level. She's close to breaking through to the 12th level. It's just an opportunity, just one step away. Master, it's coming out. The delicate face that originally had a hint of coldness and charm now had a hint of blush. The sudden surge of power in her body made her unable to stop. No, master. I feel like my body can't hold anymore. After all, there is no contract with Bai Yi. She couldn't accept this sudden increase in power as calmly as the Shadow Tyrant and the others. Brother, what happened to Mom? She sometimes has this expression at night. Brother, is my mother sick? Holding Bai Ye's hand, the little lowly gave him an innocent and worried look. This. For a moment, Bai Ye's mouth couldn't help but twitch. I didn't expect that Tishi had such a side in private, while thinking of each other's little quirks. As Tishi gradually absorbed the power, seeing her return to normal, Bai Yi also had an idea. He checked Tishi's information. Name Nine-Tailed Fox. Attributes, Superpower Fire Ice. Bloodline Epic. Level 11th level. Talent, Eyes of Delusion, Mental Oppression, Superpower Field, Frozen Body, Extreme Cold Power. Skills, Psychic Shock, Psychic Beam, Charming Flame, Jet Flame, Freezing Beam, Blizzard Fire Extinguishing. Introduction. The Nine-Tailed Fox has many talents and unlimited potential. Its biggest wish is to commit a crime against you. It combines all the Ice-type beast taming talents plundered by the Emperor Sea Lion and Bai Yi. Tishi's attributes also changed to 3 categories: Superpower, Fire, and Ice. Now, she is only at the peak of the 11th level. But even when facing a strong enemy of level 12 or 13, Tishi should also be able to fight, right? Just thought of this. When he saw the introduction, Bai Ye's eyebrows jumped. Good man, is it okay to commit crimes against your superiors? And just when Bai Yi was about to leave the ruins of the Spirit Fox clan, outside, following the spy's report, when the outcome of this battle was revealed. For a moment, countless beastmasters were excited about this. After all, Wang Zhongtian's high-profile move was seen by countless people. However, just when everyone thought, the day-night will be a time when there is no hope of survival. But no one would have thought that by Bai Ye's side, there was actually a nine-tailed fox that should have been destroyed. Not only that, the 3 beasts under his command actually broke through to the 8th level, and the Jade Phoenix Eagle, with the blessing of the Phoenix Feather, advanced into the Jade Phoenix Fire Phoenix, and its bloodline was elevated to the level of legend. He has 3 beasts of legendary bloodlines under his command. He also has an 11th level 9-tailed fox as a bodyguard. It seems that Wang Zhongtian's defeat was not unfair. Luodu Bai family. When I heard the news, Bai Yi was completely numb. If before, maybe he still has a way to teach Bai Yi a lesson. But now, Bai Yi not only has official protection, there is also a 9-tailed fox guarding him. Just from the gap in strength between the 2 sides, the Bai family is not even worthy of carrying Bai Ye's shoes. Even though I don't want to admit the reality. But Bai Yi was already numb, completely numb. Did he really do something wrong at that time? And just when Bai Yi was doubting his life because of this, the entire Bai family was in chaos. On the other side, in a secret room, looking at Xiao Han, Bai Yi was excited. Brother-in-law, tell me, do you really have a way for me to take revenge on Bai Yi? It's natural. With a mysterious smile, Xiao Han took out an abyss stone and a contract scroll from somewhere. Bai Yi, you should have heard of the abyss, right? This is the abyss stone and the contract scroll. After use, you will sign a contract with a powerful being from the abyss. Temporarily, you will gain extremely strong power instantly. This power is enough for you to compete with Bai Yi. As Xiao Han's voice fell, looking at the props in his hand, Bai Yi couldn't help swallowing. No, brother-in-law, this power comes from the abyss. There shouldn't be any side effects, right? Hearing this, Xiao Han smiled strangely. There are definitely some side effects. But as long as you can kill Bai Yi, let the other party bear the backlash on your behalf. The cost is actually not as high as you think. You should know that Bai Yi has 3 8th-level beasts under his command, right? If you follow the steps, I will never be able to surpass Bai Yi in my lifetime, and I will never be his opponent. After saying that, he saw Bai Yi was still hesitating. Xiao Han continued to stimulate. Think about Li Meier. If you can defeat Bai Yi in public, she will definitely look at you differently, right? Also, think about it. Bai Yi beat up Annie, Ying, and your sister. Don't you want to avenge them? Besides, if you can win, wouldn't that prove yourself to your uncle? Bai Yu, I don't think you want to be a waste in the eyes of others, right? Every time Xiao Han said something, Bai Yu couldn't help but clench his fists a little tighter. Yes, if it weren't for Bai Yi, how could their Bai family have fallen to this point? If it weren't for Bai Yi, he would probably have been with his goddess a long time ago, right? He gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned red. Yes, brother-in-law, you are right. As long as I can teach that bastard Bai Yi a lesson. Even if there is some price to pay, so what? Tell me, what I need to do. Seeing Bai Yi take the Abyss Stone and the contract scroll, there was no ambiguity at all. The smile on Xiao Han's face became more and more intense. If the Bai family wants to blame someone, blame Bai Yi. If Bai Yi hadn't destroyed him, how could he possibly join the Abyss? It's all Bai Yi's fault. For this, he must make Bai Yi pay the price. While thinking this, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. Teacher, you said that Dragon Scale will appear in the National Beast Tamer competition. Just returned to Shinfu College. When I heard the news, Bai Yi couldn't help but be shocked. You know, that is a rare item of the same quality as the Phoenix Feather. If you can get it. Thinking of his own Charizard, Bai Yi couldn't help but be moved. Today, the strength of the three beasts has reached a bottleneck. Bai Yi knew it very well. Only by obtaining things related to mythical creatures can it complete its transformation. Therefore, the importance of dragon scales to him is self-evident. Yes, I heard this from an acquaintance I met above. I heard that the prizes for this National Beast Tamer competition were set by the Empress. When the competition is held, the Empress will be there in person. The Empress. Bai Yi seemed to be thinking about something, but he quickly asked again. Teacher, can you tell me more about this exchange competition? I'm very interested. In response, Xiao Lifeng nodded and did not refuse. He added, this competition is a 3-on-3 beast taming competition. What is tested is the beastmaster's beast lineup and team combat capabilities. Because it is a new beastmaster competition. Therefore, only beastmasters of level 6 and below can participate. But there's dragon scales as a gimmick. I guess it's not just the major colleges. Even the geniuses from hidden families will probably make a move. And pause for a moment. Xiao Lifeng then said, didn't you fight with Ji Shijuan before? I can tell you, this competition is not as simple as the previous exchange competition. Many of the beast masters who appeared in the competition were stronger than Ji Shijuan. It is dragon country after all. In this vast territory, what is most lacking is the so-called genius. There are enough resources for training. Those beastmasters who come from hidden families are very powerful. And seeing Xiao Lifeng's serious face. In response to this, Bai Yi also spoke. Teacher, when is the competition? Please help me sign up. It was at the end of October. There's still more than a month left. If you want to participate, Bai Yi, you should take this time to prepare yourself. After saying that, Xiao Lifeng patted Bai Yi's shoulder with a look of approval. He believed that based on Bai Yi's strength and qualifications, I will definitely not let him down in the national competition. While the two were chatting, suddenly, at this moment, a roar was heard at this moment. Bai Yi, you bastard. Get out here. I want to fight you to the death. Accompanied by roaring. For a moment, countless people subconsciously cast their gazes towards Bai Yi. And when I saw that the person who was shouting was not someone else but Bai Yu, Xiao Lifeng's expression changed slightly. Chapter 68. Battle against the 10th level troll. Bai Yu's trump card. Have you heard? Someone wants to challenge Bai Yi, and it's a life and death battle. Is this true? No way. Doesn't he know that even Ji Shijuan is no match for Bai Yi? It seems that the other party is Bai Yi's half-brother. This is going to be interesting. My goodness, brothers are killing each other. When he learned that someone wanted to fight a life and death battle with Bai Yi, and the other party has a very special relationship with Bai Yi. For a moment, I just wanted to watch the fun. In a short while, the entire arena was packed with people. And in the audience, looking at the two people on the field, a hint of smile appeared on Xiao Han's face. You know, what Bai Yu summoned from the abyss was a 10th level monster. With Bai Yi's strength, it's impossible for him to win. And at this moment, in the arena, Bai Yi looked crazy. Bai Yi, you could never have imagined that I would come to challenge you to a life and death duel, right? Haha, you're dead. When I kill you, Mayor will definitely look at me with new eyes. I saw his eyes were red, and he was roaring hysterically. Bai Yi frowned. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that. Bai Yu's behavior is very abnormal. And just as Bai Yu was thinking this, Bai Yu also summoned the abyss creature he had contracted. Come out, abyss troll. Roar. Accompanied by a roar. A monster about 20 meters tall, with purple skin and huge horns on its head appeared in the arena. The aura of the 10th level is clearly visible. Abyss creature, with strength as high as level 10. The moment when the troll appears. In the audience, everyone's expression changed. Only then did they realize that they dared to fight a life and death battle with Bai Yi. Bai Yu has made sufficient preparations. This is not right. Bai Yu is just a high school student. How could he have contracted a troll? Yes, generally speaking, if you are not strong enough, the creatures in the abyss will devour you. Could it be that Bai Yu sacrificed his soul to the abyss? We're in trouble now. A 10th level abyss creature will probably require an 11th level beastmaster to defeat, right? During the discussion, we looked at Bai Yi on the field. Everyone couldn't help but feel worried. And also at the scene, Xiao Lifeng immediately lost his composure. He stood up subconsciously, feeling as anxious as an ant on hot pot. I knew Bai Yu would pull out a troll. No matter what, he would never agree to let Bai Yi and Bai Yu fight to the death. Now, the opponent has a big move in mind, and Bai Yi is in big trouble. I thought it was the time for the rookie beast tamer competition. Bai Yi is protected by the academy and the authorities, so no one will do anything bad to him. But who could have thought that someone would use such a shady trick? At this moment, in the arena, looking at the troll, Bai Yi also had a solemn expression. Come out, Shadow, Gale, Scarlet Flame, Cece. As 3 beasts and a little fox girl were summoned. Bai Yi also threw an appraisal at the troll. Name troll. Attributes: fire, wind, shadow. Level 10. Bloodline, epic. Talent, sin of gluttony. Each time you devour, you can gain 5 of the power of the devoured target. This effect has no upper limit. Blessing of the Abyss. Obtain blessing from the Abyss, increasing resistance to shadow attribute skills by 50. Crushing power. Skill effect increased by 200. Ogre. Inflicts 500 extra damage to humanoid beasts. Skills: Fireball, Hurricane Slash, War Stomp, Earth Fist, Shadow Ball. Introduction: a middle-level monster from the Abyss. It possesses extremely terrifying combat power. Long-term devouring has made its strength far surpass that of the same level. Just after reading the troll message in the White Knight, holding his hand, Scylla's body trembled slightly. Always under the protection of my mother. This was the first time she was away from Tishi and fought alongside Bai Yi. Brother, it's very powerful. Yeah, I know, but it's okay, we won't lose. As he was speaking at this moment, the troll suddenly appeared without any warning and rushed towards Bai Yi. Roar! Seeing this, Charizard roared. It took a step forward and stood in front of Bai Yi and Shilla, and a shadow tyrant followed closely behind. Bang! Accompanied by the collision of claws and fists. The two sides engaged in a head-on confrontation. The pure collision of flesh and flesh presents an aesthetic of violence. But it only took a moment. Seeing the Charizard being forced back, Bai Yi was a little surprised. With the multiple blessings of talent. Even faced with objects weighing several tons, Charizard can lift them with ease. But in front of the troll, Charizard was at a slight disadvantage. Compare the two. This is enough to show how terrifying the trolls are. Haha, Bai Yi, your beast taming is just like this. Trolls, kill them. Seeing that the troll had the upper hand for a while, Bai Yi couldn't help but jump out and mock. So what if Bai Yi has 4 beasts? The gap in strength cannot be made up by numbers. The advantage is mine. Bai Yi really didn't know how he was going to lose. Gas. Release the flames of anger. Then use Dragon Claw. Shadow. Use the invisible divine will and the Shadow Kingdom to assist it. Qian, use the Divine Bird's special attack, while commanding 3 beasts. Bai Yi also touched the little Loli's head. Cece, choose the right time to release the mental shock. Okay, brother. She nodded her head obediently. Aunt, do you really think you could defeat me with this skill? At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, the troll looked at Bai Yi with contempt and made a dull sound. It clenched its fist with one hand and released the Fist of Earth at this moment, colliding with the Dragon Claw of Charizard, even though it was suppressed by the invisible divine will. But the troll's strength is still terrifying, and just when the two sides were at a stalemate, accompanied by cries from the sky, At the moment when the Jade Phoenix and Fire Phoenix releases the special attack of the Divine Bird, Sheila also raised her hand, releasing a mental shock and coordinating with the team. For a moment, the troll felt dazed, as if his brain was suddenly pricked by a needle. And it was in this trance. Dragon Claw and Divine Bird special attack hit. Bai Ye's lineup has formed a system. The chemical reaction of 1 + 1 being greater than 2 caught the trolls off guard. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion. The troll's figure was shrouded in flying dust. Right now, keep your eyes on the arena. Everyone was stunned by Bai Ye's beastmaster strength. No, that's a troll that can compete with an 11th level beastman. Bai Yi has 3 subordinates at the 8th level and 1 at the 4th level. How on earth could they be so closely fighting against the trolls? Haha, you are worthy of being my student. You have something. I also saw a clue. Xiao Lifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. If there was no Sheila, just relying on Shadow Tyrant, Charizard, and Jade Phoenix, then this battle will undoubtedly be difficult. But Sheila joined. The whole battle situation has become completely different, although it is only level 4. But the little fox girl is really capable. For the abyss monsters that are already mentally weak and violent, this is exactly their nemesis. It's a skill that causes real damage, so just ask if you're afraid of it. Chapter 69, Talent Plunder. The Sin of Gluttony. Hateful. In the arena, as the dust gradually dissipated, half of the troll's body was covered in blood. It stared closely at Bai Yi and Shira, who were protected in the rear. I just took on a series of attacks from the opponent head-on. This also made the trolls aware. In fact, the little lowly with fox ears is its biggest threat. Just get rid of Sheila. It would be difficult for the Shadow Tyrant and the others to cause any harm to it alone. So I thought of this. The troll no longer hesitated. It raised its hand and chanted a spell. Fearball. Suddenly, a huge fireball formed in the palm of the troll. But before the fireball was launched, ouch! At this moment, the Shadow Tyrant suddenly jumped up. Shadow Fong is activated. Crack! The troll's arm, which had become fragile due to the Charizard's claws, was bitten to pieces. You bastard! You're looking for death. With eyes wide open, he released the Fist of Earth. The troll turned and attacked the Shadow Tyrant. Roar! However, facing the powerful combination of Charizard and Shadow Tyrant. For a moment, the troll was at a loss. From the initial advantage to now, it has gradually fallen into a disadvantage, and the trolls were about to be defeated. The smile on Bai Yu's face gradually froze. He couldn't help but panic. You know, he signed a contract with the Abyss. If he loses, his soul will be taken away by the Abyss. On the contrary, if he wins, Bai Ye's soul will be taken away. You're a loser, troll. You boasted so much in the beginning. Can you show any use for it? Bai Yu started cursing at the troll. Troll, just wait for me. If I can't survive, I will sacrifice your soul as well. It would be better if Bai Yu didn't say anything. When he said this, the troll's face turned pale. The scarlet eyes turned to look at Bai Yu. Compared to dying in battle, who can accept selling their soul to the Abyss and becoming an eternal slave? You want to sacrifice it, right? To prevent Bai Yu from violating martial ethics. Amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the troll strode towards Bai Yu and took the initiative. You, what do you want to do? I am your beastmaster now. You can't kill me. Before Bai Yu could finish his words, he saw a look of horror on the other person's face. The troll stuffed it into his mouth. It chewed. The whole scene looks extremely bloody. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu was surprised. He didn't expect that Bai Yu would end up killing himself with just a few words. No, you're an ordinary person who has contracted a 10th level abyss monster. Who gave you the courage to talk back to the trolls? Don't you know that if the strength of the beastmaster and the beastmaster is not matched, it is very likely that the master will be devoured? But soon I came to my senses. Bai Yi also realized that this was an opportunity. Without hesitation, he gave the order immediately. CC, use another mental shock. Shadow, suppress it with invisible divine will. Gale and Red Flame, use Dragon's Fury and Divine Bird to attack. As Bai Yi's voice fell, the little lowly and the Shadow Tyrant took the lead. The invisible divine will, after being strengthened, is not the same as before. The powerful suppression, combined with Sheila's mental shock, instantly suppressed the troll. Even if he ate flesh and blood, his injuries would be healed. But the recovery speed is not as fast as the damage caused by Charizard and Jade Phoenix. The roar of the dragon is accompanied by the cry of the phoenix. Two figures, one blue and one red, charged toward the troll. He took on a total of 4 ultimate attacks and countless skill damage head-on. Even though he devoured countless beasts, he had a strong resistance thanks to his innate talent. But the trolls can't stand it either. As it sensed that the enemy was dead, the barrier of the arena gradually dissipated. Bai Ying's talent also started to activate. He plundered the troll's talents. You have plundered the troll's talent. Sin of gluttony. You have plundered the troll talent. Blessing of the abyss. Tip. Similar talents detected. Talents have been merged. Hint. The sin of gluttony has transformed. Sin of gluttony. Each time you devour, the energy conversion rate increases by 50, and you gain 10 of the power of the devoured target. This effect has no upper limit, as Bai Yi added the troll's talent to the Shadow Tyrant. On the surface, it looks like normal, but in fact, the power has undergone a qualitative change. As Bai Yi's first contracted beast, isn't the Shadow Tyrant's strongest ability the devouring ability that comes with his innate bloodline? And now, he has gained the power of gluttony. Plus bas YES talent Plunder. If you kill, you will become stronger. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to Shadow Tyrant. It has so much potential. Ouch! While gnawing on the troll's corpse. Seeing Bai Yi looking at him, Shadow Tyrant was confused. Could it be that my master has taken a fancy to it? Just thinking this, it couldn't help but tuck its tail between its legs. No, master, wouldn't it be better for you to go and torture the mistress and that 9-tailed fox? Why are you staring at me? It really scares the wolf. And under the effect of the contract, when you sense what the Shadow Tyrant is thinking. Bai Yi ese mot taichit involuntarily. No, when did this stupid dog become so dirty? Bai Yi suspected that Chu Yaoyao had led his own beast astray during treatment. But the problem is that he has no evidence. For Bai Yi, the battle with Bai Yu was just an episode. However, for the Bai family, this incident was bound to make him uneasy. When I learned about Bai Yu's death from Xiaohan, Bai Yu's body, covered by a piece of white cloth, had turned into pieces. Ji Shijuan was so heartbroken that she almost fainted from crying. My son, how could you die so tragically? Facing the pile of flesh and blood, Bai Yu couldn't bear to look at it. Then I listened to Ji Shijuan's ghostly howling. He couldn't help feeling a little impatient. That's enough. Why are you crying? If this idiot hadn't taken the initiative to cause trouble for that little bastard Bai Yi, would have come to this. And just as he finished speaking, Ji Shijuan immediately gave him an expression of disbelief. Bai Yu, how dare you be so mean to me? Xiao Yu is dead, and you still want to scold him. You old thing, you have changed. Do you still have any conscience? Just as Ji Shijuan finished speaking, Bai Ying on the side also immediately echoed. Yeah, my brother's like this. You're not sad at all. Bai Yu, let me tell you, if it weren't for you, a coward, my brother wouldn't have died. Calling you dad is a way for this fairy to give you face. Let me tell you, just because you gave birth to me doesn't mean you are my father. Evil girl, you. Bai Yu Gong raised his hand and was about to give this unfilial daughter a big slap. Unexpectedly, Ji Shijuan stood up. What do you mean? Is what Xiao Ying said right? If you hadn't found a way to kill that bastard Bai Yi, would Xiao Yu have died? He couldn't even protect his own son. Bai Yu, you are a man. I am ashamed of you. Ji Shijuan stared at Bai Yu with disdain, very disappointed. Why did she choose a loser like Bai Yu in the first place? The other party is not worthy of being her husband at all. This home is no longer suitable for staying. Thinking of the marriage introduced to me by the Kyoto family, Ji Shijuan couldn't help but be moved. A quality woman like her deserves a better man. As for this waste Bai Yu, of course, just roll as far as you can. Chapter 70. Heading to the Fantasy Sea Forest. News about Yalong. Kyoto Ji family. Ji Shijuan broke into the mansion like a madman. To be able to gain a foothold in a place like Kyoto, where countless bigwigs gather and achieve the current status and achievements. The strength of the Ji family is naturally not weak. Ji Shijuan's sudden intrusion naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. Little sister, what's wrong with you? As the next head of the Ji family, and also Ji Shijuan's brother, Ji Nitian frowned. Although he knew that his sister was a little willful, but he was also nice to her. Since getting married, Ji Shijuan has never been as embarrassed as this. Ji Shijuan was seen with disheveled hair. She rushed toward the small courtyard deep in the mansion, as if she didn't hear Ji Nitian's words. Brother, I want to see Dad. I don't want to live anymore. That bastard Bai Yi killed Xiao Yu. Bai Yu, that bastard. Not only did he not help Xiaoyu get revenge. How dare you say that to me? That's really too much. What? Xiaoyu is dead. Ji Shijuan was shocked upon hearing this. Having been able to develop to this day, the Ji family still attaches great importance to family inheritance. And now, several direct descendants have been killed at Bai Ye's hands one after another. This is a big deal. It seems that the Bai family's father and son are not good people. His eyes turned red, and Ji Shijuan couldn't help but grit his teeth. Let's go. You don't need to alarm your father about this. I'll help you solve it. Dare to scold you. I will tear Bai Yu's mouth and break his legs. Yes, brother, you are right. Upon hearing this, Ji Shijuan's eyes also showed resentment. He actually dared to be mean to me. He must not love me anymore. I seriously suspect that bastard Bai Yu has another woman out there. When I find out who it is, I will make this couple regret it for the rest of their lives. Just as the brother and sister were talking. Suddenly, at this moment, Ji Changsheng was seen walking out of the courtyard holding a dragon-headed cane. All right, you two are so old. Why are you arguing over such a small matter? Upon hearing this, Ji Shijuan and Ji Shijuan quickly lowered their heads. Dad, you're right. You taught me that my brother and I were too impatient, although he is used to being arrogant and domineering in front of Bai Yu. But when it comes to Ji Changsheng, Ji Shijuan is still very careful. Over the years, her fear of Ji Changsheng has almost become engraved in her genes. He glanced at his good-for-nothing daughter and son. Ji Changsheng then slowly said, we can't rush into Bai Ye's affairs. The rookie beast tamer competition is coming soon. We have just joined the abyss, and the Empress has been keeping a close eye on us lately. In addition, Bai Yi is protected by the government and Shunfu Academy. I don't want this to affect my next plan. And hearing Ji Changsheng say this, Ji Shijuan was somewhat unwilling. But Dad, is this matter over? Who said that's it? Ji Changsheng's words were light, but they made Ji Shijuan suddenly overjoyed. My own grandfather said he would take action, so how could that bastard Bai Yi still be so arrogant? This time, that little beast is doomed to die. And just when Ji Shijuan was thinking this, I just heard Ji Changsheng continue talking. Shijuan, the Zhou family is planning to form an alliance with us recently. Since Bai Yu is unreliable, why don't you just marry into the Zhou family? Married to Zhou Ming, the head of the Zhou family. As for Xiaoyan, isn't Zhou Ming's son Zhou Hao pursuing Xiaoyan? Dad, what do you mean? What I mean is that you and your daughter will marry the Zhou family's father and son respectively. This way, we will become even closer and stronger together. After saying that, he paused for a moment. Ji Changsheng then continued. Also, isn't Xiao Ying in contact with someone named Xiaohan? I plan to train him. Then Bai Yi will be left to him to handle. When I heard this, I couldn't help but be a little surprised. But Ji Shijuan still had some concerns. But Dad, Xiaohan's beast was destroyed by Bai Yi before. Now I have to train it from scratch. I'm afraid, even though the words were not finished. But what she meant was self-evident. In response, Ji Changsheng just smiled faintly. The Abyss will arrange a suitable beastmaster for Xiaohan. You only have it next month or so. Just provide Xiaohan with enough resources for practice. As for the rest, don't worry about it. I'll make the arrangements. And just when the Ji family was planning their strategy, the other side, Bai Yi has arrived at the Fantasy Sea Forest. According to the information provided by Yuan Shangan, in the Fantasy Sea Forest, there exists a subdragon. And that Asian dragon is the target of Bai Ye's trip. Of course, except for hunting Asian dragons. Bai Yi came here with another plan. Based on previous memory, if he guessed correctly, there is a beautiful gem hidden in the Fantasy Sea Forest. That is the key item to break through the potential of psychic beast taming. If you can get it, maybe Sheila will undergo a qualitative change because of this. Then we arrived at the border of the forest, on the street, just as Bai Yi was thinking this. I also received the news that countless beastmasters came for the dragon. God bless me. Please let me tame that Asian dragon. A huge reward. If anyone can help me catch this Asian dragon, I, Zhang, am willing to give him 1 billion. The capture team is short of people. Only beastmasters above level 5 are allowed. No, we agreed that this news would only be told to me and not to anyone else. Why are there so many beastmasters here? As the news about Asian Dragon leaked, in less than 2 days, the originally deserted border town suddenly became bustling with people coming and going, and holding a little fox girl lowly. In the crowd, Bai Yi seemed out of place. Everyone's beasts had ferocious faces and looked extremely scary. But why is it that when Bai Yi comes here, there's a white-haired beast girl lowly? Isn't this too cute? No. Is this to tame the beast or to raise a daughter? Family members, who understands? Isn't his beastmaster just too cute? I'm envious. There's no harm without comparison. Oh my gosh. Jade feet. I want to lick them. I want to be stepped on. No. Why is your XP so abnormal? And hear the discussions around. Bai Ye's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He seriously doubted the mental state of contemporary beastmasters. For some reason, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel like he wasn't perverted enough and didn't fit in with the people around him. After a moment, we entered the forest. Bai Yi also summoned the Charizard. Jifeng, you should be able to sense the location of that Asian dragon, right? Possess a certain dragon bloodline. In Bai Ye's opinion, it is not difficult for Charizard to sense the opponent's position. Roar, while roaring in response. It bent down and let Bai Yi and Shira ride on it, relying on the mutual induction between bloodlines. Just as Bai Yi guessed, after determining the approximate location of the Asian dragon, flapping its wings, the Charizard took off into the air and flew towards the Asian dragon. Chapter 71, Mental Cutting, the Fox Girl's Trump Card. As we continue to advance deeper into the fantasy sea forest, accompanying approach, the swagger and undisguised aura of Charizard. It immediately attracted Yalan's attention. Looking down from a high altitude, it was a dragon-like creature covered in red dragon scales, dozens of meters long and as big as a mountain. And just at the moment Bai Yi saw Yalan, Yalan also noticed Bai Ye's presence and looked into his eyes. Charizard was not to be outdone. Roar! With a roar, Yalan was instantly enraged. Without any warning, it opened its mouth and flames gushed out. And just as the dragon was spitting out flames, Charizard retaliated by releasing Dragon's Fury. They both have dragon blood and have bad tempers. The two sides started fighting as soon as they disagreed. Boom! Suddenly, the skills collided and caused an explosion. The aftermath spread out in all directions with the explosion as the center. In an instant, countless trees collapsed. And just as the two sides were engaged in the first round of confrontation, as Bai Yi thought about it, throw out the identification. Yalan's information also appeared in front of Bai Yi. Name Asian Dragon. Attributes, Dragon Fire. Level 11th level. Bloodline Legend. Talent, Dragon Soul. All attributes increased by 500. Dragon Bloodline, skill effect increased by 400. Dragon Heart, recovery ability increased by 200. Skills, Dragon's Fury, Dragon's Wave, Dragon's Breath, Angry Fong, Jet of Flame. Introduction. A subdragon with a very high concentration of dragon bloodline. As a descendant of dragon, it has extremely terrifying combat power. Just after reading Yalan's information, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. A dragon with legendary bloodline. I'm afraid its true combat capability is almost the same as that of a 12th level beast tamer, right? For a moment, Bai Yi's eyes changed when he looked at Yalan. It was not a desire to conquer. It's the way a predator looks at its prey. I thought this Asian dragon's bloodline was just epic, but I never thought that it was just a legend. For Bai Yi, this was a complete pleasant surprise. If we could kill and devour this Asian dragon and plunder its talent, then Charizard will undergo a major qualitative change, right? While thinking this, Bai Yi also gave orders to his 3 beasts respectively. The second round of battle is about to begin, and at this moment, the turmoil caused by Bai Yi and Yalan in the fantasy sea forest, it immediately attracted the attention of countless beastmasters. Sensed the strong aura of spiritual energy, the beastmasters were shocked. Who on earth is fighting that has caused such a big commotion? Could it be that someone has already found it and is trying to tame that Asian dragon? With speculation and curiosity, all of a sudden, a large number of beastmasters rushed to the depths of the fantasy sea forest. And as the young master of the Zhang family in Kyoto, followed by a group of beastmasters, Zhang Fei couldn't help but reveal a hint of fanaticism. The beast tamer competition is coming soon. If I could get a dragon to help me before that, then he can at least get into the top 10 and bring glory to the Zhang family. As he thought of this, Zhang Fei couldn't help but quicken his pace. He has plenty of money. No matter what the cost, he must capture this Asian dragon. He was unaware of the arrival of the beastmasters. As time goes by, the battle between the two sides became increasingly intense. If the Shadow Tyrant had not previously devoured the troll, causing a qualitative change in its strength. I guess it's impossible for the two sides to be as evenly matched as they are now. Observe the battlefield. Bai Yi frowned slightly. There was a lack of opportunities to make the victory one-sided. I knew this Asian dragon was quite powerful. Bai Yi chose to bring Tishi with him. If Tishi were here, the battle would probably have ended by now, right? Just thinking of this, Bai Yi shook his head. He did not bring Tishi with him. The main purpose is to improve the rapport between Sheila and the team. If Tishi were brought here, Sheila would probably never get any training, right? Shira, use mental shock to assist them. Okay, brother. While answering, the little lowly also raised her hand, because Bai Yi didn't find a suitable talent to combine. Therefore, even if there's a bloodline bonus, it's okay to bully the weak ones. You can participate in battles of level 8, 9, or 10. With Sheila's strength, it was still a bit of a stretch. She has 2 skills in total. The ultimate move of mental shock and psychic system, mental cutting, and looked at Sheila's attribute panel. Suddenly, a battle plan formed in Bai Ye's mind. He seemed to know how to break the impasse. CC, how many times can you release the mental cutting? Bai Yi asked a little lowly. 3 times at most. While responding, Bai Yi also turned to give orders to the Shadow Tyrant. Shadow, deploy the Shadow Kingdom, and then use Shadow Wave. Ouch! As the order was issued, it howled immediately. Then, the skill is released. Centered around Shadow Tyrant. The shadow cover an area of several miles. Restrict Asian dragons through domains created in Shadowlands. Then Shadow Wave was used again, and the dragon's resistance to skills was weakened again. But in this regard, just regard Bai Yi as his dying struggle. I feel that the balance of victory is tilting towards me. Yalong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Human, are these all you have? In its opinion, it has already won, and saw that everything was just as he had imagined. The dragon was completely caught up in his attack rhythm. Bai Yi also spoke again. Shadow, control it with your invisible divine will. Red Flame, use 100,000 volts. Swift Wind, use Dragon's Fury. And just as he finished speaking, with a bird's cry, the Jade Phoenix flew into the air. Gradually, the sky became dark. Clouds gathered and lightning appeared. And the Charizard has already accumulated strength. A green dragon shadow appeared behind it. Under the influence of the contract, although it is impossible to achieve complete mutual understanding. But the 3 beastmasters could still roughly guess what Bai Yi was thinking, knowing that what happens next may directly determine the outcome of this battle. They all used their full strength. Human, do you really think this can hurt me? Ha! Ridiculous. However, even in the face of 100,000 volts and the wrath of the dragon, Yalong, who was suppressed by the invisible divine will, didn't care. In its opinion, only Sheila's psychic skills can have some effect on it. If not, beware, Sheila. I guess this battle is already over. Now, Sheila, use all your strength and use Psychic Cut. Okay. As she answered, her young face showed a hint of determination, although Bai Yi never disliked her. But in Sheila's opinion, she was really useless. If I were stronger, would I be able to play a greater role now and not hold Bai Yi back? She had to prove herself. Even if she is weak, she still has to contribute to the team. Triple mental cutting released at this moment, although I was also wary of Sheila's little actions. But Yalong never expected that the other party actually had a bigger one hidden, facing triple spiritual cutting. It just felt like its head was cut in half, and it was in pain. The spell casting was interrupted instantly, just when Yalong was in a trance, hit simultaneously with 100,000 volts and Dragon's Fury. Bai Yi also picked up Sheila, who was staggering like a drunk. You've worked hard. Let's go back to the beast taming space and take a rest. After saying that, Bai Yi sent it into the beast taming space. Then he turned his attention back to the battlefield. I saw the center of the battlefield. The impact of the skill formed a deep pit around the dragon. Half of his body was covered in blood and flesh, and only the bones of Yalong's head were exposed. Suffered from the information gap. Who wins and who loses is clear at this moment. Human, you win. I'm willing to submit to you. Yalong said this with a feeling of grievance and helplessness. In its opinion, Bai Ye's purpose in coming here must be the same as that of other beastmasters, which is to subdue it. As long as it surrenders, Bai Yi will let it go. However, what Yalong didn't expect was, Bai Yi smiled. Who said I need you to surrender? His words caused Yalong's expression to change drastically. I thought that was enough. I never thought that Bai Yi would actually play with it for real. This is a lack of martial ethics. It was trying to resist. But the Shadow Tyrant got there first. Shadow Blast is released at this moment. Yalong was further injured. It has been completely suppressed, and it is difficult for it to fight back. Seeing this, Bai Yi was about to let the Shadow Tyrant put an end to it. Suddenly, at this moment, I only heard a noisy sound of footsteps. A group of beastmasters rushed out of the jungle. Chapter 72. Brother, you are really hungry. Haha, I didn't expect to get such a good deal. This Asian dragon is mine. Bullshit. First come, first served. It's obviously mine. Get out of here. I'm determined to get it. Just as a group of beastmasters were summoning their beasts. When preparing to fight for the ownership of Asian Dragon from Bai Yi. When Yalong saw this, he was overjoyed. It immediately said, Human, if you can save me from him, I will surrender and become your beast. Hearing Yalong speak, the beastmasters couldn't help but reveal a hint of greed on their faces. This is a fully grown Asian dragon. You can get combat power for free without any training. And Yalong also promised to submit sincerely and not to devour his master. You ask yourself, how could they not be attracted by such a cooperative beastmaster? Immediately, everyone looked at Bai Yi with bad intentions. Boy, for your efforts, just retreat like this. Yeah, it's not easy for you to train a beast, and we don't want to hurt you. No, why waste time talking to him? Why don't we just kill him and then decide on the ownership of Asian Dragon? Brother, please give us some face. It's not too late for you to leave now. We can pretend that nothing happened. Just when everyone thought that, Bai Yi was nothing to be afraid of. When we started discussing how to allocate the funds in the end, Bai Yi smiled. Give you some face? Who do you think you are? At this moment, just as Bai Yi finished speaking, the group of 4th and 5th level beastmasters were immediately enraged. Boy, you are too arrogant. That's right. I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you in my life. Since you don't want to give up this Asian dragon, don't blame us for being rude. They all sent out attack signals to their own beasts, just when they thought they could easily control Bai Yi. I never thought it would happen at this moment. Bai Yi gave orders to the Bi Huang Fire Phoenix. Jian, use Flaming Meteor. If the other party had an 8th or 9th level beastmaster, Bai Yi might be somewhat afraid. But he has a group of 5th and 6th level beastmen under his command. Even the 7th level beasts are just a few big and small cats. No, who gave them the courage to provoke? Even though we had just experienced a great war. But Bai Yi's men, except Sheila, no matter which beast you pick out, they won't be able to contend with it. All I heard was a bird singing. The whole sky seemed to be painted with flames. Realized something was wrong. Just as the beastmasters looked up at the sky, their faces turned green. I thought that Bai Yi's beastmasters must have been seriously injured in the fight against Yalong. But in the end, the script was completely different from what they had imagined. Run, run, devil. We just want to rob Asian dragons. Do you think you have to kill us? I don't want to die. The beastmasters fled in all directions, carrying their own beasts. Only a few unlucky guys were a beat slower and were smashed to pieces by the fireball. At this moment, seeing this scene, Yalong couldn't help but feel desperate. Seeing those beast masters were so aggressive. It thought that with so many people on the other side, they would be able to fight Bai Yi on equal terms. But I never expected that I would be crushed. Well, the kind that was completely crushed by Bai Yi. What kind of garbage is this? Are you here to make people laugh? In the heart, Yalong has already greeted all 18 generations of these Beastmasters families. More than 10 minutes later, drive away other Beastmasters. Bai Yi also spoke. Okay, Qian, come back. Seeing the Jade Phoenix and Fire Phoenix trying to chase. He recalled it. Bai Yi does not kill innocent people indiscriminately. He is not yet bloodthirsty. And at this moment, he was looking at Bai Yi eagerly. The Shadow Tyrant is getting impatient. Based on its experience of devouring Bai Yi all the way, the meat of Asian Dragon is the most delicious. I haven't tasted Yalong for a long time. Its saliva was all over the floor. On the other side, Charizard moved aside inconspicuously with a look of disgust on its face. It was too embarrassed to tell other beasts. This stupid dog is actually its teammate, and he saw that the three beasts were looking at him inquiringly. Bai Yi also spoke at this time. Okay, let's do it. Brother, please show mercy. Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, suddenly, at this moment, a voice was heard. I saw a 200-pound fat man, panting and running towards this side. Brother, give me this Asian dragon, and I'll give you 1 billion. No, I'll give you 3 billion. As Zhang Fei spoke, Yalong, who thought he was going to die, felt like he was on a roller coaster. Looking at Zhang Fei at this moment, Yalong just felt that no human had ever made it look so pleasing to the eye. This fat guy is white and plump. If you take a bite, it will definitely burst, right? Who are you? Looking at the fat man in front of him, Bai Yi frowned. I'm Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei. Bai Yi looked strange. Yes, I am Zhang Fei, the eldest son of the Zhang family. Brother, if you could give this dragon to me, I will never let you suffer any loss. Looking at Yalong, Zhang Fei was reluctant to leave. I won't give it up. No matter how much money you offer, I won't change it. Just give up. 5 billion. I'll give you 5 billion. This is the maximum amount I can afford. Bro. No, Dad. Please. I kneel down to you. Zhang Fei quickly stopped Bai Yi and became anxious. You can't even call me Dad. Shadow. Then Grandpa. It's okay to call me Grandpa, right? Hug Bai Yi's thighs. And just when Zhang Fei was desperately preparing to beg Bai Yi again, the Shadow Tyrant moved. Shadow Fang activated and it bit down. It has a premonition. If I don't speak anymore, the food that is about to reach your mouth is about to fly away. Crack, accompanied by a crisp sound. Yalong lost his breath. Dead, dead, my dream beast. At this moment, seeing this, Zhang Fei was heartbroken. He was deeply distressed. Brother, how can you kill such a good beast without any hesitation? Seeing Zhang Fei crying bitterly with an exaggerated expression, Bai Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. No, your Zhang family is still quite powerful in Kyoto. I want to find a suitable beast. This shouldn't be difficult, right? You don't understand. Zhang Fei shook his head. He gave an expression that only men could understand. You don't know yet, right? When the beastmaster's strength reaches a certain level, it will transform into a human form. This is not some kind of Asian dragon. It's obviously Dragon Lady, right? For a moment, several black lines appeared on Bai Yi's forehead. No, this Asian dragon is obviously a male. You actually want to turn her into a dragon girl. In this regard, Bai Yi could only say, Bro, you are really hungry. Chapter 73, Talent Fusion, Advanced Purgatory Fire Dragon. You have plundered the Asian dragon's talent, the dragon's soul. You have plundered the Asian dragon's talent, the dragon's bloodline. Tip, similar talent detected. The dragon bloodline has transformed. Dragon bloodline. All attributes increased by 20 times. Resistance increased by 900. Recovery ability increased by 500. Physique increased by 20 times. Not long after Zhang Fei left, as Bai Yi plundered Asian dragon's talents. At the same time, after the Charizard swallowed the beast core in the Asian dragon's body. Just as he thought, Charizard's strength has undergone a qualitative change. The sudden increase in strength brought about the transformation of the race. The horns on the head appear more prominent. The flame burning at the tail also began to transform from the original orange-red to purple. The scorching heat that radiates all the time. The space around it began to distort vaguely. Roar! Facing the explosive power within the body, Ji Feng couldn't help but roar towards the sky. And at this moment, its information was also presented in front of Bai Yi. Name, Infernal Fire Dragon. Attributes, Dragon, Fire, Wind. Level 8. Talent, Dragon Bloodline, Destructive Power, Wrathful Flames. Skills, Dragon's Fury, Dragon's Claw, Dragon's Breath. Introduction. The Infernal Dragon evolved from the Charizard. It possesses a more powerful and terrifying power and has the potential to advance into a mythical creature. After the race advances, the skill has been expanded to include Dragon Breath. At the same time, the strength of the Purgatory Fire Dragon has been raised to the peak of the 8th level. Its level is already on par with the Shadow Tyrant. It's only one step away from breaking through to the 9th level, and devoured the flesh and blood of Asian Dragon with big mouthfuls. While looking at the Purgatory Fire Dragon, the Shadow Tyrant couldn't help but panic again. No, something is wrong. How did this guy break through so quickly? This makes it quite embarrassing as the big brother, right? No, it must not be overtaken by the Infernal Dragon in level. Thinking of this, facing the corpse of Asian Dragon, the Shadow Tyrant devoured even harder. Its main feature is that it becomes stronger by swallowing. As time passes quietly, in the next few days, Bai Yi focuses on improving Shira's strength. Most of the battles are left to the little beast girl to deal with. At the same time, Bai Yi quickly advanced towards the secret realm of the Fantasy Sea Forest, based on past life memories. If Bai Yi remembers correctly, in that secret place, it is guarded by an emerald butterfly with a strength of the 12th level. However, even if the opponent's strength reaches the 12th level, but relying on the current combat effectiveness, in Bai Ying's opinion, that's not invincible either. And soon, as we stepped into the secret realm, what comes into view are countless bright and colorful flowers of various shapes and sizes. Entering here, it feels like being immersed in a sea of flowers. And holding Bai Ying's hand, Sheila couldn't help but sigh. This is the secret realm of the fantasy sea forest. It feels like a dream. After all, the reason why this place is called the fantasy sea forest is mainly because of the secret sea of flowers. And touched the little lowly's head. As he was speaking, there was a sudden movement ahead. I saw several strange beasts made of flowers and vines, shaped like bears, slowly walking towards this side. The reason why Bai Yi did not summon the Purgatory Fire Dragon and the Jade Phoenix Fire Phoenix to escort him. The most important reason is because it is in this secret place. The vast majority of exotic beasts are of the psychic type. Therefore, Bai Yi can not only take this opportunity to improve Sheila's combat ability, she can also plunder related talents, making her stronger with each battle. CC, use mental shock. In response, she also raised her hand. Skills are released instantly. Face 3 level 3 Oiran bears at the same time. Sheila was still struggling a bit. But fortunately, the skill effect is almost equivalent to real damage. The final result was a safe outcome, accompanied by the fall of 3 Oiran bears. The little lowly was already sweating profusely. Well done. CC is amazing, while not sparing and praising oneself. Facing the corpse of the Oiran bear, Bai Ying's talent also started to activate. You have plundered the talent of the Oiran bear. Superpower. You have plundered the talent of the Oiran bear. Superpower. Reminder, duplicate talent detected. Superpower has transformed. After all, it is a low-level exotic beast in a secret realm. The talent plundered from the Oiran bear was not that strong. But no matter what, it's at least better than nothing. At this moment, Bai Yi edited Sheila's talent. Feel the changes in your own strength. The little girl was at a loss. Brother, something has entered my body. This is a change brought about by talent. You will slowly get used to it in the future. Pinch your little face. While explaining, Bai Yi also had an idea. He checked Sheila's attribute panel. Name Nine-Tailed Fox. Attribute superpower. Level 4. Talent. Fox Bloodline. Increases control over superpower skills by 50 and increases mental strength by 200. Psychic power. Increases the upper limit of spiritual power storage by 50 and enhances the effect of psychic skills by 800. Skills. Mental shock, mental cutting, telekinesis. Introduction. The young nine-tailed fox is still in the growth stage. Once she grows up, she will become an extremely terrifying existence and become the queen of psychic beasts. As a spirit fox, Sheila naturally could not eat raw flesh and blood and devour it endlessly like the Shadow Tyrant. If you want to improve, you either need to stack talents. Otherwise, you have to look for spiritual fruits, spiritual stones, and obtain beast cores. Right after reading Sheila's message, in Bai Ying's mind, he also constructed a special training plan specifically prepared for her. At this moment, he was still unaware of Bai Ying's plan. The little girl gave him a cute and admiring look. Although I don't know how Bai Yi strengthened her talents. But isn't this too amazing? While accompanying the little beast girl in special training. It took half a month. Finally, we are about to step into the territory of the emerald butterfly. And at this moment, in the sea of flowers. Just after using mental shock to instantly kill an Oiran bear that rushed towards him. Shira's strength has broken through and reached the peak of level 5. Hey, how about it, brother? Isn't CC awesome? Just after killing the strange beast instantly. The little lowly couldn't help but show off to Bai Yi. She looked like she was asking for praise. Bai Yi also touched her head. Not bad, not bad. CC is really amazing. I believe your mother will be shocked when you return. Don't be stingy with your praise. As he spoke, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel curious. After killing the emerald butterfly, you'll get the exquisite orb. Wait until Hillary truly undergoes a qualitative change. I don't know what will happen after I return. Faced with the earth-shaking change in his daughter's strength, what kind of expression would Tishi show? While thinking this, Bai Yi's mouth corners slightly raised. And right at this moment, suddenly, an extremely powerful aura came, which was particularly eye-catching in the secret realm. At the same time, a huge monster flew in the air. The shadow almost covered the entire nearby area. Huge insect wings as gorgeous and dazzling as emerald green. That body is made of gold. Seeing the emerald butterfly appear on its own, Bai Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he hadn't even taken the initiative yet. As a result, the emerald butterfly actually came to the door. However, they thought that they were already close to the territory of the emerald butterfly. It's actually not surprising to be sensed by the emerald butterfly. Immediately, Bai Yi summoned all three beasts. The battle between the two sides is about to break out. Chapter 74, Exquisite Orb. Fantasy Fox. As the white light flashed, all were summoned, looking at the emerald butterfly flying towards this side. Several beast masters couldn't help but reveal solemn expressions. Following Bai Yi, I experienced countless life and death experiences. Of course, they can also sense the shadow tyrant. The enemy in front of us is very strange. And just as the two sides were confronting each other, as the thought came to mind, the appraisal was thrown out. And the information about the emerald butterfly also appeared before Bai Yi's eyes. Name Emerald Butterfly. Attributes: Super Energy Light. Bloodline Legend. Level 12. Talent: Dream Power, casting speed increased by 80, psychic skills, spiritual power reduced by 50. Absolute Telekinesis, supernatural skill effects increased by 2,000. Skills: Mirror Reflection, Mental Shock, Telekinesis. Evaluation: As the guardian of the secret realm of Fantasy Sea Forest, it possesses extremely terrifying combat power, and its strange skill effects often catch people off guard. The Emerald Butterfly does not have many skills. There are only 2 talent bonuses. However, as a superpowered beast with legendary bloodline, its strength is not weak. It's not so easy to get the Ling Long Pearl. Bai Yi knew it very well. There will be a fierce battle next. Roar, and accompanied by a roar. Spreading its wings, the infernal fire dragon took the lead. At this moment, a cry was heard. The Jade Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix followed closely behind. On the surface, it's 4-1. But in reality, this battle was just 2 against 1. The Emerald Butterfly masters Mirror Reflection. This skill is just as the name suggests. Unless in close combat, all skills will be reflected. There is such a special skill mechanism. For a moment, facing the Emerald Butterfly, the Infernal Fire Dragon and the Jade Phoenix were helpless. But it's the same. Lack of core output means the Emerald Butterfly also has difficulty attacking and killing. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. Fortunately, the Emerald Butterfly lacks a primary means of attack. Otherwise, the Infernal Fire Dragon and the Jade Fire Phoenix would be in danger now. At this moment, he was spinning around on the ground in panic. The Shadow Tyrant could only watch. It is also helpless. After all, it can't fly. And looking at the 3 figures in the air that were constantly colliding and fighting, Bai Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Emerald Butterfly is not invincible. Bai Yi remembers it clearly. In the previous life, there was a beastmaster who used a fire-type beast to kill a beast of a higher level and defeated it. It is possible to kill enemies above its own level, especially when the beasts are at level 6 or 7. This incident caused a huge uproar at the time. That's why Bai Yi still remembers it vividly. In Bai Yi's opinion, since the opponent can defeat the Emerald Butterfly, that also shows that the Emerald Butterfly's strength is actually not that strong. And he has a beast-taming lineup that is stronger than that beast tamer. Then why is it impossible for Bai Yi to defeat it? As long as you can break the mirror reflection of the Emerald Butterfly, let the Infernal Fire Dragons attack it, then the current dilemma will be easily solved. After all, it is a mage-type monster, except that the skill mechanism is rather abnormal. The Emerald Butterfly's body is still very fragile. And just as Bai Yi was thinking this, on one side, Sheila suddenly discovered something. Brother, look, its skill is not an absolute defense. Hearing this, Bai Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. And if you look closely, it's just as Sheila said. Just at the moment when the Purgatory Fire Dragon attacked, the Emerald Butterfly is not an absolute defense. Specular reflections only work within its field of view. In other words, the blind spot of the Emerald Butterfly's vision is the key to breaking the deadlock. So, without hesitation, Bai Yi decisively gave orders to the Purgatory Fire Dragon and the Jade Phoenix Fire Phoenix. Jian, use Jet Fire. Gale, seize the opportunity and attack it from behind with Dragon Claw. Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, the 2 beast masters also took action immediately. The jade phoenix spewed flames. The raging flames made the emerald butterfly at a loss for a moment. It takes time for skills to absorb the rebound and take advantage of this gap. According to what Bai Yi said, the infernal fire dragon also found the weakness of the emerald butterfly. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, the dragon claw is released with lightning speed. Rip! There was only a sound and the attack hit. One of the emerald butterfly's wings was violently torn off by the infernal dragon. And lose wings. Flight and balance naturally could not be maintained. It staggered and tried to struggle. But due to inertia, the emerald butterfly eventually fell straight to the ground. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. At this moment, the emerald butterfly was deader than dead. You have plundered the emerald butterfly's talent. Dream power. You have plundered the emerald butterfly's talent. Absolute telekinesis. Reminder. Similar talent detected. Superpower has transformed. Superpower. Increase the upper limit of spiritual power storage by 200 and enhance the effect of superpower skills by 500. Accompanied by the fusion and transformation of talents. At the same time, after Bai Yi gave the core of the emerald butterfly to Shira to devour, her breath became stronger. Ouch! Just as Bai Yi was waiting for Shira's breakthrough to end. On one side, the shadow tyrant made a discovery. A dreamy pink orb was spit out. But when he saw that it was an exquisite gem, Bai Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. He never imagined that the treasure guarded by the emerald butterfly was actually carried with it. But that's just fine. Saves you the trouble of searching everywhere. As Bai Yi touched the orb to Shira, treasures and beast cores, plus the talent bonus belonging to the emerald butterfly. The combination of the three instantly formed a chemical reaction. At this moment, a white light enveloped Sheila. Her strength has undergone a real qualitative change at this moment. Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, until the spiritual power dissipated. Continue to improve until is close to the peak of the 7th level. Scylla's breath gradually stabilized. The increase in strength also changed Sheila's appearance. The originally smooth, white hair has now gradually turned into silver. The 9 little tails behind it now look a lot more fluffy and furry, compared to the previous immaturity. Now, she probably looks like a junior high school student. Facing Shira, who has completed the advancement of race and bloodline. At this moment, Bai Yi also had an idea and checked the information. Name Dream Fox. Attributes Psychic Light. Bloodline Legend. Level 7. Talent. Fox Bloodline, Super Telekinesis, Dream Power. Skills. Mental Shock, Mental Cutting, Telekinetic Slash, Holy Light Sanction, Mirror Reflection. Introduction. The Fantasy Fox is still in the growth stage. Although she is still young, she can rely on her unique skill mechanism to be invincible when facing most strong enemies. In addition to the rapid progress in cultivation, there is also the transformation of Bloodline from epic to legendary. Shira also unlocks the light attribute and 2 new skills, especially the mirror reflection that is the same as the emerald butterfly. This skill is almost like a plug-in, and facing the improvement of their own strength. The little beast girl also looked a little proud. Same idea as Bai Yi. She is already looking forward to facing her own qualitative change in strength. What expression will my mother have? Chapter 75, Beast Tamer Competition. Is the beast mother Loli okay? 3 days later. There is only 1 week left until the Beast Tamer competition. Wait until you return to Ladu. Seeing my daughter break through to level 7. At the same time, the bloodline also advanced to legend. Tishi was stunned. She had already begun to doubt Fox life. No, it's only been less than a month. My own daughter actually broke through to the 7th level? This upgrade speed is even faster than riding a rocket. At this moment, Tishi's eyes were full of shock. Wow, she never thought that the thigh was right next to her? If Bai Yi is allowed to continue growing, maybe one day I can. And just when Tishi was lost in thought, the little girl didn't think so much. She suddenly threw herself into Tishi's arms. Hey mom, you don't know this yet, right? My brother is really awesome. As she shared what she saw and heard along the way. When I heard that Bai Yi was actually hunting Asian dragons to obtain the treasure guarded by the emerald butterfly. Tishi was so shocked that she could hardly speak. No, Bai Yi is only a 4th level beastmaster. I can actually go hunting an 11th level dragon. Then when Bai Yi breaks through the 5th level, breaks through the 6th level. Wait until the future. Maybe there will be such a day. Bai Yi can really defeat even mythical creatures. Even the human race admires the strong. What's more, what about the orcs? If it's White Knight, maybe it wouldn't be bad if he really became Cece's father? Thinking of this, Tishi quickly shook her head. No, why is her mind full of thoughts about the underdog and the strong? It's all yellow garbage. What's wrong? Seeing that Tishi's eyes were not right, Bai Yi couldn't help but ask. No, nothing, master. I just thought of something. Yeah, I heard that. Bai Yi looked strange. He suspected that during the time he was away, Tishi was corrupted by Chu Yaoyao. But the problem is that he has no evidence. In the blink of an eye, the Beast Tamer competition is approaching. Bai Yi also boarded the train to Kyoto. There has been unrest everywhere lately. Those apostles are becoming more and more rampant. When seeing the recent news headlines, Luo Shui looked indignant. Apostle. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was stunned. Those who believe in the abyss and those fallen gods. In order to bring the abyss to the world, they used every possible means. Over the years, the Empress organized hundreds of campaigns of varying sizes. But these people are really good at hiding. Just as Luo Shui finished speaking, Chu Yaoyao on the side also remembered something. Come to think of it, I seem to have heard before that their people have infiltrated the government and major families. Just as the two women were discussing, sitting next to Bai Yi, Tishi's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. And sensed that something was wrong with Tishi. Bai Yi seemed to be thinking about something, although she never mentioned it. But could it be that the one who destroyed the Spirit Fox clan was one of the apostles? In the afternoon, arrived in Kyoto, on the way to the hotel, Lu Ruyan also explained to Bai Yi in detail the information about the competition. In this competition, in addition to the geniuses from previous years from various colleges, it also includes the descendants of those hidden families. And, based on the information I got, in this competition, there are quite a few beastmasters who have reached the 7th or 8th level in strength. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan looked serious. By the way, there will even be apostles of the abyss in this competition. Bai Yi, you must be careful. As he was speaking, Bai Yi suddenly bumped into Xiao Han and his group. It turned out to be Bai Yi, you bastard. Just think of it as White Knight. Bai Ying looked disdainful. She was very proud and directly hit him in the face. Bai Yi, just wait for brother Xiao Han to punish you. You actually dared to kill my brother and cripple my elder sister. Brother Xiao Han will never let you go. Holding Xiao Han's arm, although the competition has not started yet. But Bai Ying seemed to have foreseen the result. She looked mysteriously confident. At this moment, Xiao Han also spoke, his expression arrogant. Bai Yi, just wait, you are doomed in the competition. Relying on the Star Guild as a springboard, he has become an apostle of the abyss, and also borrowed strength from the abyss. There is an abyss as a backing. Now, Xiao Han really doesn't know. How on earth should I lose? When the final comes, I will fight you to the death. Bai Yi, do you have the guts? Xiao Han gave Bai Yi a provocative look. Okay. Hearing this, Bai Yi smiled. When Xiao Han heard this, he was overjoyed. His expression also showed a hint of ferocity. Haha, I will definitely torture your beast when the time comes. I want you to see. How did I torture your beast to death one after another? It turns out that the other party was planning this. Bai Yi was happy. Really? Then we'll see. And with checking into the hotel, Luo Shui couldn't help but feel a little worried. Bai Yi, isn't this too reckless? It's okay. Have you ever seen me lose? Don't worry, I'm confident. Bai Yi answered confidently. There is no way Xiao Han didn't know his strength. But knowing his strength, I am still determined to win. It doesn't take even a second to think about it to know that there must be something wrong with Xiao Han. If Bai Yi guessed correctly, Xiao Han must be an apostle of the abyss or have signed some kind of contract with the abyss, right? Otherwise, it would be considered cheating. In just over a month, it is impossible for Xiao Han to improve to the point where he can be on equal footing with Bai Yi. Don't worry, this guy is very thrifty. He will never do business at loss. Compared to Luo Shui, Chu Yaoyao seemed very calm. Is that so? Won't you know when the competition starts tomorrow? The next day, the competition began. Come to the arena. Bai Yi saw that the place was crowded with people, different from the college exchange competition, can come to participate in this competition. They are all beast-taming geniuses of level 7 or below in the country. There are thousands of beastmasters, each holding a 7th or 8th level beast. As for the 6th level beastmasters, they are everywhere. Do you understand the value of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? Among the crowd, Bai Yi also chose the beast he would send to participate in the battle, ignoring the resentful look of the shadow tyrant. Bai Yi chose the infernal fire dragon, the jade fire phoenix, and Shira. If you haven't mastered the skill of mirror reflection, maybe Bai Yi will choose the shadow tyrant. You can rely on this skill. It can cause damage to the enemy that is almost like real damage. It can also rebound the opponent's skills. In a sense, Sheila possesses a power that can be described as pseudo-invincible. Therefore, to act as the vanguard, the infernal fire dragon is enough. Haha, Shadow, don't be angry. It will definitely be your turn when you fight to the death with Xiao Han. You can still have more food then, right? Ouch. It was depressed before and felt uncomfortable. Now I hear Bai Yi talking about adding more food. The shadow tyrant's tail swung straight up, and just as all the beastmasters had chosen their own beast-taming teams for the competition, with electronic random draw, when I saw Bai Ye's opponent in the first round, outside in the audience, Lu Rian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. No, how come Bai Yi met Long Yu as soon as he came up? The genius beastmaster from the Long family? And just as Lu Ruyan was complaining, the beasts chosen by both parties were presented in front of all the viewers on site and in the live broadcast room. It's okay, as long as Bai Yi chooses Shadow Tyrant, plus Jade Phoenix and Infernal Fire Dragon, the chances of winning are still very high. While Lu Ruyan was comforting herself like this, and when they saw the beast that Bai Yi chose, her smile gradually froze. My goodness, is the Beast Girl Alita okay? Chapter 76, Crush. Is this a fake match? Yao Yao, do you think Bai Yi can win? Looking at the lineups of both sides, I saw that the three beasts on Long Yu's side had all reached the 8th level. On Bai Ye's side, Sheila's strength was only at level 7, and she looked completely harmless. Luo Shui couldn't help but feel a little worried. She asked Chu Yao Yao subconsciously, and about this, after pondering for a moment, Chu Yao Yao also spoke. Your question reminds me of a story. What story? Luo Shui couldn't help but be curious. There's a man named Xiao Jiang. He doesn't have any stomachache, but he goes to the toilet with a flashlight every night. Do you know why? Because he dropped something in the toilet? Or did he do something shady? Neither, because he is just looking for death. Just when Luo Shui was confused, already stepped onto the arena, when he saw the beastmaster that Bai Yi was bringing into the battle, Long Yu couldn't help but laugh. No, don't you know that among all the beast tamers, beast girls are the weakest? Choose a beast girl, Bai Yi will be given to you for free. Eliminate Sheila. 3 against 2. In Long Yu's opinion, the advantage is on my side. Thinking of this, he also summoned his own beast. An armored rhino serves as the front row, and an Arctic lizard axe as a central defender. The lava turtle, which serves as the core, is at the back. The 3 beasts are all at the peak level of level 8. The surging breath just made people feel horrified, and at the moment when the beasts of both sides appeared, in the audience, everyone was also caught up in a discussion. No, Bai Yi sent a beast girl lowly. Who is he looking down on? That's right, being a vase is not bad. Isn't a waste to send it out? Hee hee, for a little beast girl like this, let alone using the beast control. I can even punch her with 2 punches myself. But then again, even if the beast girl is not good enough, the Purgatory Fire Dragon and the Jade Phoenix Fire Phoenix are both strong, right? I think it's still unclear who will win or lose. Just as everyone was talking and looking forward to the performance of the Purgatory Fire Dragon and the Jade Phoenix Fire Phoenix, in the arena, Bai Yi entrusted him with the position of the core main C. Sheila was unhappy. Don't look at her like this. She is very strong, right? In this battle, she must impress everyone. CC, use mental shock. Gale with the Dragon Claw ended them directly, unless it is level 9 or higher. Otherwise, rely on the cooperation of Purgatory Fire Dragon and Sheila. There is no need for the Jade Phoenix or Fire Phoenix to take action to deal with it. And along with Bai Ye's order was issued. Under the influence of mental shock, the 3 beasts under Long Yu's command all felt that they were in a daze. I don't even know what Long Yu said. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Waiting for the reaction. They had been thrown out of the arena by the Infernal Dragon and eliminated. The entire battle from start to end took only a few minutes. Not only were his beastmasters confused, even Long Yu was confused. No, this is completely different from what he imagined. Shouldn't the 2 sides be evenly matched at the beginning? Then will he take advantage step by step and eliminate Bai Yi? How come he was eliminated instantly? This competition, Long Yu's beast had left the competition venue and was eliminated. I declare that the winner is White Knight. Until the referee announces the result. In the audience, everyone finally reacted. After a brief silence, the entire venue was suddenly plunged into a far more noisy atmosphere than before. No, what on earth is going on? I am totally confused. That's right. Long Yu's Beastman didn't even resist. This is too fake. I seriously suspect that Long Yu is playing a fake match, and I have sufficient evidence. Do you really have to be so outrageous? Is it okay to fake a match in public? After the game, Long Yu, with a depressed look on his face, was interviewed. Mr. Long Yu, I want to ask, do you want to deny the match fixing? I didn't fix the game. I don't know what happened. I just lost for no reason. Facing the reporter, Long Yu answered seriously. However, the reporter was perfunctory in this regard. Yes, Mr. Long Yu, you are right. You did not fix the game. I'll reiterate once again, I really didn't fix the game. Yes, we didn't say that you, Mr. Long Yu, were playing a fake match. Facing reporters. For a moment, Long Yu felt that his high blood pressure was about to come out from anger. But Long Yu didn't say anything. The reporter also felt that his words were inappropriate. So he immediately added, "That's right, Mr. Long Yu. From now on, I snap my fingers. Then you forget about the fact that you fixed the match." After saying that, the reporter immediately snapped his fingers. Long Yu. And not long after Long Yu left. Not aware of this. Advance all the way. Soon, Bai Yi made it into the top 50 of the competition, facing Bai Ye's performance. In the audience, everyone just felt as if they were confused. If the first match was when Bai Yi bribed Long Yu, in the subsequent competition, it is impossible for Bai Yi to bribe everyone, right? No, the champion of this competition can't be predetermined, right? Is this acting so blatant? Wow, I just exclaimed wow. This is the power of money. No, brothers, it's already this late. Do you still think you're acting? Yeah, you can fool us, but don't fool yourself. Just when everyone was curious about how Bai Yi managed to control his opponent's beast, a knowledgeable man stood up at this moment. Didn't you notice that the beast girl Lowly is standing at the core position of the lineup? His words also made everyone suddenly realize, yes, Bai Yi would never send a waste into the field. Among the 4 beasts under his command, why was Sheila chosen instead of Shadow Tyrant? Why does the little beast girl stand in the core position, instead of the Jade Phoenix and Fire Phoenix, which have explosive damage? Yeah, why didn't I notice where the little beast girl was standing? I take back what I said before. I'm afraid she was the one who punched me twice. Brother, if you want a reward, just tell me. I'm embarrassed to expose you. At this moment, also in the crowd, watching the performance of Bai Ye's 3 beasts, Bai Ying couldn't help but feel a little worried. She has been traumatized by Bai Yi. She was afraid that Bai Yi would slap her in the face again. Brother Xiaohan, how confident are you that you can fight Bai Yi to the death? Don't worry, Ying I won't lose. Said confidently, in Xiaohan's opinion. He has already figured out the full strength of Bai Ye's beastmaster. If you don't understand the skills of the psychic system, you will often be caught off guard. However, the solution is simple. Shira is the biggest flaw in Bai Ye's beast-taming lineup. Therefore, just deal with Sheila first. Lost this big core. Even the remaining 3 beasts are not weak. He also has plenty of ways to deal with it.
Everyone is numb. Such a starting speed caused most of the Dragon Country compatriots to sprain their backs. I'll go. I think I saw my great-grandmother. Isn't she starting too fast? At this moment, William stood with his chest out and his head raised proudly on the deck of the Burke-class destroyer, looking at the 055 destroyer of Longwa not far away, with a look of disdain on the corner of his mouth. Next second, the 055 destroyer rushed forward several hundred meters like crazy, stunned Williams for a moment. What the hell? What the hell? Williams rubbed his eyes frantically. Who the hell has ever seen a destroyer speed up to 30 knots? Captain, what's going on? Isn't the maximum speed of the Dragon Country's 055 destroyer only 30 knots? How come the starting speed jumped to 30? The captain was also confused. He glanced at the 055 destroyer which was gradually moving away, and then conducted a simple test with a speed measuring instrument. Then he replied, Colonel Williams, from my current observation, the maximum speed of the 055 destroyer of Longwa remains at around 32 knots, and there is no upward trend. I think the other captain may have made a mistake in control. He may have touched the floor. The term floor oil has also come out. You must be used to driving. Since the speed did not continue to increase, Williams felt relieved. Okay, then let's speed up and return home as soon as possible. Clear! The citizens of Dragon Country sitting on the deck felt much more relaxed. They looked towards the sea and felt how refreshing the sea breeze was. Commander, at the current rate, how many days will it take to return home? Someone asked. 79,055 large destroyer is like a flood beast. Sun Jianshan took a look at the radar map and found that the 055 destroyer had already sailed out of the Black Sea and could now speed up. So he smiled and said, Everyone gather together for warmth, hold each other's hands, our destroyer is going to speed up. Speed up? How many levels can it be increased? Holding hands isn't necessary, is it? Some people looked helpless. Sun Jianshan spread his hands and continued to remind, Everyone, I hope you can obey orders. Since the leader has said this, we cannot but give him face. So, all the compatriots on the 2055 modified destroyers held hands and were connected in heart. The next second, Sun Jianshan raised his lips slightly and said into the intercom, Speed up! The words haven't finished yet. The modified 055 destroyer was like a ferocious beast, emitting a violent roar. Then it rushed across the vast sea. From a distance, it looks like a silver stream of light drawing an arc in the blue starry sky. The speed is comparable to that of a spaceship. Whoosh! The waves on both sides were blown up to more than 10 meters high. At this moment, all the Dragon Country citizens on board the 055 modified destroyer were shocked. They could clearly feel the strong wind blowing wildly on their faces. Some people can't even open their eyes. Oh my God! Am I not dreaming? My heart can't take it anymore. Give me a heart pill. The speed directly reaches 500 knots. I finally know why the chief doesn't allow people to take pictures. Why? Because it's so fast. Who can hold the phone? You're not going to be blown away yet. Fortunately, everyone was holding hands with each other, otherwise, they would have flown away long ago. Can a destroyer be so fast? I can't see the scenery on both sides clearly. The wind is too strong. At this time, Sun Jianshan reminded everyone, everything that happened today must be kept confidential. When you step off the ship, you will all sign a confidentiality agreement. Everyone said in unison. We all understand. We sailed on the sea for a total of 1.5 hours. After reaching the military port, the two destroyers braked suddenly and drifted, and then docked safely on the shore. All compatriots, get off the destroyer. As time was running out, Sun Jianshan ordered the captain to set off again and head to Ermao's home. It is estimated that with 2 more trips, all Chinese in Ukraine will be safely evacuated. At the same time, the fleet of Burke-class destroyers of the lighthouse country led by Williams was leisurely sailing across the Pacific Ocean. He picked up the red wine glass and clinked it with the captain. Come back the day after tomorrow, and all citizens of our lighthouse country will be evacuated from Ermao's house. Celebrate in advance. The red wine glasses collided with each other, making crisp sounds. Ha! Our evacuation operation was done very well this time. The Dragon Kingdom has been left far behind, the captain said with a serious look. In the past, Dragon Country's evacuation operations were always very quick. I don't know why the response was so slow this time. William sneered. You don't know this. Our spies have been operating in Long Country, and the information about the evacuation has already been released secretly. It was just intercepted by our spies. As a result, the number of destroyers that Longwa can arrange is greatly reduced. Besides the long distance and the large number of overseas Chinese in Ukraine, Dragon Country naturally has no better choice due to various factors. Let's wait and see the Dragon Nation's image as a responsible great power completely collapse. Ha! Just when the lighthouse country was feeling relaxed and at ease, and thought that the image of the Dragon Country was about to collapse, Sun Jianshan once again led 2 modified 055 destroyers straight to the port near Ermao's home. 2 more trips and it should be almost done. Sun Jianshan showed a smile. Thanks to Lin Yun. If it weren't for Lin Yun, this evacuation operation would definitely be criticized. By then, Longwa will be criticized by others. The image of a responsible major country will completely collapse. The modified 055 destroyer is like Neza making trouble in the sea. On the boundless sea surface, a storm arose. Just reached the Black Sea border. Sun Jianshan suddenly received a call from Isam Khan. Son, don't blame us for taking the initiative. In order to lighten your burden, I have asked 500 brothers from the Dragon Nation to board our ship. Ah? Sun Jianshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Isam is really cute. Sun Jianshan smiled and said, How can I blame you? In fact, we have already made a detailed plan and we can evacuate all the Chinese in Ukraine today. But you helped me, and I'm very grateful. Let's have a drink together later. That's a must, said Isam Khan. At the same time, China has been paying close attention to the movements of Pakistani warships. It was discovered that they were actually helping Long Country evacuate its citizens. Ono Kajiro, who was in charge of the evacuation, slammed the table angrily and said, Baka! Bai Ying dared to help the Dragon Nation in front of my father. They will pay the price. A moment later, Ono Kajiro called Williams and told him about this matter. Williams was also furious. The red wine in my hand suddenly lost its fragrance. The captain asked in panic, Colonel, what happened? Williams smashed the wine glass with force. Fuck! Pakistan is helping Longwa evacuate its citizens. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. You, continue to communicate with Ono Jijiro and ask him to use airburst torpedoes to interfere with the Pakistani destroyer. The captain immediately understood Williams' intention. Interfere with the warship's forward speed and slow down the fleet's return time. Doesn't Pakistan want to help Long Country? Then let's stay together. After the captain talked with Ono Kajiro, a strange sneer appeared on Ono Kajiro's mouth. Hee, playing dirty is our strong point. On the 3 Pakistani destroyers that were sailing away from the edge of the Black Sea, everyone was cheering, singing and dancing. The brothers from Pakistan and Longwa hugged each other, boasting and chatting with each other. Suddenly an airburst torpedo hit from the side. The shocking sound startled everyone. Isam Khan spilled the beer on the floor. He walked to the control room with a serious look. What's going on?